I am your boyfriend, and you want me to have a child with your aunt? In a lavish villa, Lu Sun found himself questioning the very fabric of reality. Just moments ago, his girlfriend, the campus beauty Chu Yuqing, had made the astonishing request for him to assist her aunt in bearing a child. Lu Sun, I beg you, please help my aunt, she implored, her eyes glistening with a poignant innocence. No, I cannot accept this, he responded, feeling his heart race at her gentle touch. He turned his face away, fearing his resolve might falter. You know that since the recent calamities have drastically reduced the population, the government mandates that anyone over 25 without a meridian must marry or bear children or face enforced matchmaking that, if she is matched randomly, she might end up as a breeding machine, possibly paired with someone from a foreign race or a drifter, which would be a fate worse than death for my aunt. Aunt will turn 25 in 3 months, and despite all efforts, she has been unable to awaken her meridian. Even my grandfather, a master of the fifth realm, has said that she will never open her meridian. She doesn't want to marry just anyone, so having a child is her only option. Chu Yuqing recounted the circumstances, striving to persuade Lu Sun. Why not try to awaken her spiritual or magical meridians? Lu Sun inquired. After the dawn of the martial era, awakening a meridian was the first step onto the path of cultivation. There were 3 types of meridians: martial, spiritual, and magical. The martial meridian is already impossible, and the spiritual meridian is even less likely. As for the magical meridian, that's suited for Westerners. We tried all of this, and it's all been in vain. She shook her head. Why not consider in vitro fertilization? That won't work. My aunt has never been with a man, and her body has specific conditions. The doctor said the chances of success with IVF are too slim. Your grandfather holds considerable power, being a 4th realm master, and yet he cannot protect your aunt? Lu Sun's gaze swept across the opulent villa, worth billions. This was Chu Yuqing's aunt's residence, adorned with decorations that cost an astonishing fortune. Distribution is mandated by the state. No matter if my grandfather achieves the 5th realm, the situation remains unchanged. Besides, my aunt is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Rongqing. Countless eyes are upon her. Chu Yuqing sighed. The most beautiful woman in Rongqing? Your aunt is Wan? Lu Sun was taken aback, unaware of this detail. Of course. You are in an incredibly advantageous position. Surely you will agree now? Chu Yuqing's gaze flickered. Feeling something amiss, Lu Sun sensed that the situation was perhaps more complicated than she portrayed. And oh, this is a matter of principle. He firmly rejected her proposal, dimming the light in her eyes. Find another way. I'm leaving. As Lu Sun turned to exit, a sudden wave of heat surged through him. An instinctual desire, primal and overwhelming, coursed through his veins. Something is wrong. Chu Yuqing, what did you give me? He spun around, eyes aflame, only to realize that she had retreated to the back door. Lu Sun, I'm sorry. With that, she exited the villa, shutting the door behind her, plunging the space into darkness. I'm sorry, Lu Sun. I cannot let the Wang family's beast take my aunt. As her whispered words faded into the night, her figure disappeared into the shadows. Chu Yuqing, with bloodshot eyes, Lu Sun pursued her, needing clarity. Suddenly, a soft figure collided with him, enveloping him in a fragrant embrace. Desire ignited within him, and reason fled as he succumbed to his primal instincts. A low growl escaped his lips as he took the enchanting beauty in his arms and collapsed onto the sofa. Text omitted for brevity. In the dimly lit room, Lu Sun slowly opened his eyes. It hurts. He felt as though his very spine might break. Was that Wan? The lingering sensations from the previous night flooded his thoughts, a wild frenzy brought on by the dimmed lights and the effects of the substance he had ingested. He had not clearly seen the face of the person beneath him, but the baby-soft skin, the perfect and alluring figure, the soft warmth, and the intoxicating fragrance. Surely, it must have been Wan. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in Rongqing. Even with his principles, Lu Sun felt an overwhelming urge to repeat the encounter, despite having already indulged countless times. Alas, how will I ever face Chu Yuqing after this? He felt a headache coming on as the effects of the drug faded. His intellect reclaimed its dominion, compelling him to ponder the ramifications of that night. Well, Chu Yuqing agreed to this only to help her aunt. Once her meridian is awakened, We will no longer inhabit the same world. With that thought, Lu Xun found peace. His pursuit of Chu Yuqing had only recently begun. Initially, she had dissuaded him, claiming no interest in romance. Yet, she had suddenly acquiesced a few days prior. Considering this incident, it was evident that her motives were tied to her aunt. Thus, once her aunt conceives, the likelihood of her remaining connected to him diminishes significantly. So, perhaps it was best to embrace a more tranquil existence as a charming, unassuming individual. If awakening a meridian proved impossible, he could simply find a woman of his liking to marry, living a simple life. Eventually, all would return to dust, and he would find closure to Da. It seems I'm not destined to be the protagonist. Lu Xun rested his head on his hands, achieving a state of complete tranquility. Well, if it weren't for this matter, he would never have had the privilege of such intimate contact with the daughter of the foremost beauty of Rongqing, a true master of the realm Ding. Detection indicates that the host has formed a profound bond with another person, meeting the conditions for system activation. Binding return system activated. This system aims to unify multitudes, transforming the host into an unparalleled supreme being who can exert pressure upon the heavens. The specific effect is that the host will receive a multiplier return on their cultivation based on the bound individual's training. The multiplier effect increases with the number of bindings. Current bound individual, Murong 1. Return multiplier, 10. Note, Murong 1 possesses the innate constitution known as Linglong Treasure Body, with an activation progress of 15. The Linglong Treasure Body is one of the top 10 innate constitutions, a supreme cultivation treasure that can unlock the Linglong meridians, capable of absorbing various dark energies, thus allowing for rapid cultivation and lower bottlenecks. Reminder, the host has binding rewards available for collection. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice echoed. What? A system? Lu Xun sprang upright from the bed, instantly invigorated. Could it be that this idle fish has the potential to turn over a new leaf? Chapter 2. May I kiss you one last time? The Linglong Treasure Body, one of the top 10 innate constitutions. Does Murong 1 truly possess such a remarkable physique? An activation progress of 15 means it remains dormant, only 15%. No wonder she shows no special traits and cannot even unlock her meridians. Soon, Lu Xun comprehended the entirety of the system's functionalities. The mechanism was quite simple. Bind an individual, and the cultivation progress of that person would be multiplied and returned to Lu Xun. At present, the bound individual was none other than Murong W. T. O. Lu Xun's surprise. Murong 1 possessed the Linglong Treasure Body, albeit still unactivated. Perhaps this was the reason she was unable to unlock her meridians. Otherwise, with the resources of the Murong family, even a pig could be made to open a meridian, right? Murong 1 is 25 years old and has only activated 15. Will she ever activate her Linglong Treasure Body in this lifetime? Lu Xun furrowed his brow. If Murong 1 could not activate her Linglong Treasure Body, wouldn't this binding be rendered futile? Binding rewards? At that moment, Lu Xun noticed that there were rewards yet to be claimed. Thus, he chose to collect them. The host has received a thread of innate essence. As the innate essence dissipates upon separation from the body, it will be integrated into the host's being. The host may convey this essence to Murong 1 through means such as kissing, aiding her in activating her innate constitution. Innate essence, what a valuable asset, perfectly suited to assist Murong 1 in activating her Linglong Treasure Body. However, to transfer this essence to Murong 1, a kiss was required. After the fervor of the previous night, it was unlikely that Lu Xun would have any further encounters with Murong 1 in the near future. Where could he procure a kiss? He had to think of a plan.is that. The moon sleep stone? Turning his head, Lu Xun spotted a crescent-shaped white stone on the bedside table. This stone, upon sight, brought a sense of tranquility to the mind, likely possessing calming properties conducive to sleep, hailed as a boon for insomniacs, the moon sleep stone. The Murong family truly lives up to their reputation. A moon sleep stone worth millions is casually kept on the bedside, Lu Xun mused. With the advent of the High Martial Era, the Tao of Heaven awakened, beginning to elevate the entirety of the blue star, periodically traversing the dark universe. Upon emerging from the dark universe, Blue Star would reach new realms, occasionally arriving at places rich in rare treasures and abundant resources. After expert analysis, it was determined that Blue Star was traversing an ancient stellar path leading deep into the cosmos. As for the ultimate destination of Blue Star, no one knew. Some claimed it was the mythical realm of immortals. Others spoke of the divine realm, while some suggested the center of the universe. Westerners insisted that Earth was destined to reach the paradise of God. While the moon sleepstone was not rare along the ancient stellar path, it was difficult for the average person to acquire, starting at a price of 1 million on Blue Star. Time to rise. Lu Sun resolved to get up and devise a way to deliver the innate essence to Muron Wan. Annie, I'm so sorry. This is my first time administering the medicine. I miscalculated the dosage and gave you a bit too much. I didn't mean for you to suffer. As he cracked the door open slightly, voices drifted in from outside. It was indeed Chu Yuqing who had administered the medicine, and she had done so quite forcefully. Lu Sun's head still throbbed slightly. However, the one truly suffering was not Lu Xun. It should be her aunt, Muron Wan. Serves her right. She has now landed in a predicament of her own making. Lu Sun felt a twinge of schadenfreude, but it's fine, Yuqing. I'm okay. I just hope to conceive. Another voice responded. This should be Muron Wan's voice. Truly, the foremost beauty of Rongqing. Her speech was melodious and enchanting. Her voice was soft and warm, akin to gentle spring rain caressing the petals of newly bloomed flowers, delicate and soothing. Yet, there was a palpable hint of frailty within. The cause of her weakness was self-evident. It was, of course, due to Lu Sun. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Sun couldn't help but recall the tenderness of the previous night, his thoughts momentarily adrift. After a moment's contemplation, he swung the door open and stepped outside. The first sight to greet him was the ethereal beauty of Chu Yuqing, whose visage seemed to transcend earthly bounds. She clearly heard the commotion and turned to look. Their eyes met. Muron Wan flushed like a startled fawn, her face turning crimson in an instant. She hurriedly turned her head, unable to face Lu Xun at this 25 years of age. Could she truly be this bashful? Lu Sun, I'm sorry. I was the one who administered the medicine. If you must blame someone, let it be me, not my aunt. Chu Yuqing's face bore an expression of remorse. Forget about calling me Lu Sun. You should address me as Uncle Dash in Dash Law. Lu Sun maintained a stern demeanor. Chu Yuqing couldn't suppress her laughter, her smile radiant as a flower. Beside her, Muron Wan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, reaching her neck. Student Lu, thank you for your assistance. This card contains 5 million. It is a token of my gratitude. Please, you must accept it. Muron Wan rose, extending a black card adorned with diamonds. This was a black diamond card. Regardless of the issuing bank, a black diamond card is worth 1 million, even if the balance is 0. Let alone the fact that it contained 5 million. Muron Wan's generosity was striking. From another perspective, her lavishness also indicated her stance. She sought no emotional entanglements with Lu Sun, merely wishing to borrow his seed. Clearly, she was preparing for her father's wishes to bear a child, and no need for that. I have not incurred a loss in this matter. Farewell. Lu Sun declined, turning to leave. A flicker of surprise crossed Muron Wan's gaze. She had heard from Chu Yuqing about Lu Sun's family background. Student Lu, allow me to escort you out. She did not press the matter. Together with Chu Yuqing, she accompanied Lu Sun to the entrance of the villa. Lu Sun, my aunt has arranged for a driver to wait outside. He will take you home. Chu Yuqing, resembling a child who had done something wrong, hesitated to leave with Lu Xun. All right. Lu Sun stepped toward the exit. After just 2 steps, he suddenly halted. The 2 women turned their gazes toward him. Lu Sun appeared to be in contemplation, and after a brief pause, he turned around, his expression solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Muron Wan. May I kiss you one last time? Lu Sun asked, his voice thick with emotion. This question caused Chu Yuqing's eyes to widen in astonishment and left Muron Wan momentarily speechless. A flush crept once again across her cheeks. As her gaze swept over Lu Sun's handsome visage, it met his deep yet slightly melancholic eyes, and her heart softened. With a complex expression, she gently murmured a soft mm. Then, she closed her eyes. Thank you. Lu Sun stepped forward, cradling Muron Wan's face in his hands, and pressed his lips against her luscious cherry-red mouth. Muron Wan trembled all over. She had anticipated a farewell kiss on the forehead, but to her surprise, Lu Sun kissed her lips instead. As if that were not enough, he continued the kiss for a full minute. At last, Lu Sun imparted all his innate essence into Muron Wan's body. Miss Muron, farewell. Lu Sun released Muron Wan and turned to depart. Muron Wan stood frozen in place. Auntie, what's the matter with you? Lu Sun, look at what you've done. Chu Yuqing assumed that Muron Wan had been rendered stiff from a kiss. What she was unaware of, however, was that at that moment, a profound transformation was occurring within Muron Wan as she absorbed the innate essence. Her exquisite body was about to be awakened. Chapter 3. The colorful glimmer of the phoenix. Are you returning to school, Lu? Yes, I am heading back. In a luxurious car worth millions. Lu Sun traveled towards Rongqing No. 1 High School. This institution is renowned for its martial arts training, and at the tender age of 19, Lu Sun was just a month shy of graduation. According to his timetable, in a little over an hour, Muron Wan would be able to activate her Linglong body. In the back seat of the opulent vehicle, Lu Sun monitored Muron Wan's progress through the system. Every minute, the activation status of the Linglong body would increment by 1%. Master, please take me to the Heroes Cemetery in the Northern District. Certainly, Lu. Halfway through the journey, Lu Sun abruptly altered their destination. The car changed course, heading northward. Lu Sun, we have arrived. Should I wait for you? Thank you, but there's no need for you to wait. You may return. An hour later, they reached the Heroes Cemetery. After undergoing stringent security checks, Lu Sun stepped inside. The cemetery was vast, with gravestones stretching endlessly in sight. The space here had been expanded, yet it occupied little actual land. After several minutes of walking, Lu Sun arrived at a shared grave. Gazing at the black and white photograph on the tombstone, he momentarily lost himself in thought. In the image, his parents stood hand in hand, basking in each other's warmth, their smiles radiant. These were his biological parents, who had perished in a catastrophic event. Lu Sun sat down before their gravestone, patiently awaiting. Muron Wan's activation progress had reached 80. Time passed slowly. Lu Sun remained silent. The words he had long wished to express had already been spoken countless times before. How long has she been like this? It has been over an hour, grandfather. Your Chu family is truly unreliable. It took you this long to inform me. Quickly, tell me what has transpired. A roar echoed in front of Muron Wan's villa. Chu Yuqing was on the verge of tears. Over an hour had passed, and Muron Wan remained motionless. Chu Yuqing attempted to push her, but was met with a force that rebounded her back, nearly causing injury. Concerned by the prolonged silence, Chu Yuqing decided to notify Muron Wan's father, her grandfather, Muron Zhan, a master of the Fourth Realm. In this era of martial prowess, various disciplines such as martial arts, celestial techniques, and magic coexisted, each with its own hierarchy of realms, denoted by unified numerical values for clarity and strength differentiation. The first realm of martial arts is the opening meridian stage, which aligns with the Celestial Path's initial Qi stage. The second realm is the Qi-Si stage, equivalent to the Celestial Path's Qi gathering stage. The third realm is the Aperture opening stage, corresponding with the Celestial Path's Essence solidification stage. Before reaching the opening meridian stage, there were numerous tasks to complete, such as body tempering, which is considered part of the process. What? Borrowing a child? This is utter nonsense. Where's that boy? I shall wring his neck. Upon learning the truth, Muron Zhan was consumed by rage. A surge of vitality caused the surrounding trees to tremble. A sudden sneeze echoed through the cemetery as Lu Sun pondered. Is someone thinking of me? He mused narcissistically. This is not the fault of my grandfather or my aunt. It was my suggestion to her. Although Chu Yuqing feared her grandfather, she bravely shouldered the responsibility. Muron Zhan's gaze was as fierce as thunder, causing Chu Yuqing's heart to race. Grandfather, you are unaware that my cousin is colluding with the Wang family. Tiana, what brings you here? Chu Yuqing began, only to be interrupted by Muron Zhan's booming voice. Uncle, I happened to pass by and heard that Sister Wanner was in trouble, so I came to check. A figure appeared at the entrance. It was her cousin, Muron Tian, the son of Muron Zhan's brother. Here so soon? Truly, a night owl is ever vigilant. Chu Yuqing quietly huffed, pouting and hiding behind her grandfather. She had no desire to greet him. Before long, a throng of people arrived at the villa. The Muron family was bustling with life. Muron Wan's siblings, uncles, aunts, and numerous cousins filled the space. Additionally, Muron Zhan had 2 brothers and several sisters, making the family extraordinarily large. What is the purpose of this gathering? Everyone, return home. Wanner is not in serious trouble. Murongzhan barked at the multitude of descendants after casting a warning glance at Chu Yuqing. This was a caution for her to remain silent about the borrowing incident, lest the news spread and tarnish Murongwan's reputation. The illustrious beauty of Rongqing, the daughter of Murongzhan, a master of the fourth realm, was not to be seen seeking loans. To make matters worse, she had entangled herself in complications. The family's honor would be cast into the ancient cosmos. In the sky, a streak of light approached rapidly. It was a celestial practitioner flying with a sword. And he has arrived. Murongzhan exhaled in relief. The newcomer, and he, had opened a miraculous medical vein during her cultivation, known as the spirit vein of healing, which allowed her unparalleled medical prowess, capable of healing both martial and celestial practitioners. Thus, even though flying was usually prohibited in Rongqing, she was exempt from such restrictions. Just as he was about to touch Murongwan's wrist, she sensed a repulsive force. Despite her strength as a third-realm celestial practitioner, she found it impossible to probe Murongwan's body with her spiritual energy, which surprised her. After all, Murongwan was merely an ordinary person. Undeterred, and he formed a hand seal and brushed her eyes. She activated a special ability granted by the spirit vein of healing, the spirit vein eye. This allowed her to see through the body's meridians and accurately diagnose the ailment. Upon glancing, Higu felt an intense burning sensation in her eyes, akin to the discomfort experienced by an ordinary person gazing directly at the sun. "Higu, what transpires?" exclaimed Xiao Wan, sensing an extraordinary encounter unfolding. Higu was astonished, discerning a hint of celestial phenomenon. At 25 years of age, having yet to open her meridians, what kind of extraordinary event could she possibly experience? Murongzhan remained skeptical. Perhaps in rebuttal to his disbelief, Murongwan suddenly opened her eyes. A radiant glow began to emanate from her, an invisible wave of energy radiating outward. Higu sensed an unusual occurrence, her breath gradually becoming shallow. "Look to the heavens." Someone pointed skyward. As the crowd gazed upward, they beheld the sky, now filled with resplendent, multicolored clouds. The brilliance was extraordinary. This was a celestial phenomenon. Murongzhan inhaled deeply. A celestial phenomenon was indeed a rare occurrence, typically triggered by formidable beings breaking through significant thresholds. When unparalleled talents opened their meridians, they might also invoke such phenomena, like the legendary figure who manifested the burning heaven martial vein, summoning a fiery crimson aura, or the prodigy who unveiled the nine heavens thunder vein, attracting divine lightning that danced like dragons. In this era overflowing with genius, such radiant clouds were not entirely unprecedented. However, the fact that these clouds were multicolored set it apart. Grandfather, not merely a 1,000-foot expanse, the entire Rome City is enveloped in this radiant glow. The crowd was astonished. Rome City, with its population in the millions, spans several hundred miles. The magnitude of this celestial phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. "Behold Murongwan." The crowd, drawn by the enchanting light, glanced down to see Murongwan shrouded in a translucent, glass-like aura, mystical patterns faintly visible beneath her skin. Her once draped hair floated without wind, the tips shimmering like a cascade of starlight, as if the Milky Way had descended to Earth. "Wow, what has happened to our little ant?" gasped the onlookers in awe. The radiant clouds transformed into phoenixes, dancing gracefully in the sky. Ethereal melodies resonated from the void, as if countless divine maidens were harmonizing from the clouds. "The radiant clouds have turned into phoenixes. Morong brother, you have given birth to an extraordinary daughter." Higu's gaze remained fixated on Murongwan. "Are you suggesting that this celestial phenomenon was instigated by Wanner?" Murongzhan turned sharply to Higu, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "Surely, this radiance is the result of Murongwan's influence?" In the martyrs' cemetery, Lu Sun also witnessed the vibrant clouds above, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. Murongwan has activated the Linglong treasure body, and the system's return should be imminent, right? "Father, mother, watch closely. Your son is about to become extraordinary. In a month, I shall surely gain admission to Qingbei," Lu Sun declared to his parents. Qing refers to Qingshu Academy, and Bei refers to Beida University, one focused on the celestial and the other on martial prowess. These are currently the two most prestigious cultivation academies in the country, the lifelong aspirations of countless students. Lu Sun's parents passed away early, leaving him with scant memories of them. He only recalls a day when they inquired about which university he wished to attend, to which Lu Sun replied, Qingbei. His mother tenderly caressed his head, saying, My dear son, you truly have a bright future ahead. From that moment on, Lu Sun vowed to gain admission to Qingbei. However, as he grew older, he increasingly understood the improbability of that dream, until now, when he glimpsed hope. This was precisely why Lu Sun had come here. He wished for the spirits of his parents to witness his transformation. Murong once successfully activated the Linglong treasure body, granting the host a tenfold return and bestowing the chaotic divine body. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. The first return of the system had arrived, transforming Murong Wan's Linglong treasure body into the even more formidable chaotic divine body. As the chaotic divine body manifested, Lu Sun's physical form underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His insides seemed to morph into a realm of chaos. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth opened, bloodlines surged like a torrent of stars, and countless cells erupted into the primordial nebula of creation. One universe after another leapt forth from the chaos. Upon closer inspection, these were not merely universes, but individual cells, as if every cell within him had transformed into a distinct universe. In awe, Lu Sun exclaimed, Incredible! Are you all right, classmate? Do not disturb him. He comes here every year. Two patrolling guardians noticed Lu Sun standing motionless and chose not to interrupt, quietly departing instead. As they left, mist began to rise from Lu Sun's head, coalescing into a shimmering pool. Chaos blue lotuses unfurled in splendid bloom around him. Above them, a great sun gradually ascended. This was the chaos blue lotus rising with the sun, another extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, for reasons unknown, this spectacle remained confined to Lu Sun's vicinity, creating little commotion. More than an hour later, Lu Sun opened his eyes. The moment he did, his gaze seemed to contain the vastness of the starry sky and the infinite cosmos. The extraordinary vision flickered and vanished. To the casual observer, Lu Sun appeared to be the same ordinary, strikingly handsome youth, seemingly unchanged. However, in truth, Lu Sun's transformation was profound, akin to a complete alteration of reality. Why is there no phenomenon? Lu Sun gazed upwards at the sky, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Murong Wan's exquisite physique has unleashed a celestial phenomenon that envelopes the entire city. Yet the unparalleled chaos divine body remains unremarkable in its manifestations. The chaos divine body, being one of the supreme physiques of the heavens, possesses the capacity to harbor diverse powers and awaken the veins of chaos. It is stated that all things are bound by fate, and only the host can evade it. Thus, until the host attains sufficient strength, self-cultivation is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the resultant phenomena could reverberate through the cosmos, inviting calamity. The system has already taken measures to obscure the heavenly secrets from the host. Lu Sun grasped the situation. It was the system that concealed the celestial secrets, explaining the absence of any extraordinary manifestations. However, the prohibition against self-cultivation seemed perplexing. What, then, was the purpose of possessing the chaos divine body? After a moment's reflection, Lu Sun found solace in the thought that this arrangement might indeed be beneficial. With the return system tethered to Murong Wan, the arduous and financially taxing endeavor of cultivation could be entrusted to her. After all, her progress would yield a tenfold return for him. He could simply recline in contentment, growing stronger without effort. What could be more delightful? Yet, a pang of concern gripped him. Would Murong Wan be able to awaken her veins within a month? Time was of the essence. Only 31 days remained until the national examination. To gain admission to the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University, she must awaken 3 veins prior to the exam, a non-negotiable requirement. Should she manage to awaken all her veins, regardless of her other scores or current grade level, she would be directly admitted. If she could manifest a heaven-searing martial vein or an ice spirit vein, the admissions officers would compete fiercely for her enrollment. Given the exceptional prowess of the Linglong physique and the wealth of the Murong family, 1 month should pose no insurmountable challenge. After pondering this, Lu Sun eased his worries. Anxiety was futile. Since it was baseless, it was better to cast it aside. Checking his phone, Lu Sun discovered an overwhelming flood of discussions online regarding the celestial phenomenon that had occurred mere hours ago. The extraordinary talent of Murong Wan, the most beautiful woman in Rong City, had rapidly become the talk of the town. How unfair it seemed that heaven had opened a door for her. simultaneously granting her the keys to a grand estate. It was as if not only windows, but also furnishings and appliances had been generously provided. Amusingly, when the phenomenon first appeared, his pet dog had knocked its head against the ground 3 times while gazing at the sky, now clamoring to cultivate immortality. Could this be considered an occupational hazard? Might he seek compensation from Muronwan? What transformation had taken place within Muronwan? How was it that at nearly 25, she had not awakened her veins until now, only to suddenly emerge as a prodigy? Were he to marry her, he would gladly drive luxurious cars, reside in opulent homes, and feast on lavish banquets daily. The name Muronwan flooded social media and chat groups, and overnight, she became a prominent figure in the East. Unbeknownst to all, another, even more extraordinary genius had silently emerged. This, too, was a favorable turn of events. Lu Sun put away his phone. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. I will visit you again after the final exam. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Sun turned and departed. Wow. I've heard that both the Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall have sent elders to compete for Muronwan. The Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall. These are among the top 5 forces worldwide. It seems Muronwan is destined for greatness. News on the internet is always the most timely. Before Lu Sun could exit the hero's cemetery, fresh information emerged. The Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall are the powerful entities backing Qingshu Academy and Beidou University, both having official backgrounds and numerous formidable figures. With the advent of the high martial era, Eastern culture has flourished, leading people to favor classical names for schools and forces. Muronwan is certainly on the rise. Lu Sun thought of that stunning beauty, and a slight smile crept across his face. He felt no jealousy towards Muronwan. On the contrary, he wished for her to excel. Regardless, no matter how remarkable Muronwan becomes, Lu Sun will always surpass her. Chapter 5. Incredibly Fast Ant. How did you suddenly become a genius? The Linglong body sounds immensely powerful. Meanwhile, in an expansive estate, Chu Yuqing finally found an opportunity to be alone with Muronwan. When the Linglong body awakened, it seemed to have reshaped her unparalleled beauty. Once renowned in Rong City for her beauty, Muronwan now possessed an even more enchanting allure. With her glazed bones, icy jade skin, peach blossom eyes, and starry gaze, she captivated Chu Yuqing. Muronwan's expression was still somewhat dazed. Everything that had transpired today felt like a dream to her. Just a few hours ago, she was a 25-year-old waste who had not yet opened her meridians. Suddenly, the world had flipped, and she became an extraordinary genius, stirring the entire East. Even major powers like the Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall sent elders to her side, not to mention countless other forces. The threshold of the Murong family was about to be crossed. Now, even without the worry of pregnancy, she need not fear that scoundrel from the Wang family. Chu Yuqing felt genuine happiness for Muronwan. Upon hearing the word pregnancy, Muronwan's expression shifted slightly. Previously, she needed to be pregnant. Now, she could not afford to be. I seem to have inadvertently caused trouble. Had I known you would awaken the Linglong body today, I wouldn't have called Lu Sun. Noticing Muronwan's expression, Chu Yuqing felt a twinge of regret. Don't blame yourself, Yuqing. This is the Jia family's meridian opening pill. Please deliver it to him. Muronwan handed a small vial to Chu Yuqing. The Jia family's meridian opening pill? Such a treasure is hard to acquire, Aunt. Won't you use it yourself? I have no need for it. Very well. Chu Yuqing accepted the vial. Miss, everything is prepared. We can commence the body forging. A young girl arrived to report. Sure, I will be there shortly. Auntie, I shall join you to take a look as well. Very well. Before long, Muronwan and Chu Yuqing arrived at a chamber deep within the estate. At the center of the room stood a bathtub fashioned from mysterious spirit wood, filled with a concoction of various celestial and earthly essences. Muronwan intended to utilize this medicinal liquid for body tempering. The first stage of cultivation entails the opening of meridians, and body tempering constitutes a vital part of this process. Not only does body tempering enhance one's physical constitution, but it also augments the likelihood and effectiveness of meridian opening. However, this endeavor is quite costly. Most ordinary individuals resort to basic body tempering solutions, which cost 1,000 yuan per vial, requiring several months of daily use to achieve a breakthrough to the first tier of body tempering. For those seeking a swifter and more effective method, intermediate to advanced body tempering liquids, or rare treasures like heavenly materials and earth treasures or body tempering elixirs are necessary. But these come at a steep price. For instance, The renowned Jia family's body-tempering elixir is said to refine the body to a crystal-clear translucence, allowing the opening of meridians with effortless ease. However, this elixir carries a reputation for bankrupting its users, as a single piece can cost several million yuan. Many ordinary people, unable to afford body tempering, forego this step or limit themselves to the third or fourth tier, resulting in suboptimal meridian opening effects, which can hinder their subsequent growth. Before awakening her exquisite physique, Murong once struggled to open her meridians, and her body tempering results were mediocre at best. Now, however, she could finally make amends. She shed her garments, consumed a Jia family's body tempering elixir, and fully immersed herself in the bathtub. The power of her exquisite physique began to manifest. The medicinal potency of the liquid was rapidly absorbed by her body, significantly enhancing her physical form. The speed and efficacy of her body tempering far surpassed Murong Wan's expectations. Could it be him? As she experienced the wonders of her exquisite physique, Murong Wan couldn't help but ponder. She recalled the final kiss from Lu Sun, during which she distinctly sensed a refreshing essence flowing from his lips into her body. It was this very essence that instigated a profound transformation within her. Thus, her exquisite physique awakened. Murong Wan hesitated to definitively attribute her awakening to Lu Sun. After all, he was merely an ordinary student, lacking any extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, she had Chu Yuqing procure an extremely expensive Jia family's meridian opening elixir for Lu Sun as a token of gratitude. She was uncertain if Lu Sun was indeed the catalyst for her transformation, but if it were proven true, her gratitude would extend far beyond this gesture. The following day, at Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, on the playground, there are 30 days remaining until the major examination. This coming month will be the most eventful of the year, as you shall witness a myriad of extraordinary phenomena and encounter various exceptionally gifted prodigies. Just like yesterday, when Rongqing's Murong Wan triggered a vast celestial phenomenon that reverberated across the nation. My request to you is exceedingly simple. If you can open a meridian this month, you shall be eligible for admission to the cultivation school. Otherwise, you may find yourselves relegated to ordinary universities or even face failure, with the likelihood of opening a meridian diminishing with each passing day. Starting today, each individual may receive between 1 to 100 units of dark energy daily. Contingent upon the progress in physical training and meridian opening, the principal droned on. Where is Chu Yuqing? Below, Lu Sun scanned the surroundings. Failing to catch a glimpse of Chu Yuqing, Murong Wan has broken through to the 4th stage of physical training, and the host receives tenfold rewards from her achievements. A sudden surge of warmth coursed through Lu Sun's body. Murong Wan's return came swiftly once more. How could she have only reached the 4th stage of physical training? Lu Sun pondered in confusion. Given the wealth of the Murong family, he had assumed that Murong Wan had already attained the 10th stage, only to discover she was still at the 3rd stage before this. It seemed the limitations imposed on her were substantial before the activation of her exquisite physique. This, however, was fortuitous. With Lu Sun being at merely the 2nd stage of physical training, it was advantageous for him to enhance his physique. Crack, crack. The tenfold return significantly improved Lu Sun's body, his bones creaking as if they were undergoing growth. The surrounding students turned their attention towards the noise. Lu Sun, are you all right? It's fine if you can't catch up to the school beauty. Just don't take it too hard. His close friend Li Bufan assumed Lu Sun was engaging in self-harm. Your father is in physical training, Lu Sun retorted. Physical training at this time? Have you taken a physical training pill? Wow. Brother, have you latched onto a wealthy woman? Share some of that with your friend. Li Bufan cheekily insinuated, inching closer. Get lost. Lu Sun responded with a kick. This rascal lived in a dilapidated old district, with parents who were both poor and stubborn. Reportedly so destitute they couldn't even afford a meal, refusing assistance from well-meaning individuals. It was only when Lu Sun chanced upon his parents secretly driving a luxury car and wearing garments worth millions that he realized the truth. Wasn't he merely a wealthy heir raised in poverty? No wonder, from such a financially strained family, he could produce a genius who, just months ago, had surged to the 10th stage of physical training and now had opened 4 meridians. The progression from the 3rd to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th stages of physical training was astonishing. In a remarkably brief period, due to the tenfold return, Lu Sun had ascended directly to the 7th stage. A leap of 5 stages, unbelievably swift. How exhilarating. Lu Sun's heart soared with joy. Chapter 6. Apologies, he is my boyfriend. The twin suns hung high in the sky, pouring down fierce radiance, enveloping Rongqing No. 1 High School in a dazzling golden glow, the campus gleaming resplendently. The students had long grown accustomed to the sight of the two suns overhead, since the advent of the high martial era and the dimensional elevation of Blue Star. Such spectacles had become commonplace for its inhabitants. Blue Star had lingered in this binary star system for several years, with no indication of when it would depart. With the breath sinking into the Dantian, a fire ignites across the vast expanse, daring to bind the azure dragon within the realm of mortals. The five senses converge with divine clarity. A single thought shatters the firmament. The duality of yin and yang flows through the run and du meridians, while the wondrous 8 extraordinary vessels elude simple expression. Intent guides the circulation of vital energy and blood through the meridians, allowing the entire body to resonate with boundless joy. Within the training hall, voices rise in a cacophony. Numerous students carry the methods of meridian opening, leveraging the dark energy provided by the school for their practice. This dark energy is pivotal for cultivators, existing in a free state throughout the cosmos. A month prior to the annual examinations, all martial academies distribute varying amounts of dark energy daily to their students. By absorbing this energy, the likelihood of successfully opening their meridians significantly increases. Those privileged scions with superior methods for meridian opening also concentrate their efforts during this month, aspiring to gain admission to esteemed cultivation institutions. Lu Sun does not exhibit any extraordinary behavior. He feigns diligence while comfortably reclining. The system prohibits him from cultivating. What else can he do? Look at Douyin. There's a celestial phenomenon in Haiqing. Someone at Haiqing No. 3 High School has opened a miraculous meridian. Wow, another genius has emerged. With so many prodigies in the world, why can't there be one more among them? This online news incites envy among the students. The mere miraculous meridian is destined to fall into my hands, Li Bufan. Do not worry, my good brother. Once I open the miraculous meridian, I will surely procure a meridian opening pill for you. Li Bufan is filled with ambition. He has opened 4 meridians and received a considerable amount of dark energy from the school. Lu Sun, hand over your share of dark energy. I am on the verge of opening my meridians. It would be best to ask Li Bufan for more as well. You have such a good relationship with him. He won't refuse you. At that moment, Lu Sun received a message. Frowning, he turned off his phone screen, pretending not to see it. Lu Sun, I saw you check your phone. Don't pretend you didn't see. Another message appeared on the screen. Lu Sun glanced at it and chose to ignore it. Lu Sun, don't be so ungrateful. Give me your dark energy, and I might forgive you, giving you another chance to pursue me. I know you're after Chu Yuqing. Don't dream. If I can't win her over, how could you? Messages continued to flood in. Growing irritated, Lu Sun opened his phone, clicked on the messages, and deleted them from the top right corner. Now, tranquility returned. Impressive, Lu Sun, after 3 years of pursuing Lu Mei. You simply deleted the messages. It seems the allure of the school beauty is indeed potent, Li Bufan remarked, having inadvertently glimpsed the screen, giving Lu Sun a thumbs up. The sender of the messages was none other than Lu Mei. During the high school entrance examination, Lu Sun faced some difficulties. The inheritance left by his parents was seized through a debt note, and even the old family residence was lost. At that time, he felt despondent, perceiving life as bleak. Nearly succumbing to despair, Lu Mei's note provided him with immense encouragement. The note depicted Lu Sun soaring through the skies with a sword, radiating vigor and grace. Beneath it, delicate handwriting read, "Keep going." This note, like a beacon in a dire situation, rekindled Lu Sun's faith in life. It revealed that there were indeed individuals who cared for him in this world. Lu Sun had always believed that the note was sent by Lu Mei. Consequently, he treated her exceptionally well over the past 3 years, earning the reputation of a devoted admirer. However, not long ago, he fortuitously discovered that the note was actually delivered by Lu Mei on behalf of Chu Yuqing. Despite knowing of Lu Sun's misunderstanding, Lu Mei chose to remain silent. The situation could not be more absurd. Furthermore, she was simultaneously flirting with several other boys, epitomizing the standard of a fickle heart. Upon learning the truth, Lu Sun decisively ceased all communication with her and turned his affections towards the campus belle, Chu Yuqing. He did not genuinely expect to win her over. He primarily wished to express his gratitude and to shield her from unwanted advances. To his surprise, Chu Yuqing unexpectedly agreed. Shortly after exiting the training room, Lu Sun was confronted by an irate Lu Mei. Don't think I'm unaware of your game of feigned disinterest. After 3 years of chasing me without success, you wish to adopt a new strategy, don't you? Lu Mei appeared to have seen through Lu Sun's facade. Lu Sun had no intention of engaging with Lu Mei and turned to leave. If you walk away now, I will never grant you another opportunity, not even to bring lunch. As Lu Sun displayed such indifference, Lu Mei grew anxious and issued a stern warning. She suddenly realized that Lu Sun was serious. Over the past 3 years, he had provided her with numerous benefits and conveniences. Where could she find another devoted admirer as charming as him? Not to mention, several of her friends and classmates were nearby, observing the scene. Unwavering, Lu Sun continued on without a hint of hesitation. Lu Mei, unable to maintain her composure, hurried after him, blocking his path. Lu Sun, keep your dark energy for yourself. Just help me bring a serving of braised chicken rice, and we can start anew. Start anew as your admirer? Lu Sun chuckled. If you can cultivate your abilities, I could offer you a chance for an official position. Lu Mei relaxed her terms. The growing crowd of onlookers made her realize that if Lu Sun were to walk away, it would be utterly humiliating for her. I have already begun my cultivation. Why would I be interested in someone of your caliber? Lu Sun retorted sharply. How dare you act so high and mighty? You, a mere second-tier body cultivator. Really think I would covet you? Allowing you to be my admirer was merely an act of pity. With your pathetic self, you think you can pursue the campus belle? You would wear out her shoes before even brushing against her. Lu Mei lost her composure, unleashing a torrent of insults. Who are you? And why are you insulting Lu Sun? A melodic voice suddenly interjected. Upon seeing the speaker, Lu Mei realized it was Chu Yuqing. Although Lu Mei possessed some beauty, she paled in comparison to the innocent charm of Chu Yuqing, and her confidence faltered. Chu Yuqing, you arrived just in time. I was helping you reprimand this wretched creature. Lu Mei could not continue, her eyes filled with astonishment, as she observed Chu Yuqing naturally linking her arm with Lu Sun's. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, doubting her own perception. I apologize, but he is my boyfriend, not someone else's devoted admirer, and certainly not a toad. With a slight tilt of her head, Chu Yuqing gazed at Lu Sun, her eyes glistening like autumn waters filled with affection. I do not require his adoration. Love is a mutual endeavor, not a one-sided sacrifice with the other party demanding endlessly. Her tone was gentle, yet each word struck like a blade, piercing through Lu Mei's heart. Perhaps to deliberately provoke Lu Mei, her delicate hand quietly intertwined with Lu Sun's, their fingers interlocking tightly. This scene caused Lu Mei's heavily made-up face to flush a deep crimson, surpassing even the hue of liver. Chapter 7. An unprecedented realm of bodily refinement. Lu Sun, I have recounted the entire story to you, and I have even helped you vent your frustrations on that woman. So please, do not hold any more grievances against me. In the campus, Chu Yuqing clung to Lu Sun. At this moment, she finally revealed the complete truth. The reason she assisted Murong Wan in borrowing Lu Sun was that someone from another prestigious family, boasting a grandmaster of the Fifth Realm, had set their sights on Murong Wan. This individual was a scoundrel who delighted in toying with women, and it was said that many beautiful women had been left ruined in his wake. The scoundrel conspired with someone from the Murong family, devising a dual strategy. One was to present lavish gifts and propose marriage, leveraging the pressure from the Murong family to coerce them into marrying Murong Wan directly to him. Should Murong Wan resist, they would resort to manipulations during random matchmaking. In short, the scoundrel was determined to possess Murong Wan. Thus, Chu Yuqing and Murong Wan devised this plan together. Can your grandfather, a grandmaster of the Fourth Realm, not manage the entire family? Lu Sun inquired. A few years ago, my grandfather was injured on the ancient Star Road and has yet to recover. My uncle's branch has developed rapidly in recent years, and my eldest uncle has reached the pinnacle of the Third Realm. My grandfather is struggling to maintain control over them. Chu Yuqing sighed. I still have a few questions that puzzle me. Go ahead. Your sudden acceptance of my pursuit, it cannot be merely for this matter, can it? Otherwise, how could a proud swan like you possibly be interested in a toad like me? Lu Sun turned to face Chu Yuqing. Of course not, she replied, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. Then tell me, given my humble background and my lackluster demeanor, what do you find appealing about me? Lu Sun pressed her further. Well, it's your handsomeness, Chu Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Sun's strikingly handsome face, almost as if she wanted to pounce on him and take a bite. Very well, you have passed the test, Lu Sun said, clearly pleased with her answer. And what about your aunt? What does she find appealing about me? Lu Sun continued his interrogation. I recommended you to her. Good things should not be enjoyed by outsiders. That day when I asked you to escort me home, it was so my aunt could sneak a glance at you. After seeing you, she was quite satisfied. So it's you. Chu Yoqing's reasoning opened Lu Sun's eyes wide. Good things should not be enjoyed by outsiders. It could be applied in such a manner. How is your aunt doing? After a brief silence, Lu Sun inquired. Everything is exceptionally well. The elders of the Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall have stated that she has awakened the Linglong treasure body, which will significantly accelerate her cultivation speed in the future. His aunt, being somewhat older, has yet to open her meridians and thus cannot join the Qingshu Palace or the Beidou Hall. However, an elder from the Beidou Hall is willing to take her as a disciple and will place her in Beidou University for several years of cultivation. If she can break through to the fourth realm before the age of 30, she will be eligible to join the Beidou Hall. Chu Yuqing did not conceal anything from Lu Sun and shared Moronwan's situation. At 25, Moronwan could still enter Beidou University. Indeed, in this world, those rigid rules seem to only apply to the ordinary, who are deemed worthy of such privileges. By the way, this is something my aunt asked me to bring you. It should assist you in opening your meridians. Chu Yuqing handed a small jade vial to Lu Sun. Is this from Moronwan? No, let her keep it for herself. Lu Sun declined to accept it. This vial contains the Jia family's meridian opening elixir, which cannot be purchased even with wealth. Even those with the poorest aptitude have a significant chance of opening their meridians after consuming it. You could then qualify for a cultivation school. Chu Yuqing urged. It is indeed a remarkable item. I insist you take it. Why are you still angry with me? Chu Yuqing assumed Lu Sun was intentionally trying to vex her. I am not. I simply do not need it. Why must you be so stubborn? Fine, I must return. My mother has found a friend to help me open my meridians. Lu Sun, are you truly not interested in the Jia family's elixir? I do not want it. Then I shall return it to my aunt. With a sigh, Chu Yuqing left the school. Wow, Lu Sun, Sun Ge, you are amazing. Have you really won the affections of the school beauty? Sun Ge, no, foster father, please teach me. I want to learn how to charm girls too. You have no idea how furious Lu Mei was. I heard her expression twisted in anger. It amuses me to no end. During lunch, Li Bufan, having overheard the news from somewhere, expressed his admiration for Lu Sun. Ha ha ha, Lu Sun, your brother Fan has opened the 5th meridian. The next day, Li Bufan exuberantly announced his achievement. I have opened my meridian. Today I break through the mundane. From now on, my fate is no longer dictated by heaven. Wow, a spiritual meridian. Among the students of Rongqing No. 1 High School, more and more individuals were successfully opening their meridians, with some even awakening spiritual meridians. The martial meridian is the easiest and most common to open, while the spiritual meridian is relatively rare. A seemingly ordinary girl from class 16, who had previously gone unnoticed, became an instant sensation in the school after awakening her spiritual meridian. Even the principal was moved, personally presenting her with an exceptionally generous reward. Moronwan has broken through to the 5th stage of body refinement. The host receives 10-fold rewards from Moronwan's body refinement achievements. At noon, Lu Sun experienced yet another 10-fold return. Truly, the Linglong treasure body is remarkable, advancing 1 stage per day. The Linglong treasure body indeed possesses extraordinary attributes. Ordinary individuals engaging in physical conditioning, even with the finest resources, typically require 10 days to half a month, or even longer, to ascend from the 4th to the 5th level of conditioning. However, Moronwan is quite exceptional, having just reached the 4th level yesterday. She has now surged to the 5th level today. Indeed, she has attained the 10th level of conditioning. This recent surge has enabled Lu Sun to elevate himself by 3 levels, reaching the pinnacle of conditioning at the 10th level. Should this trend of advancement continue, might I directly open my meridians? Lu Sun pondered. The effects of opening the meridians at the 10th level of conditioning are unparalleled. Those with the means typically opt to reach this level before proceeding to open their meridians. Moronwan has just attained the 5th level. If she continues to ascend and experiences a 10-fold return, one can only speculate what transformations might occur within Lu Sun. Upon Moronwan's breakthrough to the 6th level of conditioning, the host receives a 10-fold return on her achievements. A day later, Moronwan ascended once more. Is it even possible to reach the 12th level of conditioning? Lu Sun now understood the answer. He too surged to the 12th level of conditioning. This revelation astonished him. For conditioning typically culminates at the 10th level, Where did the 12th level come from? The events were far from over. 2 days later, on Friday morning, Muron broke through to the 7th level, and Lu Sun found himself at an unprecedented 14th level of conditioning. Chapter 8. Is opening the meridians truly powerful? It was the weekend. The younger students had long since begun their holiday, leaving only the soon-to-graduate students attending classes. This month had been predominantly focused on training sessions. The format of the classes was relatively relaxed. After the teacher provided an explanation, students would engage in various methods of meridian opening in the training room. With the teacher offering guidance nearby, Lu Sun, don't think I haven't noticed, you've been slacking off this week. Have you given up on yourself? Teacher Wu, that's not true. I've been working diligently. Still making excuses? I haven't seen you utilize the dark energy at all. Have you given it to Lu Mei? Absolutely not. I wouldn't even feed that wretched girl with it. Your parents wouldn't want to see you like this, Teacher Wu remarked, shaking his head as he departed. Teacher Wu was an old acquaintance of Lu Sun's parents and had been looking after him ever since transferring to Rongqing one high school 2 years ago. He was one of the few individuals in this world still concerned for Lu Sun's well-being. Indeed, no small action of a student escapes the watchful eyes of a teacher. Lu Sun's recent lethargy had not eluded Teacher Wu's attention. Perhaps this was for the best. He could now indulge in idleness openly, no longer needing to feign diligence in fear of disappointing Teacher Wu. Old Wu, he has already given up on himself. Why bother worrying? Let nature take its course. Let flowers bloom, trees grow, and cattle and horses become what they are meant to be. After all, he is the child of Xiao Ying, and it is difficult to witness him in such a state. On another note, despite a teacher's counsel, Teacher Wu's concern for Lu Sun remained steadfast. Li Bufan, what troubles you? 5555, Lu Sun, my grandmother has passed away. The following morning, when Lu Sun encountered Li Bufan, he noticed his eyes were swollen from crying. My condolences, Lu Sun offered in comfort. No wonder I did not see Li Bufan yesterday. My grandmother passed away so unexpectedly. Just the day before, I had left school early and saw my grandmother, who had been paralyzed for over a decade, dancing with elderly friends in the park. As soon as she spotted me, she ran away, and despite my pursuit, I could not catch up. Upon returning home, my father informed me that my grandmother had died. What I had witnessed was her spirit, unwilling to part from me. Oh, my dear grandmother, her love for me was profound. Even before her passing, she kept urging me to gain admission to Qingbei. Li Bufan wept as he recounted his tale. Listening intently, Lu Sun's expression gradually transformed into one of intrigue. Li Bufan, your grandmother probably. He patted Li Bufan's shoulder, his words trailing off. It was better to avoid complications. After 19 years of acting, if the truth were revealed, it would surely cause chaos. Most likely, Li Bufan's grandmother was not his biological relative, but rather an actress hired by his parents, perhaps even a formidable warrior herself. Otherwise, how could Li Bufan, who had opened 5 meridians, fail to catch an elderly woman? Lu Sun, what happened to my grandmother? Li Bufan raised his tearful eyes. Nothing at all. Your filial piety will surely bring comfort to her spirit in the heavens. Indeed, I will strive to gain admission to Qingbei and live up to my grandmother's expectations. Wiping his tears, Li Bufan swallowed a capsule and began his workout. The capsule contained a unit of dark energy, conveniently preserved for inhalation. Muron has broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. The host receives tenfold returns from her achievements. Muron had advanced another stage, now at the 16th level of body refinement. If this continues, I might become a super scion, Lu Sun thought, clenching his fists, feeling an invigorating surge of power. Muron's body refinement came at a great cost. According to Chu Yuqing, Muronzhan had prepared a plethora of Jia's body refinement pills, each worth hundreds of thousands. Thus, the astonishing efficacy of Muron's body refinement was evident. After the tenfold return to Lu Sun, the benefits he gained were remarkable. His current physique would be considered a paragon of strength in ancient times. Li Bufan, with a rare half-day off, aren't you going to take a stroll? No. I must focus on gaining admission to Qingbei. On Sunday afternoon, with a half-day break, Lu Sun decided to take a leisurely walk. Here, take this. Teacher Wu, truly. It's not necessary. Just take it, Teacher Wu insisted, pressing a bag into Lu Sun's hands. It contained a substantial amount of dark energy, preserved in capsules, numbering in the hundreds. Dark energy is not inexpensive. Although Teacher Wu was a martial artist, he had suffered injuries during the disaster and was not living extravagantly. It was no easy task for him to part with such a significant amount. Lu Sun hesitated to accept, but Wu insisted and walked away. As teacher Wu ambled away, his slightly stooped figure brought a mist to Lu Sun's eyes. Wang Yang, that is Lu Sun. Lu Sun, you little rascal, halt. A group of individuals intercepted Lu Sun just as he departed from the school. You're the one who made my girlfriend cry, aren't you? One student confronted Lu Sun, his expression menacing. Wang Yang, don't speak recklessly. She is not even your girlfriend yet. Lu Mei feigned shyness. But she will be. Once I get into college and marry you, I promise you a life of luxury, even if you can't cultivate your energy. Wang Yang pounded his chest in assurance. Listen here, while I'm in a good mood today, kneel before my girlfriend and apologize, and I might let you off easy. Otherwise, you'll regret it dearly. He then turned to Lu Sun, his demeanor fierce. And what if I refuse to kneel? Lu Sun's tone turned icy. That is not up to you. I opened my meridian yesterday, and my strength has surged threefold. Today, you will kneel, whether you like it or not. Wang Yang boasted arrogantly. Beside them, Lu Mei held her head high, resembling a proud swan. A few days prior, the arrival of Chu Yuqing had left her utterly humiliated. Unable to hold her head high among her friends, she had been enraged for several sleepless nights. Until yesterday, when her infatuated admirer, Wang Yang, miraculously opened a meridian. To Lu Mei's delight, after opening the meridian, Wang Yang not only did not shun her, but showered her with even more attention. Thus, Lu Mei cleverly hinted to Wang Yang that Lu Sun had made her cry. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang was heartbroken and resolved to avenge her. No wonder he dared to confront me. Wang Yang, shorter in stature than Lu Sun, still sought trouble, emboldened by his newfound strength. The sequence of opening meridians begins with the Ren meridian. Once opened, blood energy surges, and strength increases significantly. You're forcing my hand, aren't you? Seeing Lu Sun remain unmoved, Wang Yang lunged to subdue him. Lu Sun refused to be subdued and retaliated with a punch aimed at Wang Yang. You overestimate yourself. Wang Yang had anticipated this, sneering as he transformed his palm into a fist, intending to demonstrate the terror of a meridian opener to Lu Sun. With a sickening crack. Ah, my hand, my hand. Wang Yang's expression contorted in agony as Lu Sun's fist shattered his finger bones. He staggered back several paces before collapsing on the ground. Wang Yang. Lu Mei could scarcely believe her eyes. The meridian opener Wang Yang had been felled by a single punch from Lu Sun. How could this be possible? You useless wretch who hasn't opened a meridian. How could you be so powerful? I want to concede. Wang Yang, unwilling to admit defeat, struggled to rise, determined to fight back. The disparity between having opened a meridian and not was as vast as heaven and earth. How could he possibly lose to Lu Sun? Is opening a meridian truly that formidable? Lu Sun kicked him away and swiftly followed up with a relentless barrage of strikes. I was wrong. Sun Gu, Sun Ba, father. Grandfather, I will never dare again. Please stop hitting me. I kneel before you. Under the iron fist of Lu Sun, Wang Yang, battered and bruised, finally recognized the harsh reality, repeatedly bowing his head before Lu Sun. As for his few companions, they had long since fled in fear. Only then did Lu Sun release Wang Yang and stride towards Lu Mei. Lu Sun, what do you intend to do? He came here on his own accord. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Mei exclaimed, terrified, fearing Lu Sun would turn his aggression towards her. You are all cut from the same cloth. I prefer not to strike women, but do not force my hand. This is your final warning. Lu Sun coldly fixed his gaze upon Lu Mei. After several tense seconds, Lu Sun turned and departed. Lu Mei exhaled a sigh of relief, only to realize her back was already drenched in cold sweat. She suddenly found Lu Sun to be a stranger. Was this truly the same Lu Sun who had adored her for 3 years? At present, I fear that even those who have opened 5 or 6 meridians would not stand a chance against me. If I were to open my meridians, what then? Wang Yang's provocation had afforded Lu Sun a comprehensive understanding of his own strength. Now, he found himself somewhat eager to open his meridians. Judging by Murong Wan's progress in body refinement, it would not be long now. Chapter 9. Rival Lin Xiao, the news is true. Chu Yuqing has indeed confessed that Lu Sun is her boyfriend. This Lu Sun is courting death. In the school, Lin Yan's face was a mask of fury. Coming from a prestigious family, Lin Yan was provided with a tailored meridian opening package, resulting in his limited time at school. After achieving commendable grades, he had planned to flaunt his prowess at school and bask in the admiration of his peers. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the distressing news of Chu Youqing's confirmed relationship with Lu Sun. This infuriated him immensely. Just yesterday, several locations had exhibited extraordinary phenomena. Who knows if someone at our school might open a miraculous meridian and cause a spectacle? It is said that the third young master of the Lin family in Class 1 has already opened 7 martial meridians. Should he open one more, he could challenge the miraculous meridian. Wow, this year's top scholar from our school will undoubtedly be him. Oh, isn't that the third young master of the Lin family? Not far off, a group of students, engaged in conversation, caught sight of the subject of their discourse. Lin Xiao, Lu Sun is over there. At that moment, a follower spotted Lu Sun not far away. Upon hearing Lu Sun's name, Lin Yan altered his course and hurried over. Lu Sun, beware, it's Lin Yan. I heard he has opened 7 meridians. Be cautious as he may trouble you. Several of Lu Sun's dormitory mates instinctively distanced themselves from him as Lin Yan approached. Lin Yan had openly pursued Chu Youqing on multiple occasions. His current demeanor clearly indicated he was here to confront Lu Sun. Lu Sun, Lin Yan strode forth, his eyes sharp as blades, brimming with unabashed hostility. What business do you have with my brother? Li Bufan suddenly emerged, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Sun. Are you merely destined to hide behind others? Lin Yan scoffed. Do you seek me for something? Lu Sun pushed Li Bufan behind him. Now, that resembles a man. However, you have yet to awaken even a single meridian, while I have already opened 7. The extraordinary veins of heaven and earth are within my grasp, Lin Yan proclaimed. His head held high, exuding arrogance. And then, Lu Sun's expression remained unchanged. You are unworthy of Chu Youqing, Lin Yan declared coldly. Oh, Lu Sun's curiosity piqued. You may be unaware, but Chu Youqing has detected her hidden ancient spiritual root yesterday. Once activated, the opening of 9 spiritual meridians alongside the extraordinary veins is a certainty, making her an unparalleled genius throughout the East. And you, a bottom feeder devoid of parents, wealth, or influence, possess no right to be her boyfriend. Lin Yan's eyes burned with fury, his emotions rising with his words. Ancient spiritual root. The revelation that the school belle was such a prodigy astonished the surrounding students. Those endowed with an ancient spiritual root are rarer than 1 in 10,000. They are truly born for the path of cultivation. The fact that she possesses an ancient spiritual root left Lu Sun both surprised and pleased for Chu Youqing. Although the Chu family is not as prestigious as the Morong family, it is not far behind. Otherwise, how could one aspire to marry Morongzhan's daughter? Yet, it was indeed unusual that Chu Youqing had not yet opened a single meridian until now. To his astonishment, she bore a hidden ancient spiritual root. However, it seemed that this ancient spiritual root had not yet been activated. What if I were to bind myself to her? Would I not also gain the ancient spiritual root upon its activation? A sudden thought struck Lu Sun. The system had not indicated that binding to only one individual was a limitation. Host, this is feasible. But you must advance to the second realm before binding a second individual. The system responded in his mind. Lu Sun understood. As he regained his focus, he noticed Lin Yan regarding him with disdain, as if to say, now you comprehend your own insignificance. Thus, Lu Sun earnestly nodded and remarked, indeed. I am also curious as to why Youqing would agree to be my girlfriend when I am such a waste. Perhaps I could inquire during our next rendezvous? Lu Sun, you are courting death. This statement utterly enraged Lin Yan. He summoned all his strength, ready to teach Lu Sun a lesson. Have you consulted me before you dare to lay a hand on my brother? Li Bufan stepped in front of Lu Sun once more, his fists cracking ominously. Li Bufan, this is not your concern. Do not invite trouble. My brother's affairs are my own. Dare to try me. The two stood at an impasse. Lin Xiao? A teacher is coming, a lackey whispered. Consider yourselves fortunate. Lu Sun, you had best never leave the school. Otherwise, I shall make you understand how flowers wither. After Lin Yan issued a menacing remark, he departed with several followers in tow. Bufan, thank you, Lu Sun said. You really shouldn't be so polite. We are friends. Just refrain from leaving the school for a while and focus on cultivating a meridian. Then he won't dare to provoke you. Agreed. Lu Sun left alongside Li Bufan. The other students, seeing that there was no longer any entertainment to behold, dispersed. Haha, my dear wife. Lu Sun has offended Lin Yan. Trouble awaits him. Not far away. Wang Yang and Lu Mei were also present. Wang Yang relished the situation, while Lu Mei gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yan's retreating figure, seemingly pondering her own schemes. Moron 1 has broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. The host receives tenfold rewards from Moron 1's body refinement. That noon, as Moron 1 made another breakthrough, Lu Sun ascended to the 18th level of body refinement. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was truly unparalleled. Ha ha! Lu Sun, Li Bu Fan, have opened the Yangwei Meridian. Encouraged by his grandmother's dying wish, Li Bu Fan worked exceptionally hard and successfully broke through the Yangwei Meridian. Now, only 2 martial meridians remained to be opened. Lu Sun found it perplexing that, despite his parents' wealth and Li Bu Fan's own capabilities, if resources were abundant, Li Bu Fan could have opened 8 meridians by now. It seemed he was enduring unnecessary hardship. Those with ample wealth often harbored peculiar notions. Lu Sun could understand this. As the day drew to a close, Lu Sun sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the dormitory. His roommates were speaking less to him. Lu Sun realized they were afraid of Lin Yan. Most of the dormitory's occupants came from less affluent backgrounds and lacked accommodations in Rongqing. For them, Lin Yan, a scion of a wealthy family, was an intimidating figure. It was only natural for them to distance themselves from Lu Sun. Their relationship had been neither particularly close nor distant, so he did not overly concern himself with their change in demeanor. 2 days later, Moron 1 finally attained the 10th level of body refinement. Lu Sun, in turn, made a remarkable leap to the 20th level of body refinement, achieving a level of prowess unparalleled in history. Chapter 10. Explosive revelations. She should be on the verge of opening her meridians now. Having reached the 10th level of body refinement, Lu Sun felt a twinge of anticipation. He continued his leisurely approach to life, deliberately avoiding Mr. Wu. Wishing to spare him the disappointment of discovering his lack of diligence, he decided to let Mr. Wu rejoice after the meridian opening. Wow! A master of the 4th realm is coming to guide the meridian openings. Excitement rippled through the students. Early the next morning, a martial arts master from the 4th realm would arrive at Rongqing No. 1 High School to assist in opening meridians. Well, that is of no use to me. Lu Sun felt disinterested. He could not cultivate. It mattered not if a 4th realm master or even a 5th or 6th realm expert appeared. They would offer him no assistance whatsoever. Lu Sun, did you expect me to come? The following day, within the grand auditorium, Chu Yuqing unexpectedly appeared before Lu Sun. She was adorned in a JK skirt, complemented by a crisp white blouse, exuding a refreshing and sweet aura. Younger sibling, please take a seat. I shall seek a position. Li Bufan graciously relinquished his spot. Young Master Lin, look, Chu Yuqing has arrived, exclaimed a keen-eyed junior. Upon noticing that Chu Yuqing had seated herself next to Lu Sun, Lin Yan's displeasure was palpable. He abruptly stood, intent on confronting Lu Sun. Young Master Lin, remain composed. The master is on his way, advised a companion. Forcing Lin Yan to begrudgingly retake his seat, his fiery gaze fixed upon the backs of Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing. I have delightful news to share with you, Chu Yuqing said, pursing her lips as she turned to Lu Sun. What good news? Lu Sun surmised already. I have been unable to awaken my meridians, but a close friend of my mother, renowned for her expertise in such matters, was unable to assist me. However, she introduced me to an exceptional immortal cultivator for a thorough examination. To my astonishment, I possess an ancient spirit root, Chu Yuqing proclaimed joyfully. Congratulations. Lu Sun offered his heartfelt wishes. The admissions officer from Qingbei stated that as long as I can activate my ancient spirit root, even if I do not awaken my meridians before the major examination, I will be directly admitted. Chu Yuqing's excitement grew with each word. Lu Sun fell silent for a few moments, then remarked, Your aunt has now become an unparalleled genius, free from the scourge of that scoundrel. And you too have become a prodigy, while I may never awaken my meridians. Chu Yuqing, Lu Sun, do not continue. Chu Yuqing exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth. The audacity of her action nearly caused Lin Yan to leap from his seat. I am aware of what you wish to convey, but let me assure you, it is not an option, she declared, her large, watery eyes glaring with indignation. After a short while, a realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks began to flush. If you promise not to utter those 2 words, I will release you, she stated. Lu Sun nodded in agreement. Only then did Chu Yuqing swiftly remove her hand. The lingering sensation in her palm sent her heart racing like a startled deer. Why? Lu Sun queried, puzzled. He had always believed that Chu Yuqing had agreed to his pursuit solely to assist her aunt. Now that her aunt's issue was resolved and she had emerged as a genius endowed with an ancient spirit root, what reason remained for her to stay with him? Lu Xun did not perceive Chu Yuqing as someone who was merely captivated by appearances. In a bygone era, perhaps that might have been sufficient. Yet in this age of martial prowess, beauty alone, devoid of any substantial merit, was of little consequence. There are no myriad reasons. Simply put, you cannot rid yourself of me, she retorted. Regarding the opening of meridians, I shall assist you. With my personal savings, I have procured a considerable amount of dark energy. And the bottle of Jia's meridian opening pill gifted by my aunt is also at hand. Furthermore, I have devised a comprehensive plan for you to open your meridians. Let us endeavor together to achieve the opening of 3 meridians before the significant examination. Chu Yuqing was brimming with confidence as she meticulously organized her thoughts. Chu Yuqing, I am rather indolent. Do not squander your time on me. Instead, focus on activating your ancient spiritual roots, Lu Xun replied, feeling apprehensive at Chu Yuqing's enthusiasm. After all, he could not cultivate. Why not enjoy a leisurely existence instead of exerting effort in vain? The ancient spiritual roots do not require my concern. My parents will devise a solution for me. Your laziness is inconsequential. I shall supervise you. Chu Yuqing resolutely decided to assist Lu Xun in opening his meridians. Alas, Moron Wan, you must expedite the opening of your meridians. Lu Xun lamented, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, a robust figure strode in with an imposing presence that commanded silence, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. As the master appeared, an aura of authority enveloped the hall, causing a chill to run through the hearts of all students. The grand auditorium fell into an immediate hush, and both Lu Xun and Chu Yuqing ceased their conversation. The path of immortality and the spirit of martial arts. Opening the meridians is not merely a test of physical limits, but also a refinement of willpower. On the podium, the master of the 4 realms began his lecture, prompting students to sit up straight and listen intently. For the vast majority present, opportunities for such close interaction with a master were exceedingly rare. Yet for Lu Xun, the more he listened, the sleepier he became. It was not that the master's discourse was lacking. Rather, he felt it futile as he could not cultivate himself. As the lecture progressed, Lu Xun found himself dozing off. Lu Xun, do not sleep. Pay attention, Chu Yuqing insisted, monitoring him closely to ensure he remained engaged. Lu Xun, quickly, you respond to this. Not only that, but she also eagerly raised her hand to answer questions, albeit lifting Lu Xun's hand instead. Lu Xun, I have arranged for the gravity chamber for you. Here is the dark energy, and do not forget the Jia's meridian opening pill. Consume it at once. Do not be lazy. I am keeping a close watch on you, she admonished. Why are you so lethargic, Lu Xun? After the master of the 4 realms concluded his lecture, Lu Xun was still compelled to continue his endeavors. Chu Yuqing was determined to aid him in opening his meridians, devoting the entire afternoon to his side, which left Lu Xun feeling overwhelmed. However, someone was experiencing a far worse disposition than Lu Xun, Lin Yan. The close camaraderie between Chu Yuqing and Lu Xun infuriated him. Chu Yuqing, what purpose does it serve to devote yourself to such an unambitious waste? He can even doze off during the lecture of a master of the 4 realms. No amount of Jia's meridian opening pill will help him. He is nothing but a pure burden. Lin Yan seethed with jealousy and rushed over to berate Lu Xun. He is my boyfriend. I am pleased to do so, Chu Yuqing retorted. Lu Xun, let us go. Pay him no mind. She took Lu Xun's hand and led him away. She has yet to open her meridians, and so has Lu Xun. She fears that Lu Xun will suffer losses after a conflict with Lin Yan. Lu Xun, don't you dare walk away. What is the commotion in the training room? Teacher Wu has arrived. He does not tolerate Lin Yan's antics and has cleverly blocked him from pursuing Lu Xun. Lu Xun glanced back at Lin Yan, taking Chu Yuqing's small hand in his own. Lu Xun, I swear I will kill you. This action nearly caused Lin Yan to explode with rage. Chapter 11. A sudden transformation into a genius. Lu Xun, my mother has taken me to the capital to seek ways to awaken my ancient spiritual root. You must not slack off. Follow the training plan I devised for you, and open your 3 meridians before the big exam, so we can go to Qingbei together. That evening, Lu Xun received a message from Chu Yuqing. This message brought him relief. He could finally continue to relax. Why has she not opened her meridians yet? Mu Ronwan, having reached the 10th level of body refinement, showed no signs of progress 2 days later. With only half a month remaining until the major examination, it was impossible not to feel anxious. Mu Ronwan has broken through to the 11th level of body refinement. The host gains tenfold rewards from Mu Ronwan's body refinement achievement. Oh, the next morning, Lu Sun was unexpectedly delighted by the new return. Mu Ronwan had broken through from the 10th to the 11th level of body refinement. Impressive. Lu Sun couldn't help but commend her. As expected of the exquisite physique, Mu Ronwan managed to achieve this breakthrough without a system. In the afternoon, Lu Sun encountered Lin Yin once again. Lin Yin, accompanied by a large group of underlings, approached with ill intentions. What brings you here, brother? Li Bufan, why are you always around? Do not underestimate the bond between brothers, you fool. Li Bufan's words sent a chill down Lu Sun's spine. Lu Sun pushed past him and stood before Lin Yin. What do you want? Lu Sun, as a man, let us have a duel. The loser withdraws. What do you say? Lin Yin fixed his gaze on Lu Sun. Have you lost your mind? Chu Yuqing is already Lu Sun's girlfriend. Only a fool would challenge him to a duel. Lu Sun, ignore this lunatic, Li Bufan urged, pushing Lu Sun away. Stop. Lin Yin blocked their path. Lu Sun, are you still a man? Do you want to fight? Lu Sun interrupted him. Steady now, don't rush. Let's talk after you open your meridians. Li Bufan quickly advised. How can Lu Sun fight Lin Yin when he hasn't even opened one meridian? Indeed, if you are a man, do not back down, Lin Yin taunted. Fine, I will indulge you. This is what a man should do. Go ahead, I'll let you strike first. Lin Yin laughed heartily. Lu Sun did not hold back. With a swift movement, he launched an attack towards Lin Yin. I've been waiting for you. Lin Yin was completely unruffled, with 7 open meridians. He had nothing to fear from Lu Sun. He swung his fist forward, intent on defeating Lu Sun with sheer, unyielding strength. Hoping to illustrate the vast chasm that separated them, fist met fist in a resounding clash. Lin Yin revealed a sinister smile, envisioning Lu Sun's fist shattering and his entire being sent flying. How could this be? Yet in the next instant, an immense force emanated from Lu Sun's punch, causing Lin Yan's arm to tingle and forcing him to stagger back several steps. Had he not already reached the 10th stage of body refinement, that strike would have been sufficient to crush his bones. 7 meridians, is that all? You have lost, Lu Sun remarked calmly. Wow, brother, how are you so formidable? Li Bufan exclaimed, astonished. Impossible. Lin Yin could hardly believe it. Having opened 7 meridians, he found himself at a disadvantage. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Yet the persistent pain and numbness in his arm affirmed that this was no dream. It was undeniably true. Was that truly Lu Sun? How could he be so powerful? Had he perhaps opened 8 meridians? Surrounding students witnessed this spectacle, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Lin Yin had always been a prominent figure in school, known by all. While Lu Sun had previously been obscure, yet his relationship with Chu Yuqing had gradually increased his recognition among the students. Don't leave. I merely refrained from using martial skills to bully you earlier. Mountain-shattering fist. With a sudden exclamation, Lin Yin's aura transformed. He had actually learned a martial technique. Though it was merely the simplest mountain-shattering fist, its execution significantly amplified his power. His fist, the size of a sandbag, shattered the air as it descended toward Lu Sun, intent on knocking him down. Lu Sun met the attack without flinching, summoning all his strength to counter. Crack! Lin Yan's knuckles emitted a sharp sound. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he stumbled back several steps, barely managing to maintain his balance, on the verge of collapsing. Young Master Lin. A few followers rushed to support him. In stark contrast, Lu Sun remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Yin was in disbelief. He, the 3rd young master of the Lin family, had reached the 10th stage of body refinement and had opened 7 meridians. Defeating 10 champions of the old era would pose no challenge. Not to mention, he had also mastered the mountain-shattering fist. How could he possibly be unable to best Lu Sun? This was a reality he could not accept. How powerful! Young Master Lin even resorted to techniques, yet still could not surpass Lu Sun. He must have opened 8 meridians. The crowd of onlookers grew, all astonished by Lu Sun's prowess. Young Master Lin, practice more before embarrassing yourself. Li Bufan taunted. I will kill you. Lin Yan's fury twisted his features. Today he had truly lost face. He had come looking for trouble, only to find Lu Sun so incredibly formidable. Wasn't it said that Lu Sun was merely at the 2nd stage of body refinement, with little chance of opening meridians? Is this truly the second stage of body refinement without having opened the meridians? Only by unlocking all the martial veins could one attain such prowess. Otherwise, why would he, with 7 meridians, be unable to defeat his opponent? Who provided this information? Lin Yin resolved to teach that lad a lesson. What of the 8th meridian? Once I have opened all 8 and awakened the Qiyang meridian, I shall return to settle the score. Observing Lu Xun's retreating figure, Lin Yin refused to concede defeat. The Qiyang meridian is a rare and extraordinary conduit of energy. To unlock it, one must draw the essence of the sun into their body at noon for 24 hours, refining the meridians until all 8 are harmonized, thus allowing the Qiyang power to unify them and recreate the Qiyang meridian. This is a universal method, yet few can achieve the Qiyang meridian through it. Lin Yan's family had been preparing for this for quite some time. Generally, upon reaching the age of 16, when one's skeletal structure is largely formed, one can begin body refinement. At the onset of his training, Lin Yan utilized secret techniques to draw the essence of the sun into his body, enabling himself to adapt to the Qiyang power. Consequently, his chances of unlocking the Qiyang meridian were significantly higher than others. Ah, Lu Xun, I wondered why you seemed so carefree lately. It turns out you have already unlocked all 8 meridians. You've caused me endless worry. Shouldn't you compensate me for my mental anguish? You waste time here. I must strive harder. Farewell, Lu Xun. Lu Xun's words invigorated Li Bufan, propelling him into the training room with fervor. The second stage of body refinement is indeed formidable. Lu Xun clenched his fists. Lin Yin had unlocked 7 meridians and was already at the 10th stage of body refinement, yet Lu Xun, without a single meridian opened, effortlessly defeated him through his mastery of the 22nd stage. This starkly illustrates the terrifying capabilities of Lu Xun's body. I wonder if Muron One will ascend further. Lu Xun mused, I never anticipated you had unlocked all 8 meridians. You kept us in the dark quite well. Look, there goes Lu Xun. I've heard he has unlocked 8 meridians, and even Lin Yin is no match for him. Wow, how did he become so formidable all of a sudden? Before dusk had fallen, the news of Lu Xun's achievement spread throughout the campus. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a seemingly hopeless individual struggling at the second stage of body refinement into a genius of Rongqing First High School. Every student he encountered greeted him with wide smiles, as if they were intimately familiar with him. Even those roommates who had previously distanced themselves from Lu Xun now vied for his favor with renewed enthusiasm. The ancient saying holds true, when one is powerful, they are surrounded by well-wishers. Lu Xun pondered silently. Even in this high martial era, certain truths seem to remain unchanged. Chapter 12. Apologies, promises expire. Shao Sun. Well done. Your parents in the heavens must be very proud. The following day, Teacher Wu sought out Lu Xun specifically to commend him. Upon hearing the news, Teacher Wu rejoiced for quite some time. Lu Xun did not disclose to Teacher Wu that he had yet to open a pulse. Lu Xun, you are indeed a dark horse in our school this year. Later, let Director Xiang assess you. Once it's confirmed that you've opened all 8 pulses, you shall be assigned a single dormitory, and the rewards you deserve will follow. Principal, there are only a few days left. There's no need to change dormitories. As for the rewards, I would prefer to receive them collectively after the major examination. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. By the way, take some time to consider whether to enroll in Qingshu Academy or Beta University. A week prior to the examination, the admissions officers from Qingbei will come to pre-select students who have opened all their pulses. Understood, Principal. After the principal conveyed these matters, he urged, Moron Wan, you must open your pulse within this week. Once the principal departed, Lu Xun silently prayed. The reason Lu Xun declined to change dormitories or accept rewards was that he could not withstand the scrutiny of the assessment. Whether he had opened his pulses would be revealed in an instant. If the Qingbei officers arrived a week later and discovered that Lu Xun had not opened any pulses, it would be quite amusing indeed. Sun Ge, good morning. Do you need dark energy? I still have some here. Sun Ge, could you impart some wisdom on opening pulses? Lu Xun had completely become a renowned figure at the school. Wherever he went, he was greeted, and many approached him to befriend him or seek advice on opening pulses. Yet, Lu Xun had no such experience to share. He could continue to remain nonchalant, untroubled by the prospect of disappointing Teacher Wu. Dear, it's Lu Xun. Let's go this way. While Lu Xun was wandering about, Wang Yang and Lu Mei happened to spot him. Wang Yang immediately decided to take a detour. After witnessing Lin Yan's inability to prevail against Lu Xun, The latter now appeared to Wang Yang as a formidable adversary. "Dear, why are you going over there?" However, upon seeing Lu Sun, Lu Mei did not shy away but instead approached him. Her expression was complex as she regarded Lu Sun. Over the past 3 years, he had delivered meals to her and provided countless other forms of assistance. Lu Mei had grown accustomed to his unwavering devotion, viewing him as an ever-obedient admirer. Little did she expect that Lu Sun would suddenly withdraw his affection. Even if he ceased to pursue her, it would have been bearable had Lu Sun's circumstances been dire. Yet, he had not only won the heart of the school beauty, but had also remarkably opened 8 pulses. This realization filled Lu Mei's heart with profound regret. Heaven knows, when she heard this news yesterday, she was nearly overwhelmed with remorse. Therefore, despite their previous conflicts, Lu Mei resolved to make another attempt. Today, she deliberately adorned herself. Donning the white dress Lu Sun had first seen her in, and wandered about, intent on finding him. Now that she had located him, she would not let the opportunity slip away. She flicked her hair and gracefully approached Lu Sun, leaning slightly forward, extending her hands to present a heart-shaped box. From this angle, Lu Sun was afforded an exceptional view, revealing the faint ravines that lay between the 2 great thunderclouds. What to do? Lu Sun paused. "Lu Sun, this is the chocolate you gifted me on my birthday 3 years ago. I have eaten the chocolate, but I kept the box. Today is your birthday, and I have filled it with handmade chocolates to present to you." It must be said, Lu Mei's voice, when entangled with emotions, was irresistible even to the purest-hearted young man. How else could she have maintained a pond full of fish? "My birthday? I apologize. I have always celebrated my lunar birthday. Furthermore, this box is not the one you gave me. If you intend to act, you should be more meticulous and alter the production date on the box." Lu Sun's words left Lu Mei's face fluctuating between shades of pale and flushed. She had painstakingly devised this idea and had even enlisted a sycophant from the student council to uncover Lu Sun's birth date. Who could have predicted that Lu Sun celebrated according to the lunar calendar? Moreover, her ruse with the box was exposed. "Lu Sun, have you forgotten the promise from 3 years ago?" As Lu Sun prepared to leave, Lu Mei stamped her foot and questioned him. "Promise?" Lu Sun pondered for a moment and finally recalled. 3 years prior, Lu Mei had asked him if he would always treat her so kindly. At that time, she was cultivating fish in the pond, crafting an atmosphere akin to romance between them. Moreover, Lu Sun had always believed that the note was from her. Thus, he assured her that as long as she did not mind, he would always be good to her. "I'm sorry, but promises have an expiration date. They do not wait." Without turning back, Lu Sun uttered this line and walked away. "Lu Sun, you scoundrel who does not keep your word." Lu Mei cried. "Wife, don't cry. You still have me. Get lost. Who is your wife? After so long, you finally reveal your feelings. What a waste. Just look at yourself. You resemble Wu Dalong. Seeing you makes me nauseous. Stay away from me, Lu Sun. Do you really think I can't live without you?" Wang Yang stepped forward to comfort her, but was met with a barrage of insults from Lu Mei, nearly reducing him to tears. "Humph, I have plenty of admirers. Lu Sun, just you wait. Without you, I will still live splendidly." Lu Mei wiped away non-existent tears, tossed the chocolate to the ground, and stomped on it a few times in anger before storming off. Chapter 13. Opening the Meridians, Mu Rongwan broke through to the 12th level of body refinement, granting the host tenfold benefits from Mu Rongwan's body refinement. The following day, Mu Rongwan ascended to the 12th level of body refinement. As anticipated, Lu Sun had foreseen this outcome. Consequently, he reached the 24th level of body refinement. The higher one ascends, the greater the enhancement and the more formidable the challenge. Thus, even with a tenfold increase, it could only elevate Lu Sun by 1 or 2 levels beyond the 24th. "Only 6 days left, sister. Hurry and open your meridians." Now, Lu Sun merely hoped that Mu Rongwan would refrain from climbing any higher. The 12th level of body refinement was sufficient. In the early days, the primary purpose of body forging was to enhance physical constitution and facilitate the opening of meridians, thereby improving the efficacy of this process. Following the opening of the meridians, martial artists, through continuous practice, naturally experience the benefits of body forging. For instance, the physical prowess of a 4th realm master far surpasses that of Lu Sun, who has merely reached the 24th level of body forging. On that afternoon, a remarkable phenomenon once again graced the skies above Rongqing, as an individual from Rongqing No. 2 High School succeeded in opening a rare celestial meridian, inciting awe among many. Although the scope of this extraordinary event was limited, confined to the vicinity of the school, it paled in comparison to the spectacle caused by Murong Wan, yet it was nonetheless a marvel that inspired envy in countless observers. Lu Sun, should you manage to open a celestial meridian, do not hesitate to voice your needs. The principal, unable to contain his excitement, sought out Lu Sun. Historically, Rongqing No. 1 high school had consistently outperformed its counterpart, but with the emergence of a student capable of unlocking a celestial meridian at number 2 high school, the balance of prestige had shifted dramatically. Principal, I will give it my all, Lu Sun replied, requesting nothing in return. To calm the principal's nerves, he assured him of his utmost effort, prompting the principal to leave, satisfied. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Sun turned and adopted a more relaxed demeanor. A celestial meridian. Merely a trifle for me, Lin Yan, boasted Lin Yan, confident in his abilities. Our number 1 high school's reputation rests upon your shoulders. That evening, Lin Yan took to the campus group chat, making grand claims that garnered much admiration from his peers. He had successfully opened the 8th meridian, connecting all his channels and preparing to challenge the Qiyang meridian. The following day, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yan arrived at school, intent on publicly attempting to open the Qiyang meridian. The Lin family had even constructed a platform for him to sit upon, drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. Naturally, many students were preoccupied with their own training and had little time to spare for the spectacle. What a show-off, Li Bufan remarked before retreating to the training room, as he still had one final meridian to unlock. As for Lu Sun, he ventured onto the playground to witness the commotion. Upon spotting Lu Sun, Lin Yan's enthusiasm surged. Housekeeper, bring me the solar essence, he commanded. Certainly, young master, replied a middle-aged man resembling a butler, presenting a small fragment of solar essence, a substance formed by the concentrated essence of stars. The term sun here transcends the confines of our solar system, encompassing all celestial bodies. Since the elevation of Blue Star's dimensions, it now lies countless light years away from its original solar system. Lin Yan consumed the solar essence, sitting cross-legged at the center of the platform. Surrounding him, 8 solar concentrators directed beams of sunlight from all directions toward him. The intensity of this focused light caused smoke to rise from Lin Yan's body. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have been scorched. However, Lin Yan remained unscathed, utilizing the sunlight to metabolize the solar essence, aiming to successfully break through to the Qiyang meridian. I shall return tomorrow. On the first day, Lin Yan's attempt to open his meridians ended in failure. By midday, he decided to halt his efforts and try again the following day. The Qiyang meridian is most easily opened at noon. Furthermore, the current blue star, situated within this binary star system, boasts a solar energy that far exceeds that of other systems, greatly facilitating the opening of the Qiyang meridian and other martial veins such as the Yantian martial vein. On the second day, Lin Yan persevered in his attempts. Alas, he encountered failure once more. This marked his second unsuccessful attempt. The toll on his body from these failures must be considerable, yet Lin Yan remained resolute, undeterred by setbacks. His wealth coupled with relentless effort was commendable. It was no wonder he was so formidable. The admiration of his fellow students filled Lin Yan with a profound sense of accomplishment. He consumed a costly rejuvenation pill to mend his injuries, vowing to return the next day. I may fail countless times, but as long as I succeed once, I shall become a true genius. With that, Lin Yan continued to rise from his defeats. Meanwhile, on the other side of Rong City, the Murong family estate was bustling with activity. Nearly all members of the Murong clan had gathered, save for those from afar. The reason for the commotion was Murong Wan's scheduled meridian opening today. The younger sister was indeed a prodigy, having ascended to the 12th stage of body refinement in a mere fortnight. It was uncertain how many meridians she would successfully open this time, but I firmly believe she could connect all her martial veins in one go, perhaps even manifesting extraordinary celestial veins. With such remarkable prowess, she was bound for greatness, and the Murong family would undoubtedly bask in her glory, ascending to new heights alongside her. However, amidst this celebration, there lay discontent. For instance, those from the faction of Murong Zhan, the second brother of Murong Tian, were deeply troubled. Brother Tian, what shall we do? I returned the items. Yet Wang Yuanjie refused to accept them, insisting on demanding something in return. He even threatened to reveal our schemes to our uncle. Murong Chue's face was etched with worry. Previously, They had conspired with the scoundrels from the Wang family, trading Moron Wan for their support to seize power and control the entire Moron clan. Little did they know that Moron Wan would suddenly emerge as a transcendent genius, shaking the East. Their previous maneuvers were rendered futile. Moron Tian instructed his brother to return the items given by the scoundrels. Yet, the scoundrel refused to accept them and threatened to expose their plans. What does Wang Yuanjie truly desire? He claims that even if he cannot marry Moron Wan, he should at least be allowed to toy with her for a few days. Brother Tian, he is a pervert. No woman who has been with him remains unscathed. Let him wait. The blue star has been stagnant for several years and should soon re-enter the ancient starry path. By then, there may be an opportunity. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Moron Tian's eyes. No matter how extraordinary Moron Wan became, it had no bearing on their faction. Conversely, if Moron Wan were to rise, their faction would be doomed to obscurity. Thus, if they could utilize Wang Yuanjie to destroy Moron Wan, it would be advantageous for them. Very well, Brother Tian. I shall send him a message at once. You spoke personally, avoiding any breach of confidentiality. Very well. Moron Chui departed. A peerless genius. A talent that fails to mature is merely a meteor that flickers briefly, a momentary brilliance. After a cold snicker, Moron Tian composed himself, donning a smile as he re-entered the manor. It has begun. My dear little aunt is truly enchanting. At this moment, within the manor, Moron Wan absorbed a vast quantity of dark energy all at once. She employed the simplest method to open her meridians. Consuming the dark energy as if a whale devouring its prey, her aura instantly transforming into something profound and mysterious. Mere minutes later, the air surrounding Moron Wan trembled slightly, and an invisible wave emanated from her body, as if the surrounding atmosphere was being drawn by an unseen force, creating subtle ripples. Within her, the first martial meridian was successfully opened. Excellent! Moron Zhan exclaimed with delight. It has been opened, and so swiftly too. My little aunt is remarkable. The other members of the Moron family erupted in cheers. Chapter 14. One meridian after another, 8 meridians opened, as Moron Wan successfully opened her first martial meridian. The host received tenfold rewards from her meridian opening. Finally, the meridian has been opened. At Rongqing No. 1 High School, Lu Sun had been waiting for Moron Wan to open her meridian. As the internal heat surged, he quickly found a secluded grove and sat cross-legged. The heat surged like a tidal wave, transforming within him into a mighty river, rushing forth uncontrollably. Buzz! The Huin point was breached. What the heck? Lu Sun gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. No one had warned him that opening meridians could be this painful. The heat was ferocious. Originating from the Huin point and charging towards the Guanyuan, Qihai, and Shinkei points. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable, easily breaking through these acupoints. Buzz! The last point, Chengjiang, was finally breached. All the acupoints aligned in a single line, forming the Ren meridian. Yet, after opening the Ren meridian, the heat had consumed less than 1/10 of its power. Just as Lu Sun thought he could use this surge of heat to open all his meridians in one go, the flow suddenly reversed, crashing back and forth within his Ren meridian. Goodness! Lu Sun's spirit was immersed, observing the state within. Under the relentless expansion of the heat, his Ren meridian widened and strengthened. During this process, a trace of heat began to radiate throughout his body. The pain subsided, replaced by a comforting warmth, as if every cell were basking in warm water, incredibly pleasurable. It's done. At last, the surge of heat was entirely expended, marking the conclusion of the tenfold return. Thus, Lu Sun's first martial meridian was successfully opened. Surely, the effects of my meridian opening are unparalleled? This meridian of mine is likely unmatched. This tenfold return is not merely in quantity, but in quality. His meridian opening effect surpassed Moron Wan's by tenfold. The extent of his superiority over others is immeasurable. Naturally, the broader the martial meridian, the better. For an average person, the opened martial meridian resembles a narrow stream in the fields, accommodating only a gentle flow, resulting in a mediocre cultivation speed. In contrast, a genius's meridian resembles a river before the door, capable of channeling a greater volume of water, thus enhancing the speed of cultivation significantly. Lu Sun's meridian, however, is akin to a mighty river, not only surging with tumultuous waters, but also capable of embracing a multitude of streams, allowing his cultivation to progress effortlessly, advancing by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, Lu Xun had reached the 24th stage of body refinement. Otherwise, even with a tenfold return, his meridian could not possibly be this expansive. My strength, I fear, may have surged tenfold. Upon opening the Ren meridian, his power skyrocketed by more than 3 times. For instance, Wang Yang experienced a 3-fold increase. Presently, Lu Xun feels as though his strength has surged by 7, 8, or even 10 times. This instills in him the illusion that he could obliterate Blue Star with a single punch. Of course, this is merely an illusion following the explosive surge in strength. Murong 1 has opened the 2nd meridian, and the host gains tenfold from her achievement. Here it comes again. Before long, a second wave of heat surged into Lu Xun's body. Remarkable indeed. Murong 1's exquisite physique is undeniably powerful. It appears she aims to open 8 meridians in one go. Who but a true prodigy would dare to attempt such a feat? She does. The 2nd meridian is the Du meridian. The Ren and Du meridians are the 2 most vital pathways. In the martial arts films and novels of the bygone era, protagonists who opened the Ren and Du meridians would become unparalleled masters. In this age of elevated martial prowess, opening these 2 meridians is merely the starting point of one's cultivation journey. Once the heat entered his body, it rampaged through the acupoints along the Du meridian, such as Changxiang, Yaoyang, Mingmen, Zhiyang, and Lingtai. It then surged through Fengfu, Baihui, Shangs, and Xinting, ascending along the spine until it reached the Yinjiao point within the oral cavity. At this juncture, the Du meridian was fully connected. As before, after opening the Du meridian, the heat consumed only a minimal amount. It began to circulate back and forth along the Du meridian, solidifying and widening it further. Simultaneously, tendrils of heat radiated outward, nourishing his entire being, even benefiting the 12 primary meridians. It was intensely warm. After the heat dissipated completely, Lu Xun felt an overwhelming warmth throughout his body. While the enhancement in strength from opening the Du meridian was not substantial, his blood vitality surged, and his spirit became exceptionally invigorated. If a septuagenarian or octogenarian could open the Du meridian, they would instantly regain youth by over a decade. Murong 1 has opened the 3rd meridian, and the host gains tenfold from her achievement. Such rapid progress. Just as Lu Xun finished with his Du meridian, Murong 1 had already opened her 3rd meridian. The 3rd meridian is the Chong meridian, which, compared to the Du meridian, is the true vessel of vital energy and blood. The Chong meridian permeates the entire body, often referred to as the Sea of 12 meridians or the Sea of Blood. Upon activating the Chong meridian, the vital energy surges, enhancing one's vitality and potentially extending lifespan. The starting point of the Chong meridian is the perineum, which aptly connects the Ren and Du meridians. It then traverses through 11 acupoints, including the Qi Chong and Henggu, culminating at the Yu Min acupoint. After a brief period, Lu Xun successfully formed his Chong meridian, its intensity and width rivaling that of the Ren and Du meridians. He patiently awaited the next development. Soon enough, Murong 1 opened another meridian, the Dai meridian. Oh, it's Lu Xun. Why is there smoke emanating from him? Could he be attempting to connect with the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth? Let us not disturb him. At that moment, a few students passing by the grove noticed Lu Xun. Curiosity drew them closer, and they instinctively lowered their voices. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xun was in the midst of meridian activation, and they mistakenly believed he was gearing up to challenge the extraordinary meridians. As the news spread, more students flocked to the grove. Goodness, you almost scared me to death. A couple deeply engrossed in their affection within the grove hastily retreated. Quiet. Anyone who disturbs my brother's son, Li Bufan, will be the first to confront them. Li Bufan arrived and began to disperse the crowd of onlookers. Why are there so many people? Moments later, Lu Xun opened his eyes to find himself the center of attention. It was too late to change locations, as Murong 1's pace of opening meridians was exceedingly swift. In no time, she activated the Yin Xiao meridian, followed by the Yang Qiao meridian, the Yin Wei meridian, and the Yang Wei meridian. Except for the final Yang Wei meridian, the latter 3 were relatively easy to open. The challenge of the last meridian lay in its requirement to unify the 8 extraordinary meridians with the 12 primary meridians, thus forming a comprehensive network throughout the body. During the process of opening the 12 primary meridians, they could generally be activated concurrently. If not, it would require considerable effort. For Lu Xun, this was naturally not a concern. Each surge of heat, amplified tenfold, not only broadened and fortified the extraordinary meridians, but also facilitated the unification and enhancement of the 12 primary meridians. In the final push, that heat surged into the 12 primary meridians, completely connecting Lu Sun's extraordinary 8 meridians. Wow, Lu Sun is glowing. How handsome. As all extraordinary meridians fully connected, Lu Sun appeared as though reborn, emanating a radiant aura. Coupled with his striking features, he captivated the attention of several girls. Chapter 15. Is this also an anomaly? Breaking news. Lu Sun and Lin Yan are competing against each other, both striving to connect with the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. It is rumored that both are enamored with the campus beauty, Chu Yuqing, who has chosen Lu Sun over Lin Yan. After recently losing to Lu Sun, Lin Yan has come to school determined to reclaim his standing, unaware that Lu Sun has also commenced his endeavor. Wow, is our school so lively this year? I wonder who will succeed. The news of Lu Sun's endeavor to unlock the extraordinary celestial meridians at Rongqing No. 1 High School has spread like wildfire. Not only has it circulated widely, but it has also given rise to tales of rivalry between two prodigies, each vying for supremacy. Consequently, the students who had been diligently practicing in the training rooms could no longer contain their curiosity and rushed out to witness the spectacle. Lu Sun and Lin Yan were not positioned far apart. Lin Yan occupied the largest sports field, while Lu Sun found himself nestled within a small grove beside it. As students flocked in, both the field and the grove became suffocated with spectators. Everyone, please make way for the principal. A voice called out, signaling the arrival of the principal. Ultimately, youthfulness breeds a competitive spirit, a desire to contest every matter of victory or defeat. Yet, is this not a good thing? If everyone were to merely drift through life as we do, how would the world progress? Ha ha ha, youth is indeed a treasure. This year, our school boasts an abundance of talent. The principal and numerous teachers wore expressions of delight, watching the scene unfold with a sense of pride. I am not here to compete. Lu Sun realized he had unwittingly placed himself in a difficult position. He yearned to exclaim his innocence. Lu Sun had no intention of measuring himself against Lin Yan. As the destined protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities, he could simply recline comfortably and enjoy life. Especially since Chu Yuqing was already his girlfriend. Why should he contend with anyone over trivial matters? It was merely a coincidence that Murong Wan had chosen today to unlock her meridians. However, Lu Sun knew he could not share such thoughts with others. With her remarkable physique, it was evident that Murong Wan had successfully opened 8 meridians and would likely strive to unlock the Linglong meridian with momentum. After some contemplation, Lu Sun felt at ease. You think you can compete with me? Meanwhile, Lin Yan had also received the news. Upon learning that Lu Sun was attempting to unlock the celestial meridians, he hurriedly consumed several units of solar essence. Young master, take it easy. Take it easy? No way. If I do not succeed today, I might as well perish. Lin Yan resolved to give it his all, determined that he could not be outdone by Lu Sun. His family had invested over 100 million in resources to secure rare materials for his training. What did Lu Sun possess? He could not allow someone from a humble background, who merely toiled in studies, to surpass him. Ah, my daughter Murong Wan, truly remarkable. In less than 2 hours, she has opened 8 meridians. Surely, this record must rank among the top 10. At the same time, within the Murong family estate, Murong Zhan laughed heartily. Though unlocking meridians occurs internally, as a master of the 4th realm, he could easily discern that Murong Wan had indeed opened 8 meridians. Grandfather, is my aunt preparing to unlock the celestial meridians? One of Murong Zhan's granddaughters inquired curiously. Indeed, the Linglong physique can unlock the Linglong meridian, which is not an ordinary celestial meridian. It is considered the most formidable among all celestial meridians, Murong Zhan replied with pride. The extraordinary veins of heaven and earth are categorized into various ranks. The disparity between different earthly wonders is as significant as the difference between a single vein and 8. The specifics of their quality can be discerned from the scale of the celestial phenomena they invoke. Ah, soon we shall witness these wonders of the cosmos again. The members of the Murong family are filled with anticipation. Even with the opening of 8 veins, they must ensure that she does not ascend. At the rear of the crowd, Murong Tian's eyes flickered with intent. He remained still, contemplating what Murong Zhan could achieve in this moment. The time was not yet ripe. He awaited the moment when Blue Star re-enters the ancient celestial road, when the situation would boil over like water splashed into a cauldron of scalding oil. Only then would there be an opportunity. As noon approached, uncertainty lingered regarding Lin Xiao's success today. Wealth brings advantages. While a commoner might suffer greatly after a single failure in opening the earthly veins, Lin Xiao seemed to consume elixirs as if they were of no cost. Alas, who can defy the greatest watershed of life, amniotic fluid? At Rongqing No. 1 High School, the crowd of onlookers grew ever larger. From the buildings surrounding the playground, heads crowded the windows and rooftops. Noon was nearly upon them, with two suns blazing fiercely above, their rays almost unbearable. The concentrated sunlight turned Lin Yan's skin a vivid crimson. Were he a pauper, his garments would have been scorched to ashes by now. Yet Lin Yan's robe remained unscathed, evidently crafted from a fabric capable of withstanding extreme heat. "Open, I command." As the two suns reached their zenith, their power surged to its peak. Lin Yan, harnessing the potency of the precious elixir he had consumed, made a final charge towards the Qiyang vein. Buzz! The Qiyang vein was breached. Instantly, above Rongqing No. 1 High School, flames billowed, and crimson clouds filled the sky. Amidst this fiery spectacle, a third sun appeared. Behold a phenomenon. The flames, crimson clouds, and the third sun heralded the opening of the Qiyang vein. Lin Xiao has successfully unlocked the earthly wonder. The entire Rongqing No. 1 High School erupted in astonishment. Students who had gathered in the nearby grove rushed towards the playground, with only a few remaining in the thicket. "Lu Sun, our Lin Xiao succeeded. What of your earthly vein? Surely Lin Xiao outshines." "Shut your mouth. Seeking a beating, are you?" Lin Yan's companions mocked, only to be silenced by a shout from Li Bufan. Lu Sun glanced up at the sky. "Is this truly a phenomenon?" He scoffed. "This spectacle is far too limited in scope, not nearly as grand as the one invoked by the genius from No. 2 High School just days prior." Chapter 16. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "Oh, you look down upon Lin Xiao's phenomenon? Why not open an earthly vein of your own and surpass him? Indeed, Lu Sun, you cannot merely rely on empty rhetoric." Lin Yan's two subordinates were rather arrogant, their faces adorned with mockery, as if they had already envisioned Lu Sun's disheveled appearance. As soon as the words fell, another celestial phenomenon unfurled above the spectacle conjured by Lin Yan. Just moments ago, the skies were clear and serene, but suddenly, tempestuous winds surged, and ominous clouds began to churn violently. Tornadoes, like furious dragons, roared forth, soaring through the expanse of heaven and earth. What on earth? He truly unleashed it? Lin Yan's two subordinates were struck with astonishment, their derision frozen in place. This celestial phenomenon, compared to the one triggered by Lin Yan, was of a far grander scale and potency. How could this be? On the platform, Lin Yan abruptly rose to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. He had just opened the Qiyang vein, evoking a celestial anomaly, and was riding high on the wave of his success. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Sun summoned an even more expansive and formidable celestial occurrence, instantly overshadowing Lin Yan's achievement. The nine heavens dragon dance stirred the tempest. This must be the infinite wind vein. Such a grand spectacle, could it be Lu Sun? Beside the principal, a school official's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed toward Lu Sun. The students surged once more, flocking from the playground toward the grove. It was not Lu Sun who had conjured the phenomenon, but rather Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy, reputed to possess the infinite wind vein. A rumor swiftly circulated. Qingyun Academy? That was a school established by several prominent families in collaboration. This news left the school officials feeling disheartened. Unlike the public institutions of Rongqing No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, Qingyun Academy was a private institution that implemented elite education, a place where ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to gain entry. Rather than a school, it was more akin to a consortium of wealthy families dedicated to nurturing the next generation. For an average person, entry could be a double-edged sword unless one inherently possessed the talent for servitude. Wang Tingyun, it was indeed him. No wonder, the Wang family boasted a fifth-stage grandmaster. It was hardly surprising they produced such a genius. This revelation eased Lin Yan's anxiety. Wang Tingyun hailed from a family of fifth-stage grandmasters, and it was only natural for him to be superior. As long as Lu Sun, this grassroots rival, did not outshine him, all would be well. Wang Tingyun. The phenomenon enveloped a significant portion of Rongqing. The Wang family indeed bore a prodigy, yet he could never compare to my Wanner. Meanwhile, Morongjian also beheld the celestial phenomenon, albeit only a fraction of it. Lin Yan's anomaly, due to its limited scope, escaped Morongjian's notice. At that moment, an imperceptible wave of energy emanated from around Morongwan. Subsequently, above the heavens, resplendent seven-colored radiance emerged, its magnitude and brilliance instantly eclipsing the celestial phenomenon summoned by Wang Tingyun. The colorful light cascaded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, blanketing the entire sky, as if dyeing the world in vibrant hues. Even from 100 miles away from Rongqing, one could gaze upward and behold it. Success! Wow! The little ant has unlocked the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. The members of the Morong family erupted in cheers. My goodness, 3 remarkable phenomena. How exhilarating! Today is truly bustling. The first phenomenon is said to be from a student of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, the second from Qingyan Academy. But who is the third? At this moment, the 3 phenomena hovering above Rongqing must have stirred countless souls. Another phenomenon has emerged. Could it be Lu Sun? It doesn't seem likely. It bears a resemblance to the phenomenon triggered by Murong one not long ago. The teachers and students of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School were in a state of uproar. It must be Murong Wan. It cannot possibly be him. On the high platform, Lin Yin kept reminding himself, Murong Wan has opened the Linglong vein, granting the host tenfold rewards from her unlocking. The host will unlock the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth, unable to completely conceal the phenomena, and will release part of the manifestations. In a small grove, Lu Sun had just witnessed the heavenly phenomena initiated by Murong Wan, and the system's tenfold return arrived as expected. A surge of heat, even greater than before, coursed through his body, traversing his meridians several times before suddenly rushing toward a void. Buzz! Within Lu Sun's body, an extraordinary vein of heaven and earth rapidly took shape. The reason it is termed an extraordinary vein of heaven and earth is that this vein can connect the heavens and earth with oneself. Therefore, even the system finds it challenging to forcibly conceal the heavenly phenomena. Li Bufan, closest to Lu Sun, sensed the anomaly. When the extraordinary vein of heaven and earth is opened, a formless wave is generated as one communicates with the heavens and earth. Lu Sun, you have unlocked the extraordinary vein of heaven and earth. Li Bufan rejoiced. In the next moment, yet another phenomenon appeared in the sky. Above the radiant 7-colored clouds, dense mist enveloped the scene, as if transforming into the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. From that chaos, azure lotuses emerged one after another, each striving to bloom. A fourth phenomenon, yet another individual has unlocked the extraordinary vein of heaven and earth. Lu Sun, it's Lu Sun. What? This extraordinary phenomenon is caused by Lu Sun? Impossible. The astonished exclamations of the students prompted Lin Yin to exclaim in disbelief. The overlapping 4 phenomena made the heavens splendidly vibrant. Additionally, due to the dazzling nature of the phenomenon caused by Murong Wan, Lu Sun's phenomenon was somewhat difficult to discern. However, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Lu Sun's extraordinary phenomenon vastly surpassed Lin Yin's. How could Lin Yin accept this? What kind of heavenly phenomenon is the chaotic azure lotus? This is a novel manifestation. Indeed, Lu Sun is truly a prodigy. The principal rejoiced. Some phenomena they could name, while others eluded their recognition. The extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Lu Sun was something they had never even heard of, even if its scope did not match that of Murong Wan's. The breathtaking sight of azure lotuses blooming from chaos was so captivating that it overshadowed the phenomena initiated by Murong Wan. The principal felt that Lu Sun must have unlocked a remarkable new celestial pulse, resulting in the emergence of 2 extraordinary celestial phenomena at the first high school this year, far surpassing those at the second high school. Is it truly him? Indeed, young master, it is Lu Sun. Upon receiving this definitive news, Lin Yin, who had been reluctant to believe it, was overwhelmed with anger, exacerbated by the internal injuries he had sustained during a forced pulse activation, and he coughed up blood. Chapter 17. Special Treatment. Breaking news. Lin Yin was so enraged by Lu Sun that he spat blood. Is it true? Absolutely, many have witnessed it. Lin Yan's celestial manifestation pales in comparison to Lu Sun's. Laughter ensued. Wasn't Lin Yin once quite arrogant? Whatever happened to that bravado? Soon, the tale of Lin Yan's distress spread throughout the campus, becoming a favored topic among students during their leisure time. How infuriating! Ashamed! Lin Yan felt too humiliated to return to school, fearing ridicule from his peers. On the other hand, Lu Sun was granted a private dormitory, spacious and well-appointed, complete with a small lounge. This treatment was a stark contrast to his previous 8-person dormitory. Everything in the room was newly arranged, even the bed linens. "Brother Sun, I bring you explosive news." Lin Yan was so furious he spat blood. Li Bufan rushed in, eager to share this tidbit. "Spat blood?" "Yes, several witnesses reported it. He must have sustained some injuries during his pulse activation, and your provocation caused him to lose control. These pampered scients, built up by resources, are more fragile than they appear. They burst at the slightest pressure. How will he cultivate in the future?" Li Bufan held Lin Yan in contempt, believing that such trivial matters causing bloodshed indicated profound weakness. His words served as a reminder to Lu Sun. When it came to mental fortitude and resilience, Li Bufan was undoubtedly tough, embodying a stark contrast to other affluent heirs. In this light, his parents' decision to raise him in modesty appeared justified. At the very least, Li Bufan possessed exceptional composure. He would not crumble under minor setbacks. Whether in martial cultivation or immortal pursuit, one's mental state is of paramount importance. There exists a saying that one must first cultivate the heart before mastering the craft, and there is wisdom in that. Today, four distinct manifestations occurred. "Brother Sun, yours was the highest and most dazzling. Below yours is Murong Wan's, followed by Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy, and finally, Lin Yan's. Once again, Brother Sun shines brighter, overshadowing even Murong Wan," Li Bufan praised, his last statement rich with double entendre, perfectly capturing the truth. "What is Wang Tingyun's background?" Lu Sun became intrigued by this matter. He had heard of Qingyun Academy, a place that seemed like a heavenly paradise to ordinary students. The daily living expenses of the students here are sufficient to cover the monthly or even semester-long expenditures of an ordinary student. It is unclear, but it is said that he hails from a family of a 5th-tier grandmaster, whose manifestations are considerably more formidable than Lin Yan's. Li Bufan remarked, "A 5th-tier grandmaster." Lu Sun sensed that this Wang Tingyun likely belonged to the same family notorious for its miscreants. In the entirety of Rongqing, there should be no other family with the surname Wang that boasts a 5th-tier grandmaster. Why would such a family produce rogues? Lu Sun pondered. Is it not said that poverty breeds cunning while wealth nurtures integrity? Such a wealthy family, overflowing with riches, could it be that their conscience has also been swept away? Or perhaps this adage is merely a relic of bygone eras, employed by the affluent to absolve themselves. Fourfold manifestations? Indeed, Wanner, today there have been 4 distinct phenomena. However, you need not fret, for the range of the manifestation you caused is the greatest. No one surpasses your prodigiousness. Meanwhile, within the Murong family, Murong Wan also learned of the 4-fold manifestations. "Sister, look, this is the 4-fold phenomenon." One of Murong Wan's sisters shared a video. The footage captured the simultaneous occurrence of the 4 manifestations in Rongqing. The foremost phenomenon featured a verdant lotus blooming amidst chaos, while below, colorful rays transformed into dragons and phoenixes. Further down, the winds stirred and dragons danced, and at the very bottom, crimson flames cast a scarlet glow reflecting the sun. Who triggered this verdant lotus? Murong Wan couldn't help but inquire. The lotus blooming amidst chaos, though limited in scope, is the most profound of the phenomena. After its emergence, the other manifestations seem to be overshadowed. "It is said to be a student named Lu Sun from Rongqing No. 1 High School," her sister replied. "Lu Sun?" Murong Wan was taken aback. "Yes, he is a soon-to-graduate martial arts student." Her sister's words confirmed her suspicions. This Lu Sun, is he truly that formidable? The image of Lu Sun's radiant, handsome face and robust physique surfaced in Murong Wan's mind, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks. "Sister, what is wrong with your face?" "Oh, it's nothing." Murong Wan quickly dismissed the thought. Regarding Lu Sun, she certainly did not harbor profound feelings. Nevertheless, a woman's memory of her first man is invariably the most indelible. This is for the best. He should be able to gain admission to Qingbei. Murong Wan pushed aside her myriad thoughts. Presently, her sole focus was on strengthening herself, determined to make up for the time squandered over the past few years. What should I call this extraordinary vein of heaven and earth? The chaos vein, perhaps? After Li Bufan departed, Lu Sun finally found the opportunity to keenly sense the changes within his body. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary vein of heaven and earth within him surpassed Murong Wan's exquisite vein by far. The reason the manifestations of heaven and earth did not extend as far as Moron wants is due to the limitations imposed by the system, which only allowed a fraction to be released. Even so, the extraordinary phenomena caused by Lu Sun suppressed the other 3 celestial anomalies. The sheer dominance of this power was undeniable. Had there not been systematic constraints, the magnitude of the disturbances he generated would have been unfathomable. The meridians, as broad as a thoroughfare, seemed futile for his personal cultivation. System, are you jesting with me? Lu Sun mused. Subsequently, he realized that this expansive meridian offered him little utility, as he was unable to cultivate independently. Although the host cannot cultivate autonomously, he can replenish his energy. The wider the meridian, the faster the replenishment. Furthermore, once the host's strength reaches a sufficient level, the restrictions can be lifted. The system's elucidation provided Lu Sun with a measure of solace. Indeed, should he find himself in combat and experience significant energy depletion, his recovery speed would surpass that of others by at least tenfold. As for the notion of cultivation, Lu Sun found himself indifferent, preferring instead to remain comfortably unperturbed. Following this incident of meridian awakening, Lu Sun became a prominent figure at Rongqing No. 1 High School, overshadowing even a student who had opened several spiritual meridians. He received a multitude of calls, predominantly from enrollment officers of various cultivation academies, eager to promise him an array of resources in hopes of enticing him to apply. They were destined for disappointment, as Lu Sun's aspirations had always been directed towards Qingbei. He had yet to make a final decision between Qingshu Academy and Beta University. The next day, the admissions office from Qingbei arrived early at Rongqing No. 1 High School. Despite it being Saturday, they sacrificed their weekend to compete for the prodigy. Could 2 acceptance letters be issued in such a manner? Indeed, Lu Sun, only students who have awakened celestial meridians receive such privileges at the start of the semester. You may choose either institution for enrollment. Upon learning that Lu Sun had not yet made his choice, they resolved to issue him 1 acceptance letter each. Lu Sun could present any of these letters at Qingbei to register. Such treatment was reserved solely for those who had awakened celestial meridians. This proposal was agreeable to Lu Sun, and he consented. Chapter 18. Talent Rankings. Wow, Lu Sun, you are truly remarkable. This is fantastic. Now we can attend Qingbei together. How are you? It's a bit troublesome. My mother has found a 5th-tier immortal cultivator who mentioned that in order to activate my ancient spiritual root, I will likely need innate spiritual energy, which can only be found on the astral ancient road. My mother is currently scouring for it, hoping to purchase some. On that day, Chu Yuqing sent a message. Lu Sun typically refrained from contacting her first, as her mother was quite strict, and she feared being discovered. Don't worry about me. As long as I activate my ancient spiritual root before turning 25, I can join Qingshu Academy at any time. You are cultivating a martial vein, so Beta University would be ideal. Of course, I would also be delighted if you chose to enter Qingshu Academy. Chu Yuqing, concerned that Lu Sun might fret, reassured him. After exchanging a few more words, the conversation concluded. Innate spiritual energy? Lu Sun recalled that upon binding with Muron Wan, the system rewarded him with innate vital energy, which assisted in activating her exquisite physique. If he could bind with Chu Yuqing, perhaps the system would bestow upon him innate spiritual energy. But he decided to postpone this until he reached the 2nd realm. The system mandated that Lu Sun must attain the 2nd realm before he could bind with another individual. There was no point in rushing. Lu Sun, provide me with a clear answer. Is it Qingshu Academy or Beta University? I have yet to decide. Well then, I shall make my choice. I shall pursue martial arts, and thus, Beta University it shall be. On Monday, Li Bufan chose Beta University. At long last, he did not disappoint his grandmother's spirit, as he opened the final meridian on the last day, securing his admission to Qingbei. This year, Rongqing No. 1 High School performed admirably. A week before the grand examination, Qingbei pre-admitted 8 students. In addition to Lu Sun, Li Bufan, and Lin Yan, there were 5 others. Of these 5, 3 had awakened spiritual meridians, while 2, like Li Bufan, had opened 8 martial meridians. Qingbei's requirements for spiritual meridians were somewhat lenient. Those who could awaken 5 or more spiritual meridians before the grand examination were granted direct admission. Among these 5, 4 hailed from affluent families, while only 1 was a diligent student with moderate talent. In the era of advanced martial arts, the ability to rise to prominence depends not only on personal effort and talent, which account for merely a fraction, but a far greater portion hinges on resources, background, and wealth. To speak of nothing else, the foundational training alone can thwart countless ordinary individuals, unless one possesses extraordinary talent that renders all obstacles moot. Even in the absence of wealth and resources, they may still defy the odds and rise. A few days later, the grand examination arrived. For Lu Sun, having been pre-admitted to Qingbei, the grand examination held little significance. Sun Gu, this year's exam questions are truly challenging. Li Bufan rushed off to participate in the grand examination. Even though he had been pre-admitted, he still wanted to see how well he could perform. The results of the grand examination are comprehensive, with the meridian opening scores accounting for half, while the other half comprises various aspects of martial knowledge, theory, and comprehension. Lu Sun chose not to participate. He did not possess Li Bufan's drive, and was certain his academic performance would not meet the standard. Why seek discomfort? He remained, as always, leisurely and carefree, lying flat each day. Sun Gu, the results are out. Haha, my strength is impressive. I could gain admission to Qingbei on my own merits. A week later, when the results were announced, Li Bufan was overjoyed to discover his grand examination scores qualified him for Qingbei as well. With only over 200 individuals achieving this, the official data revealed that this year, a total of 285 students across all eastern provinces opened the extraordinary meridians. Out of millions of candidates, just over 200 opened these meridians, a remarkably low ratio. This is also why the government implemented a compulsory random marriage policy at the age of 25. Several catastrophic events have resulted in a significant reduction in the global population. The situation in the East, while relatively better, has still seen a decline of nearly half, amounting to hundreds of millions of individuals. Should the population in the East manage to return to the pinnacle levels of the previous era, with over 10 million candidates each year, the number of prodigious talents would undoubtedly surge. There are also candidates, akin to Li Bufan, who have yet to unlock their extraordinary potential. It is conceivable that upon entering university, they might awaken their latent abilities. After the culmination of the grand examination, a topic surged to the forefront of online discussions among the newly awakened prodigies, who stands as the foremost genius this year. Such debates arise annually, with previous years witnessing little contention regarding the title of the top genius. This year, however, is marked by the emergence of not only Murong Wan, but also a student who has awakened an extraordinary physique, Lu Xinghe, a genius from the capital. Lu Xinghe first awakened the stellar sacred body and subsequently unlocked the celestial vein, the stellar martial vein. The stellar sacred body is indeed one of the 10 innate physiques. Its remarkable feature lies in its ability to harness the power of the stars for cultivation through the stellar martial vein. Each star illuminated within one's body significantly amplifies combat prowess. If Lu Xinghe can establish a star chart within, forging a stellar battle body, his combat strength could ascend to a terrifying level. In contrast to Murong Wan's Linglong treasure body, which excels in cultivation speed, the stellar sacred body is more combat-oriented, showcasing superior fighting capabilities. Furthermore, Murong Wan is 25 years old, while Lu Xinghe is merely 20, having repeated a year to awaken his stellar sacred body. This has led many to believe that Lu Xinghe is undeniably this year's top genius. Yet, some contend that mastery of one's cultivation is paramount, arguing that an excessive focus on combat strength is misguided. Overall, support seems to lean more towards Lu Xinghe, primarily due to his youth. Online, various versions of genius rankings have surfaced, revealing discerning opinions. In one ranking, Lu Sun discovered his name astonishingly placed third, while another ranking boldly asserted that Lu Sun deserved the top position. How can you merely consider the scope of the celestial phenomena? That is the chaos manifestation of the azure lotus. Such a magnificent phenomenon cannot be overlooked, lamented the creator of the rankings. In other listings, Lu Sun's position was notably lower, as the system had shrouded his celestial insights, with only a minimal portion of the extraordinary phenomena being revealed. It appears there are indeed some with discerning eyes, though the popularity of these two rankings is not particularly high, limiting their visibility. In a way, this is advantageous for Lu Sun, who prefers to avoid drawing excessive attention. After all, how could he continue to enjoy a leisurely existence without the burden of scrutiny? Chapter 19 Graduation. This year, Rongqing No. 1 High School has achieved remarkable results, with as many as 28 students gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. Our Lu Sun and Lin Yin have particularly opened up extraordinary pathways, becoming nationally recognized prodigies. Especially Lu Sun, who has even been ranked first on the online Genius leaderboard. 2 days later, during the graduation ceremony, the principal, beaming with pride, lavished praise upon Lu Sun. This year, Rongqing No. 1 High School has birthed 2 extraordinary talents, achieving the best results in its history, much to the principal's delight. Such a wild ranking, Lin Yan scoffed. He had seen the list that placed Lu Sun at the top, which bore little distinction from authoritative rankings, save for placing Lu Sun in the foremost position. As for Lin Yan, he found himself ranked outside the top 100 on all online leaderboards. Meanwhile, Lu Sun fared decently on other lists, typically landing within the top 20 or even the top 10, which left Lin Yan feeling quite discontented. Graduation has arrived. As the ceremony drew to a close, all the students erupted in cheers, the campus alive with jubilation. The 3-year journey of martial arts education had reached its conclusion. From this point forward, everyone would embark on a new chapter in their lives. Regardless of whether this new life is favorable or unfavorable, sometimes the mere prospect of change is worthy of anticipation. Lu Sun, you have done exceptionally well, far surpassing what your parents achieved in their time. If they knew of your accomplishments, they would be overjoyed, Teacher Wu said, his eyes glistening with tears. Teacher Wu, the school has rewarded me generously. Please keep the dark energy for yourself. My meridians are damaged, and I shall never progress further. Lu Sun prepared to return the dark energy given to him previously. However, Teacher Wu declined. Focus on your practice and grow swiftly, he encouraged. Yes, Lu Sun nodded earnestly. After the graduation ceremony, a farewell party commenced. The students lingered on campus, gathering in small groups. Many years hence, they would realize that today would be the last time many of them would come together. After today's parting, many would never encounter each other again, even if they resided in the same city. Hey, Lu Mei, why is she with Lin Yan? At that moment, Li Bufan noticed Lu Mei walking hand in hand with Lin Yan. Despite the incident last week where Lin Yan was angered to the point of spitting blood by Lu Sun, few dared to mock him. On the contrary, many girls envied Lu Mei, wishing to take her place beside Lin Yan. Lu Mei reveled in this attention. Upon seeing Li Bufan and Lu Sun, she raised her head high, resembling a proud swan adorned with a thick layer of makeup. Picking up what Lu Sun has discarded, Lin Yan is truly bringing shame to the affluent second generation, Li Bufan remarked, his words laced with venom and deliberately loud enough for Lu Mei to hear. Indeed, that was intentional. Over the past 3 years, he had long harbored a disdain for Lu Mei. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mei's expression instantly soured, and she cautiously glanced at Lin Yan, fearful that he might overhear. Unfortunately, Lin Yan did catch the remark. To everyone's surprise, instead of retreating, he strode directly towards them. Lu Sun, it's no wonder you lack discernment. After 3 years of servitude, you abandon her at a critical moment. You likely do not realize that Lu Mei has been discovered to possess a natural allure. If one were to cultivate alongside her, the benefits would be manifold. Lin Yan boasted with an air of superiority. Lu Mei had nurtured many fish, yet she was also akin to a fish in another's pond. She had always aspired to attach herself to Lin Yan, the scion of a wealthy family. However, Lin Yan had shown her little regard until he was bested by Lu Sun, leaving him seething with frustration. It was then that he began to acknowledge Lu Mei's worth. After all, if she could keep Lu Sun enamored for 3 years, she must possess some extraordinary qualities. To his astonishment, this newfound recognition brought unexpected rewards. Lu Mei indeed had a natural allure, which considerably dulled his affections for Chu Yuqing. After all, while Chu Yuqing was merely beautiful, Lu Mei could aid him in expediting his growth. Lu Mei shyly nestled against Lin Yan, her gaze towards Lu Sun brimming with satisfaction, as if to say, what now? Regretful, are we? A natural allure? Is she not destined to become a vessel for others? Lu Mei, with such a splendid constitution, why would you choose this ineffectual fellow? I have heard that in the capital, a woman with a natural allure was wed to a young master from a family boasting 6 formidable powers, rising to the 3rd realm within a few years. If you doubt this, do your own research. The popularity of a natural allure in the realm of cultivation is well documented. Li Bufan, with a glint in his eye, rambled on extensively. Who are you calling ineffectual? At least I have opened the channel of heaven and earth. And what do you have? Lin Yan retorted, angered. I have your bloodied good brother Lu Sun. Li Bufan replied decisively, invoking Lu Sun's name. You're courting death. Come on, let Lu Sun beat you bloody again. If you're brave, Don't hide behind Lu's Sun. I will hide. While the two were embroiled in verbal sparring, Lin Yan failed to notice Lu Mei gently releasing his arm. Minutes later, as the farce came to a close, Lin Yan delivered a parting threat to Li Bufan before departing with Lu Mei. Currently, he was cautious about provoking Lu Sun, but felt unyielding against Li Bufan. Lu Sun. These two truly are a mismatched pair, destined to part ways within a day, Li Bufan remarked. A day to part ways? Did you not observe Lu Mei's expression? It is evident she is preparing to seek a new suitor. You have pointed her towards a clear path. Clear path? I have more to say. The woman with a natural allure hails from a prestigious family. Lu Mei, lacking power, influence, and background, would likely be reduced to a mere plaything in a grand family. As he spoke, Li Bufan suddenly turned to Lu Sun. You still haven't forgotten her, have you? Forgotten? Lu Sun averted his gaze. Ever since he learned that the note was sent by Chu Yuqing, Lu Mei had become a stranger to him. Who could possibly linger on someone who had deliberately exploited their misunderstanding, treating them as a devoted admirer for 3 long years? Chapter 20. The return of martial skills. After the final examination, Lu Sun continued to reside in the dormitory provided by the school, as he had no other place to stay in Rongqing. Finally, the day had arrived. That afternoon, the admission letters arrived, 2 in total, one from Qingshu Academy and another from Beta University. Lu Sun. My parents have decided to take me to the capital to stay with a relative. How long do you plan to wait? Li Bufan messaged him in the evening. Going to the capital? Are his parents still intent on maintaining this facade? After exchanging a few words, Lu Sun surmised that Li Bufan's parents likely intended to continue raising him in a manner of impoverished struggle. Poor child, despite his family possessing immense wealth, he still had to endure the hard path of cultivation like an ordinary person. Had he been raised in the manner of Lin Yan's family, Li Bufan would have likely already unlocked the mysteries of the world. Recently, members of the Shadow Clan have emerged, assassinating geniuses who have unlocked the mysteries of the world in numerous cities. Qingbei has opened early reporting, if you wish to go. The Martial House in Rongqing will arrange for your escort, the principal informed him. Understood, principal. By the way, it's best to avoid going out these days. Remain at school. When Lu Sun decided to head to the capital early, the principal approached him with an alarming update. The Shadow Clan had resurfaced. Have the Shadow Clan emerged once more? The Shadow Clan was an alien race from the ancient Star Road. Over a decade ago, when Blue Star entered a node of the ancient Star Road, they faced an assault from the Shadow Clan. The strong of Blue Star fought valiantly and repelled the invaders. Yet many managed to infiltrate Blue Star and hide among its inhabitants. They would occasionally emerge to assassinate talented individuals or important figures. Fortunately, after years of purging, their numbers had dwindled significantly, and they had not been active in recent years. Who would have thought they would resurface now? Should I head to the capital early? With Qingbei opening early reporting, Lu Sun contemplated his plan to travel to the capital. Coincidentally, Chu Yuqing was also in the capital. He thought to take his admission letter to share the good news with his parents, bid them farewell, and then set off for the capital. Mu Rongwan has broken through to the first level of the martial skill 1000 traces step, and the host has gained tenfold the rewards. You have acquired the martial skill 10,000 traces step. After nightfall, the system's return notification suddenly appeared. Martial skills can also be returned. This time, the return was not from his cultivation, but rather from martial skills. Lu Sun had been wondering why Mu Rongwan had not made any progress in the past half-month. It turned out she had been practicing martial skills. Martial arts, also known as combat skills, encompass the techniques of battle and killing. With the arrival of a tenfold return, a deluge of information flooded into Lu Sun's mind. Along with this influx came waves of heat. Astonishingly, after processing everything, Lu Sun exclaimed in disbelief. The martial technique cultivated by Mu Rongwan is a form of agility known as the 1000 traces step. Its defining characteristics are swiftness, flexibility, and an element of deception. This is a fundamental martial skill that, as one matures, can be combined with other techniques to enhance its power. For instance, when fused with lightning techniques, it transforms into the lightning shadow 1000 traces step, allowing one to leave behind lightning afterimages while moving, instantly manifesting into 12 lightning clones that can briefly materialize to attack and enable instantaneous movement between them. Not long after opening her meridians, Mu Rongwan had already attained the first tier of the 1000 traces step, indicating that her exquisite physique not only facilitated rapid cultivation, but also allowed for astonishingly quick mastery of martial techniques. After the tenfold return was bestowed upon Lu Sun, a remarkable transformation occurred. This martial skill evolved from the 1,000 traces step into the 10,000 traces step. How exhilarating! Is that my afterimage? Half an hour later, within the solitude of the training room, Lu Sun began to experiment. He was uncertain of the 1,000 traces step's prowess, but the 10,000 traces step was simply extraordinary. Upon its execution, Lu Sun's form became blindingly swift, akin to an elusive phantom. When he unleashed his full power, he could even leave behind successive afterimages. With the thrill of acquiring a martial skill, he found himself immersed in practice until exhaustion compelled him to return for rest. "Mom, Dad, I've received my admission letter from Qingbei University," he declared. "What do you think? Should I attend Qingshu Academy or Beta University? By the way, this is your future daughter-in-law. She possesses an ancient spiritual root and intends to go to Qingshu Academy. If you are pleased with her, I shall stay there to watch over her and prevent her from being whisked away." The following day, at the heroic martyrs' cemetery, Lu Sun stood before his parents' gravestones. Chatting away, he was preparing to depart for the capital, thus bidding farewell to his parents while sharing the joyous news of his acceptance into Qingbei. Additionally, he showed them a photograph of Chu Yuqing. She was beautiful, understanding, and caring. His parents would surely be pleased. As for Moron Wan, Lu Sun chose not to mention her to avoid giving his parents cause for concern about their son's frivolous pursuits in another world. Suddenly, Lu Sun sensed a disturbance and looked up in curiosity. After his meridians were opened, his senses had sharpened significantly. Meow? Peeking from behind a nearby gravestone was a cream-colored cat, curiously observing Lu Sun. Noticing the feline, he continued his conversation with his parents. He spoke for an entire morning. "Mom, Dad, I'm leaving now, but I will return every holiday." At noon, Lu Sun stood up, reluctantly departing. "Why are you still here?" As Lu Sun turned around, he discovered a cat squatting nearby, gazing at him with its bright, expressive eyes. How adorable! He approached and reached out to stroke the cat's head. The feline's fur instantly bristled, yet it neither resisted nor evaded, allowing Lu Sun's hand to gently caress its small head. This must be a ragdoll, so charming. After petting its head, he couldn't resist pinching its cheeks. "Meow," the ragdoll purred, playfully vying for Lu Sun's affection. It appeared impeccably clean, suggesting it had an owner. What a pity. Farewell, little kitty. After indulging in a delightful encounter with the cat, Lu Sun decided to leave. "Why are you still following me?" The little cat trailed behind Lu Sun all the way to the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery. With each step Lu Sun took, it mirrored his movements, pausing when he halted, looking up at him with its adorable, wide eyes. It seemed there were no other visitors around. Could it be a lost or abandoned cat? After pondering for a moment, Lu Sun turned and scooped up the little creature, heading towards the exit. "Classmate, no one has brought a cat in today. It must be a stray. If you wish to adopt it, it would be wise to register and have it checked to ensure it is not an exotic creature from the starry ancient road." "I will, thank you." After inquiring about the situation at the management office, Lu Sun left, cradling the kitten in his arms. "Little one, you will be with me from now on." He resolved to adopt the cat. Chapter 21. A timely breakthrough driver to Rongqing No. 1 High School. Understood. At the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery, Lu Sun entered a rideshare vehicle. "Driver, this route seems incorrect." Not long after, he sensed something amiss. "Little brother, there was an accident on North City Avenue, so we have to take a detour." "An accident? What kind of incident could cause a closure on the 8-lane North City Avenue?" "It is said that members of the Shadow Clan infiltrated the city, specifically targeting those gifted individuals who have opened the heavenly and earthly meridians. The accident on North City Avenue is a result of this." The driver, sensing Lu Sun's skepticism, hastily elaborated. "The Shadow Clan has come to Rongqing. Fear not, little brother, they only eliminate those who have opened their meridians. We could pass right under their noses, and they wouldn't even glance our way." The driver, concerned for Lu Sun's apprehension, offered reassurance. Lu Sun opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from revealing that he too had opened his meridian. Alas, in these times, it is tough for an ordinary person to make a living. You seem to be a student. You should hurry and open your meridians. If you can't, you might end up like me, a middle-aged man with 4 children, still having to bear another child to secure a pension. Once the driver began sharing his life struggles, he could not contain his stories. With one hand cradling the cat and the other scrolling through videos on his phone, Lu Sun soon stumbled upon footage of the accident on North City Avenue. The scene was engulfed in thick smoke, a chaotic mess strewn with wrecked vehicles. Such a grand display. Were these Shadow Clan members not known for their assassination skills? How could they orchestrate such a tumult? It became apparent to Lu Xun after perusing the comments that the intended target of this assassination was Wang Tingyun of the Wang family. However, Wang Tingyun was always surrounded by skilled protectors, prompting the assailants to ingeniously utilize a vehicle meant for transporting energy blocks, detonating it to create chaos before attempting to strike at Wang Tingyun. Unfortunately, their efforts to eliminate him were in vain. Morong Zhan was a master of the Fourth Realm, and as long as Morong Wan remained at home, she should be safe. Lu Xun set down his phone, instinctively worrying for Morong Wan. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, causing the taxi to sway violently. The driver struggled to maintain control, bringing the vehicle to a halt. A flat tire. Please wait a moment while I change to a spare, he announced, unbuckling his seatbelt and exiting the car. Damn it, both tires are ruined. Who the hell scattered blades on the road? After assessing the situation, he turned to Lu Xun. I'm afraid you'll need to call another ride. I'll refund your fare. No need, driver. You've had a tough day. Keep the fare, Lu Xun replied, showing kindness. After summoning another ride, he exited the vehicle, cradling his cat. As he stepped out, the little feline suddenly stood on alert, its fur bristling. Lu Xun's brow furrowed in alarm as a wave of mortal danger washed over him. Instinctively, he turned his head aside just in time. Whoosh! A sharp crossbow bolt zipped past, mere inches from his face. Although it missed him entirely, the rush of air left a stinging sensation on his skin, a testament to the bolt's lethal power. Had it struck him, even with his body tempered to the 24th level, it would have pierced his skull. Driver, I possess a unique talent. Please call the police. He shouted after narrowly avoiding the deadly bolt, clutching his cat as he sprinted away. Huh. The driver was taken aback. The young man in his vehicle turned out to be an extraordinary genius with a remarkable gift. Regaining his composure, he quickly dropped to the ground and called for help. Sure enough, following the first bolt, a barrage of arrows swiftly followed. The second, third, and fourth bolts were unleashed. The area was exceptionally open, devoid of obstacles, clearly chosen for a precise assassination. With a swift movement, Lu Xun activated the mysterious steps technique. His form shifted and darted, evading each bolt with uncanny timing. As he wove his way forward, desperately seeking to escape the reach of his assailants. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt landed at his feet, shattering a stone the size of a tofu cube into fragments. The formidable warrior crossbow. Lu Xun recognized that his adversary wielded a weapon of immense power and rapid fire. He swiftly changed direction, evading several bolts before seeking refuge behind a large boulder. Was this truly the First Realm? In the distance, the assailant, armed with the warrior crossbow, was incredulous. With his strength, combined with the element of surprise afforded by the weapon, even a typical practitioner of the Second Realm would find it difficult to escape death. Yet, here he was, struggling against a mere First Realm opponent. Something felt amiss. This individual was likely not a member of the Shadow Clan. Behind the stone, Lu Xun checked his phone and sensed something was off. The Shadow Clan would not typically disrupt cellular signals in a given area. Furthermore, as innate assassins, if they wished to eliminate him, they would simply approach silently and strike. There was no need for a crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. The assailant renewed his assault. Bolts relentlessly struck the stone, each one embedding itself deeply. If this continued, the boulder would be pierced, and the distance between them was closing. He had to escape in half a minute. The assailant was formidable, and the large stone would not provide him with lasting protection. Moreover, Lu Xun sensed the enemy drawing near, as the intervals between the bolts shortened and their force intensified. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Morong Wan has broken through to the Second Realm. You gain tenfold from her achievement. A wave of warmth surged through him. She broke through? A smile crept onto Lu Xun's face. Morong Wan had only achieved mastery of martial skills yesterday, and today she had ascended to the Second Realm. The timing of her breakthrough was nothing short of impeccable. At that moment, a continuous stream of warmth flowed into his being. This energy coursed through his body, forming a grand circulation along the Ren, Du, Chong, and Dai meridians. In this process, true energy was born. While other practitioners needed to stabilize their meridians and absorb dark energy for a complete circulation to transform it into true energy, Lu Xun's process was simplified. Fueled by the tenfold return of warmth, the speed at which true energy was generated within him was astounding. This energy surged through his meridians towards his dantian. Buzz. The dantian burst open as true energy flooded in, rapidly forming a vast sea of energy. Thus, Lu Xun officially stepped into the second realm of martial arts, attaining the cultivation of the Qi Si. Yet, the transformation was not complete. A considerable amount of warmth continued to flow in, transforming into true energy until the Qi Si could hold no more. At this moment, the energy reservoir began to compress the true energy, elevating its quality to unprecedented heights until it could be compressed no further. A resonant hum filled the air as the energy reservoir expanded further, and Lu Xun ascended to the second layer of the energy reservoir. Chapter 22. Merely half a month after opening his meridians, he had already established his energy reservoir and entered the second realm. In the meantime, he had even mastered a martial technique within just 2 days. Is this the elusive Linglong treasure body? Within the estate of the Murong family, Murong Tian's pupils constricted, his teacup suspended in midair, clearly astonished by this revelation. Half a month prior, Murong once successfully opened her meridians. Typically, a martial artist takes anywhere from 1 to several months after opening their meridians to consolidate their channels before commencing their cultivation. While cultivating true energy after opening the meridians is not particularly challenging, progressing to the second realm requires a substantial amount of true energy to establish an energy reservoir in one fell swoop. This process is time-consuming and contingent upon numerous factors. For instance, Murong Tian, equipped with ample resources, took a full 8 months to establish his energy reservoir. For an ordinary martial artist, the duration could extend to 1 or even 2 years or longer. Even if one were to rely solely on dark energy for cultivation, the amount required to establish an energy reservoir would be exorbitantly costly for an average person. Yet Murong won. She accomplished this feat in merely 15 days. During this period, due to the sudden emergence of the Shadow Clan, Murong Zhan personally guided her in mastering a martial technique for self-defense within 2 days. Although she only grasped the first tier, learning it in such a short time is nothing short of astonishing. Thus, the actual time Murong Wan took to establish her energy reservoir was a mere 13 days. 13 days. Even if she disregarded resource consumption in her cultivation, this figure is undeniably staggering. Were the Shadow Clan not assassinating prodigies? Why would they neglect such an extraordinary talent? Murong Tian fervently wished for the Shadow Clan to reappear and eliminate Murong Wan. Otherwise, their lineage would likely face an insurmountable future. Meanwhile, Lu Xun's tenfold return had finally concluded. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the surging true energy within him, and murmured to himself, had my energy reservoir not been inherently superior to others by several multiples, this wave of return should have propelled me to the 5th layer or beyond. Meow. The sudden mewl of the kitten in his arms jolted him back to reality. Whoosh. A crossbow bolt shot toward him from the side. Lu Xun moved like a swift rabbit, evading the projectile with ease. His gaze, akin to shimmering stars, locked onto the assailant, a masked martial artist clad in tight-fitting garb, now less than 20 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows followed. Resolute, Lu Xun tossed the kitten aside and vanished from his position, not retreating, but rather charging toward the masked martial artist. This was not recklessness, but rather a calculated confidence. After breaking through the 3 layers of the Qi Si, Lu Xun subtly sensed the strength of the masked warrior as he unleashed his full power. The masked warrior was also at the 2nd realm, certainly not having reached the 3rd. Otherwise, Lu Xun would not have had the opportunity to survive until now. Both being in the 2nd realm, who would fear whom? Despite Lu Xun being merely at the 3 layers of the Qi Si, his physical conditioning was at the 24th level, granting him unparalleled advantages within the Qi Si realm. Moreover, his Qi Si was larger. Even if his opponent were at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm, he could still escape if he could not prevail. As several crossbow bolts were dodged by Lu Xun, he clenched his fists and charged forward fiercely. The masked warrior discarded his crossbow and drew his battle knife, slashing towards Lu Xun, who was advancing. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun feigned an attack, utilizing the 10,000 shadows step to appear beside him, his fist the size of a sandbag crashing down upon the masked warrior. The masked warrior reacted swiftly, redirecting his battle knife to strike, seemingly cleaving Lu Xun in half. Yet, in the next instant, a fist of immense power struck his head, producing a force that felt akin to a nuclear explosion in his mind. Simultaneously, The Lu Sun he had struck transformed into shards of shadow, an afterimage. How could this be? The masked warrior's eyes narrowed, turning crimson in an instant. Lu Sun's punch was utterly terrifying. The masked warrior swung his battle knife, desperate to push Lu Sun away. However, after suffering a severe blow to his head, the masked warrior's combat effectiveness plummeted. Lu Sun effortlessly evaded and swiftly closed the distance using the 10,000 shadows step. Boom. The masked warrior was struck again, blood spewing from his mouth. With such feeble skill, did he dare to attempt to kill me? Within a mere minute, Lu Sun had him pinned to the ground, completely subdued and devoid of any resistance. Lu Sun ripped away the cloth covering the masked warrior's face, revealing an unfamiliar visage. Indeed, he was not one of the Shadow Clan. Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, his voice growing increasingly severe. Humans truly delight in mutual destruction. Speak, I bear you no grudge. Why did you attempt to kill me? Answer me. The last 3 words thundered like a clap of thunder, causing the injured masked man to tremble all over. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The masked man stammered in defense. I intended to kill a student of the First Realm, someone who bears a slight resemblance to you. Coincidentally, he was also at the heroic martyrs cemetery today, and I mistook you for him. Oh. Lu Sun crouched down, seizing the opponent's collar. The student you wish to kill, his name is Lu Sun, I assenti it? Yes, it is indeed Lu Sun. How unfortunate. Lu Sun grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. For I am Lu Sun. What? The masked warrior's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. That's impossible. Lu Sun only opened his meridians half a month ago. You must possess at least the strength of 5 layers in the Qi Si now. This cannot be. He was unwilling to accept it. Not just him, but anyone in his position would likely struggle to believe such a revelation. This is not the crux of the matter. The real question lies in why you sought to take my life. Given that you mistook me for someone else, it is evident that we are strangers without any prior grievances. Thus, it stands to reason that you have been sent by someone else. Speak. Who is it that directed you to me? Answer me. Lu Sun began with a calm narration, but his final 3 words erupted with a thunderous resonance. Akin to a bolt from the blue, the masked assailant trembled in fear, startled by Lu Sun's intense manner of speaking, which was far too stimulating for him. I do not know, he stammered, perhaps out of apprehension that Lu Sun might strike again, combined with the realization that his life was in Lu Sun's hands. The masked figure resolved to divulge everything. Lu Sun's gaze turned icy. Are you toying with me? No. I occasionally moonlight as a killer to earn dark energy. This task was one I accepted from the dark web, with a remarkably high bounty of 5,000 units of dark energy. He spoke rapidly in his eagerness to explain. You have opened the celestial vein, and most fear being traced, and thus avoid such tasks. I accepted it due to my financial desperation. Chapter 23. The Dark Web Assassin. I have disclosed everything I can. I have also given you the card and password for the dark energy. You have nothing to lose. Will you not release me? The masked assailant's voice quivered as he pleaded for mercy, desperate to preserve his life. Consequently, he divulged all his secrets. He was indeed an assassin from the dark web, having no knowledge of his employer. With 5,000 units of dark energy, Lu Sun lightly tapped the hilt of his blade. Am I truly worth so much? The value of dark energy is not static. When Blue Star had recently departed from the celestial Ancient Roads Junction, dark energy was abundant and thus relatively inexpensive. After some time, as it became scarce, its value surged. The crucial point is that while it is relatively easy to exchange dark energy for currency, converting money into dark energy, especially in significant quantities, is quite challenging. 5,000 units is not an excessive amount, yet it could easily be valued at 5 million now. This implies that someone has put a price of 5 million on his life. Who could that be? Very few harbor enmity towards Lu Sun. Wang Yang, Lu Mei, Lin Yan. He could count them on one hand. Lu Sun quickly dismissed Wang Yang and Lu Mei. They could not possibly muster such a sum of dark energy. Could it be Lin Yan? Would this individual truly be so malicious as to hire a hitman after suffering romantic disappointments? A figure suddenly flashed through Lu Sun's mind. 3 years ago, the person who had seized all his assets with a mere promissory note. Meow? The sound of a cat echoed unexpectedly. Lu Sun's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively lowered his head. A battle knife whizzed past, slicing through a few strands of his hair. In an instant, the Wanzhong step was activated, propelling Lu Sun back several meters, allowing him to discern the assailant, a shadowy figure coalescing into form. An emissary of the Shadow Clan. This was indeed one of their kind. The clan is named the Shadow Clan due to their ability to momentarily transform into shadows to launch surprise attacks, leaving their victims defenseless. When a member of the Shadow Clan failed in his ambush, he did not relent, brandishing his clan's battle knife and boldly initiating a pursuit. Enraged, Lu Xun thought, "Do they truly believe I am so easily provoked?" He had narrowly escaped 2 assassination attempts, both nearly fatal. The anger within him simmered. Brandishing the battle knife he had acquired from the masked assailant, he charged forward. The clash of blades reverberated painfully in the ears. Upon their first encounter, the Shadow Clan member sensed something was amiss. Lu Xun's prowess was far beyond that of a mere novice. In fact, he was not even a typical practitioner of the Second Realm. His vital energy was robust and domineering, and his evasive footwork rendered him nearly ghost-like. The Shadow Clan member found himself at a severe disadvantage. Frustration welled within him. Had he known Lu Xun would prove so formidable, he would not have been foolish enough to attempt the assassination alone. But who could have anticipated that Lu Xun, having only opened his meridians for half a month and lacking any connections, would become this powerful? Retreat. The Shadow Clan member decided against continuing the fight, but Lu Xun, unwilling to let him escape, resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. Ignoring the toll on his energy, he unleashed the deadly technique of the 10,000 shadows. Just moments ago, this very technique had granted him overwhelming advantage. Seeking death, the Shadow Clan member swung his knife toward Lu Xun. "I am right here." Lu Xun's cold voice echoed beside him. The assailant faltered, his body struck by Lu Xun's battle knife. This fool, aside from his ability to morph into shadows, was inferior to a dark web assassin in every other regard. At a critical moment, the Shadow Clan member attempted to dissolve into a shadow and flee. Suddenly, a cream-colored kitten leaped up and bit his calf. Meow. Startled by the pain, the Shadow Clan member's form solidified once more. Lu Xun seized the opportunity, bringing his knife down to cleave the assassin in two. Impressive. The dark web assassin watched in astonishment from a distance. As a practitioner of the Second Realm, he had encountered countless strong fighters. But the thought that Lu Xun had only been training for half a month since opening his meridians made the world seem utterly surreal to him. Why not take this chance to escape? Lu Xun inquired as he rifled through the belongings of the fallen Shadow Clan member. "Do you truly believe I could flee?" The dark web assassin replied with a bitter smile. Though his identity on the dark web was concealed, he continued, "If you spare me and keep this failed assassination a secret, I can assist you in extracting information about my employer. Navigating the dark web domestically is no simple task, but should you require similar services in the future, I would be at your service. Furthermore, if another contract to eliminate you arises, I can inform you immediately." He was desperate to survive and sought to sway Lu Xun with his words. "You are violating the code of conduct for assassins," Lu Xun remarked. "The principles of morality are trivial. Life itself holds paramount importance. Moreover, your potential is utterly formidable, making this decision the most judicious." The dark web assassin displayed a glimmer of sincerity. "How can I trust your words?" Lu Xun pondered for a moment. The assassin gritted his teeth and replied, "My name is Luo Dasheng, residing at 183 Saijiao Lane in the Southern District. If you doubt me, feel free to search online. My reputation in Saijiao Lane is quite commendable. The signal jammer is concealed among the grass over there." Dark web assassins dread having their true identities revealed. Many would rather face death than disclose themselves, as it could endanger their families. Once Lu Xun located and deactivated the signal jammer, he indeed took out his phone to search. "I never would have guessed you were a good person. What drives you to be an assassin?" he inquired a few minutes later. This dark web assassin had aided numerous individuals, having supported over a dozen disabled people whose lives were disrupted by injuries sustained during their training. "Without being an assassin, how could I afford to do such things? You, a prodigy under the spotlight, cannot fathom the hardships faced by ordinary warriors. Is that so? I had thought your good deeds were merely an attempt to alleviate your guilt," Lu Xun remarked, causing Luo Dasheng to shudder, his expression gradually shifting to one of complexity as he fell silent. "You may leave now," Lu Xun said, handing him the knife. "Thank you. I will inform you of any developments," the dark web assassin replied, rising from the ground, accepting the knife, and departing with a slight bow. "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit of a headache." "And you? Are you okay?" The driver, an older gentleman, was unharmed. He had merely been knocked unconscious by a stone thrown by the dark web assassin. Lu Xun chose not to kill the assassin. not out of mercy or fear of taking a life, nor solely because the assassin possessed a benevolent side. Rather, Lu Xun sought to leverage the encounter to uncover the identity of the employer and gain insight into the dark web's activities. Should there be future bounties placed on his life, he would be prepared rather than caught off guard as he had been today. Had it not been for Muron Wan's timely breakthrough to the second realm, Lu Xun might have found himself in dire straits with an assassin and a Shadow Clan member. The driver's survival was also a contributing factor. This dark web assassin was, at the very least, not a senseless killer. He still bore a sense of guilt. Ning, how much of what he said do you believe? What, do you suspect he is lying? I can't shake the feeling that this Shadow Clan member should not be at the first realm. It seems they rarely employ martial crossbows, do they? Half an hour later, a multitude of warriors arrived in the area that had recently witnessed intense combat. They were from the Martial Arts Bureau, an official organization wielding significant authority and encompassing numerous responsibilities, including external warfare and exploration, as well as internal security and defense. Shaoli, do you know why you have been unable to rise to the position of deputy team leader? Ning inquired of the recently vocal Shaoli. Is it because my cultivation is insufficient? Shaoli responded, puzzled. Sometimes one must embrace confusion when the moment calls for it. Nung patted Shaoli on the shoulder and approached Lu's son. Lu, we can take it from here. The situation is largely resolved. Shall I arrange for a car to take you home? Thank you, Uncle Nung. No need for such formality. Should you require assistance in Rome City in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Nung, a formidable figure and a practitioner of the third realm, displayed a warm smile and a humble demeanor in front of Lu's son. Chapter 24. The Princess Lu's son. I have heard that you were attacked by the Shadow Clan? Indeed, martial uncle. Pray tell, was it truly solely the Shadow Clan that assailed you this time? Upon returning to school, Lu Xun encountered the anxious martial teacher Wu waiting at the gate. Why do you ask that, Teacher Wu? Lu Xun inquired, puzzled. How could Teacher Wu be aware that he had deceived the Wu family regarding the presence of the dark web assassin? I have a friend in the Wu family who informed me of this matter, suggesting that there were peculiarities at the scene, indicating that there may have been more than one assassin. Teacher Wu elucidated. I see, Lu Xun replied. There were indeed more than just the Shadow Clan. He led Teacher Wu to a secluded spot and recounted the situation. I knew it would come to this. Alas, it is my fault for not warning you sooner. Teacher Wu lamented, consumed by worry and unable to ponder how Lu Xun managed to counter the second realm assassin. This letter is for you. It is time you receive it. He produced a sealed letter and handed it to Lu Xun. Upon inspection, Lu Xun noted that the envelope was impeccably preserved, crafted from a unique material likely made of Xianin paper. Ordinary paper would be easily penetrable by powerful martial artists or cultivators, revealing the contents within. But Xianin paper remains opaque to those below the fifth realm. What is this letter, martial uncle? Lu Xun hesitated to open it. It is a letter from your parents. I am unaware of its contents. They entrusted it to me on their deathbed, instructing me to deliver it to you only after you reach the third realm. Should you fail to attain that level, it would remain forever unopened, Teacher Wu explained. Understood. Lu Xun quietly began to unseal the letter. Teacher Wu averted his gaze, refraining from peeking. 2 minutes later, Lu Xun had finished reading. Martial uncle, may I borrow a flame? Here you go. The letter ignited, turning to ash. Teacher Wu observed silently, aware that Lu Xun's actions were undoubtedly dictated by the contents of the letter. Martial uncle, what is the current status of Li Sheng? Lu Xun inquired. Li Sheng was the individual who, 3 years prior, had seized all of Lu Xun's family assets through a mere IOU. Upon hearing the name, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Teacher Wu's eyes. He should be on the verge of breaking through to the true intent realm. The true intent realm, signifying the martial arts master of the fourth realm. Chu Youqing's grandfather, Muron Wan's father Muron Zhan, is indeed a master of the fourth realm. Son, regardless of whether he is responsible for this incident, refrain from seeking revenge for now. Focus on your training at Qingbei. Your growth will undoubtedly surpass his by leaps and bounds. In due time, you shall settle the score, Teacher Wu sighed and advised. He harbored a deep desire to eliminate Li Sheng, yet his meridians were damaged, and his strength was waning. What could he possibly do? I understand, Uncle Wu. Lu Xun replied, stamping his foot to reduce the remnants of the burnt letter to ash. Teacher Wu departed. Meow. The cat leaped into his arms, nuzzling its small head against Lu Xun. Little one, you are quite remarkable, Lu Xun observed, gently scratching its chin, though a flicker of curiosity glimmered in his eyes. During the ambush, this little creature had issued 2 warnings and might have even disrupted the Shadow Clan member's shadow transformation ability. The bite marks on that fellow's calf seemed too coincidental to dismiss. Is it truly just an ordinary cat? At that moment, Lu Xun harbored suspicions that this feline might be an extraordinary being from the ancient pathways of the starry skies. Though his heart was filled with doubt, he maintained a gentle demeanor, continuing to pet the creature. If it indeed hailed from the ancient pathways of the starry skies and showed such dependence on him, it would be wise to observe for a while longer. Meow, meow, meow. The cat rolled in his palm, exposing its soft belly. Xiaobai, hold still. It's bath time. In the bathroom, Lu Xun held down the squirming cat with one hand while wielding the showerhead with the other, forcibly giving it a wash. Indeed, he had decided to name the cat Xiaobai. After the bath, Lu Xun settled onto his bed, drawing forth dark energy to recuperate. Although the system prohibited him from training, recovery was still permitted. Today, as 2 battles had taken a toll, and Lu Xun was eager to test his recovery speed. My meridians do indeed heal swiftly. An hour later, Lu Xun opened his eyes, satisfied as he stretched his limbs. His recovery rate was astonishing. Despite depleting a significant amount of true energy in his dantian, he was back to full capacity in just over half an hour. If only he could train by himself. The process of cultivation was exhausting. Sitting still for over half an hour, continuously cycling through the meridians, felt tedious. What if he had to remain in such a state for a day or 2, or even close himself off for a year or 2? It would surely lead to unbearable boredom. Reclining comfortably, Lu Xun sprawled back, one hand petting the cat, while the other scrolled through videos on his phone. His eyes blissfully narrowing in delight. As dusk settled in, his fingers gradually slipped, causing the phone to thud onto the bed. The ragdoll cat curled up in his lap, its tail gently resting on his wrist. Together, man and cat drifted into slumber. As time ticked by, the midnight hour arrived, and 3 moons ascended into the sky. One was the original moon of Blue Star, while the other 2, crimson in hue, belonged to this binary star system. They are gradually drawing closer to the blue star due to its emergence, consequently inducing a series of gravitational fluctuations. Had this occurred at the onset of the High Martial Era, it would have precipitated a catastrophic event resulting in numerous fatalities. However, at present, it bears little significant impact on the blue star. Suddenly, the ragdoll cat nestled in Lu Xun's arms opened its eyes. In the darkness, its pupils glimmered with an eerie light. Any who met its gaze might be compelled to perceive it as a human rather than a mere feline. Shortly thereafter, as if struck by a thought, the cat's eyes ignited with fury. How outrageous! To think that this princess was compelled to partake in a bath with him, and to bestow upon her such a banal name. You are the one called Little White. Your entire family is Little White. I shall slay you. The indignant ragdoll cat raised its paw, poised to strike, only to be abruptly seized by a large hand. You indeed harbor secrets. Lu Xun had awoken unbeknownst to him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak, are you a being from the ancient starry paths? The ragdoll cat froze, then erupted in indignation. You are the aberration. Your entire family is aberrant. The adorable yet fierce tone of the young girl resonated distinctly in the night. Chapter 25. The Dilemma of Chu Yuqing. So you can speak, and still not be an aberration? Lu Xun firmly restrained the ragdoll cat. What a fuss over nothing. The cat lifted its dainty chin, its whiskers quivering slightly. In a cosmos teeming with myriad races, does the ability to speak inherently signify an aberration? Remember, this princess is named Astral Veronica, Celestial Moonlight, Star Ocean, Aurora, Iveshalafina Barbara. As it spoke, its sweet, honeyed voice, juxtaposed with its solemn expression, created a delightful contrast that was hard to resist. However, that absurdly lengthy name caused Lu Xun's temples to throb. You claim to be a princess? He seized upon this detail. A cat, a charming, creamy-colored ragdoll cat, proclaims itself a princess. Is the world teetering on the brink of madness? Indeed, this princess is the heir of the exalted astral star. Astral star is nearly 12 nodes ahead of you on the ancient starry paths. If you can assist this princess in catching up upon my ascension to the astral star, I shall bestow upon you the title of general. The ragdoll cat held its head high, promising with an air of authority. General? Lu Xun scoffed. You are painting a far-fetched picture. I might as well send money to Yingzheng instead. Foolish human. You fail to appreciate such a splendid opportunity right before your eyes. Human, Do not touch my ears. As the ragdoll cat expressed its delight, Lu Xun could not resist giving it a gentle stroke. It was simply too adorable, the way it shook its head earnestly while speaking. On a serious note, Lu Xun reigned in his amusement. How did you come to be like this? Is it not due to the vile schemes of you despicable humans? Did humans transform you into this? Certainly, a malevolent witch took advantage of my weakness and cast a spell that transformed me into a cat. How ironic. Considering I had taught her so much and regarded her as my most loyal servant. A witch? Lu Xun pondered and suddenly realized that the ragdoll cat must be referring to a sorceress from the West. There are many types of sorcerers. Some women who practice dark magic are often labeled as witches. How did a noble princess of Astra find herself in such a remote and impoverished place? It is Astra. The ragdoll cat indignantly corrected. This princess merely overslept, and when I awoke, Astra had already departed. Overslept? Such a reason seemed utterly ludicrous to Lu Xun, who found it hard to believe. Meow, meow, meow. The ragdoll cat emitted a series of meows. Realizing this, after a few futile attempts, it resigned itself in exasperation. After a while, the spark in its eyes slowly faded, diminishing its lively and anthropomorphic demeanor, as if it had transformed into a genuine feline. Then, it leapt into Lu Xun's embrace, affectionately nuzzling against him before curling up in his lap. What is happening? Lu Xun gently stroked the ragdoll cat. At that moment, it appeared exceptionally docile, allowing Lu Xun to pet it without any resistance, seemingly relishing the attention. Lu Xun was utterly perplexed. Sleep. He resolved to continue resting and observe further. Until the following morning, the ragdoll cat exhibited no peculiarities. Upon waking, it still jumped onto Lu Xun, playfully seeking affection. Little White, where is the princess within you? Meow? Lu Xun made a point to confirm, discovering that the ragdoll cat remained just that, a ragdoll cat. Not the princess of some far-off Astra. Could it be that last night was merely an illusion? Did the princess awaken only after midnight? Watching the cat joyfully devour its breakfast, Lu Xun found himself contemplating. Let us go. I'll take you to the capital to broaden your horizons. Lu Xun prepared to set off for the capital. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chu Yuqing. Lu Xun, are you all right? Chu Yuqing inquired with evident concern. Did she know about the attack? Lu Xun, fearing for her peace of mind, had refrained from telling her about yesterday's events. I'm fine, Lu Xun replied. That's a relief, Chu Yuqing exhaled. Yesterday, members of the Shadow Clan infiltrated my grandfather's estate, intending to harm my aunt. Fortunately, my grandfather discovered their plot, but he was injured while protecting her. The Shadow Clan infiltrated the Morong family estate. When did this happen? Lu Xun asked. Shortly after Wang Tingyun was attacked. I suspect they created such a commotion deliberately to divert attention and strike at my aunt. Chu Yuqing recounted some details. The timing was roughly aligned with the attack on me, Lu Xun calculated. Chu Yuqing's suspicions were well-founded. The primary objective of the Shadow Clan on this occasion was undoubtedly Morong Wan. Naturally, Wang Tingyun and Lu Xun were also within their sights. Wang Tingyun was protected by formidable experts. Thus the Shadow Clan created chaos to facilitate their actions while simultaneously drawing the attention of the powerful in Rongqing. Seizing the opportunity, the stronger members of the Shadow Clan focused their assault on Morong Wan. Lu Xun, lacking power, influence, or backing, and being newly awakened, found himself confronted by a second-tier member of the Shadow Clan. This arrangement was initially flawless. If successful, they could eliminate 3 prodigies simultaneously. However, all 3 attempts by the Shadow Clan ultimately failed. Despite their failure, the faction targeting Morong Wan managed to injure Master Morong Zhan. It appears that there are indeed formidable individuals among the Shadow Clan. Chu Yuqing was increasingly concerned for her grandfather's well-being, hoping that the scoundrel Morong Tian would not take advantage of the situation. Where was your grandfather injured? Lu Xun inquired curiously. A master, with abundant energy and vitality, could typically withstand ordinary injuries. Even internal damage, as long as it did not affect the meridians or dantian, was not overly concerning. It's poison, primarily. The Shadow Clan coated their weapons with a specially concocted toxin for which we have no antidote, Chu Yuqing explained. Poison? Lu Xun suddenly recalled that after dispatching the Shadow Clan member, he had discovered a small vial containing some pills. Could they be the antidote? He had not discarded the vial. Instead, he had tossed it into a corner upon returning. He rummaged through his belongings until he found it. I'll take it over later and test it. After sniffing the contents, he tucked the vial away. What about your situation? He asked, turning his concern toward Chu Yuqing. After breaking through to the second realm, I can bind a second object. It is just right to bind you, helping to activate your ancient spiritual root. However, there is a complication. A family possesses innate spiritual energy, but the conditions they proposed are unacceptable, Chu Yuqing muttered. What conditions? Lu Sun inquired. They want me to marry into their family, to wed their son, in exchange for granting me innate spiritual energy, Chu Yuqing replied indignantly. A marriage alliance? They are trying to steal their own bride. Lu Sun exclaimed angrily. Chu Yuqing, do not agree to them. Wait for me. I have a way to help you activate your ancient spiritual root. Really? Chu Yuqing responded, somewhat incredulous. It was understandable. Her ancient spiritual root was deeply concealed, and her mother had sought assistance from numerous individuals in the capital, all to no avail. Only innate spiritual energy could awaken it. Yes, trust me. Don't worry. I have a boyfriend, so I would never agree to that. Even if my mother does, I would refuse. I will wait for you in the capital. Chapter 26. Delivering Medicine. Capital City. Who is this wild brat? Is the Murong family estate a place you can just barge into? Outside the Murong family's estate, Lu Sun was halted by security personnel. The estate was expansive, filled with villa after villa, many of which housed members of the Murong family, save for Murong Wan. She had been unable to open her meridians, which had become a burden for the family. To evade the elders' admonitions, she had purchased a villa of her own on the outskirts. I have urgent matters to discuss with Murong Wan. Could you kindly relay this message? Just inform her that Lu Sun seeks her, he implored. Many individuals are seeking our young lady. If she were to meet with everyone, she would surely be overwhelmed. Please leave, several guards insisted, persistently urging him to depart. Lu Sun had not anticipated that despite coming to deliver medicine, he would be unable to enter the estate. Very well, he sighed, preparing to leave. At that moment, a vehicle approached, and sitting in the back seat was Murong Wan, her brow furrowed with worry. For the past few days, she had been tirelessly searching for a remedy for Murong Zhan's affliction. The poison from the Shadow Clan was particularly troublesome. Although Murong Zhan could suppress it for a while, he could not endure it indefinitely. Moreover, he was forbidden from engaging in combat, as any confrontation would exacerbate the poison's effects. Murong Wan sought various solutions. Some families possessed medicines that could alleviate the symptoms, particularly the Wang family, who had a remedy that could suppress the toxin for a significant duration. However, they had seized the opportunity to make demands, suggesting that Murong Wan marry into their clan. She firmly rejected their proposal. As the car's horn blared, Murong Wan lifted her head and realized that they had arrived at the estate. After a long day of searching, she had yet to uncover a viable solution. It was then that she noticed a familiar figure by the gate. Rolling down the window, she was taken aback upon recognizing Lu Sun. What was he doing here? Since that fateful night, although the memories occasionally surfaced in the quiet of the night, causing her cheeks to flush, her sole focus had been on her cultivation, and she had no intention of entangling herself with Lu Sun again. Murong Wan. Lu Sun called out, his gaze locking onto her. Park the car, she instructed. Understood. Mississippi. Murong Wan exited the vehicle, and as Lu Sun approached, he couldn't help but be captivated by her breathtaking beauty, memories of that enchanting night flooding his mind, stirring emotions within him. His eyes, the windows to his soul, betrayed his feelings, which did not go unnoticed by Murong Wan. She sensed a shift in his demeanor, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Yesterday, the Shadow Clan launched an assassination attempt. Are you unscathed? She was the first to inquire. I'm fine. I even managed to eliminate a member of the Shadow Clan. This vial contains something I retrieved from him. It may prove useful for your father, Lu Sun replied, presenting a small medicine bottle. His words left Murong Wan momentarily astonished. Given the Shadow Clan's tenacity, how had Lu Sun managed to slay one? She was unaware that his remarkable achievement was solely due to her diligent cultivation. Thank you. I will take this to my father for him to examine, she said. Murong Wan gratefully accepted the small vial, regardless of the efficacy of the medicine within. The gesture from Lu Sun was indeed precious. Soon, however, a sense of confusion washed over her. How had Lu Sun learned of her father's injury? The thought of Lu Sun's connection with Chu Yuqing suddenly illuminated her understanding. Furthermore, the news of Murong Zhan's injury had spread rapidly in recent days. She had also heard whispers of individuals within the Murong family intentionally disseminating this information. There were those who would eagerly wish for Murong Zhan's demise. I shall take my leave now. After delivering the medicine, Lu Sun prepared to depart. Will you not come inside for a moment? If this vial proves effective, my father will surely express his gratitude, Morone one invited. Not this time. I must head to the capital. I heard from Chu Yuqing that you will be going to the capital too. We shall meet again there. Lu Sun declined. Wait. Just as Lu Sun was about to leave, Morone one called out to him. Yulot, come here. Were you not intentionally making things difficult for Lu Sun just now? Her tone turned frosty as she addressed the security personnel. The guards' expressions shifted, and they hurried over. Brother Lu, we apologize. We failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive our ignorance, they implored. How dare you block the guest of the young lady? Just take your wages and leave. Your presence is bothersome. An individual resembling a steward appeared. My dear brother, the servants are ignorant of the rules. Please do not hold it against them. He bowed deeply, expressing his contrition to Lu Sun. So this fellow finally shows himself. Earlier, Lu Sun had clearly seen him lurking nearby. The Morong family is indeed a treacherous one. Lu Sun contemplated as he departed. No wonder Morong one preferred to reside separately. Let us hope this medicine proves beneficial for Morong Jean. Morong one has yet to mature, and the Morong household cannot afford chaos. Should disorder ensue, Lu Sun would suffer immensely if Morong one were adversely affected. Setting off for the capital, Lu Sun boarded the carriage bound for the Wu residence. Classmate Lu Sun, you have arrived rather late. You should stay at the hotel for the night. Tomorrow we will arrange for someone to escort you and the other students to the capital, came the announcement. Thank you very much, he replied. No need for thanks. Exceptional talents are always afforded special treatment. For instance, despite Lu Sun's late arrival, the Wu residents had arranged for him to stay at a hotel designated for official receptions, complete with formidable guardians at all times. Strange. The following morning, Lu Sun awoke with perplexity. Meow? Little Bai had also stirred. What puzzled him was that Little Bai had shown no peculiar behavior the previous night, not once transforming into that so-called princess. Could it be that the princess's consciousness only emerged every few days? It was not an extraterrestrial being. Several hours later, at the security checkpoint of Rongqing Airport, Little Bai passed the inspection. It was not an entity of the starry skies. Such beings possessed unique energy that was easily detectable. Even if they manage to enter the city, they will be suppressed by the city's magical formations, rendering them incapable of causing significant destruction within its confines. However, outside the city, they become formidable threats. May I inquire if you are Lu Sun? Indeed, it is I. And you are? I am Song Yuan from the second high school. The celestial phenomenon on the 28th was instigated by me. Did you not encounter an assassination attempt by the Shadow Clan? No. As soon as the news of the Shadow Clan emerged, I took refuge. On the silver-white flying vessel, Lu Sun encountered other students en route to the capital. This flying vessel, a modern contraption resembling a boat, lacks wings yet soars through the skies. Some of the most advanced vessels can even escape the atmosphere and navigate through the cosmos. Among the students aboard were many preparing to report early at Qingbei University. Wow, is that a dragon bone? One exclaimed. Look above, that must be a space fortress, how magnificent. Another added, quick look, there's a tree within the clouds. That is a cloud cotton tree planted by the weaving maiden palace. The cotton produced from it is woven into cloud brocade garments, possessing innate anti-gravity properties. And each piece is worth millions. As they traveled, the students marveled at numerous wonders. A bird, no larger than a sparrow, flew towards them, only to suddenly enlarge to a size surpassing that of the vessel, opening its beak wide to swallow the flying craft. The swiftly moving vessel veered to evade it. Almost immediately, a figure leaped out to engage in battle with the colossal bird. It's an aberration. How large, I wonder, is its cultivation level? This spectacle left the students utterly astonished. Numerous aberrations lurk in the shadows on Blue Star, occasionally revealing themselves. Today, the students fortuitously encountered one. Fortunately, there were powerful individuals aboard the vessel, and the aberration was swiftly dealt with. 2 hours later, they arrived in the capital. As expected of the capital, look at all those floating islands. The students exclaimed in awe. The skyline of the capital was breathtaking, with hundreds of floating islands resembling inverted mountains. Waterfalls cascaded from their edges, evaporating in midair into a spectrum of radiant colors. These floating islands constructed an extraordinarily intricate defensive system for the capital. Lu Sun, over here. At the reception area, Chu Yuqing, who had been waiting, joyfully waved her hand upon seeing Lu Sun's arrival. Lu Sun, you are incredible. My aunt mentioned that after your grandfather took the medicine you provided, the poison has been eradicated. She is exceedingly grateful to you. As soon as they met, Chu Yuqing could not contain her excitement in sharing the good news with Lu Sun. Was that bottle truly an antidote? Lu Sun pondered, perplexed as to why the antidote resided with that second-tier Shadow Clan member. Nevertheless, he decided to put aside his questions. What mattered was that the antidote was effective. My grandfather wishes to express his gratitude properly. Lu Sun, when you next return to Rongqing, do not forget to visit my grandfather and take full advantage of his wealth. He is quite affluent, Chu Yuqing said, her smile radiant, with a playful tone. Indeed, a fourth-tier master possesses considerable riches. Without further ado, to become a master of the four realms, the consumption of dark energy must be calculated in cubic units. 1 unit of dark energy is essentially defined as the energy contained within 1 cubic centimeter at standard density. Consequently, 1 cubic meter of dark energy equates to 1,000,000 units of dark energy. This illustrates the immense value possessed by a master of the four realms, particularly as Season 1. In truth, dark energy cannot be simply converted into monetary value. The dark energy expended by some elite practitioners, if quantified in financial terms, could potentially purchase the majority of nations on Blue Star. As the two conversed, they exited the airport. Why do you not inquire about my method? Lu Sun suddenly interjected. After having received Lu Sun's assistance for half a day, Chu Yuqing had yet to ask him about the method he mentioned for activating her ancient spiritual root. You will certainly tell me, won't you? Chu Yuqing blinked her lively eyes, her tone buoyant. Lu Sun understood that she was likely concerned that his previous words were mere platitudes, which is why she had not broached the topic upon meeting. This method is rather unique, Lu Sun said, gazing intently at her and speaking earnestly. Chu Yuqing displayed an expression of anticipation. You are indeed here, Yuqing. A gentle female voice suddenly interjected. Chu Yuqing turned to see her mother approaching, and she felt as though the sky had fallen. Mother, why are you here? Mother? Lu Sun turned at the sound, witnessing a woman in her early 30s gracefully making her way over. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Murong Wan, yet she exuded a more mature charm, radiating an alluring elegance. From Chu Yuqing's address, it was evident that she was Chu Yuqing's mother, Murong Wan's sister, named Murong Yen. It was no wonder her eyes resembled Murong Wan's. However, she appeared remarkably youthful. She looked merely in her 30s, and describing her as still possessing allure seemed somewhat premature. She was indeed in a vibrant state, and her actual age was certainly beyond 30, likely approaching 40. In the era of martial prowess, the means to maintain one's physical condition are abundant, allowing her to retain the appearance of a 30-year-old. Some formidable beings, especially those who cultivate immortally, can appear as youthful as teenagers even at over 100 years of age. You must be Lu Sun, Murong Yen stated, her gaze fixed directly upon him. Disregarding her daughter. Hello, Annie, I am Lu Sun, he replied, feeling a sense of formality akin to meeting a parent. More accurately, it felt as though he had been caught in the act by a parent. Although somewhat nervous, Lu Sun did not feel fear. He was not a mere child. At 19, he was in university. What was wrong with dating? There's a cafe over there. Shall we converse there? Murong Yen suggested. Converse? Mother, I only came to pick up Lu Sun. What are you doing? Chu Yuqing protested, pouting. Yuqing, I merely wish to have a word with Lu Sun, Murong Yen replied. Murong Yen's demeanor was gentle, suggesting she was not there to cause trouble for Lu Sun. Very well, Auntie, Lu Sun replied. You can wait over there, Yuqing. Listen to your mother. Reluctantly, Chu Yuqing settled into a seat across the cafe. What would you like to drink? A latte, please. 2 lattes, thank you, Murong Yen ordered, removing her Chanel jacket to reveal her exquisite figure. Although her beauty was slightly overshadowed by Murong Wan, the unique charm and grace of a mature woman were qualities that Murong Wan could not rival. Lu Sun sat upright, his gaze fixed, avoiding any glance that might stray where it should not. After all, she was Chu Yuqing's mother, his prospective mother-in-law. Do you know why Yuqing likes you? Murong Yen inquired, directly addressing Lu Sun's relationship with her daughter. To be honest, Auntie, I do not know, Lu Sun admitted. He always felt that Yuqing's agreement had come too abruptly. Initially, he believed she had done it to assist her aunt. Yet, even after helping her aunt, she still identified as Lu Sun's girlfriend and treated him well. 5 years ago, you were probably still in middle school. At that time, Blue Star entered a critical juncture of the Celestial Road, encountering a catastrophic disaster. That disaster, I believe, left a deep impression on you, Morong Yin recounted. Lu Sun's expression turned grave. He vividly remembered that catastrophe. His parents had perished in that very incident. The disaster struck unexpectedly, with many of Blue Star's powerful individuals absent in the cosmos, unable to provide timely aid. The protective barrier of Rong City collapsed, allowing various factions to wreak havoc, resulting in countless casualties. Yu Qing had narrowly escaped death during that calamity, saved by a kind couple who risked their lives to protect her. Morong Yin took a delicate sip of her coffee, a memory she had long cherished. Were that couple my parents? With her words, Lu Sun could not help but comprehend. The couple who saved Chu Yuqing was most likely his parents. Yes, Morong Yin replied with a subtle nod. Indeed, it was his parents who had rescued Chu Yuqing. This revelation illuminated why Yuqing had unexpectedly agreed to be his girlfriend and why, after assisting her aunt, she had not distanced herself from him. It was highly probable that she had learned of Lu Sun's identity, recognizing him as the son of the couple who had saved her. Chapter 28. Auntie. This is my answer. We only recently discovered this matter. Otherwise, my husband and I would have personally come to express our gratitude long ago, Morong Yin said, a hint of remorse in her tone. Then, with a warm smile, she added, but it is never too late. Elegantly, she retrieved a card from her handbag, gently sliding it across the table towards Lu Sun. Auntie, what is this? Lu Sun asked, his expression revealing his confusion. Yao Qing owes your family a life. This is our humble offering. The card contains 20,000 units of dark energy, and I have inscribed the password on the back. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Morong Yin spoke softly. 20,000 units of dark energy. This represents a considerable sum. However, at such a moment, Morong Yin presenting a substantial amount of dark energy as a means to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon Chu Yaoqing by his parents years ago is laden with implications. Morong Yin's intentions are unmistakable. Even with closed eyes, Lu Sun could discern her purpose. She merely seeks to settle the past by monetary means, wishing to prevent Chu Yaoqing from continuing her relationship with him. Truly, she has mistaken herself for someone of significance. Why do these affluent individuals so readily resort to wealth as a solution? Do they truly believe that money can resolve all? Auntie, the matter of my parents was their own decision. They saved more than just Chu Yaoqing. There is no need for you to express gratitude towards me. Lu Sun replied with an indifferent expression, pushing the card back with his long fingers. This is all the dark energy we can offer. We also possess a villa in Rongqing that we are willing to transfer to you should you desire. Morong Yan's delicate brows furrowed as she pushed the card back towards him once more. Does she think Lu Sun finds the amount insufficient? Auntie, you misunderstand. I truly do not require it. Lu Sun shook his head with a smile, resolutely returning the card. At that moment, Morong Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her voice trembling as she pleaded, Auntie begs you, please leave Yaoqing alone. She is willing to forsake her ancient spiritual roots and adamantly refuses the marriage with the He family for your sake. If you agree, we are prepared to compensate you with everything we possess. Seeing that Lu Sun remained unmoved, Morong Yin finally shed her facade, revealing a desperate plea. At last, they were addressing the crux of the matter. Lu Sun had anticipated that Morong Yan's visit was undoubtedly for this reason. The nature of his relationship with Chu Yaoqing had likely been revealed during a quarrel between mother and daughter. Otherwise, how would Morong Yin be privy to such knowledge? Auntie, is it merely the innate spiritual energy that causes such urgency? Lu Sun inquired, perplexed. Once the Blue Star next enters the astral ancient path, even if the Chu family is unable to procure it themselves, acquiring it will be considerably easier. They will not find themselves in such a constricted situation, needing Chu Yaoqing to marry in exchange for it. You may not be aware, but there are powerful beings who assert that once Yaoqing surpasses the age of 18, the likelihood of activating her ancient spiritual roots diminishes significantly. Morong Yan's face was etched with worry. Yaoqing will turn 19 in a month, and this is her final opportunity. So that is the case. Lu Sun had only recently turned 19, while Chu Yaoqing was a few months younger than he. With only a month remaining, there were no indications that the Blue Star would enter the astral ancient path anytime soon. It is no wonder Morong Yin is so concerned. Perhaps the family in the capital, possessing innate spiritual energy, has recognized this urgency, using marriage as leverage. Lu Sun, for Yaoqing's future, I beseech you. If you would only agree to part ways with her, I would be willing to grant you anything. Morong Yin implored earnestly. gazing at the strikingly delicate Murong Yen. Certain indescribable thoughts flashed through Lu Xun's mind, and he nearly voiced, "Auntie, can you truly acquiesce to anything?" What was he thinking? Lu Xun swiftly reined in his thoughts. Chu Yuqing was his girlfriend. He was not that kind of person. "Auntie, I share your sentiments. I too wish for Youqing's well-being. Rest assured, I understand what must be done," Lu Xun stated earnestly. "Lu Xun, I cannot thank you enough," Murong Yen exclaimed with a sigh of relief, hastily extending the card once more. "Please accept this card in front of Yuqing. I will tell her you left her for monetary reasons, so she may relinquish her hopes. It is a pity for you, but consider this dark energy our compensation." Before she could finish, a clear, melodic voice suddenly rang out. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chu Yuqing, having caught sight of the scene from a distance, could no longer contain herself and rushed over like a gust of wind. "Yuqing, do you understand? I make my own decisions. Even if I never activate my ancient spiritual roots, I will not marry someone with the surname He." "Lu Xun, let us go." Chu Yuqing interrupted her mother, genuinely furious as she grabbed Lu Xun and attempted to leave. Lu Xun remained unmoved. He had already reached the third level of his energy reservoir, while Chu Yuqing had yet to open her meridians. She simply could not budge him. "Lu Xun." Chu Yuqing looked at him in confusion. "Chu Yuqing, your mother speaks the truth. The most crucial matter for you now is to activate your ancient spiritual roots." Lu Xun's gaze bore into the reddening corners of her eyes, his voice deep as a tranquil abyss. Chu Yuqing seemed to grasp something, her eyes dimming gradually. "So, Lu Xun, what is your choice?" "My choice." Lu Xun gazed deeply into the depths of Chu Yuqing's eyes. In the next moment, amid Murong Yan's incredulous stare, Lu Xun cupped her face and pressed a fervent kiss against Chu Yuqing's luscious lips. "Ah!" Murong Yan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Clatter! The server, holding a tray of coffee, trembled, sending cups and plates crashing to the ground. "Bravo, brother!" Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Chu Yuqing stood frozen, her eyes wide open, her mind a blank. She had not anticipated Lu Xun would suddenly kiss her so forcefully, leaving her utterly bewildered. Lu Xun indulged in the kiss, showing no sign of halting. Binding conditions met. Chu Yuqing has been bound. Current return multiplier, 20. Note: Chu Yuqing possesses exceptional ancient spiritual roots. Activation progress, 9. These roots are innate and can yield at least 9 spiritual meridians alongside extraordinary celestial veins. Reminder: the host has binding rewards available for collection. After a full minute, Lu Xun awaited the system's prompt. Indeed, the purpose of this kiss was to bind with Chu Yuqing. Initially, when binding with Murong Wan, it was after their most intimate connection that the system automatically initiated the binding. Apart from the most intimate of unions, there exists another form of binding. This occurs when the affinity of the binding subject towards Lu Xun reaches a perfect score of 100, allowing for a connection to be formed through a prolonged kiss. Chu Yuqing had long since attained a fondness of 100 for Lu Xun. Thus, the kiss he bestowed upon her naturally led to their binding. Lu Xun promptly received the reward for this bond. The host has acquired a strand of innate spiritual energy, which can assist Chu Yuqing in activating her ancient spiritual root. Lu Xun's hypothesis proved correct. Upon binding with Chu Yuqing, the system indeed rewarded him with innate spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he transferred the energy to her through their kiss. As Chu Yuqing's mind rebooted, her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. She forgot to resist and remained there, engulfed in Lu Xun's passionate kiss. After a minute, he finally imparted all of the innate spiritual energy to her and withdrew from the embrace. "Lu Xun, what are you doing?" Murong Yan, shaken from her astonishment, was ablaze with fury in her beautiful eyes. Lu Xun had audaciously kissed her daughter in front of her. Lu Xun licked his lips and met Murong Yan's furious gaze. "Auntie, this is my answer." "You." Murong Yan's still delicate hands trembled with anger. "Yuqing, what is wrong?" At that moment, she noticed something was amiss with Chu Yuqing. She stood there, blushing profusely and motionless, as if entranced. Murong Yan hurried forward to check on her. "Lu Xun, look at the trouble you've caused." Upon seeing this, Murong Yan's worry intensified. Chu Yuqing displayed no reaction, as if she were frozen. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call for help, Chu Yuqing snapped back to reality. "Yuqing, are you all right?" "I'm fine," the young girl responded. Suddenly, a luminous aura enveloped her, and her hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Mom, I feel my ancient spiritual root awakening. Chapter 29. The awakening of the ancient spiritual root, awe-inspiring phenomena unfolded across the heavens. Calm yourself. This is the capital, where prodigies abound. If a day passes without such wonders, that would be truly abnormal. Near the airport of the capital, the sky abruptly changed hue. Petals rained down like a floral cascade, as if celestial beings were scattering blossoms from the heavens, breathtakingly exquisite. Amidst this rain of petals, 9 ethereal cranes soared from the clouds, their calls resonating like heavenly music. Mom, look! A child aboard a recently arrived airship exclaimed in excitement, pointing out the spectacle. Could this be the awakening of a heavenly spiritual root? High above the clouds, powerful beings cast their gaze downwards. Many in the capital were stirred by the occurrence. Streams of light surged from all directions toward the source of the phenomenon. Although the capital was home to numerous geniuses, such extraordinary signs were still worthy of their exploration. Within a cafe, Chu Yuqing radiated an ethereal white light, her skin glowing like jade, her hair dancing without wind, each strand seemingly adorned with starlight. Mu Rongyan clasped her hands tightly, tears of overwhelming joy shimmering in her eyes. In recent days, she had been utterly exhausted in her relentless pursuit of spiritual energy for her daughter, Chu Yuqing. Together, they traversed the capital, imploring every possible source in hopes of acquiring innate spiritual essence. After much effort, they finally discovered that the He family possessed such energy, only to be met with intimidation from them. This turmoil had led to numerous quarrels between mother and daughter, nearly causing a rift between them. Little did they expect. Today would bring a remarkable turn of events. Chu Yuqing's ancient spiritual root unexpectedly awakened. It appeared that the caliber of this spiritual root was quite significant, as its awakening triggered a vast array of celestial phenomena, captivating much of the capital. In a brief span, a multitude of formidable beings gathered around the cafe. Immersed in profound delight, Mu Rongyan failed to notice that Lu Sun had mysteriously vanished from his original spot. She had indeed harbored suspicions regarding whether Chu Yuqing's awakening was connected to Lu Sun. Yet, her instincts dismissed the notion as improbable. Innate spiritual energy was exceedingly rare, and the He family had only acquired it by chance. From the perspective of ordinary individuals, how could a freshman like Lu Sun, devoid of background and power, possibly possess such a gift? At that moment, Lu Sun was concealed within the restroom. Chu Yuqing has successfully activated an extraordinary heavenly spiritual root. The host receives a 20-fold return, acquiring a chaotic spiritual root. The chaotic spiritual root is a top-tier root among the myriad heavens, capable of accommodating various attributes of spiritual energy, disregarding elemental resistances, and simulating effects of any spiritual root. All things have their predetermined fates. Yet the host is the singular exception. Thus, before becoming sufficiently powerful, the host is prohibited from self-cultivation, lest the resulting phenomena disrupt the cosmos and invite calamity. The celestial mechanisms have been automatically shielded for the host. Accompanied by the system's notifications, Lu Sun welcomed his newfound fortune. A vast, unfathomable power surged within him, and a radiant celestial light erupted from deep within his dantian. This divine light gradually solidified, transforming into a crystal-clear, celestial spiritual root, taking root in his dantian. Despite the system shielding the celestial mechanisms, Lu Sun shone with ethereal brilliance, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Here it comes again. Lu Sun glanced at the system's prompt, somewhat bemused. Following the activation of Chu Yuqing's ancient spiritual root, he had once more received a 20-fold return, acquiring an even more formidable chaotic spiritual root. However, he was still barred from cultivating. Well then, it seems he could truly embrace a life of leisure. Lu Sun shrugged. In martial arts, there was Mu Rongyan, and in the realm of immortality, there was Chu Yuqing. His chaotic divine body could encompass diverse powers. While he lay at home, his cultivation would naturally flourish. Once the phenomena subsided, Lu Sun retrieved Xiaobai from his pocket, cradling her as he stepped outside. He had not anticipated her prowess in awakening her ancient spiritual root independently, judging by the phenomena. This root was no ordinary one and likely met the standards of a heavenly spiritual root. Indeed, how splendid it would have been if such a prodigy had been born into their family. At this moment, within the cafe, Chu Yuqing had become the undeniable focal point. The cafe had been cleared of its original patrons, and those who arrived were prominent cultivators from the capital. Madam Chu, as long as the Chu family is willing to form a matrimonial alliance with the He family, we are prepared to offer tenfold the previously promised conditions. A middle-aged man with a square face spoke fervently, his gaze intense. Moreover, the He family will lend all its strength to assist the Chu family in establishing a firm foothold in the capital. As for the innate spiritual energy, should Miss Chu require it, our family's treasury is at her disposal to aid her in unearthing additional spiritual veins. The man's words stirred a sense of temptation in Murong Yen. The He family, possessing innate spiritual energy, was one of the most powerful families in the capital. Upon witnessing the manifestation of heavenly phenomena following the awakening of Chu Yoqing's ancient spiritual root, the He family had rushed over at once. Upon discovering that Chu Yoqing had awakened her ancient spiritual root on her own, the He family immediately sought to enhance their bargaining position for an alliance with the Chu family. Murong Yen harbored some truths she had not disclosed to Lu Sun and Chu Yoqing. In truth, she yearned for an alliance with the He family. On one hand, she believed it would greatly benefit Chu Yoqing's growth. The He family was indeed larger than both the Murong family and the Wang family of Rongqing. To marry into such a prestigious family would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages. Cultivation requires more than just innate talent. Without adequate resources, even the most extraordinary spiritual veins may fail to elevate one's status. Furthermore, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and perils, and many gifted individuals meet untimely ends along the way. The formidable He family could provide protection for Chu Yoqing. In contrast, what did Lu Sun possess? From Murong Yan's maternal perspective, Lu Sun was undeniably lacking, merely a scruffy youth. At best, he was a somewhat talented young man, but still merely a swine seeking to devour her family's cabbage. What mother does not wish for her daughter to live a prosperous life? On the other hand, the He family could assist the Chu family in establishing themselves in the capital. Although the Chu family was a prominent family in Rongqing, they were but a small fish in the vast ocean of the capital. Her husband, the father of Chu Yoqing, had lost his influence within the Chu family. If they could transition to the capital and establish themselves there, it would be akin to a rebirth for the branch of the family to which Chu Yoqing's father belonged. In the future, they could return to Rongqing with renewed vigor, showcasing their strength before the other members of the Chu family and regaining their pride. Mother, if you wish to marry, do so yourself. I still need to attend school, Chu Yoqing said, her delicate face clouded with frost as she resolutely declined. She had been unwilling from the start, and now that her ancient spiritual root had been awakened, her refusal was even more steadfast. Dear niece, you misunderstand. We do not intend for you to marry immediately. We merely seek an engagement for now. Once you have completed your studies, we can discuss marriage then, the middle-aged man hastily clarified. That will not do. I already have a boyfriend. At this, Chu Yoqing's gaze began to search for Lu Sun. A boyfriend? Surely you jest, my dear niece. With your talents, who could possibly be worthy of you in such a remote place as Rongqing? The middle-aged man appeared astonished, clearly skeptical. She was not jesting. Lu Sun strolled in with a calm demeanor. He approached Chu Yoqing and, under the fiery gaze of Murong Yen, wrapped an arm around her waist. I am her boyfriend, Lu Sun stated with an unflinching tone, his words resonating firmly. Chapter 30. Scoring 985 for oneself boyfriend? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze slicing through the sudden appearance of the youth. The patrons of the cafe turned their attention to Lu Sun. His hand remained on Chu Yoqing's waist, while the lingering starlight around her seemed to flow through his fingertips. To all present, Lu Sun appeared to be an ordinary individual devoid of cultivation. The chaotic divine body was extraordinary, and without surpassing several realms above him, it was challenging to discern Lu Sun's true strength. Madam Chu, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. Even if your daughter wishes to decline the marriage, she ought to find a more suitable shield. Master He, please forgive the child's naivety. Let us consider this matter settled. Murong Yen sighed. Although she too desired a union with the He family, Chu Yoqing was too obstinate, and Lu Sun's parents had done her family a favor. She was unwilling to press further. Madam Chu, are you not considering this any longer? My He family also possesses a bearer of ancient spiritual roots, known as He Huan. He unlocked 9 meridians 4 years ago, and in such a short span, he has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, merely a step away from the 4th. If your niece were to marry him, any future son born with spiritual roots could inherit the Chu surname. The head of the He family hastened to sweeten the deal. Is that truly the case? Morong Yan's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, the head of the He family assured her. Initially inclined to abandon her hopes, Morong Yin found her heart stirred once more. Madame Chu was certainly aware of the significance of a union between two individuals with spiritual roots, and the likelihood of their offspring inheriting such traits. The head of the He family continued to persuade. Morong Yin clasped her hands together, her brow furrowed, her eyes reflecting an inner struggle and hesitation. Mom, I absolutely refuse to marry, Chu Yuqing declared once again. She understood her mother's lingering concern. After having her, there had been no second child. For a prominent family, the more children, the better. Chu Yuqing's father had fallen from grace within the Chu clan, and her being their only child, especially a daughter, was not without consequence. A grandson bearing the Chu surname, particularly one with ancient spiritual roots, was of paramount importance to her parents. To have a Chu grandson, rather than a granddaughter, is crucial, she mused, sensing that Morong Yin might indeed be swayed. Yuqing, you are still young. Gratitude and love are not synonymous. It was evident that Morong Yin had begun to persuade her daughter. Mom, don't even mention love. Asking me to marry into the He family is a profound insult to the very concept of love. With that, Chu Yuqing silenced her mother. Niece Chu, with your talents, should you join my He family, you would undoubtedly be showered with affection. We shall dedicate our family's resources to support your cultivation. The head of the He family promised. That will not do. No matter how esteemed the He family is, they cannot compare to Lu Sun. I shall not marry, declared Chu Yuqing with a huff. Head of the He family, allow me a moment to ponder. Morong Yin spoke once more, torn with indecision. She harbored many secrets that she had not divulged to Chu Yuqing. These years had been exceedingly arduous for her within the Chu family due to her inability to conceive. Yet, in truth, her inability was not a fault of her own. Oh, by the way, Madame Chu, there is something I neglected to mention. A few years prior, our He family obtained a copy of the celestial grade cultivation technique, the Heavenly Union Heart Sutra. If your niece were to cultivate this technique alongside He Huan, given He Huan's prowess, she could, within 2 years, attain a breakthrough to the fourth realm. With this, the head of the He family continued to raise the stakes. The mention of the Heavenly Union Heart Sutra stirred a murmur among the onlookers. What kind of technique is this? It is a superior celestial-grade dual cultivation method. Years ago, powerful beings from various clans fought fiercely over it at a celestial tomb along the starry ancient road. Who would have thought the He family could acquire a copy? Superior celestial grade? No wonder they are so eager to ally with the Chu family. Whispers among the cultivators reached the ears of those present. The head of the He family, confident of his victory, awaited Morong Yan's response with composure. Morong Yan was indeed moved. She had heard of the Heavenly Union Heart Sutra, a genuine dual cultivation technique that benefits both parties unlike any other. He Huan from the He family was on the verge of the fourth realm. Should he engage in dual cultivation with Chu Yuqing and willingly share his cultivation power, the benefits for her daughter would be unimaginable. The 2-year promise of a breakthrough to the fourth realm seemed plausible. Morong Yin was thoroughly swayed. As a mother, her ultimate desire was for her daughter's well-being. Mother, how can you think this way? If it were not for Lu Sun, my ancient spiritual root would not have awakened. Sensing her mother's wavering, Chu Yuqing hastily interjected. When Lu Sun had kissed her moments ago, she felt something enter her body, surmising that the innate spiritual energy might have come from him. Though she was uncertain of how Lu Sun possessed such energy, his remarkable actions during this time had led her to trust him unconditionally. Yuqing, are you speaking the truth? This question caused Morong Yin, who had just been moved, to pause. Ultimately, she was not one to be ungrateful. Could it be that my niece is jesting? While there is a chance for natural awakening of ancient spiritual roots, you are already 18 and have yet to awaken. Without innate spiritual energy, one cannot awaken on their own. As for innate spiritual energy, in the current East, aside from our He family, there is likely no one else who possesses it. Even if there were, you would not have access to it. How could a mere country boy acquire it? The head of the He family scoffed. If he remained silent, Morong Yin would soon change her mind. This statement indeed had an effect. Morong Yin also felt that it was improbable for Lu Sun to possess innate spiritual energy. Lu Sun's silhouette was thoroughly investigated by her. Even if he stumbled upon extraordinary luck, it was inconceivable for him to possess innate spiritual energy. Morong Yin turned to Lu Sun, beseeching, Lu Sun, you owe a debt of gratitude to Yuqing's parents. Once our circumstances improve, I shall offer you 100,000 units of dark energy in one lump sum. Would you consider leaving Yuqing? The Chu family, lacking the prestige of the Morong family, found themselves unable to provide substantial dark energy after her husband's downfall. Young brother, if you are willing to part from the Chu niece, our He family will grant you 1 million units of dark energy. The head of the He family, sensing an opportunity, made a bold proposition. 1 million units of dark energy. This amounted to an entire cubic unit, worth no less than 1 billion. The He family was truly willing to invest significantly to acquire Chu Yuqing. Do not worry, Lu Sun reassured, patting his girlfriend's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over Murong Yin and the head of the He family. Young brother, as long as you nod in agreement, the million units of dark energy will be transferred to your account immediately, the He family had promised. Lu Sun's voice was low and calm, yet as unyielding as ancient ice. I am sorry. Not even 1 million units of dark energy, be it 10 million, 100 million, or 1 billion, will persuade me to leave Yuqing, as long as she does not forsake me. His words were resolute and resonated with conviction. Lu Sun's declaration moved Chu Yuqing deeply. She clasped Lu Sun's hand tightly. I will not leave you. Lu Sun, never. Yuqing, you have disappointed me greatly. Murong Yin exclaimed, her face etched with disappointment. In her eyes, her daughter had been thoroughly brainwashed by this young man, beyond redemption. Chu Yuqing, you think you have become strong enough to fly solo? I shall no longer concern myself with you. You must navigate your own path. In a fit of rage, Murong Yin turned and left the cafe, heading straight for the airport. Was she truly returning to Rongqing? Lu Sun mused that his first encounter with his mother-in-law had concluded rather satisfactorily. If he were to grade himself, he would award himself a score of 98. 5 out of 100, not out of fear of pride, but because he had his reservations. Let us go, Lu Sun said softly, naturally taking Chu Yuqing's hand. Chu Yuqing nodded vigorously, her fingers gently entwining with his. The cafe returned to tranquility. The cultivators who had come to investigate, along with the members of the He family, had dispersed, leaving only a few lingering ripples of energy. Among them were leaders from the Qingshu Academy and Beta University, who, upon learning of Chu Yuqing's situation, had left behind a gilded token, allowing her to report directly to both institutions. After all, Chu Yuqing had missed the major examination and had only just awakened her ancient spiritual roots. My father has abandoned me too. How could they behave this way? At that moment, after receiving a phone call, Chu Yuqing stomped her foot in frustration. It seemed her father had learned of the situation and called to chastise her, leading to a heated argument between father and daughter. Yaoqing, no preaching. She abruptly turned, her hair tips tracing a defiant arc in the air. I have long been capable of independence. In her flickering gaze, there was a clear hint of concern for Lu Sun's feelings. Lu Sun chuckled softly, reaching out to gently stroke the top of her head. I was merely inquiring if offending your future mother-in-law might not be prudent. Not at all. She was just as headstrong in her youth, and now she wishes to dictate my life. I refuse to comply. Chu Yaoqing retorted with a pout. Your mother, such a gentle soul, was also willful in her youth? Lu Sun's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, back when the Chu family was still struggling, my father was not particularly impressive either. My grandfather opposed their union, yet she insisted on marrying him, Chu Yaoqing recounted, her eyes sparkling as she reminisced about her parents' past. Her enthusiasm was captivating. It seemed that every individual harbors an innate curiosity for gossip deep within. Lu Sun listened intently, amused. Chu Yaoqing's father, Chu Yuping, had been quite the scoundrel in his youth. In a time when the Chu family was impoverished, he had managed to woo the beautiful Murong Yin with nothing but his roguish charm and sweet words. Murong Zhan, naturally, had been vehemently opposed to this union, leading to considerable familial discord, and Murong Yin was nearly cast out from her family. In a desperate ploy, Chu Yuping resorted to a clever tactic to win over Murong Zhan. He revealed that Murong Yin was 3 months pregnant. Faced with this undeniable truth, Murong Zhan had no choice but to consent to their marriage. Lu Sun found this story utterly delightful. The gentle and mature woman he knew had once been so rebellious. It was no wonder that Chu Yaoqing mirrored her mother's spirit. Such is the nature of maternal influence. One cannot fault the offspring for emulating their progenitors. Moreover, Chu Yaoqing's father had indeed been a quintessential rogue, yet Lu Sun surpassed him by 100-fold. He was a chosen one, a host of the system. Hey Xiaobai, come here for a hug. Chu Yaoqing said, yearning to embrace the small creature. Xiao Bai, nestled comfortably in Lu Sun's arms, showed no desire to move. As Chu Yaoqing reached out, the little paws flailed adorably. "Ah, he has suspended my secondary card," Chu Yaoqing exclaimed as she received a text message. Her father had indeed halted her secondary card, effectively steering her onto the same path her mother had once traversed. When Murong Yin insisted on being with Chu Yuping, Murong Zhan had also suspended her secondary card. Many wealthy young women deceived by rogues would often find that a brief suspension would bring them back to their senses. "Fear not, I shall take care of you," Lu Sun declared, producing a card and offering it to Chu Yaoqing. He was no ordinary rogue, he was a wealthy one. Having opened the Celestial Meridian and been accepted by prestigious universities, he had received considerable rewards from Rongqing No. 1 High School. Furthermore, Lu Sun did not need to cultivate for himself. All the resources he obtained could be devoted entirely to Chu Yaoqing's advancement, sufficient to ensure that Chu Yuqing is nurtured in splendid beauty. "Lu Sun, I cannot accept your money. Here, take it. You wouldn't want your parents to be the subject of ridicule, would you? My abilities are advancing swiftly, and I shall not lack resources in the future." Lu Sun forcefully pressed the card into Chu Yaoqing's hand. "Very well, but let me clarify in advance that this is merely a loan." "Fine, you have the final say." Chu Yuqing ceased to refuse, yet secretly resolved to cultivate diligently, proving to her parents that her choice of Lu Sun was not in vain. As they spoke, the two exited the cafe, preparing to hail a cab to Qingshu Academy to facilitate Chu Yaoqing's enrollment. Suddenly, with a piercing screech of brakes, a dazzling sports car executed a stylish drift, halting right before them. Lu Sun took Chu Yuqing's hand, intending to find another spot to wait for their ride. "Hold on." From the sports car emerged a youth clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns. He strode confidently toward Lu Sun, and with each step he took, a flame-red lotus blossomed beneath his feet. "I am He Xiao, 18 years of age, having perfected my body refinement, awakened the red lotus meridian at 19. And now at 20 possess a cultivation level of 4 layers in the Qi Si." A flicker of red flame ignited at his fingertips, a dragon's silhouette swirling within the fire. "Pray tell, what qualifications does this friend have to stand beside Chu Yuqing?" "He Xiao, a member of the He family. This fellow is here to provoke." At 20, with 4 layers in the Qi Si, Lu Sun scrutinized He Xiao. Indeed, 4 layers at that age is impressive. Even that dark web assassin, in his 30s, barely reached 6 or 7 layers. However, amidst the plethora of geniuses in the capital and at Qingbei, it is not particularly outstanding. "Why does your He family haunt us incessantly?" Chu Yuqing expressed her dissatisfaction, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Sun. He Xiao, being at 4 layers of the Qi Si, made her wary of any threat he posed to Lu Sun. "Lu Sun, do you dare to hide behind a woman? Ultimately, you are merely a country bumpkin, relying on flowery words to deceive naive girls." He Xiao scoffed disdainfully. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Sun inquired coolly. "Quite simple. Any man should engage me in a duel. Let me teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth." He Xiao's demeanor was arrogant. "Ha, bring it on." Lu Sun stepped aside. "You sought this confrontation yourself." Without further ado, He Xiao launched an attack. He gathered the red lotus energy, aiming to strike Lu Sun down with a single blow. Humph. Lu Sun's gaze turned icy, his form suddenly flickering. The 10,000 shadows step. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sun's figure bizarrely split into 3. Boom. Lu Sun's image was shattered by He Xiao's strike. Yet, the sound of blood spattering that He Xiao anticipated did not materialize. The next moment, an immense force struck his chest. Even with his true energy defending him, he was sent reeling by Lu Sun's palm, his Qi Si churning, his internal organs shifting. Poof! Amidst the sounds of blood spitting, He Xiao's body was suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Lu Sun, how could you be so formidable?" Chu Yuqing covered her small mouth, her eyes sparkling like stars. What a waste. With such meager strength, daring to cause trouble. After coldly uttering a remark, Lu Sun led Chu Yuqing into the recently arrived ride-hailing vehicle. Uft! He Xiao, who had just risen from the ground, was once again incensed to the point of spitting blood. Chapter 32. We shall conquer at the entrance of Qingshu Academy. A taxi came to a steady halt. "Wow!" Chu Yuqing exclaimed as she pushed open the car door and gazed upward in awe. Before her stood a magnificent white marble archway, towering 100 meters away, its surface gleaming like fresh snow, radiating a gentle, ethereal light under the morning sun. The archway bore the four gilded characters Qingshu Academy in a dragon and phoenix style, each stroke seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe, instilling a sense of tranquility in the beholder. This entrance resembled a treasure, befitting a prestigious institution. Lu Sun exited the vehicle, and it was already afternoon. Following the tumultuous events at the airport, the two had come directly here to facilitate Chu Youqing's enrollment. A considerable crowd gathered, due to disturbances caused by the Shadow Clan. Qingbei had opened for early reporting, rendering the entrance of Qingshu Academy particularly vibrant these days. The number of martial cultivators far surpassed that of celestial cultivators. However, the student body of Qingshu Academy was not significantly less than that of Beta University. It was a congregation of talented students from across the nation. Chu Yuqing was somewhat exceptional. Accompanied by her mother to the capital in search of innate spiritual energy, she had not participated in the grand examination nor received early admission. Fortunately, a teacher from the admissions office had promised her that activating her ancient spiritual root before the grand examination would allow for direct admission. Although the grand examination had passed, given her innate spiritual root, there were no substantial issues now. During their time at the cafe, the elderly gentleman was likely a school official from Qingshu Academy. The token he provided enabled Chu Yuqing to report directly. Chu Yuqing, you finally arrived. This way, please. Indeed. Upon presenting her token and stating her name, a dedicated teacher promptly came to assist her. Lu Sun accompanied her throughout the process. In less than an hour, all of Chu Youqing's enrollment procedures were efficiently completed. Such remarkable efficiency. It was an extraordinary admission process. Truly, this is the foremost institution for celestial cultivators, teeming with talent. Look at Senior Ranjia. She is merely a junior and already at the 4th realm. Impressive. And look at those ahead of her. They're even more formidable. Last year's rookie king, Luo Ping, was a true powerhouse, reaching the 3rd realm in just a year. Within the campus, a leaderboard was surrounded by throngs of students, creating a bustling atmosphere. Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing joined the crowd to witness the excitement. Indeed, it was a gathering of prodigies. Lu Sun could not help but acknowledge the overwhelming presence of talent within Qingshu Academy. This was a stage reserved for the gifted. In other realms, those at the 3rd realm are already considered experts, while those at the 4th realm are regarded as significant figures. However, within the esteemed halls of Qingbei, such distinctions merely represent the standard for prodigies. Naturally, not everyone possesses such extraordinary talents. The students who ascend these rankings are truly the creme de la creme, the most exceptional among the exceptional. Lu Sun, there are indeed numerous prodigies here, remarked Chu Yuqing, astonished. Her grandfather only broke into the 4th realm at nearly 50. Yet here, many geniuses have already reached that level by their early 20s. It is indeed a case of comparing oneself to others, which can be quite disheartening. Trust me, these rankings will eventually be ours to conquer, Lu Sun asserted confidently. Indeed, Chu Yuqing nodded emphatically. Mother, I thought you returned to Rongqing. Why are you here again? As the two enjoyed their time at Qingshu Academy, Chu Yuqing suddenly spotted her mother. I came to help you set up your dormitory, Morong Yen said with a neutral expression, carrying a considerable load. Hadn't she just returned to Rongqing? Such a thought remained unspoken by Lu Sun as he stepped forward to assist her. Morong Yen did not refuse his help, yet she offered no words in return. Lu Sun couldn't help but ponder whether she was still concerned about her daughter, fearing that he might take things too far with Chu Yuqing. Previously, Morong Yen had been upset and intended to return to Rongqing, even going so far as to suspend the card that Chu Yuqing used, as if to sever their mother-daughter bond. Yet, here she was again at the school, perhaps recalling her own past, and fearing that Lu Sun might replicate the actions of Chu Youqing's father, which could lead to complications. Annie, what do you take me for? I am far more capable than your husband, Lu Sun silently scoffed, while outwardly maintaining a polished demeanor. The students of Qingshu Academy enjoy commendable accommodations. Chu Youqing's dormitory is a single room, fortified with protective formations. Yuqing, I shall take my leave now. All right, I will accompany you to Beta University tomorrow. After helping her transfer her belongings to the dormitory, Lu Sun bid farewell to Chu Yuqing. As night fell, Lu Sun found a nearby hotel to rest, deciding to assess the situation at Beta University the following day before determining which institution to attend. Strangely, that evening, Xiaobai exhibited no unusual behavior. The so-called princess did not make an appearance. Lu Sun resolved to observe further. The next morning, at the gates of Beta University, Chu Yuqing was already waiting eagerly. "Where is your mother? Let us not discuss her. It only brings frustration. By the way, my advisor replied to me yesterday. She will arrive at school the day after tomorrow, and I must devote myself to training then. For now, we can explore together." It seemed Chu Yuqing had encountered some discord with her mother. Lu Sun wondered if her suspended card had been reactivated. Taking out the acceptance letter, the two entered the bustling campus, which was alive with activity. Although the holiday has begun, few students have left the school. As two of the most distinguished cultivation institutions in the Huaxiao region, Qingbei has left Lu Sun with a singular impression, an overwhelming sense of competition. Here, the students are wholly absorbed in their cultivation endeavors. Many devote their New Year's and festive holidays to their practice, resembling fervent cultivation enthusiasts. The resources available to the students are unparalleled compared to those of other institutions, with each student receiving a significant allocation of dark energy monthly. The school also administers various assessments. The better the performance, the more resources one is entitled to. Furthermore, there are annual competitions, such as the Freshman King contest aimed at first-year students, where victors can earn substantial rewards. Additionally, Qingbei provides special attention to students who have unlocked the extraordinary channels of heaven and earth. Upon entering the school, each student must select a mentor suited to their needs. Once chosen, the mentor customizes a cultivation plan tailored to the student's unique circumstances and assigns teaching assistants to oversee their progress. This requirement posed a dilemma for Lu Sun, who yearned for a more laid-back approach. Fortunately, after spending an entire morning at Beta University, Lu Sun finally learned of a mentor who seemed exceptionally well-suited for him. A certain Fei Taiye, who possesses formidable skills at the fifth realm. However, the most enticing aspect of Fei Taiye is his laid-back demeanor. Several years prior, a student had selected him and, as a result, met with him only a handful of times throughout the year. Fei Taiye showed little concern for whether the student practiced diligently or how well they progressed. After the student received poor results in consecutive assessments, they could no longer endure the situation and requested a change of mentor. To others, Fei Taiye might be an unappealing choice, but to Lu Sun, he was the ideal mentor. It was decided. Chapter 33. The Beautiful Sister. Please spare me, classmate. Here is your student card. The dark energy for your enrollment subsidy has been dispensed. You can collect it at the logistics office with this card. Thank you. At Beta University, Lu Sun completed his enrollment registration. Upon discovering the treasure that is mentor Fei Taiye, he ultimately chose Beta University. Initially, he had been inclined towards Beidou. Qingshu Academy is a realm of celestial cultivation, where the spiritual perception of cultivators is exceptionally potent. Lu Sun worried that he might be secretly observed by formidable figures. Fearing that his leisurely approach to cultivation might lead to extraordinary advancements in his abilities, potentially exposing the secret of his system. Qingshu Academy is merely a stone's throw away from Beta University, so Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing do not find themselves in a long-distance relationship. A prestigious school indeed offers remarkable advantages. The monthly allocation of dark energy represents the pinnacle for countless ordinary individuals. Clutching his student card, Lu Sun was filled with emotions. The resources available to students at Beta University are categorized into 5 tiers, with those possessing extraordinary channels enjoying the highest tier. Upon enrollment, Lu Sun received an impressive allocation of 1,000 units of dark energy. Once the formal academic year commences, there will be a cultivation assessment. With equivalent resources, those with higher cultivation levels will receive a greater monthly allocation of dark energy. Subsequently, the emphasis will shift to evaluation results. Even if one possesses a unique celestial vein, failing to meet standards in 3 consecutive assessments will result in a downgrade of resources. After completing the registration, Lu Sun selected a mentor through the app. He crafted a brief resume and submitted it to Fei Taiye. The mentor selection process is mutual. Now, all that remains is to await a response. Lu Sun, I just heard from a senior sister that this mentor is rather irresponsible. Shouldn't you apply to a few more? Upon discovering Lu Sun's choice of Fei Taiye, Chu Yuqing furrowed her brow with concern. Nonsense. They simply do not recognize talent. I have a friend who knows Mentor Fei. He is formidable and very dedicated to his students. Lu Sun praised Fei Taiye without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Chu Yuqing remained skeptical. Well, all right then. I'll accompany you to set up your dormitory. Students at Qingbei enjoy favorable conditions. Each student is assigned a single room, and those with celestial veins receive even better accommodations. Typically, these are one-bedroom apartments, complemented by a small cultivation chamber. Wow, my brother is impressive. Such a beautiful girlfriend. With Chu Yoqing's assistance, Lu Sun garnered a fair amount of envy from his peers. Once all tasks were completed, the clock struck noon. Lu Sun noted that Fei Taiye had yet to respond. Let us wait. After sharing a meal, the two strolled around campus. Li Bufan, if you're a man, don't be cowardly. Come and face me in the arena. Who's afraid of whom? Just wait until I open my celestial vein. I'll show you. Familiar shouts echoed from a distance as Li Bufan and Lin Yin confronted each other with palpable tension. Lu Sun. Upon spotting Lu Sun, Li Bufan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You finally made it. This fellow can't even handle Lu Mei and instead comes looking for trouble with me. It's laughable. Li Bufan, you're courting death." Lin Yin's face turned a shade of fury. "Come on." Li Bufan mockingly leaned in closer. "If you dare, take a swing here and see if the school will take action against you. Curse you. Just wait." Lin Yin ground his teeth, leaving in a huff. What other choice did he have? Qingbei has strict regulations against fighting on campus. Lin Yin had no recourse against Li Bufan, especially with Chu Yuqing present. Continuing the argument would only lead to his embarrassment. Back at Rongqing No. 1 High School, Lin Yin had a few lackeys to support him in verbal skirmishes. However, at Beta University, the students here are all prodigies, and his reputation as the third young master of the Lin family hardly warranted followers. What happened with Lu Mei? After Lin Yin departed, Lu Sun inquired, not out of concern for Lu Mei, but purely out of curiosity. Upon arriving in the capital, Lu Mei had attached herself to a new wealthy suitor, leaving Lin Yin behind. Naturally, Lin Yin could do nothing but blame me. Li Bufan took pleasure in the misfortune of others. Indeed, Lu Sun had anticipated this outcome. Li Bufan had not been mistaken when he asserted that a separation would occur within a day. The Lin family, while a prominent clan in Rongqing, barely held any significance in the capital. Women like Lu Mei, upon encountering someone superior, would not hesitate to leave. Lu Sun, I shall not intrude upon your private world any longer. I must return to my cultivation, striving to unlock the wonders of the celestial veins. Here, without such celestial veins, one cannot truly be considered a genius. With that, Li Bufan departed. Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing resumed their exploration of the campus. Although the school was bustling with people, most were freshmen, as upperclassmen were primarily engaged in their cultivation and seldom wandered about. Lu Sun, it's Wang Tingyun, Chu Yuqing remarked, catching sight of him from a distance. Lu Sun turned to see a man with sharp features and stormy eyes. He wielded the Wuji wind vane, a type of wind attribute martial vane. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. You must exercise caution around them, Chu Yuqing cautioned. Brother Sun, you have come to Beta University as well? I thought you were headed to Qingshu Academy, Wang Tingyun greeted. Besides him, Lu Sun gradually encountered several other students from Rongqing No. 1 High School. Are you Lu Sun? At that moment, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Lu Sun. He looked up to find a woman whose beauty was akin to a painting, her skin as delicate as jade, clad in simple yet elegant attire. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, similar in age to Muron Wan, but her mode of arrival suggested that her actual age was far greater than Muron Wan's. The ability to fly itself was a symbol of strength, and in a place like Beta University, those capable of flight were anything but ordinary. Teacher, I am Lu Sun. He introduced himself, sensing that she was likely a faculty member of Beta University. I am Fu Shui, and from this day forth, I shall be your mentor. The woman in simple garments stated calmly. Lu Sun was taken aback. Fu Shui, wow, it's her. Have you heard of her? Of course. She is an elder of the Beidou Hall, a formidable expert at the profound realm, said to be just a step away from the celestial phenomenon realm. It is astonishing that she has come to take on a disciple. Voices of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Profound realm expert. That is the 6th realm. My goodness. A 6th realm expert has personally come to be your mentor. Could it be that she has perceived something extraordinary? Lu Sun, you must accept her offer, Chu Yuqing urged, tugging at his sleeve as she overheard the discussions among the students. Teacher Fu, I apologize, but I have already committed to Teacher Fei, Lu Sun replied, unwilling to acquiesce. Given Fu Shui's demeanor, should he become her student, he feared his training schedule would be overwhelmingly rigorous, possibly even with a teaching assistant monitoring him around the clock, leaving no room for any indulgence. How could he then enjoy a leisurely existence? Teacher Fei? You mean Teacher Fei Taie? Fu Shui raised an eyebrow. He has agreed to you? I only voted a few hours ago. Teacher Fei must be busy. That's of no concern, Fu Shui interrupted. I will inform him that you are now my student. Report to Chinya Building tomorrow morning, and I shall devise a training plan for you. With that, she turned to leave. Teacher, wait. Lu Sun called out hurriedly. What is it? Fu Shui glanced back. I think Teacher Fei is quite good. I have already decided to follow him, Lu Sun insisted. That won't do. This matter is settled. Fu Shui offered Lu Sun no room for negotiation. Teacher, please reconsider. I am rather lazy. A little laziness is acceptable. I shall assign an assistant to supervise your training. Perhaps you could consider others, like Wang Tingyun or Lu Xinghe. They are far more capable than I. We will discuss them later. I have come specifically for you. That is that. Despite Lu Sun's struggles, Fu Shui remained resolute in her decision to be his mentor. Must you be so insistent? Sister, kind, beautiful, gentle, generous, and virtuous elder sister, I beg for mercy. And what of that Fei Taie? Even at this hour, why has he not replied? Chapter 34. Simply magnificent, who dares to poach my student? A languid voice suddenly resonated. Lu Sun turned towards the sound and spotted a disheveled old man with a scruffy beard who had appeared nearby without his notice. Lu Sun, is it? I had a bit too much to drink last night and have only just seen your application. I agree to be your mentor. Elder Fu, you may take your leave. The old man explained to Lu Sun before turning back to Fu Shui. Drinking? Lu Sun noticed the old man had a gourd-shaped flask at his waist, from which a fragrant aroma of liquor wafted, refreshing the senses. Is this the esteemed Fei Taie of the Fifth Realm Grandmaster? Such an appearance seems rather unkempt. Upon reflection, Lu Sun thought that perhaps an unorthodox appearance was precisely what he desired in a mentor. Are you truly choosing Fei Taie? He is heartbroken, his resolve shattered. And he spends his days inebriated, making little progress. Such a despondent mentor will offer you no assistance. Fu Shui's voice suddenly whispered in Lu Sun's ear, as though she had leaned in to speak softly, using a secretive method of communication that only he could hear. Heartbroken, his resolve shattered? Fu Shui's words instantly illuminated Lu Sun's understanding of why Fei Taie appeared in such disarray. How delightful! This only strengthened Lu Sun's resolve. Even if the King of Heaven were to descend today, he would still choose Fei Taie. Teacher Fei. Lu Sun rushed forward, exuberantly shaking the old man's hand. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Ah, my good student. Fei Taie beamed, patting Lu Sun's shoulder. From now on, I shall protect you. Who would dare to bully you? Just call upon my name. Fu Shui was momentarily taken aback. She never expected that after revealing the stakes to Lu Sun, he would still choose Fei Taie. Alas! Observing the unlikely camaraderie between the old man and the young boy, as if they were long-lost friends, Fu Shui shook her head and quietly vanished from the scene. Lu Sun, I find that Teacher Fei seems rather unreliable. Teacher Fu is so formidable and even came specifically for you. Why did you refuse her? In half an hour, Chu Yuqing asked in utter bewilderment. To her, Fu Shui was undoubtedly Lu Sun's optimal choice. A sixth realm powerhouse. None of Chu Yuqing's mentors even reached that level. Merely being fifth realm cultivators. Most sixth realm experts devote the majority of their time to cultivation, with few taking the leisure to become mentors. Not to mention, Fu Shui was merely a step away from the seventh realm. For such a formidable figure to personally seek disciples, it was unfathomable that Lu Sun had turned her down. Refusal was one thing, but if Lu Sun had chosen a more conventional mentor, it might have been acceptable. Yet he opted for Fei Taie. Just a glance revealed his unreliability. That beard, it seemed, had not been trimmed for years. How could a fifth realm grandmaster wander about with a wine flask? Lacking the demeanor befitting his status? You simply do not understand, Yuqing. Teacher Fei embodies the principle of hidden depth. Consider the characters in old films and television. Those resembling him are often exceptionally powerful. That appears to be the case. Exactly, just wait and see. My cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. As for you, Yuqing, you must strive diligently. Do not let me outpace you too much. Chu Yuqing was successfully persuaded by Lu Sun's words. The following day, she dedicated herself to her studies. Her mentor had come to seek her out early. Li Bufan was also immersed in his cultivation. Lu Sun found himself alone with nothing to do. Wherever I lie down, it is still lying down, right, Xiaobai? Lu Sun teased the small creature. Last night, Xiaobai had shown no signs of unusual behavior. That so-called princess had not made an appearance. Lu Sun, Since you have chosen the old man, he cannot remain entirely indifferent. This card contains some dark energy. Consider it a token of our meeting. In the afternoon, Fei Taiye summoned Lu Sun, handing him a card. Upon inspection, Lu Sun realized it was a specialized energy card, akin to a shopping card, but it recorded the quantity of dark energy. Thank you, teacher. By the way, here is a local-level cultivation technique. It should prove somewhat useful to you. Cultivate diligently and do not embarrass Elder Fu, Fei Taiye remarked, tossing a manual to Lu Sun before staggering away. It was evident that he had indulged in drink once more. Truly laid back, Lu Sun felt his choice was exceedingly wise. Had he selected a different mentor, that person would likely have tailored an appropriate cultivation plan based on the student's circumstances. Yet Fei Taiye, he simply tossed a card containing dark energy and a manual before departing, leaving everything else unaddressed. So much. Lu Sun approached the machine with the card in hand and was left momentarily speechless. To his astonishment, the card contained a staggering 10,000 units of dark energy. He had not anticipated such generosity from Fei Taiye. With a sense of satisfaction in his prudent choice, Lu Sun tucked the card away. Now, even if Chu Youqing's family continued to cut off her card, he would be able to lavish his little girlfriend with abundant resources. A few days later, Lu Sun stumbled upon the news that Fu Shui had become Lu Xing's mentor. This revelation sparked considerable discussion on the campus network. Even at prestigious institutions like Qingbei, it was rare for a master of the sixth realm to take on a mentorship role. Moreover, Fu Shui was not far from the seventh realm and was undeniably a beauty of exceptional caliber. Was it truly inevitable for her to assume the position of mentor? Lu Sun found this perplexing. Rumor had it that Elder Fu Shui had initially chosen Lu Sun, but he had declined, insisting on selecting Fei Taiye instead. With no other option, Elder Fu Shui had to change her choice to Lu Xingha. Lu Sun. Which Lu Sun? It was said that he graduated from Rongqing No. 1 high school and had opened a celestial vein, though the resulting phenomenon was rather limited. Why would Fu Shui opt for such an obscure student? In disbelief, Lu Sun thought, had he been blind to choose Fei Taiye as his instructor? When the assessment came around, he would surely have reasons to lament. I just checked on Fei Taiye as well. He was anything but a casual figure, more like the embodiment of the Buddha himself. Lu Sun soon realized that his decision to forsake Fu Shui for Fei Taiye had circulated widely across the campus network. Many freshmen were abuzz with discussions about this incident. Initially, many were curious as to why Fu Shui had approached Lu Sun. However, once the news about Fei Taiye's demeanor broke, students unanimously concluded that Lu Sun must have lost his senses. After all, how could one commit such a foolish act? In the training room, Lin Yan, who had been diligently practicing for most of the day, couldn't contain his joy upon seeing this news. He had chosen a mentor with a red sun vein, a master of the fifth realm, who was very dedicated and taught Lin Yan a method to slightly expand his red sun vein. Lin Yan felt as though he had discovered a treasure, pouring himself into rigorous training these past few days. He envisioned himself as the protagonist of an inspirational film, diligently honing his skills, waiting for the day when he could confront Lu Sun and reclaim his honor. But then, Lu Sun had the audacity to choose Fei Taiye, a decision tantamount to self-sabotage, undermining his own potential. Did Lu Sun truly believe that possessing a celestial vein was sufficient to ensure success, forsaking the need for a competent mentor? In other cultivation schools, having a celestial vein was indeed remarkable. Even without an esteemed mentor, other students would struggle to keep pace. But this was no ordinary place. This was Beta University. Here, everyone possessed celestial veins, making the role of a mentor all the more crucial. Without delving into other matters, cultivating one's skills is indeed a formidable endeavor. In the absence of supervision and guidance, some students may succumb to laziness, allowing others to surpass them. Humans possess an inherent tendency towards inertia. Lu Sun, are you all right? Li Bufan, having received word from an unknown source, hurriedly sought him out. What could possibly be wrong? I am perfectly fine, Lu Sun replied, attempting to brush his hand against his forehead. If all is well, why would you forsake a blooming flower for a lump of cow dung? The entire school is waiting to witness your folly. What flower and cow dung are you referring to? That is Fu Shui, a formidable 6th-level adept and once the most beautiful woman in the capital. She approached you, and you had the audacity to reject her. Li Bufan lamented, his heart heavy for his dear friend. And what of being a 6th-level adept? Bufan, you are unaware that Fei Taiye is the true treasure of a mentor. He even bestowed upon me earth-level techniques, and personally guided my cultivation. Look, I have already entered the Qi realm, Lu Sun proclaimed as he channeled his true energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Wow! Li Bufon's eyes widened in astonishment. Impressive, Sun Gu. You are truly remarkable. Li Bufon was filled with envy. He had yet to unlock the celestial veins, while Lu Sun had already achieved the Qi realm. Chapter 35. The Awakening of the Celestial Veins in light of this. It seems these individuals fail to recognize true talent. Sun Gu, I have made up my mind. Once I unlock the celestial veins, I too shall seek Fei Tai. Li Bufon declared, slapping his thigh with fervor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You have no chance. Teacher Fei has explicitly stated that he only accepts me as a student. Lu Sun countered, extinguishing his friend's hopes. The treasures of Fei Tai were solely intended for Lu Sun. Should Li Bufon be selected by Fei Tai, he would be left with nothing but tears. All right then, I shall return to my cultivation. I will undoubtedly awaken the celestial veins, and when that time comes, I shall pursue Fu Shui. Such a beauty, how could you not desire her? Li Bufon exclaimed, invigorated, before dashing away. That lad, he is bound to be disappointed. On the app for selecting mentors, Fu Shui was not an available option. After Li Bufon left, Lu Sun resumed his leisurely repose. He realized that lying down in different locations offered distinct experiences. Reclining at Rongqing one high school could not compare to the comfort of lounging at the prestigious Beidou University. The dining facilities there could outshine those at Rongqing one by at least 10 blocks. The campus was expansive and beautiful, making leisurely strolls all the more enjoyable. Moreover, witnessing others toil tirelessly in their cultivation while his own prowess continued to ascend without effort was truly a source of delight. It is through comparison that value is truly discerned. Morong had not made an appearance in the capital for some time. Recently, she had been silent again. Morong had already been taken as a disciple by an elder of the Beidou Hall and would be nurtured at Beidou University. She would undoubtedly arrive in due course. Her absence now could be attributed to Morong's injuries, not yet fully healed. In recent days, Chu Yuqing has not sent any messages to Lu Sun, likely engrossed in solitary cultivation to achieve her meridian opening. The moment has arrived. Chu Yuqing has successfully advanced to the 10th level of body refinement. Previously at the 9th level, she has made a significant breakthrough. With the binding of a second individual, the system's return multiplier has increased from 10-fold to 20-fold. This enhancement has propelled Lu Sun's body refinement level up by 4 tiers, elevating him to the 28th level. Lu Sun, I have reached the 10th level of body refinement. I plan to open my meridians tomorrow. Shall we take a stroll on Qingbei Street tonight? Chu Yuqing sent a message. Sure, Lu Sun agreed. Qingbei Street, situated between Qingshu Academy and Beidou University, is the favored haunt for students in interschool romances. Yuqing, why is your mother accompanying us? Don't mind her. Lu Sun noticed he had inadvertently obtained a shadow, a clingy presence in the form of Murong Yin. The mother and daughter have been at an impasse lately. The conditions proposed by the He family were exceedingly generous, particularly the heavenly grade martial arts, which swayed Murong Yin towards an alliance with them, albeit without coercing Chu Yuqing. Murong Yin has established a storefront on Qingbei Street and rented an apartment, seemingly preparing for an extended period of companionship in her daughter's academic endeavors. To be precise, she aims to prevent Chu Yuqing from retracing her own past path, where one day she might return home, heavily pregnant, and demand answers. Moreover, Chu Yuqing's secondary card has been suspended. After enrolling in Qingshu Academy, she received a subsidy of 1,000 dark energy units. Although this amount seems substantial to an ordinary person, it is, in fact, insufficient for rigorous cultivation, especially for a prodigy with rapid advancement. 10,000 dark energy units. Lu Sun, is Teacher Fei truly so generous as to grant you such a sum at once? Indeed, I have always said that Teacher Fei is a treasure of a mentor. Do you believe it now? Absolutely. You've truly struck gold this time. Take it. It's too much. Just accept it. Once you open your meridians, your demand for dark energy will surge. If you cannot progress, it would suggest that choosing me was a mistake. You wouldn't want to be ridiculed by your parents, would you? All right, but consider this alone. I promise to repay you once I have the means. Lu Sun handed the card containing 10,000 dark energy units to Chu Yuqing. Not far away, Murong Yin observed Lu Sun's actions, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger. After handing over the card, Lu Sun took Chu Yuqing's small hand. an act akin to watching one's prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Embracing Chu Yoqing's waist, the two leaned closely together, engaged in conversation as they strolled down the street, leaving only Murong Yin, the beautiful matron, to simmer in discontent. "Miss, you resemble my first love. May I add you on WeChat? Get lost. Spare my life. I was wrong, and I shall never dare again." A young man, eager to avoid detours, became the target of Murong Yan's ire, kneeling in submission under the oppressive force of her third-level martial prowess. "Is your temper truly so explosive? She appears remarkably youthful. Often mistaken for my sister when we walked together, and during our outings in Rongqing, she was frequently approached by admirers." Both Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing observed this scene. Indeed, Murong Yin looked exceptionally young, yet she was in her 40s. Her life experiences endowed her with a charm and maturity that youth could not possess. Moreover, hailing from a prestigious family, she exuded elegance, with beauty and figure that were truly exceptional. Such a presence could wield a destructive power akin to that of nuclear weapons against the younger generation. Thus, the two lingered on the roadside under Murong Yin's piercing gaze throughout the night. "Lu Sun, we shall meet again next weekend." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Yuqing bid farewell to Lu Sun and returned to Qingshu Academy. After escorting her to the school gate, Lu Sun glanced back at the distant Murong Yin, then leisurely made his way back to Beta University. "Xiaobai, it's been a week. What of the princess within you?" In the dead of night, Lu Sun roused Xiaobai, turning her over and over to inspect. In the span of a week, that so-called princess seemed to have vanished, diminishing Lu Sun's amusement. "Meow?" Xiaobai affectionately nuzzled Lu Sun. "Very well, this is acceptable. Yuqing, let us begin." "All right, teacher." The following morning, Chu Yuqing arrived early at the training room, prepared to open her meridians. The composition of dark energy is intricate. After filtering it through your spiritual root, it is stored in the dantian. Once you feel warmth in your lower abdomen and a slight expansion in your dantian, you may then attempt to open your first spiritual meridian. Chu Yoqing's mentor remained by her side, providing guidance throughout the process. Possessing a spiritual root allows one to cultivate directly. However, the term ancient is appended to it because the techniques for direct cultivation through spiritual roots are largely incomplete. Additionally, utilizing the spiritual root to absorb dark energy is inefficient and slow. The components of dark energy vary significantly, and different cultivators absorb different elements. Martial cultivators can utilize a broader range of dark energy components compared to immortal cultivators, and often possess more. It is akin to automobiles. Martial cultivators can use 92, 95, and 98 octane fuels, while immortal cultivators are limited to 98, consuming the finest fare. Thus, the demand for dark energy among immortal cultivators is considerably greater than that of martial cultivators. The advantage of opening spiritual meridians lies in the increased capacity for absorbing dark energy, thereby accelerating the speed of cultivation. This is comparable to equipping a spiritual root with a turbocharger and expansion chamber. Therefore, even with an ancient spiritual root, one must still open their meridians. Unlike martial meridians, spiritual meridians are not part of the 8 extraordinary vessels. Instead, they are formed based on the circulation of dark energy within the body, resulting in unique spiritual meridians for each individual. The advantage of possessing ancient spiritual roots lies in the fact that the spiritual veins, relying upon these roots, guarantee a 100% success rate in their emergence, thereby allowing for the possibility of manifesting even more spiritual veins. The greater the number of spiritual veins, the swifter the cultivation progresses. Chu Yuqing inhaled dark energy, utilizing her ancient spiritual roots to absorb every component of the dark energy that she could. "Teacher, I feel a warmth in my lower abdomen." After a mere 10 minutes, Chu Yuqing sensed a surge of heat in her abdomen. "So soon?" Her mentor, Qin Rulin, expressed her astonishment. Qin Rulin also possessed ancient spiritual roots, but when she initially opened her first spiritual vein, it took her over 40 minutes to draw sufficient spiritual energy from the dark energy. "Now, apply the breathing technique I taught you to control the spiritual energy within your body and identify the pathway through which it disperses most rapidly." "Understood." Chu Yuqing complied. "Teacher, I found it." Before long, she achieved results. "Good. Channel all your spiritual energy and strike with full force." Qin Rulin's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising by several octaves. Chu Yuqing was truly a prodigy born for cultivation. Her speed was astonishing. At her mentor's command, Chu Yuqing unleashed all her spiritual energy in a sudden surge. Buzz. The first spiritual vein was effortlessly opened. Chapter 36. 180 Spiritual Veins. Unbelievable heights. Chu Yuqing opened her first spiritual vein, granting the host a 20-fold reward from her achievement. Has it begun? At Beta University, Lu Xuanping abruptly sat up. Chu Yuqing had risen far too early. At this time, Lu Sun had yet to awaken. The 20-fold return manifested as an immense flow of heat within him, far greater than before. This surge of warmth rushed into his dantian and suddenly propelled itself in a singular direction. Buzz. Lu Sun's first spiritual vein was opened. Following the opening of the vein, just as when he had opened his martial veins, the flow of heat collided repeatedly, causing the spiritual vein to expand further. Soon, however, this vein could no longer widen. Buzz. Consequently, the flow of heat opened the second spiritual vein, followed by the third and the fourth. What is different? Lu Sun discerned a distinction. When opening martial veins, the heat would circulate within a single vein repeatedly until fully depleted. In contrast, spiritual veins seemed to have a limitation in width. Once the expansion reached its limit, the heat would proceed to open a new spiritual vein. Indeed, the martial veins utilize the body's intrinsic meridians, while spiritual veins are created from nothing. Thus it is only natural for them to possess width constraints, Lu Sun pondered. Although the system prohibited his cultivation, Lu Sun remained committed to learning and understanding these foundational theoretical concepts. Occasionally, he would clock in for certain courses at various schools. Even if he could not cultivate, he felt the need to maintain appearances. Otherwise, it would be obvious to others that he was merely coasting through life. That would only invite trouble for himself. Did he truly believe this world was harmonious and filled with sunshine, where everyone loved and respected one another? Should the system be exposed, it is not merely the foreign beings who would covet Lu Sun. Even among humanity, one cannot fathom how many would recklessly seek to possess him. They might resort to various means to detach the system or confine Lu Sun for study. 5 channels. Within Lu Sun, the surge of energy, having finally opened 5 spiritual veins, has been nearly exhausted. With this accomplishment, he surpasses nearly half of the cultivators. Many cultivators spend their entire lives without ever achieving 5 spiritual veins. If the cultivators were to discover this, one can only imagine the envy that would ensue. Chu Yuqing has opened the second spiritual vein. The host gains 20-fold from Chu Yuqing's achievement. Shortly after, the second return was realized. Chu Yuqing has opened the third spiritual vein. The host gains 20-fold from Chu Yuqing's achievement. Not long after, Chu Yuqing successfully opened the third spiritual vein. This pace is hardly slower than Moron Wan's speed in opening martial veins. However, it is essential to note that opening spiritual veins is inherently more challenging than martial veins, and the speed of opening spiritual veins is significantly slower. The fact that Chu Yuqing maintains such a pace speaks volumes of her innate talent on the path of immortality. It is not an exaggeration to declare her a natural-born cultivator. Yuqing, do not rush. Maintain your steadiness to avoid injury. Yes, teacher, I am confident. Within the Qingshu Academy, Qin Rulan harbored concerns for Chu Yuqing. The rapidity with which Chu Yuqing was opening spiritual veins was alarming. One after another, her pace dazzled Qin Rulan, while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread. The process of opening veins carries considerable risks. Each year, numerous individuals suffer injuries during this process, some to the extent that they can no longer care for themselves. The risks associated with spiritual veins far exceed those of martial veins. Martial veins ultimately have pathways for retreat, while spiritual veins spring forth from nothingness, lacking any supportive channels, rendering them more susceptible to harm. Qin Rulan worried that a moment of carelessness could lead to injury for Chu Yuqing, which would be troublesome. Chu Yuqing heeded her advice and slightly moderated her speed, though not by much. The rapid absorption of dark energy by her ancient spiritual root continuously generates spiritual energy, making it difficult for her to slow down. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th veins. Despite her attempts to control her pace, a few hours later, she astonishingly opened 9 spiritual veins in one go. Yuqing, the crucial moment has arrived. Do not think of opening the miraculous veins of heaven and earth just yet. 9 spiritual veins are far from the limit. These 9 are significant spiritual veins, and if you can open more than 9 minor spiritual veins, they can connect to form a spiritual wheel. allowing you to challenge the miraculous veins of heaven and earth at a later time. All right, teacher, take this spiritual wheel pill. It will assist you in opening minor spiritual veins. Understood. Qin Rulin promptly provided guidance and presented Chu Yuqing with a pill. The value of a mentor shines through at such moments. Chu Yuqing consumed the spiritual wheel pill and continued to open her veins. Buzz. Another spiritual vein was opened. This was a minor spiritual vein. The difficulty of opening the minor spiritual meridians is, in fact, greater than that of the major ones. A momentary lapse in attention may lead to injury, as one might exert excessive force. It is akin to capillaries, which can only contain a limited amount of blood. If one were to flush them with a torrent of water, it would be no surprise if they burst. Consequently, Chu Yuqing's pace slowed considerably, as she could only open a meridian approximately every half hour. Are you not finished yet? At Beta University, Lu Sun sat patiently, awaiting the fruits of his labor. Xiao Bai, lying nearby, watched Lu Sun with curiosity. Occasionally, energy fluctuations emanated from Lu Sun, which made the little creature hesitant to approach him. From morning to noon, and then into the afternoon, Chu Yuqing dedicated an entire day to the arduous task of opening her meridians. Teacher, I believe I have reached my limit, Chu Yuqing remarked, realizing that she could no longer open new spiritual meridians. How many do you have in total? Qin Rulin inquired. 36, she replied. Good, connect them into a spiritual wheel. Understood. Chu Yuqing focused her spiritual energy, linking the meridians within her to form a spiritual wheel. Wow, so many meridians. This is astounding. On the other side, Lu Sun was taken aback after assessing the number of meridians within himself. A total of 180 meridians, both large and small, had opened within him. The mere thought of revealing such a number would frighten anyone, and even Lu Sun himself was astonished. Chapter 37. Striking the face. Not only did he possess a multitude of meridians, but when the last one opened, the residual heat fused these meridians into an extraordinarily vast spiritual wheel. This wheel interconnected all of Lu Sun's spiritual meridians, transforming them into a cohesive entity that would expedite his cultivation. If I were to cultivate with this, what would become of me? Lu Sun pondered, feeling the immense spiritual wheel within him. With such a grand wheel, would he not reach the fourth realm by the age of 20, ascend to the fifth realm by 30, and soar to the sixth realm by 40? Generally, whether one is a martial practitioner or a celestial cultivator, achieving a breakthrough to the sixth realm typically requires decades or even centuries of arduous effort, barring any extraordinary circumstances. There are, of course, those who experience serendipitous fortune. For instance, some ancient celestial paths contain remnants of civilizations, known as tombstones of civilization, left behind by planets that failed to ascend. These tombstones often harbor legacies or fortuitous opportunities, though they may also conceal deadly dangers. If one is fortunate enough to acquire cultivation treasures or martial crystallization from these tombstones, their ascent would be meteoric. Every encounter with a tombstone of civilization tends to yield a few fortunate souls. However, it is often said that what is not rightfully yours harbors inherent risks. For example, there was once a celestial cultivator who, upon entering a tombstone of civilization, encountered fortuitous circumstances, propelling him from the third realm to the sixth realm in a mere few years. Ultimately, it was discovered that this cultivator had likely been subjected to possession or soul fusion, leading to intermittent bouts of madness. His cultivation regressed instead of progressing, culminating in a tragic demise that obliterated his promising future. The host is forbidden from cultivating independently. Otherwise, each time the blue star enters the celestial ancient path, the host will face certain death. It seems the system issued this warning to prevent Lu Sun from contemplating self-cultivation. Well, I certainly won't be that foolish. Lu Sun was merely expressing thoughts. Embracing a laid-back attitude is far more comfortable. Time is abundant. One can engage in whatever pursuits they desire. Alternatively, one can choose to do nothing at all. Only a madman would undertake cultivation. Surely, that is no longer the case. Lu Sun sensed that Chu Yuqing's meridian opening should be reaching a conclusion. Next, she would prepare to open the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. The process of opening spiritual meridians is inherently challenging, and to manifest extraordinary meridians is an even greater trial. Chu Yuqing, I have faith in you. Yuqing, how are you feeling? If you're tired, we can always continue tomorrow. No, teacher, I believe this is the optimal moment to proceed. Very well. Take this Jia Clan Extraordinary Meridian Pill. It should aid you. Teacher, this is far too precious. It is of no consequence to me. In the Qingshu Academy, Chu Yuqing felt a surge of emotion. Qin Rulin had bestowed upon her 2 exceedingly rare pills. In the East, the Jia clan's pills are renowned for their efficacy, especially the body-refining pill, meridian-opening pill, and extraordinary meridian pill, which are highly effective and often unattainable for the average person, even with wealth. For Qin Rulin, a 5th-tier celestial cultivator, acquiring such items is not difficult, but as a mentor, this gesture carries profound significance. After consuming the extraordinary meridian pill, Chu Yuqing closed her eyes and began to strive for the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. Numerous types of extraordinary meridians exist, and when categorized by attributes, each attribute encompasses several extraordinary meridians. For instance, the fire attribute has the red sun meridian, the red lotus meridian, the sky-burning martial meridian, and the crimson cloud meridian, among others. Some, like the red sun and red lotus meridians, possess both martial and spiritual qualities. The type of extraordinary meridian a celestial cultivator can manifest depends on various factors. If one possesses spiritual roots, the type is determined by the root's attributes. For example, a fire spiritual root predominantly yields fire attribute extraordinary meridians, while a water spiritual root produces water attribute extraordinary meridians. In the absence of spiritual roots, even if one can open 9 spiritual meridians, the chances of manifesting extraordinary meridians remain minimal, introducing a degree of randomness. Chu Yuqing's spiritual root is of the highest caliber. Possessing a unique quality, it is attribute-less. This implies that, theoretically, she has the potential to open any type of extraordinary meridian. The specific type she can manifest remains uncertain. An attribute-less designation does not equate to a complete absence of attributes. It may suggest hidden attributes that current detection methods struggle to reveal. Chu Yuqing hopes to manifest a fire attribute extraordinary meridian, as the resources required for its cultivation are relatively accessible, and its combat prowess is formidable. Although her father had suspended her secondary card, her mother, Moron Yin, had long since prepared the solar essence and fire attribute energy stones necessary for the opening of her meridians. As parents, they were concerned about Chu Yuqing being deceived by Huang Mao, yet they would never disregard their daughter's future. Previously, when Chu Yuqing was opening her meridians, she had utilized a considerable amount of solar essence to refine her spiritual veins, thus facilitating the unlocking of the fire attribute's extraordinary meridians. Unlike Lin Yan, who had specifically ventured out into the sunlight to open the Qiyang meridian, she found no need for such measures. The cultivation room had already concentrated the surrounding sunlight, creating an environment most conducive for Chu Yuqing to open her meridians. Qingshu Academy, being one of the nation's premier institutions, was not merely boasting. Its hardware and software facilities far surpassed those of other cultivation schools. At this moment, Chu Yuqing was enveloped in radiant light, her skin taking on a rosy hue. With her eyes tightly shut, she was wholeheartedly absorbing the solar essence and fire crystals. The fire crystals, sourced from the ancient paths of the starry skies, contained a form of dark energy, distinct from ordinary energy blocks used for daily sustenance. Hence, they were exceedingly expensive, with a small piece the size of a palm fetching hundreds of thousands to millions. Moreover, they were not easily obtainable even with wealth, as they could only be exchanged for dark energy. "Auntie, that's enough. I can't eat any more," complained Xiao Lu. "Have you included my daughter?" Yes, but she hasn't passed yet." Meanwhile, Lu Sun had waited for quite a while, yet still did not see Chu Yuqing attempting to open her extraordinary meridian, leading him to believe she would not be making that effort today. Feeling somewhat hungry, he decided to head to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Qing Bei was a rarity, where the staff not only served generous portions, but also ensured that patrons left satisfied. This particular aunt was always generous with her servings, and she even attempted to introduce her daughter to Lu Sun. "Xiaobai, come, eat," Lu Sun said, presenting a bowl of special rice to Xiaobai. The reason he always went to this aunt for food was that she would silently serve a bowl for Xiaobai as well. The pair, a boy and his cat, happily indulged in their meal. "Young master," that Lu Sun is merely a bumpkin who stumbled upon some fortunate encounter to unlock his extraordinary meridian. With your capabilities, it would be a trivial matter to crush him, Lin Yan remarked. As he was enjoying his meal, Lu Sun suddenly heard his name. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to see 2 familiar faces, Lin Yan and He Xiao. Lin Yan was the one speaking, while He Xiao was inquiring about Lu Sun. This Lu Sun is a scoundrel. I've never liked him. I'll find a way to lure him out of the school so that young master he can teach him a lesson, Lin Yan declared, his words filled with zeal. Just as he was reveling in his own rhetoric, a shoe came flying through the air, striking him squarely on the back of his head. Infuriated, he turned around to find Lu Sun standing there. It was indeed I, your grandfather, who threw it, Lu Sun stated with a smirk. Lu Sun interrupted him, hurling another shoe directly at Lin Yan's face. If one were to strike, it should be aimed at the visage. Lin Yan clearly saw the shoe coming and intended to evade it. His mind convinced him that he could escape. However, the shoe approached too swiftly, and he was unable to dodge it, resulting in a bruised face adorned with a distinct shoe print. Chapter 38. Could it be that even I, a freshman, am to be feared? Lu Sun, how dare you throw a shoe at me? Lin Yan trembled with rage, the imprint on his face stinging fiercely, while the peculiar glances from surrounding students ignited an even deeper sense of humiliation and fury. Lu Sun. He Xiao also noticed Lu Sun. The scene from a few days prior outside the cafe vividly replaying in his mind. At that time, Lu Sun had struck him with such force that he had coughed up blood and sustained internal injuries. Days passed, and with the aid of medication, his wounds had nearly healed. This fellow sought revenge and had sought out Lin Yan, who attended the same school as Lu Sun, hoping to glean information about Lu Sun's background. Little did he know, Lu Sun had overheard him. What? Are you allowed to scheme against me from the shadows? Yet I am forbidden from teaching you a lesson face to face? Lu Sun stood barefoot, and his clever little dog retrieved the slipper he had thrown, which he absent-mindedly ruffled. Lin. Those who conspire behind others' backs often face retribution. You. In his fury, Lin Yan intended to challenge him to a duel, but reconsidered. Realizing he was unlikely to best Lu Sun, his expression shifted dramatically, and he ultimately gritted his teeth, declaring, Lu Sun, do not think that I am powerless against you. He Shuezhong, please uphold justice and teach this arrogant fellow a proper lesson. Enough. He Xiao interrupted Lin Yan, coldly stating, Lu Sun, your arrogance is noteworthy. But I must remind you of the third rule of our school. Fighting in public areas is strictly prohibited. He Shuezhong's words stunned Lin Yan. He had hoped for He Xiao to reprimand Lu Sun, yet here was He Xiao, a formidable sophomore with a cultivation level of the fourth layer of Qi Si, using school regulations to suppress Lu Sun. This left him perplexed. What? Do you wish to stand up for yourself? Lu Sun raised an eyebrow, turning his focus onto He Xiao. I am a freshman, you are a sophomore. Do not accuse me of bullying. Let us meet on the arena. Lu Sun, you are courting death. Senior, please accept his challenge. Lin Yan exclaimed, elated. He Xiao had awakened the red lotus meridian at 18, achieving the fourth layer of Qi Si. What credentials did Lu Sun possess, daring to challenge He Xiao? Who granted him such courage? Liang Jingru. An increasing number of students gathered to witness the unfolding conflict. Upon hearing Lu Sun's words, astonished glances were cast his way. A freshman audaciously challenging a sophomore was a spectacle that left many baffled. If it were a freshman with a unique cultivation, daring to confront an unawakened upperclassman, it might be justifiable. He Xiao possesses extraordinary talents and remarkable prowess. This newcomer must either be audaciously bold or, like a naive calf, fearless of tigers, to challenge him. Could it be that Lu Sun is the one who chose Fei Taiye? Indeed, it is he. I pondered who it might be, and now it all makes sense. Having chosen Fei Taiye, it is hardly surprising to witness such eccentric behavior. Alas, it seems he is destined for a beating. As a student recognized Lu Sun, many others in the cafeteria suddenly comprehended the situation. It is a pity, with such a handsome visage, why engage in such nonsensical antics? A senior, feeling a blend of admiration and pity for Lu Sun, lamented his predicament. Senior? Just as Lin Yan envisioned Lu Sun being ruthlessly pummeled by He Xiao in the arena, He Xiao remained unresponsive for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan noted He Xiao's expression was tumultuous, a battle of emotions flickering across his face, seemingly struggling internally. This left Lin Yan perplexed. For one who wields the extraordinary talents of the heavens and earth at the fourth level of Qi Si, suppressing a newcomer who had only recently opened their meridians should be a trivial task. Why the hesitation? Are you afraid? Lu Sun stepped forward, his gaze brimming with provocation. Lu Sun, I do not wish to bully you. He Xiao attempted to maintain the facade of civility, But Lu Sun interrupted him directly. Do not push your luck. He Xia's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, he yearned for revenge, to reclaim his honor personally. In the aftermath of their recent battle, he had reflected and concluded that Lu Sun had bested him through superior agility. He Xia resolved to diligently practice his own movements to rectify his weaknesses. However, his injuries had yet to fully heal, and he was still far from matching Lu Sun's speed. Thus, faced with Lu Sun's challenge, He Xia hesitated to accept. What is happening? Why does He Xia shy away from Lu Sun's challenge? This spectacle left the onlooking students bewildered, and Lin Yin was particularly confounded. Had the script been misread? Was it not supposed to be He Xia accepting the challenge and mercilessly thrashing Lu Sun? Why, in the face of Lu Sun's aggressive stance, did He Xia retreat further, even resorting to statements of intimidation? This was decidedly amiss, very amiss. You are a sophomore. I am merely a freshman. Have I bullied you in any way? Lu Sun chuckled. You. He Xia seethed in frustration. What is the matter? A distinguished sophomore at the 4th level of Qi Si. Surely you are not afraid of a mere freshman? At this juncture, Lu Sun shifted his tone. Ah yes. Just days ago, I believe I had you spitting blood. A defeated opponent. Could it be that I have shattered your confidence? The impact of Lu Sun's words sent shockwaves through the surrounding students. What? He Xia was beaten to the point of spitting blood by Lu Sun just days ago? How is that even conceivable? The students collectively struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. Senior. Lin Yin glanced sharply at He Xia, his eyes filled with disbelief. He instinctively felt disbelief. However, as He Xia faced Lu Sun's challenge, the subtle manner in which Lu Sun presented himself informed Lin Yin that what Lu Sun claimed was likely true. Damn it! He Xia was filled with rage and indignation. Lu Sun had initially refrained from mentioning the altercation outside the cafe from days prior, instead tightening the noose around He Xia until he was left in a most awkward position before suddenly exposing the truth. At that moment, a throng of students surrounded them. This was clearly an intention to humiliate him. You rely solely on your agility for sneak attacks, Lu Sun. Just wait. Once I recover, we shall battle again. He Xiao's face visibly flushed with embarrassment, and he felt compelled to utter fierce words to salvage his dignity. Very well, I await your return, Lu Sun replied nonchalantly. Let's go? He Xiao could no longer remain there. Today, he had utterly lost face. The fact that He Xiao had been reduced to such a state seemed genuine. Wasn't he at the 4th level of Qi Si? How could he possibly be outmatched by Lu Sun? It was rather pathetic. Hadn't it been said that he employed agility for sneak attacks? Lu Sun had only just graduated from martial arts school. If he could be caught off guard so easily, then either Lu Sun was extraordinarily talented, or He Xiao was woefully inadequate. The murmurs of the students reached He Xiao's ears. Lu Sun, I shall have my revenge. He Xiao was so enraged that he felt as though he might explode, hastily fleeing the cafeteria. Senior, wait for me. Once He Xiao departed, Lin Yin, casting a glance at the smirking Lu Sun, dared not linger any longer. Bearing the imprint of a shoe on his face, he rushed outside. Look at that person. Did he just fall on his shoe sole? Some students erupted in laughter upon seeing the shoe print on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan was in despair, vigorously rubbing his face. Yet the imprint had embedded itself deeply. It could not be so easily wiped away. Lin Yan had no choice but to cover his face and dash across the campus, abandoning the pursuit of He Xiao. Desperate to return to his dormitory and remove the mark. In his haste, he accidentally collided with a fairy-like girl. Oh my! Is this the new form of national male performance art? Leaving a shoe imprint on one's face and daring to approach a girl? Subsequently, Lin Yin discovered that his embarrassing photo had been uploaded to the campus website, earning him the title of Shoe Man Lu Sun. I will not rest until I make you pay. Lin Yin was utterly beside himself. Chapter 39. The Undying Phoenix Bloodline. The Second Life Shall By. Have you eaten enough? Meow. In the cafeteria of Beta University, a boy and his cat had just finished their meal. Junior, can we connect on V? The sword manual of the senior needs a sparring partner. Not interested, thank you. Lu Sun departed the cafeteria, cradling Xiao Bai. Junior Lu, would you be interested in joining our Ancient Road Expedition Corps? Just as he exited the cafeteria, another student pursued him. Ancient Road Expedition Corps. It's a club. We have over a dozen members who have ventured into the nodes of the starry ancient road. If you ever have the opportunity to explore the cosmos, we can band together. Oh, I will consider it. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me whenever you have thoughts on it. This student holds a position within a club. In the cultivation school, numerous clubs exist, and their significance surpasses that of those in conventional schools. For instance, should an opportunity arise to access the nodes of the ancient starry path, students within the club can gather for mutual support. Lu Sun, however, has yet to formulate any plans. With his current strength, even if Blue Star were to re-enter the ancient starry path, he would have no chance of reaching the nodes. As twilight descends, despite Blue Star no longer residing within the solar system, the duration of day and night remains similar to that experienced in the solar system. Clutching his companion, Xiaobai, Lu Sun decided to take a leisurely stroll before returning to rest. Have you heard? That Lu Sun possesses genuine prowess. He actually made a sophomore at the 4th level of Qi Si Cough Up Blood. Is that true? I thought Lu Sun had just graduated. It was said he launched a surprise attack. Well, that makes sense, but even so, that's quite impressive. I can't fathom why he chose Fei Taiye. A few students approaching were discussing Lu Sun. How swiftly news travels. Lu Sun thought, pulling out his phone to discover that, indeed, a post had emerged on the campus forum. The timing coincided with the heightened activity of new students, allowing the information to spread rapidly. These students were also newcomers, while those in their second year or above were largely engrossed in their cultivation, resulting in fewer of them being aware of the incident. Wow, Lu Sun, you're amazing. Even a 4th-level Qi Si cultivator can be made to cough up blood. Teach me, brother. Did you awaken your celestial pulse? Not yet. This dog's celestial pulse refuses to awaken. I'm just out shopping with a senior for inspiration. Weren't you previously saying seniors are off-limits? Oh, that was my youthful ignorance. Lu Sun, you have no idea how enchanting the senior is. Her little hands are so soft. Messages from Li Bufan opened Lu Sun's eyes to the wonders of the world. He wondered which senior possessed such remarkable abilities to have captured this fellow. Meow? Xiaobai in his arms let out a soft sound. Suddenly, the previously dim sky transformed into an extraordinary brilliance. Lu Sun looked up to see the horizon ablaze, with rolling red clouds and radiant light surging forth. Amidst the searing crimson sky, multiple suns emerged from the fiery sea, illuminating the entire capital with a vivid scarlet hue. At the moment each sun was born, a thunderous cry echoed as golden-feathered phoenixes soared from the infernal flames, spiraling around the newly awakened suns in a mystical dance. Wow! It's an extraordinary phenomenon. How astonishing! This spectacle is remarkable, exclaimed voices throughout the campus. In a place like the capital, where talents converge and power abounds, such celestial phenomena are not uncommon. While they may not occur daily, they are typically witnessed every few days, and on occasion, multiple phenomena might manifest within a single day. However, most celestial phenomena are limited in scope, lacking the grandeur of this particular event. This celestial phenomenon is truly astonishing, particularly due to the sun. Typically, such occurrences, like when the Lin Yin opens the crimson sun vein, result in the rise of a single crimson sun. However, this time, the sun appears to rise in an endless cascade, one after another. The more suns that manifest in such celestial phenomena, the more extraordinary the event becomes, and the more exceptional the genius responsible for it. 1 sun, 2 suns, 3 suns, 4 suns, 5 suns. Students have tilted their heads at a 90-degree angle, counting the ascending suns. 6 suns, 7 suns, 8 suns, 9. As the 9th radiant sun ascends from the crimson flames, the entire capital seems to plunge into an inferno akin to the end of days. The sky transforms from a tapestry of red clouds to a seething ocean of fire, with 9 brilliant suns suspended in the firmament, each radiating a suffocating pressure. 9 suns represent the 9 luminaries' spirit vein. The crimson flames burn the skies as the 9 suns hang aloft. It has been long since the 9 luminaries' spirit vein had been witnessed. In the heavens, several streams of light come to a halt, gazing in awe at the 9 suns. Yet, the spectacle does not cease. Boom! The 10th sun, astonishingly, rises slowly before the watchful eyes of all. 10 suns. A voice trembles, revealing profound unrest. But this is not the end. The 11th and 12th suns follow suit. The holy vein of the 12 luminaries. In the capital, more individuals can no longer remain seated and rush toward the heart of this celestial phenomenon. The 9 luminaries' spirit vein is not merely a name. It signifies a classification of extraordinary spirit veins, such as the Crimson Sun vein and the Red Lotus vein, each possessing varying degrees of power. If pushed to their utmost, they might also evoke the 9 luminaries phenomenon. The 9 luminaries are already incredibly formidable. Now, the emergence of 12 suns is the legendary 12 luminaries' holy vein. Since the moment the blue star embarked upon the ancient path of the stars, the 12 luminaries' holy veins phenomenon has only manifested once. Chu Yuqing has opened the burning sky phoenix vein, granting the host 20-fold benefits from Chu Yuqing's awakening. The host will awaken an extraordinary spirit vein, unable to completely conceal the phenomenon, thereby releasing a portion of it. Following the ascent of each sun, Lu Sun also welcomes his own rewards. What? 13 suns. Thus, a 13th sun emerges in the heavens. No, 13 is not the limit. There are 14, 15, 16, up to 17, 18 suns. A total of 18 suns. Crash. In the Principal S office of the Qingshu Academy, the old Principal S teacup shatters on the floor. 18 luminaries. How could this be possible? 18 luminaries. Gasp. How could there be 18? The source of that wave of energy is Qingbei. The ascension of 18 suns is undeniably astonishing, illuminating the entire capital brighter than day. This ignites a fervor within the city, stirring countless powerful beings. Streaks of light shoot skyward, racing toward the direction of Qingbei. The 18 celestial phenomena are not merely singular. They represent a dual manifestation. Above the horizon, a formidable presence has cast its gaze. With a single glance, this powerful being discerned the nature of the dual phenomena, indicating that this extraordinary occurrence was instigated by not one, but two individuals. Yet, the proximity of these dual manifestations rendered them difficult to differentiate. Nevertheless, the emergence of such phenomena, marked by the presence of 18 celestial bodies, is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a soft exclamation escaped the lips of the powerful being. Following the appearance of the 18 celestial phenomena, a new twist emerged. Clang, clang. The sound of a resplendent phoenix echoed as it soared into the sky, bearing upon its back a resplendent golden sun. What lineage is this that the phoenix carries the sun? The being in the heavens fell into contemplation. Let us call it the undying divine phoenix lineage. Splendid, for now I possess a second life. On a clearing near the Qingshu Academy at Beta University, Lu Sun's murmurs broke the silence. Chu Yuqing had unlocked the burning sky divine phoenix lineage, also known as the divine phoenix lineage. After a 20-fold return, Lu Sun named it the undying divine phoenix lineage. The uniqueness of the celestial wonders lies in their ability to bestow upon their possessor a remarkable capability. The undying divine phoenix lineage imparts to Lu Sun the power of rebirth, essentially granting him a second life. Chapter 40. Stirring the entire school, genius or madman. How did they merge? At this moment, Lu Sun realized that the recently unlocked undying divine phoenix lineage, under the fervent flow of the 20-fold return, had astonishingly fused with the previously attained celestial wonder. To be precise, they had intertwined, gradually transforming into a singular lineage. It is noteworthy that the earlier celestial wonder was a martial lineage, while this one is a spiritual lineage. Can martial and spiritual lineages truly merge? The celestial wonders arise from the manipulation of the cosmos. They are best unified, otherwise, they may attract the wrath of the heavens. Due to the host possessing a chaotic divine body, the initial celestial wonder bears chaotic attributes. Thus, their fusion will not result in conflict, nor will it impede the functions of both celestial lineages. Rather, it will yield even greater marvels. The system's prompt alleviated Lu Sun's concerns. So, it seems that I owe my fortune to the first binding, Muron Wan. Lu Sun felt a sense of gratitude. Muron Wan's exquisite treasure body and exquisite lineage inherently allow for the compatibility of various energies. It is vital to note that we speak of energy here. For instance, Muron Wan can cultivate lightning techniques, fire techniques, ice techniques, and so forth. The entirety of martial arts is open to her, unlike the Qiyang lineage, which is most effective only for fire techniques, while practicing others results in diminished returns. However, this is solely within the realm of martial arts. Muron Wan cannot ascend to the path of immortality. The exquisite treasure body, returning tenfold to Lu Sun, transformed into a chaotic divine body, resulting in an upgrade. From compatibility with various energies, it evolved into compatibility with various powers. This allowed Lu Sun to pursue not only the path of martial arts, but also the path of immortality or other avenues. If he had not bound himself to Muron Wan first, lacking the chaotic divine body would indeed present a predicament. This is due to the potential incompatibility of powers. Initially, this may not pose any issues, but as one grows stronger, failing to resolve this concern could be fatal. The notion of cultivating both celestial and martial arts sounds appealing, yet the execution is exceedingly challenging. Some practitioners of celestial arts who engage in martial training are, in fact, refining their bodies, categorizing them within the realm of physical cultivation in celestial practices, which is fundamentally distinct from martial arts. True dual cultivation of celestial and martial arts necessitates the opening of both martial and spiritual meridians. In the past, on Blue Star, there were indeed attempts made. Remarkable prodigies who successfully opened their martial meridians subsequently forced open their spiritual meridians. The outcome was disastrous. Upon reaching the fourth realm, their powers became imbalanced, resulting in severe injuries, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. The chaotic divine body and chaotic divine meridians perfectly resolve this conundrum. This phenomenon presents a dual manifestation. Both Qingshu Academy and Beta University possess one. Esteemed guests, please refrain from approaching the restricted zones of Qingbei. At this moment, the arriving cultivators in the heavens began to take notice. This time, the phenomenon was indeed dual. Streams of light swiftly approached. However, cultivators from both Qingshu Academy and Beta University ascended to the skies, preventing the incoming cultivators from approaching. This made it exceedingly difficult for many cultivators to get closer, forcing them to observe from a distance. Indeed, it seemed that Qingbei was out of the question. Those from other cultivation schools or factions, initially hoping to seize an opportunity, realized upon seeing both individuals affiliated with Qingbei that their hopes were dashed. Over here, look at the phenomenon above his head. At that moment, several students spotted Lu Sun, exclaiming in astonishment. An extraordinary manifestation appeared above Lu Sun, resonating with the celestial phenomenon, sufficiently indicating that he played a role in the heavenly spectacle. It appears to be Lu Sun. What? The one who chose Fei Taie as his mentor? Has he not already opened the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth? Why then does he trigger another phenomenon? The students were somewhat perplexed. Silence. At this juncture, a man in a green robe descended from the sky, obstructing the students. It is him. This green-robed man had visited the cafe and met Lu Sun. Principal Ning, did Lu Sun not open the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth? How then does he provoke the celestial phenomenon again? A student familiar with the green-robed man quietly inquired. If I am not mistaken, he has likely opened the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth within his spiritual meridians. The green-robed man spoke in a deep tone. What? Spiritual meridians? Hiss. To open the martial meridians and then further open the spiritual meridians? Indeed, whether martial or spiritual, he has unlocked the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth. What sort of monstrosity is he? Principal Ning's words astonished the students. Even in a place like Qingbei, where prodigies abound, those possessing the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth remain but a select few. None of these students possess the wondrous meridian of heaven and earth. As a result, Lu Sun has not only unlocked the extraordinary meridians in martial arts, but has also done so in the realm of immortality, a feat rarely witnessed even among the most gifted at Qingbei. This astonishing achievement is enough to leave these prodigies in disbelief. Has Lu Sun truly opened the spiritual meridians and the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth? My heavens, is this true? Is he truly so extraordinary? If this is indeed the case, he must undoubtedly be the most remarkable genius of our year. Before long, word of this spread through several students, causing a significant stir among the student body of Beta University. A multitude of students flocked to the area, creating an impassable crowd. The campus network and student groups buzzed with excitement. It became evident that the 12 celestial phenomena were triggered by a student from Qingshu Academy, while the 6 celestials and the Phoenix Negative Sun were summoned by Lu Sun. The extraordinary meridians he unlocked must be quite impressive, though their scale is far less than that of Qingshu Academy's. Some had inquired about the latest updates. Even if the scale were modest, the fact that Lu Sun had unlocked 2 types of extraordinary meridians is indeed remarkable. Truly, I possess not even a single type, and he has managed to unlock 2. It is utterly bewildering why such a genius would choose Fei Tai. The students were taken aback, engaging in fervent discussions. How could this be possible? This revelation left Lin Yin in a state of shock. After being humiliated by Lu Sun, Lin Yin had diligently practiced in hopes of one day avenging his disgrace. However, Lu Sun had once again unlocked the extraordinary meridians, and this time, in the realm of immortality. Do these extraordinary meridians come without cost? How can one simply unlock them at will? In a cultivation chamber, He Xiao was also taken aback by this news. While he was engrossed in perfecting his agility, he found himself devoid of any motivation to continue his practice. What kind of genius is this? A madman, perhaps. At that moment, a discordant voice emerged from a student group. It was Senior Su Feng. What does Senior Su Feng have to say? He Xiao perked up at the mention of this name and hurried to seek his counsel. As a third-year student, Su Feng's strength and insight far surpassed his own. Unlocking both celestial meridians for martial arts and immortality suggests a path of dual cultivation. While the concept of dual cultivation sounds impressive, since the advent of the ancient Starry Road, has anyone ever succeeded? Senior Su Feng inquired. It seems that indeed, no one has ever succeeded. There are those among the immortal cultivators whose physiques are extraordinarily robust, able to stand toe-to-toe with martial cultivators, yet their spells are equally formidable. However, that pertains to the dual cultivation of the physical and the magical, which is distinct from the dual cultivation of martial arts and immortality. Others in the group began to chime in with their thoughts. Senior Su Feng, are there any hidden dangers associated with dual cultivation in martial arts and immortality? He Xiao, concerned that the conversation might veer off course, promptly asked. Certainly, these are two entirely distinct systems of power. The path of immortality emphasizes the primordial spirit, relying on it as the foundation while utilizing spiritual energy. Conversely, the martial path prioritizes willpower, grounding itself in the physical body and employing true qi. For him to pursue the dual cultivation of both immortality and martial arts, the most formidable challenge lies in resolving the conflict of powers. The initial 5 realms may be manageable, but upon transcending the 5th realm, failing to address this issue could very well cost him his life. The celestial meridians are a manifestation of heaven and earth's creation, and he has unlocked 2 at once. Does this not defy the very laws of nature? When he faces the heavenly tribulation, it shall surpass that of others by an order of magnitude. A person's energy is finite, the path of cultivation is arduous, and mastering a single route to its zenith is already an immense challenge. Dividing his focus is akin to setting perilous obstacles for oneself. This insatiable desire for completeness may prompt Senior Su Feng to eloquently articulate the myriad hazards of dual cultivation. Tenfold tribulation. Such a proclamation renders him a madman indeed. Yet, I still perceive him as a genuine genius. Are not genius and madness often 2 sides of the same coin? Senior Su Feng's remarks sparked a lively discussion among the group members. Some believed that Lu Sun was a true genius, while others deemed him reckless, wagering his very life. This reassures me. He Xiao's heart finally found some semblance of calm. The discourse within the group swiftly circulated, inciting fervent debate among the new students at Beta University. Chapter 41. Teacher, you may as well continue in despair. Lu Sun remained unaware that he had incited a significant discussion. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. He was neither a genius nor a madman, merely an unremarkable host of the system. Presently, Lu Sun bore his own troubles. The reason was none other than the beautiful sister Fu Shui returning. Teacher Fu, he noted, as he felt her captivating gaze, as if appraising a rare treasure. Fixated upon him, his head began to spin. Lu Sun, the celestial meridian you just opened is a spiritual vein? Fu Shui inquired. Indeed, teacher, Lu Sun replied. To simultaneously open both martial and spiritual veins, and to have unlocked celestial meridians, your innate talent is exceedingly rare in this world. But do you comprehend the peril this entails? Fu Shui pressed further. Teacher, I feel it is manageable, Lu Sun responded once more. I possess a technique that may aid you in addressing this dilemma. The school leaders are present. Henceforth, I shall be your mentor, and I will take responsibility for your progress, Fu Shui declared, her voice rising in conviction and leaving no room for dispute. Here she comes. Indeed, she has arrived. Lu Sun's head felt larger than a pumpkin. Do you not already have a student with a stellar sacred body? Why do you persist in your focus upon me? Beautiful sister, you deserve far better. Master Fu, that is rather inconsiderate of you, a languid voice interjected. The savior has arrived. Teacher Fei, your timing is impeccable. Lu Sun expressed his gratitude. Teacher, you have arrived. How is my meridian opening? Lu Sun hurried over. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are a worthy student of my esteemed self. Fei Taiye replied with a beaming smile. After showering Lu Xun with praise, he produced a card and handed it to him. This card contains 100,000 units of dark energy, a reward for your successful meridian opening. Furthermore, I shall provide you with an additional 20,000 units each month. While I may lack in many aspects, I possess an abundance of dark energy. 100,000 units of dark energy. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging with envy. Not only the students, but even the teachers were envious. Ordinary lecturers at Qingbei were typically third-tier cultivators, and 100,000 units of dark energy represented a significant fortune for them. Thank you, teacher, Lu Xun exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the card. Another benefit of choosing Fei Taie soon became evident. Fei Taie's Tao heart had shattered, leaving him unable to advance further in his cultivation. He had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity. This predicament allowed him to accumulate dark energy. Unlike other fifth-tier grandmasters who, despite acquiring dark energy more easily, faced substantial consumption in their own cultivation. My dear disciple, I too must strive to improve, for I am determined to nurture you into a remarkable individual. I cannot allow others to ridicule our master-disciple relationship, Fei Taie continued, though his next words took a turn for the unsettling. Teacher, have you also come? Please, go and acquire some elixirs to solidify your progress. Report to the training room in Qinya building 3 days hence, and I shall personally oversee your cultivation, Fei Taie instructed. This was concerning. He was now intent on fostering Lu Xun's growth. Yes, teacher, Lu Xun replied, feeling compelled to mask his unease in front of the surrounding instructors, swallowing his discontent in silence. Seeing this unfold, Fu Shui realized her hopes were dashed once again. She shook her head and quietly departed. Wow, Lu Xun has once again rejected Fu Shui, steadfastly choosing Fei Taie. But how generous of Fei Taie to bestow upon him 100,000 units of dark energy. 100,000 units. Is it too late for me to choose Fei Taie? Wake up. You lack the heaven and earth extraordinary meridian. How could you make such a choice? The news of Lu Xun's second rejection of Fu Shui swiftly spread. This time, due to Fei Taie's remarkable generosity, many students found themselves envious of Lu Xun. Look, there is Lu Xun. Is that truly Lu Xun? He is quite handsome. Within the campus, Lu Xun had become a figure of renown, with an increasing number of people recognizing him. Brother Sun, my dear father, kindly grant me a segment of your extraordinary heaven and earth meridian. Li Bufan rushed over, eager to seek guidance from Lu Xun, fixated on unlocking his own extraordinary meridian, nearly obsessed with the idea. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Chu Yuqing sent Lu Xun a message with good news, although they did not meet in person. As the third day dawned, Lu Xun begrudgingly made his way to Qinya building, which housed numerous training rooms. Fei Taie had long been waiting for Lu Xun in a meditation chamber. Lu Xun noticed that today, Fei Taie had donned a new outfit and even tidied his beard, presenting himself as if he were intent on a profound transformation. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Xun. Master, what exquisite liquor do you have in that gourd? It smells delightful, Lu Xun exclaimed, seizing the moment to speak before Fei Taie could respond. This is a mortal's drunkenness, a superior spirit I personally brewed. Money cannot procure this. Fei Taie replied, his face alight with pride. So it is indeed crafted by you, master. No wonder it is so intoxicating. May I have a taste? Lu Xun's eyes sparkled with desire. Here, Fei Taie tossed the gourd toward him. As Lu Xun uncorked it, the rich aroma of the liquor instantly filled the entire chamber. Delicious. After finishing 1 cup, Lu Xun eagerly poured himself a second. Master, what is this brewed from? It is simply exquisite. Here as to you, master. He raised another cup in salute. Thus, in the meditation room, Lu Xun and Fei Taie exchanged cup after cup, reveling in their merriment. Lu Xun, remember to adhere to the training schedule, Fei Taie slurred, his head drooping as he succumbed to slumber, even as he reminded Lu Xun to practice. My chaos divine body is indeed formidable. I am impervious to intoxication, Lu Xun mused, feeling no effects of the drink. After pondering, he fetched a thin blanket and covered Fei Taie, then clapped his hands and departed. Training was utterly impossible. There would be no chance for it in this lifetime. Lu Xun, when I awoke yesterday, you were nowhere to be found. What were you up to? Master, I was honing my martial skills. Would you like me to demonstrate? The following day, Fei Taie returned. Lu Xun felt a sense of dread. After painstakingly selecting a laid-back mentor, he He found that this mentor had become inspired and determined. Who could he turn to for reason? Fortunately, Lu Xun managed to distract him with his Thousand Shadows step. Master, is there more of that immortal's drunkenness? Lu Xun began his quest for more liquor. Unsurprisingly, Fei Taie became thoroughly inebriated once again. Lu Xun, this meditation chamber shows no record of usage. Have you been slacking? Absolutely not, Master. You need not scrutinize me so closely. My progress is swift. Just look, my Thousand Shadows step has improved. Indeed, mere agility is insufficient. This is a sword technique I created based on an unnamed sword manual, consisting of only the first 5 forms. I entrust it to you for further development. Fei Taie handed Lu Xun a sword manual. This was disastrous. Lu Xun felt utterly overwhelmed. Over the next 2 days, despite Lu Xun's efforts to intoxicate Fei Taie each evening, the master would invariably arrive promptly the next morning. Lu Xun's heart brimmed with regret. Other mentors merely assigned assistants for oversight, while Fei Taie personally came to supervise, and worse yet, he arrived daily. Fortunately, Lu Xun had concealed a few items to manage the situation. However, this could not persist indefinitely. Teacher, your wine is so exquisite. Surely, the mistress must be the happiest person in the world. Realizing that drinking was futile, Lu Xun sought a different approach, albeit inadvertently touching upon a sensitive topic. To his dismay, as soon as he spoke, Fei Taie appeared visibly distressed. He seized the gourd and gulped its contents eagerly. Come, drink. Fei Taie took the initiative to pour wine for Lu Xun. Did I say something wrong? Lu Xun pondered. The following day, Fei Taie did not appear. On the 3rd day, he remained absent. Was the impact so significant? I apologize, dear teacher. Perhaps you should continue in your despondency. Though Lu Xun verbally expressed remorse, he inwardly sighed with relief. At last, he could recline in peace once more. Chapter 42. Breakthrough, Second Realm of a Mortal Path Comfortable. For the next few days, Fei Taie did not make an appearance, much to Lu Xun's delight. The Taie sword technique could indeed be offered to Murong Wan, and perhaps he would assess whether she required any dark energy. Lu Xun possessed a considerable array of valuable items at present. Upon examining the Taie sword technique given by Fei Taie, he discerned its profound complexity. In contrast, the earthly grade technique previously bestowed upon him was comparatively trivial for students of Qingbei. The hierarchy of techniques is stratified, heaven's level being the highest, followed by earth. In the outer world, earthly grade techniques are rare treasures, yet not everyone can practice them. Without sufficiently powerful martial or spiritual veins, attempting to cultivate a technique of a higher grade could yield counterproductive results. Lu Xun had originally intended to allocate the 100,000 units of dark energy entirely to Chu Yuqing, whose family had currently severed her card in an attempt to coerce her into compliance. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to also provide Murong Wan with a portion of dark energy. Given the recent instability in the Murong family, and the significant consumption of dark energy for Murong Zhan's recovery, it was reasonable to assume that Murong Wan could benefit from it as well. As the holiday neared its midpoint, Murong Wan had yet to arrive in the capital, likely awaiting the commencement of the new term. Lu Xun continued his leisurely existence. Every few days, Chu Yuqing would send him a message updating him on her progress. She was diligently practicing, striving to enter the second realm before the school year began, thereby securing a larger allocation of dark energy post-assessment. As for elixirs, spiritual items, or other resources, these could be exchanged for dark energy. Dark energy serves not only for personal cultivation, but also as a currency among practitioners. As for Xiaobai, there were still no anomalies. Lu Xun remained unperturbed, choosing to enjoy his leisurely days, occasionally attending theoretical classes or feigning activity in the training room. Ha ha ha, Lu Xun, my brotherly has uncovered a miraculous vein. A week later, following a celestial phenomenon, Li Bufan exuberantly shared his joyous news with Lu Xun. He had finally discovered a wondrous vein of energy. His unique celestial vein is known as the Xianhuang martial vein, a manifestation of the earth element, characterized by formidable defense and strength. Lin Yan, come forth. Brother allows you to make the first move. You have brought this upon yourself. Upon the emergence of the celestial vein, Li Bufan eagerly sought out Lin Yan for a duel. The arena serves as a venue for competitions and sparring among schools. When Li Bufan activated the Xianhuang martial vein, the scope of the celestial phenomenon exceeded that of Lin Yan's. Over the past few days, Lin Yan had widened his Qiyang vein, and with its emphasis on offense. He felt sufficiently confident in his ability to defeat Li Bufan. In the presence of numerous onlookers, the two engaged in a spirited exchange on the arena, creating quite a spectacle. Lu Xun was also observing this clash. The battle held intrigue. Li Bufan adopted a purely defensive strategy, while Lin Yin relentlessly attacked. After Lin Yin grew fatigued, Li Bufan finally struck, delivering a decisive blow that sent Lin Yin tumbling from the stage. Are you convinced now? Convince your sister. What else can you do besides hide like a turtle? You couldn't even break my defense, and yet you continue to bark. After their bout, their verbal sparring resumed. Lin Yin felt indignant. Unable to best Lu Xun was one thing, but now he found himself bested by Li Bufan as well. Oh, isn't that the shoe guy? It is him. Just as he was feeling dejected, a girl recognized Lin Yin. Ha ha ha, so you are the shoe guy. Are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my flip-flops? Li Bufan taunted loudly. I will kill you. Lin Yin erupted in fury. Brother Lu, we have a lead. The day after Li Bufan awakened his celestial vein, Lu Xun unexpectedly received a message from a dark web assassin named Luo Dashing. What did he say? The one who seeks to kill you is in Rongqing and seems to have a past connection with you. He knows you frequently visit the hero cemetery. And recently, he raised the bounty to 30,000 dark energy. You must be cautious. This amount could entice a third realm cultivator. 30,000 dark energy. That is no small sum. It is indeed possible for a third realm cultivator to be tempted, especially those who have persevered to reach that stage. Li Sheng. Luo Dashing's words solidified Lu Xun's suspicions. The one who sought his demise was undoubtedly Li Sheng, who had taken all his family wealth. Fearing that Lu Xun would rise after the awakening of his celestial vein and eventually seek retribution, he harbored intentions to eliminate Lu Xun. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the second realm. You have received a 20-fold return from her achievement. 2 days later, Chu Yuqing attained her breakthrough to the second realm, resulting in a significant return for Lu Xun. The second realm of the immortal path is the gathering of qi, where one absorbs dark energy through the spiritual vein and transforms it into gaseous spiritual power. When sufficient spiritual power accumulates, one can establish a spiritual abode in the Dantian to transcend to the second realm. This realm bears some resemblance to martial arts, yet the nature of the power differs. As the spiritual power continued to surge, a vast spiritual abode was established within Lu Xun's Dantian. The spiritual energy continues to flow ceaselessly within. Unlike martial arts, spiritual energy is not compressed and upgraded through the spiritual abode. Rather, the spiritual abode merely serves as a reservoir for this energy. To refine the spiritual energy into a purer form, it requires the cultivation efforts of the practitioner themselves. At this juncture, having a spiritual will simplifies the process significantly. When the spiritual energy circulates within the wheel, it can be compressed through minor spiritual veins, becoming increasingly pure until it transforms into a misty state, then semi-liquid, and finally into a liquid form, ultimately solidifying into a pill, allowing entry into the fifth realm of the Xiandan stage. The initial 5 realms of celestial cultivation primarily revolve around the manipulation of spiritual energy. For Lu Xun, this process is far less cumbersome. He need not exert any effort. The influx of warmth resolves everything autonomously. Within him, the spiritual energy continues to multiply, and once it exceeds the capacity of the spiritual abode, its density begins to rise. His strength ascends from the first layer of qi gathering to the second, third, fourth, and fifth layers, finally halting at the 6th layer of qi gathering. The 20-fold return indeed proves to be immensely powerful. Moron Wan's breakthrough only elevated Lu Xun to the 3rd layer of the qi si, while Chu Yuqing's breakthrough surged him to the 6th layer of qi gathering. It is noteworthy that, whether in martial or celestial paths, Lu Xun surpasses other cultivators of the same realm. This also implies that each elevation for Lu Xun demands greater effort, coupled with the necessity of substantial strength to ascend each layer. Reaching the 6th layer of qi gathering highlights the remarkable efficacy of the 20-fold return. This singular advancement equates to the arduous cultivation efforts of extraordinary geniuses over several months, ordinary geniuses over a couple of years, and average celestial practitioners over several years. Lu Xun, I have broken through to the 2nd realm. Chu Yuqing joyfully sent a video call. Congratulations, Lu Xun replied with warm wishes. Shall we meet tonight at Qingbei Street? Chu Yuqing expressed her longing for Lu Xun. For the past few weeks, she had been deeply engrossed in her cultivation. All right. Just in time, as I plan to give you the dark energy. Chapter 43. Muron 1 arrives as dusk settled. The lights of the capital flickered on one by one, and the neon lights flowed like vibrant colors between the buildings. Under the illumination of 3 moons, the headlights on the long street traced golden arcs, gradually awakening the city in the night, shimmering with a captivating and bustling glow. Lu Sun. At the entrance of Beta University, Chu Yuqing joyfully ran up, naturally linking her arm with Lu Sun's. "It's Lu Sun," exclaimed a student who recognized him. "Wow, his girlfriend is so beautiful." This scene was observed by several students familiar with Lu Sun. "What? Lu Sun has a girlfriend now?" One student questioned. "Calm down. So what if he has a girlfriend?" "Without one, you need to compete with a multitude of others. With one, you only have to compete with her." A girl earnestly offered her friend some insight. "But she's so gorgeous. Can I compete?" Her friend expressed doubt. "Understand competitive positioning. You don't need to compare beauty with her." "Then what do we compare?" "Charm, perhaps." "Get lost." The 2 close friends playfully engaged in a bout of teasing. On this side, Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing strolled hand in hand into Qingbei Street. With the commencement of the term fast approaching, the past couple of days had seen a surge of couples meandering about. The entirety of Qingbei Street was predominantly filled with pairs of students. For a solitary soul to venture out, a robust appetite would be requisite, lest they be overwhelmed by the abundance of affection on display. "Has your mother not departed yet?" "Ignore her. Morong Yin is still around." The shop she leased specializes in trinkets from the celestial ancient road, such as moonlight stone bracelets, star sand necklaces, star track heart knots, and moondew earrings. There are also shattered star glass bottles, petite glass containers that hold stardust that changes color with temperature, radiating a soft blue glow when cradled in one's palm, as though capturing a fragment of the Milky Way. Though these delightful curiosities hail from the celestial ancient road, they are not exorbitantly priced, making them affordable for the students of Qingbei. They are also perfect for gifts between couples. Furthermore, the charm of the proprietor has made her business increasingly prosperous. Yet, her primary focus remains on Chu Yuqing. As soon as Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing arrived, Morong Yin dashed away from her shop to follow them like a shadow. When it comes to her mother, Chu Yuqing adheres to a philosophy of indifference. In fact, to provoke Morong Yin, she intentionally nestled closely against Lu Sun, their fingers intertwined. This sight left Morong Yin visibly irked, her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation. "Lu Sun, I heard you have opened your spiritual veins. Are you pursuing both celestial and martial cultivation?" "Indeed. But they say that cultivating both is perilous." "Do not worry about me. Focus on your own training." "Yes, I trust you." Chu Yuqing had also heard of Lu Sun's recent developments and harbored an inexplicable confidence in him. "Wow, is this for real? This is a generous gift from Teacher Fei. He has given me far too much, and I cannot utilize it all. Your training demands significant resources. Take it." "All right. I will repay you in the future." Lu Sun bestowed upon her 80,000 units of dark energy. After jotting down the amount in her little notebook, Chu Yuqing accepted the card. Lu Sun noticed she was recording the quantity of dark energy he had given her. This girl, it was reassuring to know she was not one who only sought to take without giving. If Lu Sun were to prevent her from doing so, she would likely feel uneasy. As they continued their stroll, Lu Sun caught sight of Li Bufan in the distance. Li Bufan was happily walking alongside a pretty senior, engaging in cheerful banter. Once determined not to be a sycophant, he was now buying drinks and gifts for the senior, even kneeling to tie her shoelaces. "Sycophant." Lu Sun expressed his disdain. Even after 3 years of kindness towards Lu Mei due to her intentional concealment, he had never behaved in such a manner. Yet, despite his sycophantic tendencies, it seemed that Li Bufan was making notable progress with the senior. As they meandered through the streets, unexpectedly, Lu Sun found himself sharing a taxi with his senior, unaware if their destination was KFC. Fortunately, he did not bring shame upon his adoptive father. Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing strolled late into the night, enjoying a late-night snack before parting ways. Morong Yin had spent the entire evening observing from a distance, serving as a silent witness to their escapade, and was left simmering in frustration. No, this vexation would linger until tomorrow, perhaps even until the day after. After escorting Chu Yuqing back to the school, Lu Sun turned around and spotted Morong Yin glaring at him from several meters away. Such a beautiful woman, when angry, possessed an alluring charm that was hard to ignore. Contemplating this, Lu Sun approached her, wishing to assure her that there was no need for such scrutiny. He had no intentions of taking Chu Yuqing to a hotel. However, Murong Yin was in no mood for conversation, with a huff directed at Lu Sun. She retreated back to her shop. Very well, let us return, Lu Sun thought, cradling Xiaobai as he made his way back to Beta University. With the new semester approaching, he wondered why Murong Wan had not yet arrived and why there was no news of her. Curiously, that very night, a significant development occurred. Murong Wan has broken through to the second level of the Qi Si. You have received 20-fold of Murong Wan's gains. Just as he was pondering this, the rewards swiftly manifested. How remarkable! It had only been a little over a month since Murong Wan's last breakthrough to the first level of the Qi Si. Considering the recent turmoil within the Murong family, Murong Wan's focus had been considerably diverted. Incredibly, Lu Sun's martial prowess surged dramatically, propelling him from the third level of the Qi Si all the way to the 8th level. This leap of 5 levels was astonishing. Although the gains from Chu Yuqing did not seem as substantial, it was increasingly challenging to advance as one reached higher levels. With the semester yet to commence, achieving the 8th level of the Qi Si might raise eyebrows. Would he be deemed a monster during the cultivation assessment? Lu Sun clicked his tongue in disbelief. With an 8th level in martial arts and a 6th level in celestial energy gathering, revealing such prowess would surely frighten many. No, he could not reveal everything. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He resolved to present himself as a mere 3rd level in martial arts and a 1st level in celestial energy gathering. Lu Sun contemplated the upcoming semester, which would bring the inevitable cultivation assessment. Following this assessment, the school would allocate dark energy monthly based on one's cultivation level. With significant disparities between tiers, he understood the necessity of discretion. Some revelations were essential, but they must be gradual. It had been over 2 months since his initial meridian opening. The 3rd level in martial arts and the 1st level in celestial energy gathering seemed stable. His current strength was insufficient. He needed to remain inconspicuous, avoiding drawing attention to himself. Revealing his true cultivation level at this nascent stage would undoubtedly make him a target. Not to mention the risks of exposing his system. If a stronger mentor were to insist on guiding him, it could be perilous. Thus, Lu Sun stroked Xiaobai's head. Having devised a plan, meow, Xiaobai instinctively nuzzled against Lu Sun. The princess within her seemed to have vanished, leaving one to wonder when she might re-emerge. 2 days later, in the morning, Murong Yin awaited at the entrance of Qingshu Academy. A few minutes later, Chu Yuqing emerged. Yuqing, I will take a car myself. Chu Yuqing directly boarded a ride-hailing vehicle, leaving Murong Yin's expression frozen in place. After Chu Yuqing departed, Murong Yin sighed and drove towards the airport. Today marked the arrival of Murong Wan in the capital, and as her sister, Murong Yin naturally intended to welcome her. Little aunt. 2 hours later, at the airport's arrival area, Chu Yuqing joyfully dashed into Murong Wan's embrace. Due to their similar ages, she shared a close bond with Murong Wan. Dressed exquisitely, Murong Wan attracted many admiring glances. With Chu Yuqing and Murong Yan's arrival, the 3 stunning beauties stood together, instantly becoming the center of attention. Wanner, after such a long flight, you must be tired? Not too much, sister. The school officially begins tomorrow. Why don't you stay with me tonight? It's rare for us sisters to have time alone together to chat. All right. After Chu Yuqing and Murong Wan exchanged pleasantries, Murong Yin stepped forward, inviting Murong Wan to stay with her. Despite the significant age gap between the sisters, their relationship was not as intimate as that between Chu Yuqing and Murong Wan. Nevertheless, Murong Wan accepted the invitation from her elder sister. Chapter 44. Murong Yin's beautiful scheme. Murong Wan has arrived? Lu Sun received a message from Chu Yuqing. Murong Wan had come to the capital. In the 2 months since her awakening, she had made remarkable progress, swiftly breaking through to the 2nd realm and advancing to the 2nd layer of her Qi Si. This was achieved even with certain constraints from the Murong family. Now that she was in the capital, focusing solely on her cultivation, her strength would surely grow rapidly. It would not be long before Lu Sun's martial prowess surged once again. Little aunt, goodbye. I will accompany you to school tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chu Yuqing bid farewell to Murong Wan. Murong Wan found it peculiar that Chu Yuqing did not go to Murong Yan's place. Unbeknownst to her, the relationship between the mother and daughter had become somewhat strained due to Lu Sun. Murong Yin, taking on the role of an elder sister, spent the afternoon with Murong Wan, helping her gather supplies for her new life, preparing to deliver them to the school the following day. I will be residing in the capital for the long term. If you ever feel bored at school, you can come visit anytime. It has been years since we sisters have had a chance to converse like this. Yes. With a nostalgic glimmer in her eyes, Morong Yin took her sister's hand, and the two sisters began to reminisce. She spoke of many things, from her fondness for carrying Morong Wan on her back during childhood, to how Morong Wan had become her shadow as she grew older, and finally to how, after giving birth to Chu Yuqing, Morong Wan had doted on her daughter, constantly taking her along for adventures. As the conversation unfolded, Morong Wan's memories surfaced, bringing forth the beauty of childhood. Those days were filled with simplicity. The world was far less intricate, and the bond between sisters was untainted. Alas, childhood is a realm we cannot revisit. It is precisely due to this impossibility that those memories become exceptionally precious. Thus, the two sisters conversed deep into the night, with Morong Yin speaking most of the time while Morong Wan listened intently. Sister, it seems that Yuqing has encountered some discord with you? After sharing heartfelt words for such an extended period, their relationship grew closer, prompting Morong Wan to broach the subject. Indeed, Morong Yin responded, eagerly anticipating her sister's inquiry. Without hesitation, she began to speak earnestly about Lu Sun. Upon the mention of Lu Sun, Morong Wan's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of complexity. After all, he was her first love, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be her last. Following the awakening of the Linglong vein, Morong Wan resolved to dedicate herself entirely to her cultivation, dismissing romantic entanglements. Even as she matured, she vowed never to marry. Wanner, you are aware of the significance of one's background in today's society. Lu Sun is without parents and lacks familial support. Associating with him would only hinder Yuqing. Morong Yin lamented. But sister, hasn't Lu Sun awakened the heavenly miracle vein? Morong Wan countered. Not only did he awaken the heavenly miracle vein, but he also opened the spiritual vein and a second heavenly miracle vein just half a month ago. What? Morong Yan's words astonished Morong Wan. She had been in Rong City and was unaware of this development. It seemed he intended to pursue dual cultivation of both celestial and martial paths. If he did not choose this arduous path, he might have had a promising future. However, by opting for dual cultivation, he was jeopardizing his prospects. The pace of cultivation in dual paths was notoriously slow, and since the dawn of the new era, no one had succeeded in it. Morong Yin held little faith in Lu Sun. Morong Wan fell into silence, having never anticipated Lu Sun's choice of dual cultivation. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Not to mention the slower cultivation speed compared to others. Wanner, considering his circumstances, is Yuqing not misplacing her affections by staying with him? Morong Yin inquired, gazing at her sister. After a brief silence, Morong Wan replied, Sister, it is quite normal for young people to fall in love. I do not think Lu Sun is as unworthy as you suggest. Perhaps we should respect Yuqing's choice and observe for a while. What do you think? Morong Yin was taken aback. Her sister seemed to be defending Lu Sun. Sister, you do not understand the generous conditions offered by the He family, celestial-level techniques, and a promise of vast resources. If Yuqing marries into their family, she will soon surpass even her father. In contrast, what does Lu Sun have? Morong Yin attempted to persuade her sister. Sister, I believe it is best to respect Yuqing's decision, Morong Wan reiterated. Morong Wan was not swayed by her words. I did not compel her. I merely harbored the feeling that following Lu Sun would lead to her ruin. My impression of Lu Sun is far from reassuring. Could you assist your sister in discerning Lu Sun's true nature? This would help Yuqing to relinquish her infatuation. Morong Yin grasped Morong Wan's hands, her eyes pleading. Assist? Morong Wan was unaware of her sister's ulterior motives. However, with her sister beseeching her so earnestly, it would be ungracious to decline. Thus, Morong Wan responded, Sister, tell me how I may assist you. If it is within my power, I shall surely help. Seeing her sister's acquiescence, Morong Yin was elated. The plan was simple, the art of seduction. The art of seduction? Yes, you shall entice Lu Sun. If he falls for your allure, Yuqing will see his true colors and subsequently sever ties with him. Morong Yin elaborated on her scheme. Sister, you are so beautiful, the most exquisite woman in Rongqing. I am not even in your league. You are the object of many men's dreams here. Should you take action, Lu Sun will undoubtedly be ensnared. Morong Yin could not contain her excitement as she envisioned Lu Sun succumbing to Morong Wan's charms. At that moment, her daughter would be utterly disillusioned with Lu Sun, thus complying with her plans. She failed to notice the astonishment and complexity in Morong Wan's expression. Wanner, You need not fret. It is not about instigating any intimate encounter. We merely wish to unveil Lu Sun's true self. Sensing her sister's unease, Morong Yin sought to reassure her. Sister, Yu Qing is your daughter. Is this truly appropriate? Morong Wan inquired. To her, Lu Sun was not as flawed as portrayed. Although there were disparities in their backgrounds, she believed that if Lu Sun were to mature, the issue would be resolved. Why was Morong Yin so adamant about tearing them apart? Moreover, employing the art of seduction, particularly with her as the object, was perplexing, especially since she and Lu Sun had already shared the most intimate moments. I act in the interest of her future. Remaining with Lu Sun will yield no favorable outcomes for her, Morong Yin asserted resolutely. Morong Wan set down her phone and shook her head. No, sister. You are contemplating the future of the Chu family. Did you come to this realization? Morong Yan's expression shifted, and she quickly defended herself. There are indeed such considerations. But my intentions for Yu Qing are genuine. With a sigh, Morong Wan replied, Sister, I have respected you since childhood, but in this matter, you are misguided. I cannot assist you with this. I feel a bit weary and shall take my leave to rest. With that, she rose and walked toward another bedroom. As she approached the threshold of her bedroom, Morong Wan turned back to her sister and softly remarked, I shall not divulge tonight's events to Yu Qing. Sister, I advise you to exercise patience. Yu Qing's spiritual root has already awakened, and she has manifested the 12 solar veins. Her future potential is boundless. You should wait a few more years until she matures, for then all issues will resolve themselves effortlessly. With that, Morong Wan entered her chamber. Seeing her sister's reluctance to assist, Morong Yin sank wearily into a chair. She lingered in the living room for an extended period, her expression shifting restlessly, as if caught in a struggle between resolve and hesitation. Over the past few days, she had indeed put in considerable effort. For instance, beautiful girls often surrounded Lu Sun, openly expressing their affection. This, in truth, was Morong Yan's doing. With sufficient funds, she could easily find girls willing to aid her, even amidst the elite of Qingbei. Morong Yin aimed to test Lu Sun. If he faltered, the dilemma would be effortlessly resolved, sparing her daughter from a rogue. However, Lu Sun remained impervious, not even sparing a glance for those lovely girls. Morong Yin concluded that they must not be enchanting or extraordinary enough, far overshadowed by Chu Yuqing. After her sister's arrival, she contemplated her sibling, only to find her uncooperative. The exceptionally talented girls at Beta University were equally beyond her reach. Yet, apart from this strategy, she could conceive of no other means to separate Chu Yuqing from Lu Sun. It was unthinkable to resort to extreme measures, such as hiring someone to eliminate Lu Sun. Despite her relentless pursuit of the Chu family's future, she could never betray the kindness Lu Sun's parents had shown to Yuqing. Gradually, as thoughts crystallized in her mind, her expression grew resolute. Chapter 45. The Princess's Curse. In the dead of night, Lu Sun lay sprawled upon the wide, soft bed, soundly asleep. Little Bai curled up on his chest, resembling a creamy snowball, slumbering blissfully. The evening breeze stirred the curtains, ushering a gentle, rosy moonlight into the room. Suddenly, Little Bai opened its eyes. They remained its own, yet anyone who met its gaze at that moment would perceive not a mere cat, but a being of humanity. I am furious. How dare this lowly creature make me fetch its shoes? What right does this inferior life form have to share my bed? Oh, even accompanying it to the restroom. Cursed human, I shall end you. After a brief pause, a murderous intent enveloped Little Bai, its tiny claws glinting menacingly as it lunged at Lu Sun. Just as it seemed about to strike, a powerful hand emerged, lifting it effortlessly. Indeed, it had been precisely a month. Lu Sun rose from the bed. The so-called princess had not appeared for several days, and he speculated that her visits followed a pattern, either weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. As anticipated, it had been a month since the last encounter. Release me, foolish human. The transformed princess Bai struggled. Lu Sun set her down gently. Princess Barbara, it is a pleasure to see you again. Might I request that you refrain from being so fierce in our next encounter? Lu Sun greeted her amiably. Among her lengthy name, Lu Sun could only recall the 3 syllables of Barbara. This name, reminiscent of many games and films from a bygone era, echoed in his mind. Yet, the Barbara the princess referred to may not carry the same meaning as that of the blue planet. Detestable human, you are henceforth forbidden from bathing or sleeping in my presence, nor may you accompany me to the restroom. Most importantly, you shall never again permit me to fetch your slippers. Barbara declared with utmost seriousness, raising her paw to emphasize her 3 prohibitions. That hardly concerns me. Consider this. Were these acts not initiated by you? Lu Sun shrugged nonchalantly. How vexing. Barbara recalled that indeed, she had instigated those actions, even during bathing. It was she who had dashed into the bathroom after witnessing Lu Sun wash, requesting his assistance. In truth, I was merely an embodiment of her instincts that emerged during her slumber. This indicated a peculiar closeness her body instinctively felt towards Lu Sun. Cursed slumbering spell. Barbara lamented, her head aching. Enough. My time is limited, so I shall refrain from dwelling on such trivial matters. Now, I shall impart a spell to you, as a reward for your service to me these past days. If you can master it, I may bestow upon you further benefits next month. In light of pressing matters, Barbara resolved to overlook these minor grievances. A spell? Ah, yes. It is a magical incantation, a potent weapon of our Astra Star people, reserved solely for royalty. Were it not for my current predicament, you would never have the opportunity to learn such incantations. Such a precious skill, perhaps I shall forego it, Lu Sun replied. Lacking enthusiasm, the system forbade him from practicing, leaving him helpless. This incantation can temporarily immobilize a person. The duration is dictated by the disparity in strength between you and the opponent. Even the briefest moment can be life-saving or game-changing. Are you truly unwilling to learn? Barbara urged, her tone shifting. I am disinterested in learning, Lu Sun replied, shaking his head. Foolish human, this is not about rigorous training. It merely requires you to learn a single phrase. Barbara scolded him for his lack of ambition. Very well, teach me. Lu Sun finally expressed a hint of curiosity. A single phrase capable of immobilizing someone? It bore a slight resemblance to the binding technique of the great sage. However, it paled in comparison. One needed only a word for that, while he required an entire sentence. Still, since it was not strenuous training, it could be worthwhile to learn. You can never have too many skills. Listen closely, for I am about to recite the incantation. Wait, Lu Sun interjected, retrieving his phone and activating the recording function. Now, please proceed. The incantation cannot be recorded. Your efforts are in vain, Barbara scoffed. Domi Kahabi Bina, she declared, subsequently uttering a lengthy sequence of syllables that resonated with an enchanting aura. Did you remember? She inquired after she finished. Lu Sun replayed the recording, only to discover there was indeed no sound. Recite it again, he muttered, realizing he had failed to retain it. Domi Kahabi Bina, Barbara repeated once more. What about now? She asked. Still ineffective. Truly foolish, Barbara sighed, repeating the incantation several times. Finally, Lu Sun managed to articulate it. Yet, what good was it? Merely reciting it yielded no visible effect. You are not of royal lineage. Simply uttering it will bear no fruit. This is the diagram of magical energy I have drawn for you. When reciting the spell, you must channel your magical power to vocalize it, which means vibrating the magic to produce sound. Do you understand? As she spoke, her claws inscribed several intricate designs on the wall. Magical power? Where would I acquire such a thing? Lu Sun lamented, for he possessed no magic. Magic was a force endowed solely to the sorcerers of the West. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? This complicates matters. If you find yourself in peril, you may use my blood, Barbara began, only to transition into a meow midway through her sentence. Meow, meow, she lamented, issuing a series of meows before reluctantly conceding defeat. Once again, the spark of intelligence in her eyes rapidly faded, and the vibrant expression on her face disappeared, transforming her back into a genuine feline. She became Lu Sun's little white cat. Meow. The little white cat leaped into Lu Sun's embrace, nuzzling against him. You came here on your own accord. Lu Sun cradled the little white cat, scrutinizing the intricate designs Barbara had etched on the wall. He did remember the incantation, but these diagrams were far too convoluted for someone devoid of magical veins or power to comprehend. After contemplating, Lu Sun decided to take photos of the intricate designs with his phone. What did her last statement mean? Could he cast the spell using her blood? He pondered while gently stroking the little white cat. The little white cat was Barbara transformed. Perhaps using its blood would indeed be effective. He resolved to wait until he faced real danger before attempting it. The little white cat was so obedient. Lu Sun was loath to resort to using its blood for experimentation. If true peril arose, he could always give it a shot then. Chapter 46, The Flower Guardian. Inviting the mother-in-law. The following day marked the official reporting day at Beta University. Although the majority of students had arrived early to register, A portion chose to arrive at this time. Additionally, upperclassmen returning home during the break were also making their way back to campus today. The regulations at Qingbei are quite stringent, while the holiday period was relatively lenient. Once the semester commenced, students were required to attend daily roll call. Wow, what a stunning beauty. My father spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the campus of Qingbei is replete with stunning beauties. A striking figure captured the attention of numerous students, none other than Murong Wan. Early in the morning, she declined her sister Murong Yan's offer to accompany her to school, opting instead to enter alone. Today, she donned a delicate white dress, the sunlight dancing through her hair, accentuating her skin's translucent, snow-like quality. Her graceful stride emanated an air of ethereal elegance, her understated attire further accentuating her otherworldly charm. All passing students instinctively slowed their pace, captivated by her breathtaking allure, regardless of gender. In the past, she possessed no particular skills, yet she eclipsed countless women in Rongqing, earning her the title of the city's most beautiful, a reputation not merely derived from idle praise. Are you a freshman this year? Allow me to assist you with your registration. A senior student quickly approached her. Murong Wan, with her youthful demeanor, was mistaken for a newcomer. No need, thank you. She replied with calmness. You have quite a number of belongings. It would be inconvenient to carry them upstairs later. Let me help you. The cart following her was indeed laden with items. This is an automated smart cart, she explained. Yes, Junior, you have too many things. And the dormitory elevator is rather small. It would be troublesome. Let us assist you. More seniors joined in. There's no need, thank you. Murong Wan's patience began to wear thin. Junior sister, you finally arrived. Just as one senior was about to speak again, a familiar voice interjected. Murong Wan turned to see Lu Sun. Upon offering her a slight smile, he addressed the crowd of seniors. With me here, there is no need to trouble you. Are you her brother? The seniors remained enthusiastic. Not by blood, you understand, Lu Sun replied with a wink. Oh, I see. My apologies for the intrusion. The seniors comprehended his implication and ceased their insistence. Lu Sun, thank you for the medicine you sent. My father's poison has subsided. But I lacked your contact information to express my gratitude in person, Murong Wan spoke after a brief silence. There's no need for such formality. I too did not anticipate the medicine would be so effective. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat, Lu Sun suggested. Having realized he did not possess her contact details, which would sometimes prove convenient. All right. After a few moments of silence, Murong Wan retrieved her phone. Please scan my code. Sure. They exchanged WeChat contacts. Your father has nearly recovered, I presume? Lu Sun inquired. Yes, he is mostly well, though some old injuries still pose a challenge. With your father's wealth, surely he could purchase a remedy for his injuries? The old wounds affected his dantian. The remedy capable of completely healing it is beyond my father's means. As V joined them, Lu Sun and Murong Wan engaged in conversation while strolling along. Murong Wan's words piqued Lu Sun's curiosity. Was there truly a pill that a fourth-stage master could not afford? However, it was reasonable to consider. The more advanced the pill, the rarer and more precious the materials required. For instance, the pulse-opening pill, used for the first stage, was already exceedingly expensive. A pill capable of fully healing the dantian of a fourth-stage master must undoubtedly be extraordinarily rare, and there were likely few alchemists capable of crafting such a remedy. Wow, what a beauty! The attention Murong Wan garnered throughout their journey was remarkable, even though Qingbei had its fair share of stunning women. Few could rival Murong Wan's captivating allure. Numerous young men, especially older students, seemed eager to approach her. At that moment, Lu Sun's role as her protector became evident. Without him, Murong Wan would have undoubtedly faced countless flirtations along the way. She clearly noticed this and felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Sun. Auntie, why are you here so early? At that moment, Chu Yuqing appeared. Murong Wan had awakened much earlier, and by the time Chu Yuqing arrived, Murong Wan had already set out. Chu Yuqing hurried to catch up. Lu Sun, you're here too. Yes, I happened to see your aunt and helped her fend off some unwelcome attention. Upon seeing Lu Sun, Chu Yuqing did not dwell on it further. She linked her arm with Murong Wan and chattered animatedly. Given their similar ages, they shared plenty of common interests. Standing side by side, one resembled a cherry blossom in full bloom, radiant and delicate, while the other resembled a resplendent rose, striking and vivid, akin to two lotus flowers blossoming together, each exuding a distinct yet equally captivating beauty. Wow, Auntie, you have brought so much. Thank goodness for Lu's son. Yuqing, I shall take my leave now. I plan to go out for a meal with your aunt this afternoon. Will you not join us? No. I have other matters to attend to. Very well. An hour later, at last, Mu Rongwan's belongings were all moved into the dormitory. Lu Sun then departed. He noticed something peculiar. His girlfriend seemed to lack awareness. Had Chu Yuqing so quickly forgotten about that night? Shouldn't she be attempting to limit Lu Sun's interactions with Mu Rongwan to prevent any further emotional developments between them? Indeed, it was Chu Yuqing who had orchestrated that fateful night when Lu Sun and Mu Rongwan had crossed paths. His girlfriend truly seemed oblivious. Regrettably, Lu Sun had not found an opportunity to share the dark energy and martial techniques with Mu Rongwan. Given their current relationship, gifting her something was not quite appropriate. He would have to wait for a later time. Lu Sun, someone is looking for you. Just as he exited the dormitory building, Lu Sun received a call from the Student Affairs office. Who is seeking me? He inquired. It's me, Lu Sun. A familiar voice resonated. Auntie. Lu Sun turned back. The one seeking him was Mu Rongyan. Today, she donned an exquisite moon-white qipao, the high slit design subtly outlining her elongated legs, while the delicate silver embroidery at the neckline gracefully wound down to her waist. This not only accentuated her alluring curves, but also emanated an air of untouchable elegance. Her attire, a harmonious blend of grace and allure, dripped with nobility and sensuality, rendering her exceptionally captivating. Passers-by, particularly students, couldn't help but steal glances at her. Lu Sun, I have just learned that you have opened your spiritual veins. I never expected your talents to be so extraordinary, Mu Rongyan remarked as she approached. Lavishing praise upon Lu Sun. Auntie, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck, Lu Sun humbly replied, unaware of Mu Rongyan's true intentions. To unlock the dual celestial extraordinary veins is no mere happenstance. You are indeed a true genius, Mu Rongyan asserted, her eyes glimmering with admiration. This sudden shift in her demeanor left Lu Sun somewhat perplexed. Auntie, are you seeking me for the sake of Yuqing? He inquired directly after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyan sighed softly, her expression softening with a touch of maternal warmth. Yes, it is indeed concerning this matter. However, I have come to realize that with Yuqing's innate talent, by the time she graduates from university, she will undoubtedly possess the cultivation of the third or fourth realm. With her and you as my son-in-law in the Chu family, we shall surely rise in prominence. Hence, there is no need for me to rush. Her words brought a glimmer of joy to Lu Sun's face. Does this mean you approve of my relationship with Yuqing? He asked, a hint of happiness evident in his tone. Indeed, I will no longer stand in your way. As it happens, I have some matters to attend to at home, and I will be returning to Rongqing tomorrow. I would like to entrust you with overseeing the shop on Qingbei Street. The shop manager will handle the day-to-day operations. You merely need to check the accounts every few days, Mu Rongyan explained, nodding. Overseeing the shop? That is not too burdensome, Lu Sun replied, considering that he had ample time since he did not need to engage in cultivation. Auntie, that sounds feasible, he affirmed. I will not have you work for nothing. I shall grant you 20% of the shop's monthly revenue, she stated. Auntie, there is no need for that, Lu Sun protested. Let us settle on this. Now, come with me to the shop. I will explain the details to you, she instructed. All right, I shall inform Yuqing, he said. No need for that just yet. She is out shopping with her aunt. I will call her in the evening to surprise her, Mu Rongyan replied. Very well. As their conversation continued, Lu Sun followed Mu Rongyan as they departed from the school. Chapter 47. Drugged again. Auntie, you are a bad woman, Lu Sun. You must be exhausted. Here. Have a drink of water, Mu Rongyan offered as they reached the third floor of the shop, handing him a glass of water. Thank you, Auntie, Lu Sun replied, taking the glass and gulping down the refreshing liquid, beads of sweat decorating his forehead. The shop was quite spacious, measuring over 200 square meters, and was divided into 2 levels. The third floor served as a warehouse, while the fourth was Mu Rongyan's residence. Indeed, she had acquired the entire building and named it Xingyue Building. Upon arriving here with her, Lu Sun realized there was much to be done. Mu Rongyan prepared to take stock before her departure. However, several employees called in sick today, leading to a shortage of manpower. Lu Sun seized this opportunity to volunteer for the arduous task of inventory. Little did he expect that the business of the shop was thriving, resulting in an overwhelming amount of stock to count. As he diligently worked, The influx of students due to the new school year necessitated even more staff on the first and second floors. Consequently, Lu Sun found himself alone with Murong Yin amidst the bustling inventory process. Determined not to let her bear the burden, he single-handedly completed the inventory of the vast shop. Were it not for his second-tier cultivation, he surely would have been exhausted beyond measure. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard. Allow me to wipe away your sweat. Murong Yin offered gently, using a silk handkerchief to dab at his forehead. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, perhaps due to its delightful aroma. Lu Sun instinctively inhaled deeply several times. In close proximity, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the alluring contours before him, causing his heart to race unexpectedly, prompting him to avert his eyes. After all, she was the mother of Chu Yuqing, and he could not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Yet, with Murong Yin so close, fleeting notions would inevitably arise. "Auntie, let me handle it myself," Lu Sun said, taking a step back. "Very well, here you go," Murong Yin replied, handing him the handkerchief. Lu Sun sighed in relief as he accepted it, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You should shower upstairs. You're dripping with sweat. The bathroom is equipped with a dryer, and by the time you finish, your clothes will be dry," Murong Yin suggested. "That sounds good." Lu Sun thought of maintaining his appearance, especially with Murong Yin arriving soon. Following Murong Yin's lead, he made his way to the fourth floor to bathe. "What is happening to me?" During his shower, Lu Sun sensed something was amiss. Certain images kept surfacing in his mind, and he felt a strange sensation stirring within him. Though puzzled, he dismissed it, reasoning that at his age, with his rapid cultivation and overflowing energy, impulsiveness was a natural instinct. "Xiao Lu, come, sit with me. Let us have a chat," Murong Yin invited with a smile, as Lu Sun emerged from the bathroom half an hour later. "Auntie, has Yuqing and the others not returned yet?" he inquired. "They will be back shortly," she reassured him. "That child has always resembled me. Headstrong, independent, and opinionated," Murong Yin said, reclining comfortably as she recounted stories of Chu Yuqing's past. From Lu Sun's perspective, Murong Yin's graceful figure was on full display. Although she was in her 40s, time had not etched its marks upon her face. Rather, it had bestowed upon her an increasingly captivating allure. Lu Sun's gaze became increasingly fixated on her form. Even places he would typically overlook were now under his audacious scrutiny. His eyes grew ever redder, his body radiated heat, as if an unnamed fire ignited within him. Unbeknownst to himself, his gaze was transfixed upon Murong Yin's lips, which resembled flames of crimson desire. Deep within, a ravenous yearning began to burgeon uncontrollably. Murong Yin, seemingly oblivious, shifted her posture, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white thigh through the slit of her cheongsam. In an instant, Lu Sun's attention sharpened. "Meow," came the sudden voice of Xiao Bai from his embrace. Something was amiss. Lu Sun jolted back to awareness. His current state was decidedly unsettling, reminiscent of the time when he was drugged by Chu Yuqing. "I have been poisoned." Lu Sun immediately grasped the reality. Who could have done this? His mind raced through the events of the day. Breakfast and lunch were consumed in the cafeteria, where it was improbable to have been drugged. He had remained with Murong Yin all afternoon without partaking in any sustenance. The water. The glass of water that Murong Yin had offered. Could it be her doing? Lu Sun's gaze darted towards Murong Yin. "What's wrong, Xiao Sun?" Her scarlet lips curled into a knowing smile as she reached out with her delicate hand to check his forehead. As someone experienced, she understood all too well the potent effects of skin-to-skin contact in such a state. It could cause Lu Sun to lose all composure. "I'm fine, Auntie," Lu Sun retorted, abruptly retreating. He was acutely aware of what had transpired at Murong Yin's villa, where he had similarly lost control. "Auntie, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He turned to exit. Although it was highly probable that Murong Yin had administered the drug, what if it was not her? Thus, Lu Sun refrained from a confrontation and opted to withdraw. Murong Yin moved swiftly to block his path. "Xiao Lu, Auntie feels quite dizzy," she feigned, clutching her head as she leaned towards him. Lu Sun hastily sidestepped, but Murong Yin swayed unsteadily, effectively obstructing his escape. Indeed, she was a third-tier warrior, her strength far exceeding his. This could not continue. Lu Sun felt his control slipping further away. He had to break free, otherwise, should he act inappropriately, it would spell disaster. Given Murong Yin's audacity to drug him, she likely had contingencies in place, and there were probably surveillance devices in the room. However, with her superior strength and deliberate blockage of the exits, Lu Sun found himself trapped. Meow. Suddenly, Xiaobai cried out. Lu Sun glanced down to see a droplet of crimson blood on Xiaobai's paw. Blood. He recalled Princess Barbara's words with sudden clarity. In a swift motion, he seized that drop of blood from the claws of the little white creature and consumed it. This action left Murong Yin perplexed. However, she sensed no imminent threat and made no attempt to intervene. Moments later, Lu Sun, with a low voice, uttered a string of incantations. Suddenly, the once unsteady Murong Yin found herself immobilized, frozen in place. Lu Sun, what have you done to me? Murong Yin panicked as she realized she could not move. It truly works. Little White, you are remarkable. After praising Little White, Lu Sun brandished his phone and drew closer to her. With a fierce gaze, he glared at her amidst her anxious expression. Auntie, you administered the drug, didn't you? What drug are you talking about? Murong Yin feigned ignorance. You are unable to move now. If I lose control and do something to you, Lu Sun threatened. Yes, I did it. Please, don't touch me. Murong Yan's face was awash with panic. Possessing the cultivation of the third realm, she had dared to use the drug, believing that if Lu Sun lost control, she could subdue him and present the evidence to Chu Yuqing. At that point, she would not incur any losses. However, now that she was rendered immobile, the situation had escalated dramatically. Indeed, it was you who did it. Auntie, I misjudged you. You are a wicked woman. A look of disappointment crossed Lu Sun's face. He held respect for her as an elder, yet she resorted to such underhanded tactics to prevent him from being with Chu Yuqing. If you think you can bully me without facing any consequence, you are mistaken. This statement caused Murong Yin to feel a twinge of shame. Lu Sun, she managed to utter before letting out a shriek as he lunged towards her, his eyes aflame with crimson intensity. Chapter 48. The screaming Auntie Murong Yin, startled, tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Her breath quickened, causing her bosom to rise and fall beneath the thin fabric, accentuating her alluring curves. Seconds passed, yet the anticipated contact remained elusive. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, only to meet Lu Sun's face mere inches away. His breath was searing, his nose nearly brushing against her skin, and his usually tranquil eyes were now a vivid scarlet, with veins at his temples pulsing, clearly straining for control. Upon witnessing Lu Sun in such a state, Murong Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. As a cultivator, ordinary drugs had little effect on him. The drug she had administered was no ordinary concoction. It was designed to ensnare even cultivators of the third realm. And perhaps even those of the fourth realm were not entirely immune. In her estimation, Lu Sun would undoubtedly be unable to withstand its influence. Yet, to her astonishment, he had managed to halt its effects. Not only did he gain control, but he had also employed an unknown method to bind her. Although her power surpassed his, she found herself at a disadvantage. In a state of immobilization, if Lu Sun were to lose control, she would have no choice but to succumb to his whims. That would spell disaster for her. Lu Sun, please listen to me. Murong Yan's voice trembled, imbued with a hint of vulnerability. I won't stop you from being with Yuqing, nor will I hinder your departure. Can you please resolve everything at school? I was wrong, oh? Murong Yin attempted to appeal to his emotions, hoping to restore Lu Sun's rationality. However, before she could finish her plea, Lu Sun suddenly closed the distance between them, his hot breath cascading against her cheek, causing her to shudder and gasp as she tightly shut her eyes once more. Bound by the spell, Murong Yin found herself unable to move, though she could still speak and blink. Yet, her body was utterly immobilized, her strength completely inaccessible. As Lu Sun edged closer once again, their proximity became perilously intimate. His lips nearly grazed her rosy ones, his scorching breath entwining with her delicate skin. Murong Yin could even detect the mingled scent of medicine emanating from him, searing enough to threaten his final vestiges of reason. Oh! Another shrill cry escaped her lips. Her breath faltered, her chest heaving violently, causing her clothing to tremble slightly. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Sun's fingertips had found their way to her waist, the heat radiating through the thin fabric almost scalding her. Lu Sun, please, regain your composure. Her voice softened, laced with desperation, yet before she could complete her thought, his forehead pressed against hers, their noses barely touching, their breaths entwined completely. Oh! Murong Yin screamed again, her voice reaching an unprecedented pitch that day. Just as she thought her fate was sealed, Lu Sun came to an abrupt halt. His voice was hoarse, strained as if he were repressing something fierce. Auntie, Did you perhaps administer too potent a dose? Morong Yan's ears burned crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She had never anticipated that her momentary miscalculation would land her in such an embarrassing predicament. Hearing Lu Sun's words, she exhaled a sigh of relief. At least he could still speak. He hadn't completely succumbed to madness. She stammered, attempting to explain, but Lu Sun's fingers unexpectedly brushed against her cheek, his fingertips caressing her skin, igniting a tremor throughout her being. But what? He murmured with a low chuckle, a hint of danger lacing his voice. Are you merely curious to see me lose control? Or perhaps, Lu Sun's lips nearly brushed against her earlobe, his warm breath whispering against her ear. Are you secretly anticipating something, Auntie? That's absurd. Morong Yen felt a tumult of shame and anger, yet she remained helplessly still, unable to fend off his close proximity. Her fingers instinctively clenched, yet her body remained rigid. Incapable of pushing him away, Lu Sun's gaze darkened, the depths of his eyes swirling with an insatiable desire. Yet, his movements remained restrained, as his fingertips glided slowly across her jawline, eventually pausing at the edge of her lips. Having administered the drug, one must face the consequences, wouldn't one? Lu Sun's voice was deep, laced with a hint of seduction. Morong Yan's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, at that moment, her senses were heightened, allowing her to distinctly perceive each of his breaths, every heartbeat, and even the slight tremor of his fingertips. Lu Sun, please don't act recklessly. Morong Yan's voice quivered, tinged with a sob. Suddenly, Lu Sun froze. He inhaled sharply, retreating a step back, raising a hand to press firmly against his temples, seemingly striving to regain his composure. He was not genuinely out of control. Rather, he intended to startle and teach Morong Yen a lesson. However, had there been any true physical intimacy, Lu Sun was certain he would have lost all restraint. Thus, he was compelled to maintain his self-control. Auntie, Lu Sun's voice remained hoarse, yet his gaze had regained a semblance of clarity. Are you aware that your current state is perilous? Morong Yen was taken aback, slowly opening her eyes to meet his complex and profound gaze. Only then did she realize that her clothing had become slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistening with a thin sheen of moisture, rendering her appearance as though she were inviting him. Her face immediately flushed crimson with shame and anger. What have you done to me? Release me at once. Yet, Lu Sun suddenly chuckled, a smile imbued with an air of helplessness and an emotion she couldn't quite comprehend. Release you? And then what? Allow you to continue plotting against me? Morong Yen was at a loss for words, quickly succumbing to indignation. Then what do you truly desire? After a moment of silence, Lu Sun lifted his hand, lightly brushing his fingertip across her lips, causing her entire body to shudder. Under the influence of the drug, these previously uncharacteristic teasing gestures and words surged forth with wild abandon, akin to a galloping stallion. In truth, even this was the result of Lu Sun's considerable restraint. What do I want? Lu Sun repeated softly, suddenly leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Auntie, should you dare to drug me again, I will not let you off so easily next time. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable threat. As he spoke, Lu Sun retrieved his phone, playing a video. In it, Morong Yen could be seen admitting to administering the drug, followed by her screams as Lu Sun advanced upon her. She had wished for such a video, but her intent was to capture evidence of Lu Sun's disgraceful behavior under the drug's influence, his nefarious intentions toward her. Now, however, the video starkly recorded her most dreaded moments, her own admission of drugging him, her retreat under his pressure, and those utterly uncontrollable cries of shame. Each detail rendered her mortified. Auntie, I take my leave. With a graceful flick of his long fingers, Lu Sun tucked the phone into his pocket. As he turned, the hem of his garment stirred a gentle breeze, pausing momentarily at the doorway. His Adam's apple quivered slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering another word and swiftly departed. Should he linger any longer, he feared he might commit an irreversible act. After Lu Sun had left, a considerable time passed before Morong Yen finally felt herself able to move. She collapsed helplessly to the ground. The cold sensation brought her a fleeting clarity, yet it did little to dispel the fervent heat upon her cheeks. Today, before Lu Sun, she had utterly lost face. Although her purity had not been tarnished by Lu Sun, the shameful tears staining the corners of her eyes, her disheveled hair, and the uncontrollable trembling of her fingertips left her with scarcely a shred of dignity in his presence. She buried her face deeply in her palms, muffled sobs escaping between her fingers. Chapter 49. Re-entering the palace. What on earth is this potion? Its effects so potent? On the street, Lu Xun sprinted with desperate urgency. He possessed his own boundaries. Even knowing that Murong Yin had administered the drug, he could not, in good conscience, assault the mother of Chu Yuqing. In a moment of lucidity, he was determined not to succumb to such an act. All Lu Xun desired was to return swiftly to his dormitory and resolve the matter on his own, dispelling the drug's influence. He could no longer endure. There was no way he would last until he reached the dorm. His condition deteriorated rapidly. With considerable distance still separating him from the school and surrounded by vibrant young female university students, Lu Xun realized he would not withstand the journey back. At that moment, he spotted a hotel and dashed inside. He resolved to secure a room there to address the situation privately. Give me a room, one with good soundproofing, quickly. Understood. The receptionist was startled by Lu Xun's bloodshot eyes and hurriedly arranged a room for him. Lu Xun. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. Murong Wan's. Turning around, he beheld her exquisite visage. Lu Xun, what's wrong? Murong Wan furrowed her brow, noticing the alarming state Lu Xun was in. His eyes were frightfully red, aflame with an intense desire. She had witnessed that fire before. Upon seeing Murong Wan, the flames in Lu Xun's eyes seemed to be doused in gasoline, igniting into a more frenzied blaze. His breathing became ragged, reminiscent of a wild beast's panting. His face flushed a deeper scarlet than that of a judicial officer, the color creeping down to his neck. In truth, it was precisely because she recognized Lu Xun's distress that Murong Wan had followed him to check on his well-being. At this moment, Lu Xun teetered on the brink of eruption. The effects of the drug caused vivid memories of that fateful night to resurface unbidden, nearly overwhelming his control. Lu Xun, are you all right? Murong Wan, noticing Lu Xun's fixed gaze upon her, reached out to touch his forehead. Her soft, delicate hand rested against his skin, an action that ignited the volcano within him. Lu Xun's large hand suddenly clasped her petite one with fervor. Murong Wan trembled. Fortunately, Lu Xun had not completely lost his reason and did not pounce on her in such a setting. Follow me. I require your assistance, he urged, pulling her along. His strength far surpassed hers, and with her being somewhat dazed, she was effortlessly led into the elevator. Lu Xun, release me. What on earth is wrong with you? Murong Wan exclaimed in a state of panic within the confines of the elevator. Lu Xun's grip was too firm. She could not break free. He remained silent, exerting great effort to maintain control. Ding! The elevator doors opened. A couple, engaged in a passionate kiss, awaited outside. This scene momentarily stunned Murong Wan. Given that this hotel was located on Qingbei Street, most of the patrons seeking rooms were university couples. It was evident what Lu Xun intended by bringing her here. Ignoring the couple, he continued to pull Murong Wan along. He dared not pause or speak, for he possessed only a thread of rationality left. Any distraction could sever that fragile tether. Soon, they reached the room. After ushering Murong Wan inside, Lu Xun locked the door and then turned to her. Your sister has drugged me. It's even more potent than what Chu Yuqing administered last time. What? Murong Wan gasped, astonished. Her sister had actually done such a thing. Yet, despite her shock, she did not doubt Lu Xun's words. Just the day before, her sister had approached her, asking for her cooperation in enacting a scheme to ensnare Lu Xun, intending to drive Chu Yuqing away from him. She had come to Qingbei Street because she had spent considerable time chatting with Chu Yuqing during their shopping excursion that day. She intended to seek out her sister afterward to discuss not interfering in Lu Xun's matters with Chu Yuqing. Instead, she encountered the red-eyed Lu Xun. I'm sorry, I can't restrain myself any longer. While she was still reeling from her sister's actions, Lu Xun across from her was already losing control. When Murong Wan looked up, she found his face drawing ever nearer. Before she could react, he had pushed her onto the bed, their lips meeting. In a gasp, Murong Wan surrendered to the moment. Had it not been for that fateful night 2 months prior, she would never have allowed Lu Xun to take such liberties. Nor would she have been brought here so easily. Such is the nature of women. After the first time, the second and third become less daunting. Not to mention, that night had not been their only encounter. Moreover, Lu Xun's intentions were not without cause. Aware of her sister's scheme and that it was her sister who had drugged him, Murong Wan, faced with the inevitable, chose to close her eyes, clutching the hem of her clothing, and allowed Lu Xun to proceed. Yet soon, she found that even the fabric of her clothing was beyond her grasp. And then, she began to realize that closing her eyes would not make the situation as simple as she had hoped. As if drifting upon a small boat, one cannot help but grasp the vessel tightly, fingers tense to the point of leaving indents upon its surface when confronted with tumultuous waves. The streets of Qing Bay are bustling this night. The tide rises, and at the stroke of midnight, a new revelation keeps countless souls awake. The tide has surged. Hundreds of miles from the capital, the ocean roars with waves that leap skyward, transforming into colossal surges of several dozen to hundreds of meters. Beneath the depths of the sea, the tide grows even more formidable. In the Pacific, a 100-meter-long orca erupts from a 1,000-meter-high wave, creating an elegant arc in the sky before crashing heavily back into the depths. The tide has risen. At long last, it has come. My blade has long been eager for battle. I wonder how many stellar foes await at this juncture. Regardless of the number, if they are enemies, I shall confront them with fervor. Ha! This moment is precisely what I have awaited while honing my blade for countless years. I am determined to unleash chaos, staining the waters crimson. In the lofty heights, several figures stand poised, their garments billowing in the acrid winds. They gaze down upon the churning fury below, their eyes ablaze with a chilling intent to kill. The tide has risen. This news spreads across the Blue Star at an unprecedented pace. It is an event of utmost significance, for each tide signals the imminent entry of the Blue Star into the ancient path of the stars. This impending moment will arrive within a span of months, not exceeding a year. The vastness of the Blue Star necessitates ample time to accelerate through the cosmos, utilizing the gravitational arc of nearby stars as a slingshot to ultimately plunge into the dark universe. All of this unfolds as a spontaneous act of the Blue Star. Once the Blue Star emerges from the dark cosmos, it will inevitably reach a critical juncture within the ancient path of the stars. At that point, a fierce battle is certain. The recent nodes have not involved merely a single celestial body. Multiple planets ascending simultaneously diminishes the likelihood of peaceful coexistence to an almost negligible degree. At last, the tide has risen. In Rongqing, Murong Tian gazes at the images on the television, a smile gracing his lips. The tide has surged. Within a year at most, the Blue Star will embark on the ancient path of the stars. When that time arrives, their opportunity will manifest. Uncle, the Murong family has seen little advancement under your stewardship for many years. You are aging, and it is time to make way for the younger generation. Murong Tian casts his gaze towards the direction of the Murongjian villa, his ambition laid bare. The tide has arrived. In the heavens, amidst a cluster of clouds, Fei Taie rises with a wine gourd in hand, gazing towards the starry expanse. His eyes reflect a sense of nostalgia, which swiftly transforms into anguish and then despair. Better to drunkenly embrace the galaxy, draining a pot to quench eternal sorrows. Fei Taie mutters, reclining back into the cloud cluster, continuing to indulge in his ethereal inebriation. The night felt exceptionally prolonged. While the entirety of Blue Star remained restless throughout the night due to the rising tide, the hotel room mirrored this undulating rhythm, echoing with sleeplessness. Chapter 50. I shall treat you well. The following afternoon, Lu Sun finally awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Murong Wan had already departed. Had she left? The memories of last night's fervor flooded Lu Sun's mind. After the madness, he had succumbed to slumber, unaware of the moment Murong Wan took her leave. Would she hold any resentment towards me? A twinge of worry gripped Lu Sun. Although the blame could ultimately rest on Murong Yanran, he knew that he had practically compelled Murong Wan to join him. Even now, despite Murong Yan's assertion that Chu Yuqing was not her biological daughter, Lu Sun remained unconvinced. This mother-daughter duo truly shared an uncanny resemblance. Both had rebelled together, indulging in the same deceitful practices. They were indeed cut from the same cloth. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. It's time to check out. Would you like to extend your stay? A voice called from the door. No, thank you. I shall check out promptly. Despite his ample finances, Lu Sun had no intention of spending frivolously. He hastily rose from bed, checked out, and departed. Why are there so few people around? Upon returning to campus, Lu Sun noticed an eerie quietness enveloping the school. Where could everyone have gone? The tidal phenomenon from the previous night? No wonder. Upon checking his phone, Lu Sun comprehended the situation. The tides here did not refer to ordinary waves, but rather to the colossal surges caused by Blue Star's acceleration through the cosmos. Such tides could unleash towering waves, sometimes reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. A past calamity had arisen from such tidal forces. Now, the threat of these tides to the land was considerably diminished. The occurrence of tides signified that Blue Star would soon enter the ancient path of the stars within a year. At that juncture, Blue Star would face a monumental transformation. I wonder how much my strength could grow within a year. Would I be deemed worthy of traversing the ancient path of the stars? Lu Xun felt a surge of anticipation. Currently, his martial prowess stood at the 8th layer of the second realm, while his celestial cultivation was at the 6th layer of the second realm. To leave Blue Star and explore the ancient path of the stars, one must traverse the Rainbow Bridge. Attempting to fly there independently was unrealistic, even for cultivators above the 6th realm. The nodes of the ancient path of the stars, though termed as points, were vast, often measured in light years. To step onto the Rainbow Bridge, one required at least the cultivation of the 3rd realm. Furthermore, there were limitations on the number of participants. In a prominent family like the Muron clan, the entire lineage would possess no more than 3 allocations. The internal strife among families often revolved around the contest for these allocations. Whosoever could seize control of the family could dictate the distribution of these coveted spots. To ensure the family's prosperity, accessing the nodes of the ancient path of the stars was imperative. Some families had experienced fortuitous encounters at these nodes, subsequently soaring to great heights. For the students of Qingbei, securing a spot is relatively easier, yet mastery of the 3rd realm is fundamental. Lu Xun, the tide is upon us. Blue Star is about to embark on the ancient star road. I must now strive with all my might. The teacher mentioned that if I can break through to the 3rd realm before Blue Star enters the ancient star road, she would allocate one of her spots to me. At this moment, Lu Xun noticed a message from Chu Yuqing, sent last night. He had no time to read it then. As he replied to Chu Yuqing, an unsettling sense of guilt washed over him, akin to a clandestine affair. However, upon reflection, he deemed it was ultimately her mother's fault, and thus he felt at ease. After responding, Lu Xun prepared to head to the testing center to assess his cultivation level. Miss Moron. At the entrance of the testing center, Lu Xun spotted Moron Wan. She halted, her expression devoid of emotion, yet her gaze faltered when meeting Lu Xun's. This indicated that her heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Thank you. Had it not been for you yesterday, I would have been doomed, Lu Xun remarked sincerely, observing her. A rosy hue gradually crept onto Moron Wan's exquisite cheeks. It was indeed unexpected for Lu Xun to express gratitude. How should she respond? Should she say no need to thank me? Since the incident had transpired, she resolved to treat him kindly in the future. Without a response from Moron Wan, Lu Xun made a promise. Moron Wan's cheeks flushed. Yet she remained silent and turned to leave. Wait. This card contains some dark energy, and this Tai sword technique is formidable. It should be of use to you. Lu Xun blocked her path, offering the card alongside the technique. Although Moron Wan was reluctant to accept it, she saw that Lu Xun would not let her go without doing so, and thus she acquiesced. Ultimately, she accepted the Tai sword technique and departed without taking the card imbued with dark energy. Very well. At least this indicates a willingness to engage. It appears she is not too upset. This year is indeed brimming with talent. Indeed, the school year has only just commenced. Yet dozens of students have already entered the 1st layer of the Qi Si. Aren't there also 2 at the 2nd layer? At the testing center, several teachers were conversing. As dusk approached, the students had long completed their assessments, leaving the space nearly deserted. 2 at the 2nd layer of the Qi Si. One is Moron Wan. Who is the other? As Lu Xun entered, he overheard their discussion. He quietly approached, preparing for his test. Remarkable. Yes. Attaining the 4th layer of the Qi Si, and to be proficient in both martial and celestial arts so swiftly, it is baffling. Let us not forget. He possesses dual celestial veins. Historically, how many prodigies who chose to master both realms have ever manifested dual celestial veins? It has been ages since such a talent has emerged. I wonder why he opts for dual cultivation. Should he choose a single path, he could likely reach the 6th realm in a matter of years, and surpassing the 6th realm would be effortless. As Lu Xun turned to leave, gasps of astonishment echoed through the testing center. Due to Lu Xun's recent cultivation assessment, his martial prowess stands at the 4th layer of the Qi Si, while his celestial path is at the 1st layer of Qi gathering. The academic year has barely commenced, and yet Lu Xun has already exhibited such extraordinary talent. Unbeknownst to others, Lu Xun has deliberately chosen not to reveal his true capabilities all at once, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention. Otherwise, the astonishment would be unimaginable. It appears that everyone is diligently striving for improvement. As night descends, the campus of Beta University remains remarkably tranquil. As is customary, many students venture out after a day of rigorous training to engage in evening activities. However, it seems that tonight, they are all engrossed in intense cultivation. The emergence of the tides has instilled a sense of urgency within all. Once Blue Star enters the celestial ancient path, it heralds boundless opportunities. Yet it also brings forth significant perils, particularly for unseasoned geniuses. On the celestial ancient path, other ascending spiritual stars often seize the chance to send individuals to eliminate Blue Star's talented youths. Similarly, the lurking alien races within Blue Star are poised to create chaos. They possess a greater familiarity with Blue Star, rendering their threat substantial. Each time Blue Star traverses the threshold into the celestial ancient path, many talents have met their demise. Where is the concentration of brilliance? Naturally, it resides within Qingbei. Thus, it is understandable why the students of Beta University are wholly immersed in their training. Lu Sun, however, has become the most leisurely individual in all of Qingbei. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory with Xiaobai. While others were engaged in cultivation, his leisurely stroll seemed rather conspicuous. The recent assessment is bound to have attracted the attention of numerous teachers and school officials. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. Wherever one may lie down, a dormitory of such ample space is more than sufficient for his repose. Comfortably. After a refreshing shower, Lu Sun dried Xiaobai's fur and settled down on his bed. The little creature continued to nestle in his arms like a fluffy snowball. With one hand gently stroking Xiaobai, Lu Sun perused his phone with the other. Fellow students, Blue Star is on the brink of entering the celestial ancient path, which will pose a formidable challenge for Qingbei students. Historically, Qingbei has been a primary target for alien races. Thus, it is imperative that everyone remains diligent this year, engaging in earnest study and practice. Starting now, each student will receive double the resources monthly, and a new rookie rankings will be introduced this year. The top 3 on the rookie rankings each month will receive generous rewards. The following day, a notification appeared on the campus network. Rookie rankings? Upon inspection, Lu Sun discovered that this ranking system is based on cultivation levels and is exclusively for freshmen. Previously, Qingbei would only crown a single strongest newcomer at the end of the freshman year, but now they have introduced the rookie rankings. Surely, I must secure the first position. Lu Sun felt confident that the top spot on the rookie rankings was rightfully his. As the days swiftly passed, the next morning, a new stone tablet was erected in the center of Beidou Square, upon which names began to materialize. At the top of the list, prominently displayed, was Lu Sun. Simultaneously, the official website of Beta University and the campus network updated the newcomer rankings on schedule. Goodness gracious! Has Lu Sun reached the 4th level of Qi Si? What on earth is this about the 1st level of Qi gathering? My word, has he transcended to the 2nd realm in both martial arts and immortal path? This is astonishing. Is he even human? Surely, he must have clandestinely made some deal with the Tao of Heaven. The 4th level of Qi Si? The 4th level of Qi Si? The 4th level of Qi Si? Voice breaking. My goodness, is this intended to stun the entire school for the whole year? As soon as the rankings appeared, every student who beheld them was left speechless, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Truly, Lu Sun's achievements were nothing short of terrifying. 4th level of Qi Si in martial arts. 1st level of Qi gathering in immortal path. Both realms transcended to the 2nd level. Coupled with the fact that he was merely a 19-year-old freshman, everyone who witnessed this could not help but conjure up 3 words in their minds. Superhuman. Look at the newcomer rankings. It's explosive news. What? Just look for yourself. It's absolutely eye-popping. Some students, in their astonishment, hurriedly informed their friends. Initially, not many students were attentive to the newcomer rankings as they were engrossed in their cultivation. However, through the students' word of mouth, the news of the newcomer rankings and Lu Sun's 4th level of Qi Si quickly spread among the freshmen. Even some 2nd and 3rd year students took notice. Goodness! In an instant, the campus was filled with the sound of gasps. This is impossible. In the cultivation room, Lin Yan's eyes were as wide as saucers. His face a mask of disbelief. He had been closely monitoring the newcomer rankings, eagerly awaiting to see where he might place. Yet, upon glancing at the list, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Lu Sun had actually secured the top spot on the newcomer rankings. Not only that, he had ascended to the 4th level of Qi Si, and concurrently, he was at the 1st level of Qi gathering. How could Lin Yan possibly believe this? If it were another student, one might speculate that Lu Xun was from a prestigious family, having a solid foundation from a young age, and so forth. However, having been in the same school as Lu Xun for 3 years, Lin Yan knew well that Lu Xun was certainly not from a wealthy background. This left him utterly perplexed. How could Lu Xun achieve such rapid advancement? During this past holiday, Lin Yan had not yet reached the 2nd realm. While he had spent considerable time expanding his Red Lotus Meridian, he could console himself with that reasoning when comparing to others. But in comparison to Lu Xun, no excuse sufficed. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Lin Yan could see no hope of catching up to Lu Xun, not even a glimmer. With Lin Yan's existence, why was Lu Xun born? Suddenly, Lin Yan felt a pall of darkness descend upon his life, and his future seemed utterly devoid of hope. His Tao heart was about to shatter. Chapter 51. The mother-in-law was stunned. After a considerable interval of over 10 minutes, Lin Yan finally regained his composure. Subsequently, he resolved to call He Xiao. During times of misfortune, the most effective solace is not the comfort of friends, but witnessing the shared adversity of others. Lin Yan had a conflict with He Xiao. That incident in the cafeteria had thoroughly humiliated He Xiao. As a prominent sophomore, he was forced by Lu Xun to the extent that he dared not step onto the arena, ultimately culminating in the revelation that he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lu Xun. In recent days, He Xiao had been diligently practicing his movement technique, the snake step, hoping to reclaim his honor. Lin Yan now wished to inform He Xiao of Lu Xun's accomplishments, thus transmitting his despair. This would undoubtedly provide Lin Yan with some relief. After all, he and Lu Xun were contemporaries, both freshmen, while He Xiao was a year older, having embarked on the path of cultivation a full year before Lu Xun. Ultimately, Lu Xun's starting point was where He Xiao's journey culminated after 1 year. Surely, this realization would evoke a sense of joy, right? What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yan's conjecture proved correct. As soon as the call connected, he was met with a barrage of denials. He Xiao could not believe it. He dared not accept, nor was he willing to accept such a reality. How could this be? After reviewing the newcomer rankings, He Xiao was reluctantly compelled to acknowledge the truth. The official newcomer rankings released by Beta University could not possibly be fabricated. He Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. In recent days, he had been rigorously honing the snake step technique. Before the confrontation with Lu Xun in the cafe, He Xiao had actually mastered the 2nd level of the snake step. He had planned to elevate it to the 3rd level and then challenge Lu Xun to restore his reputation. However, to his astonishment, Lu Xun had managed to catch up to him. Both were at the 4th layer of the Qi Si, which was disheartening for He Xiao. It had taken him an entire year to reach the 4th layer, while Lu Xun accomplished it in just over a month. To add insult to injury, during that same month, Lu Xun had also elevated his celestial cultivation to the 1st level of the 2nd realm. Such advancements made He Xiao feel utterly inadequate. Consequently, he lost all motivation to cultivate, sitting there in a daze as if his soul had departed. What does it matter how extraordinary one is? Choosing to dual cultivate both celestial and martial arts is a path leading to certain demise, merely differing in the timing of one's downfall. At last, He Xiao discovered a stable point to regain his Tao heart. It was Lu Xun's dual cultivation of celestial and martial arts. His gaze flickered with a cold light. You are merely a fleeting shooting star, momentarily brilliant. If I continue to advance step by step, my future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours. His conviction began to solidify. The Tao heart, though complex in description, essentially embodies belief, confidence, and the heart's desire to become stronger. At times, individuals require a measure of comfort, much like Lin Yan's call to He Xiao, conveying shared emotions. He Xiao has discovered a comforting point that is sufficient to persuade himself. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Nevertheless, deep within his heart, there resides a profound despair. Lu Xun is exceedingly fast, so astonishingly swift that he knows he can never catch up and can only pray for Lu Xun's downfall. I must swiftly cultivate the snake step to the 3rd level before confronting him. Otherwise, I will miss my chance. At last, He Xiao has found his objective. He intends to settle the score with Lu Xun, as this is his final opportunity, given that their cultivation levels are now equal. Otherwise, based on Lu Xun's current rate of growth, he will never have another chance to reclaim his standing. Wow, Brother Sun, you are incredible. You've surpassed everyone and left Moron Wan beneath you once more. On Lu Sun's side, he received a call from Li Bufan early in the morning. This lad, how he manages to use such ambiguous yet precise words. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, you have not disappointed me. Here is some dark energy for you. Cultivate it well. Fei Taie, swaying as he approached Lu Sun, once again handed him a dark energy card. It seems Fei Taie is also aware of this matter. Fortunately, he did not undergo a complete transformation this time. After giving the dark energy card to Lu Sun, he simply departed. What a fine mentor, Lu Sun mused. Such an admirable teacher is nearly impossible to find. Chu Yuqing did not message Lu Sun. She must be in seclusion, unaware of this incident. As for Morong Wan, she too is likely engaged in her own cultivation. 4th level of Qi Si. In a training room, a man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes murmured. He is Lu Xinghe, ranked 3rd on the newcomer list. No wonder teacher Fu chose you at the outset. Lu Xinghe seemed to grasp something. He then set his phone aside, bathed in starlight, and settled back down. Although Lu Sun's 4th level of Qi Si astonished him, it did not intimidate him. As the possessor of the Star River's sacred body, he harbors absolute confidence in himself. He sits cross-legged, hearts directed skyward, inhaling and exhaling the starlight. The star body requires the power of the stars for cultivation, which is why Lu Xinghe sleeps during the day and trains at night, completely reversing his schedule. It is rare for others to encounter him. As night fell, Lu Sun noticed that the campus network was nearly inundated with discussions about him. The most popular post bore the title I said at first, Lu Sun is the true genius. Upon reading it, Lu Sun discovered that this individual was the one who had placed him at the top of the genius rankings. Of course, there were also many who believed that Lu Sun's dual cultivation of immortality and martial prowess would lead to complications. What do you know? This is what true genius looks like. Just because no one has succeeded thus far does not imply this path is unviable. What if Lu Sun succeeds? Regardless, it is indisputable that he is this year's foremost genius. It remains to be seen how long he can shine brilliantly. What has become of the meteor? In your lifetime, have you ever shone as brilliantly as a meteor? How about we place a wager on whether Lu Sun can rise to prominence? If you lose, you shall call me father. Do you dare? This individual passionately debated with others, evidently transforming into Lu Sun's devoted admirer. Meanwhile, at Xingyue Tower on Qingbei Street, Morong Yin hung up the phone after speaking with her father, Morong Zhan, and let out a deep sigh. Morong Zhan had somehow learned of the matter and called to scold her thoroughly. Morong Yin suspected her younger sister, Morong Wan, must have informed their father. Morong Zhan's temper was notoriously explosive. He spared no mercy when berating his own daughter, even bringing up the time Morong Yin stubbornly insisted on marrying Huang Mao, which led to her pregnancy with Chu Yuqing and the subsequent family pressure. He chastised her for having once acted so recklessly, questioning her authority to dictate anything regarding Chu Yuqing. He further asserted that Lu Sun, as his granddaughter-in-law, surpassed Morong Yan's husband, Chu Yuping, by 100-fold. Proclaiming his acceptance of Lu Sun, he warned that if Morong Yan dared to force Chu Yuqing into marrying into the He family, he would be the first to rush to the capital. The scolding left Morong Yan feeling utterly humiliated. Yenner, perhaps we should let this matter go. After a brief interval, her husband, Chu Yuping, also called. Upon hearing his voice, Morong Yin realized that Morong Zhan had also called him, berating Chu Yuping as a worthless man attempting to sell off his daughter for personal gain. The big man was nearly brought to tears by the tirade. Now, Morong Yin felt overwhelmed. She dared not reveal to Chu Yuping that she had drugged Lu Sun, nor that the attempt had failed and resulted in Lu Sun screaming in fright. If only Lu Sun were not so extraordinarily gifted in both martial and celestial arts. After hanging up the phone, Morong Yin sighed deeply. After enduring so much and having interacted with Lu Sun several times, even she had to admit that Lu Sun was quite remarkable, albeit from humble beginnings. Originally, Lu Sun had opened a celestial vein that could somewhat compensate for his origins, allowing her to convince herself. But who could blame Lu Sun for choosing the arduous path of dual cultivation in celestial and martial arts? Wow, is it true that Lu Sun is so formidable? Indeed, it is true. The news has spread far and wide. At that moment, Morong Yin suddenly overheard a discussion outside about Lu Sun. As a practitioner of the third realm, her hearing was exceptionally keen, prompting her to eavesdrop. What she overheard stirred a tempest within her heart. The students were discussing Lu Sun's ascent to the top of the newcomer rankings with his mastery of the 4th layer of Qi Si and the 1st layer of Qi gathering. Classmates, is what you say true? Unable to contain herself, Morong Yin rushed downstairs. Sister, it is absolutely true. Just take a look. The student, flustered by the presence of the beautiful older sister, hurriedly accessed the campus network. When Morong Yin looked at the information, her eyes widened in disbelief, her fair face reflecting sheer astonishment. She stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. She returned upstairs with a complex expression, remaining motionless on the sofa until dawn. The next morning, she tidied her belongings and stepped out, her destination unmistakably being Beta University. Chapter 52. The Prodigy Alchemist Lu Sun. There is someone looking for you at the Student Affairs office. The following morning, the Student Affairs office called again. Lu Sun furrowed his brow. If it were an ordinary person seeking him, they would not have contacted him with such formality. As he approached the office, he hesitated briefly. The enchanting Morong Yin stood not far away, evidently waiting for him. Andy, what brings you here? Lu Sun inquired with a calm demeanor, his gaze imbued with a hint of detachment. Given the circumstances after she had drugged him, his attitude was remarkably restrained. Lu Sun, I am truly sorry. Morong Yin bit her lip, her eyes reflecting genuine remorse. Lu Sun remained silent, merely observing her with quiet intensity. An apology? If apologies were effective, what need would there be for law enforcement? I will return to Rongqing today. Here is the key to Xingyue Tower. It will belong to Yuqing from now on. I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing it, and the profits can be shared equally between you and Yuqing. Morong Yin extended a key towards him. Lu Sun did not reach out for it. As for your affairs with Yuqing, I shall no longer interfere, Morong Yin sighed. However, be cautious of the He family. I have firmly rejected them, but I fear they may seek retribution against you. Seeing the sincerity in her expression, Lu Sun deliberated before accepting the key. Auntie, I can help watch over Xingyue Tower for Yuqing, but I will not take a single share of the profits. Thank you. Morong Yin finally displayed a hint of relief in her smile. I am truly sorry for what happened that day. Farewell. Farewell. Lu Sun did not accompany her out. Lu Sun, why has my mother suddenly changed her stance? Not only does she no longer oppose us, but she also rejected the He family and transferred ownership of Xingyue Tower to me. A few hours later, Chu Yuqing called him. I am uncertain. Lu Sun refrained from revealing the events of that day. Aside from Morong Yin and himself, only Morong Wan was aware of the incident. Morong Yin was the instigator, yet the true victim was her sister, Morong Wan. Lu Sun, in fact, had not suffered any significant loss. Wow, I just realized you have risen to the top of the newcomer rankings. It must be that my mother recognized your potential after discovering this matter. Lu Sun, you are truly remarkable, Chu Yuqing exclaimed, filled with pride for her boyfriend. Lu Sun pondered why Morong Yin had suddenly changed her demeanor. Had her conscience awakened after that day, or was it influenced by the newcomer rankings? Regardless, it was a positive development that his mother-in-law no longer opposed him. Focus on your cultivation. I will keep an eye on Xingyue Tower for you. Okay. After an extended phone conversation, they each took their leave. The next day, Lu Sun deliberately visited Xingyue Tower and confirmed that Morong Yin had indeed left. On the 4th floor, her personal belongings had been nearly entirely cleared away, leaving only furniture and appliances behind. There was no need for Lu Sun to worry about the shop. Morong Yin had employed a rather reliable staff. The business at Xingyue Tower was indeed flourishing, with monthly sales exceeding 1 million. This establishment was located on Qingbei Street. Even the students of Qingbei, who received the most basic resources, could acquire over 100 units of dark energy each month. In the realm of ordinary individuals, this equated to a monthly salary of 100,000. Naturally, very few students opted to exchange dark energy for money unless circumstances became dire. Boss, someone is looking for you. Just as Lu Sun was about to leave, the store manager suddenly approached him. Who? A alchemist, claiming to seek collaboration. An alchemist? Lu Sun descended the stairs, observing that apart from the students selecting items in the shop, there was no sign of an alchemist. Are you the owner? A lively young girl with twin ponytails suddenly hopped in front of him. That would be me. Lu Sun appraised her, surprised by her youth. Could she truly be the alchemist seeking him? My name is Bai Ling, a second-tier alchemist. I have a proposition that guarantees you profit without loss. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating? The ponytailed girl inquired. A second-tier alchemist? Lu Sun was not entirely well-versed in the ranks of alchemists, but he had heard some discussions. A second-tier alchemist could produce elixirs beneficial for practitioners at the 1st and 2nd realms. Typically, Alchemists were cultivators of the celestial path, as martial cultivators found it exceedingly difficult to refine elixirs due to the nature of their spiritual energy, which was often too aggressive and destructive, leading to a high failure rate in alchemical endeavors. Please, go on. Lu Sun was intrigued to hear more. This shop has a prime location. Let me take half, and I will sell elixirs here, offering you 30% of the profits. What do you think? Bai Ling proposed, holding up 3 fingers. Half of the shop for you to sell elixirs? Lu Sun pondered before asking, are you aware of what this shop previously dealt in? Bai Ling shook her head. Lu Sun explained, this shop used to sell elixirs. Really? Bai Ling was taken aback. It was once known as Baodan Pavilion, where the owner had employed 2 alchemists, one at the 2nd tier and another at the 3rd tier. Nevertheless, despite this, the shop had only operated for less than a year before closing down. Lu Sun had some familiarity with this establishment since Li Bufan had purchased elixirs here. According to Li Bufan, the elixirs were merely average, yielding very ordinary results. Currently, the martial, celestial, and magical arts on Blue Star were developing reasonably well. Yet there was a scarcity of truly exceptional alchemists. The reasons for this were twofold. Firstly, several catastrophic events had significantly damaged the natural environment in the wild, making high-grade alchemical materials exceedingly rare, often necessitating expeditions into the ancient Star Road for procurement. Secondly, alchemists were still navigating their way through the complexities of their craft. Much like crossing a river by feeling for stones, the ancient paths of the starry sky are rich with heritage, yet a worthy alchemist's legacy remains elusive. Why is that? Boss, Bai Ling inquired, her confusion evident. Why? You are an alchemist, do you not know? Lu Sun retorted, sensing her feigned ignorance. Bai Ling shook her head. I do not know. Come, step outside. Lu Sun moved to the entrance, and upon Bai Ling's emergence, he gestured toward the bustling shop across the street. Look, what is that establishment? Jia's elixirs, she read. Can't you see it, boss? Bai Ling's expression suggested she doubted Lu Sun's vision. Lu Sun was left speechless. Was she genuinely simple-minded or merely pretending? You recognize Jia's elixirs, yet fail to comprehend why Baodan Pavilion has faltered? He countered. Bai Ling shook her head, her innocence shining through. They sell their wares, we sell ours. What is the connection? Lu Sun sighed. This girl must have come down from the mountains. She was unaware that due to the presence of Jia's elixirs, nearly no other apothecary could thrive on Qingbei Street. The most lucrative business in the area belonged to Jia's elixirs, while Murong Yan's Xingyue Tower barely garnered a fraction of their profits. Moreover, the bulk of their earnings came from dark energy, the true currency of the cultivation world. Do you truly believe your elixirs can surpass those of the Jia Group? Lu Sun was disinclined to engage further. Bai Ling nodded earnestly. Well, I can concoct 1st and 2nd grade elixirs superior to theirs. Lu Sun double-checked her seriousness. Her gaze was so clear, as though she were stating an undeniable truth. Boss, if you doubt me, I have a vial of gathering chi elixir you can inspect. My elixirs bear golden patterns. The girl produced a small jade vial and extended it to Lu Sun. Golden patterns? What are those? Lu Sun was genuinely perplexed. Even among alchemists of the same rank, distinctions existed, much like the tiers of cultivation techniques, categorized into 4 realms: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The lowest tier, the yellow rank, yields elixirs devoid of patterns, regardless of their grade. Above that, the profound rank bears white patterns, the earth rank silver patterns, while the heaven rank showcases golden patterns. The rank merely indicates the elixirs an alchemist can produce, but the true quality is determined by the alchemist's own tier. And I am a 2nd grade heaven-ranked alchemist, Bai Ling proclaimed proudly, her chin raised high. Chapter 53. The Power of Heaven, a 2nd grade heaven-ranked alchemist? Lu Sun checked his phone and was astonished. Bai Ling had spoken the truth. The assessment of alchemists indeed follows this criterion. The distinctions of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades merely indicate the level of elixirs one can create, but the quality of those elixirs entirely relies on the alchemist's tier. Similar to the previous 2 2nd and 3rd tier alchemists invited by the Treasure Pavilion, the elixirs they concocted bore no alchemical patterns, marking them as the most rudimentary yellow tier alchemists. What worth is a 3rd tier elixir produced by such practitioners? You possess remarkable skills yet cannot afford to rent a shop. Soon, Lu Sun's face reflected skepticism. Alchemists of this caliber would be eagerly sought after by conglomerates like the Jia Group. Your shop occupies the most advantageous location, directly opposite the Jia Group's establishment. I wish to compete with them in prowess. Bai Ling declared. As she spoke, her gaze was unwavering, her eyes radiating an extraordinary clarity that conveyed an unparalleled sincerity. This innate honesty led Lu Sun to instinctively trust her words. Yet, to merely compete with the Jia group, Bai Ling certainly exhibited audacity. They are a vast conglomerate endowed with numerous alchemists. Do you believe your modest stature can contend with theirs? Here is a vial of qi-gathering pills, a gift for you to assess its efficacy. Bai Ling presented the jade vial to Lu Sun. He accepted it, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by a rich, aromatic fragrance. His spirit was instantly invigorated. How delightful! The other students in the shop also caught a whiff of the enchanting aroma, their faces reflecting pure rapture. Upon closer inspection, Lu Sun noticed that each elixir bore intricate golden patterns. These golden markings were not mere embellishments. They possessed a simplicity that, upon closer examination, revealed a profound connection to the essence of the universe. This elixir is extraordinary. It may indeed be a second-tier heavenly-grade elixir. What do you think? I have not misled you, have I? Bai Ling gazed at Lu Sun with anticipation. This shop is not mine. I must consult the owner before proceeding. Would you return tomorrow? Lu Sun felt a flicker of intrigue. If Bai Ling truly possessed such remarkable abilities, this business venture could yield substantial profits. The earnings from selling these trifles pale in comparison to the lucrative nature of alchemical products. The Jia Group's establishment on Qingbei Street earns far more annually than the Starry Moon Tower could ever hope to achieve. While the Starry Moon Tower appears profitable, after deducting rent and labor costs, little remains. The rent is exorbitant. Mo Rongyan established this shop primarily to keep an eye on Chu Yuqing, rather than for profit. Now that the shop has been entrusted to Chu Yuqing, and with Lu Sun having little to occupy his time, why not give it a try? If it proves profitable, it could provide Chu Yuqing with an additional income source. Cultivation, after all, demands considerable financial investment, with Chu Yuqing's father having fallen from grace within the family. Given her current rate of growth, her family will inevitably struggle to supply the resources she requires for her cultivation. Once resources dwindle, her progress will be forcibly stymied. Many individuals experience slow growth, not due to lack of talent, but simply because of insufficient resources. Very well, I shall seek you out tomorrow. What time shall we meet? 10 o'clock, perhaps? Excellent. See you then. With that, the young lady departed. Lu Sun pocketed the bottle of qi-gathering pills and sent a message to Chu Yuqing. Her phone was equipped with a smart assistant, which would only alert her for matters of significance. Lu Sun had no intention of interrupting her training. Lu Sun, feel free to handle things as you see fit without consulting me. The profits from the shop will be split evenly between us. Should you deduct the dark energy you provide from my share for the pills, I shall promptly come to retrieve them. At noon, Chu Yuqing returned Lu Sun's call. Wow. Golden pattern. This is a celestial grade pill. Upon seeing the qi-gathering pill given by Bai Ling at the school gate, her eyes sparkled with recognition. She possessed a discerning eye. Celestial grade pills, even of the lowest tier, are quite valuable. Lu Sun, it seems Bai Ling's background is rather extraordinary. To so casually bestow such a precious gift, and there are 12 of them. While surprised, Chu Yuqing began to speculate about Bai Ling's identity. Lu Sun nodded, indeed. I too sense that her origins are not trivial. That young lady is clearly extraordinary. Though Lu Sun had limited experience, he could discern that the garments she wore were of exceptional quality. Her demeanor was brisk and decisive. Gifting 12 celestial-grade pills was no ordinary act. You must exercise caution. One should always be wary of others. As for these pills, I shall test one and report back on its effects. No, take them all. Do you not require them for your cultivation? Not at all. She has provided me with an entire bottle. What? Lu Sun cleverly persuaded Chu Yuqing to accept a full vial of qi-gathering pills. These pills were the favored choice for practitioners in the second realm of cultivation, enhancing the speed of qi gathering and dark energy refinement without any adverse effects. Unlike certain pills that directly elevate one's cultivation, which should be consumed with caution due to the potential accumulation of pill toxins that may hinder future growth, qi-gathering pills were the most prudent selection for supporting cultivation. Lu Sun, the effects are remarkable. At least a threefold increase in my cultivation speed, and one pill should sustain its effects for a month. I wonder if there will be any diminishing returns later on. By nightfall, Chu Yuqing provided her feedback. Threefold. The results are indeed impressive. The Jia family's qi-gathering pills, currently the finest on the market, yield at most a twofold increase. Other lesser-known brands typically offer only modest improvements, often accompanied by undesirable side effects. In addition to efficacy, duration was also a crucial factor. Otherwise, even if a pill boasted outstanding effects, its short-lived nature would render it of little use at such a lofty price. Then, let us divide them equally, Lu Sun decided. Boss, have you come to a conclusion? At 10 o'clock the following morning, Bai Ling arrived punctually at the shop. Certainly. After some negotiation, the two parties reached a consensus. Half of the first floor was allocated to Bai Ling, while the third floor was designated for her alchemical pursuits. She also expressed interest in the fourth floor, though Lu Sun temporarily withheld his agreement. Bai Ling would not be liable for rent, but would share 40% of the profits with Lu Sun, a figure he proposed, to which she readily consented. This arrangement further intrigued Lu Sun, suggesting that Bai Ling's background was rather extraordinary. It appeared she was not motivated by mere profit, but rather by a desire to establish her own worth. How remarkable her efficiency was. 3 days later, upon Lu Sun's return to the Star Moon Tower, he discovered it had undergone a complete transformation. Bai Ling had already completed the renovations for her half. The third floor was similarly refurbished, and it seemed she had even set up a small bed in a cozy room, perhaps intending to rest there. The speed of renovations in this era was typically swift, yet this was exceedingly rapid. On the fourth day, Bai Ling's apothecary officially opened its doors. Named the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, a fitting tribute to her name. The heavenly-grade elixirs were exceedingly expensive. However, their value was undeniable, as they were indeed heavenly grade. Upon opening, the Spirit Elixir Pavilion attracted throngs of students from Qingbei, creating such a crush that the entrance nearly buckled under the weight of eager patrons. Consequently, all heavenly grade elixirs were snatched up within the first hour of business. Once the elixirs were sold out, Bai Ling ordered the doors to be shut and hung a sign advising students to return the following day. Disappointment rippled through those who had missed out. Had they known, they would not have hesitated to spend their money. Inside the shop, Bai Ling clapped her hands, reveling in her success. Impressive, Lu Sun remarked, giving her a thumbs up. All right, I must return to my alchemical work. Should you be interested, feel free to come and learn, though I won't be responsible for teaching. With that, Bai Ling ascended to the third floor, where she had fashioned a dedicated alchemical room. In Chapter 54, titled A Billion Bounty, Targeting You, Lu Sun pondered whether to transfer the entire shop to Bai Ling, considering the flourishing business at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. However, for the moment, he decided against it, as the Star Moon Tower's business had also seen a significant boost. On a weekend visit, Chu Yuqing was astonished by the overwhelming crowds at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. The lines extended nearly to Qingbei Street. The neighboring Jia's apothecary was feeling the impact, as many students, even if unable to procure Bai Ling's elixirs, chose to wait rather than patronize Jia's. In their eagerness to acquire Bai Ling's creations, some students even queued through the night. Bai Ling's offerings went beyond mere qi gathering and true condensation elixirs. There were also rare elixirs capable of expanding one's qi and meridians, which were undeniably tantalizing. Regrettably, the quantity of pills she concocts each day is limited, leaving most unable to obtain them. Lu Sun, why does such an extraordinary individual come here to refine and sell pills? Chu Yuqing queried, perplexed. This question left Lu Sun at a loss for an answer. The young woman possessed an extraordinary background, exuding an air of mystery. Who could fathom her motives for selling pills here? Perhaps she was a scion of a prestigious family, seeking diversion from the confines of her home. Regardless, for Lu Sun, it posed no detriment. The profits from Lingdan Pavilion were remarkable, equating to several days' worth of revenue from Xingyue Tower. Moreover, this profit was derived from dark energy. Lu Sun could also take advantage of his proximity to receive a Tianjin Ningxian pill from Bai Ling for Murong Wan. The Ningxian pill, akin to the Gathering Qi pill, was a second-tier elixir, albeit specifically for martial artists. Fearing that Murong Wan might refuse it, Lu Sun instructed Chu Yuqing to present it to her, as it would enhance her cultivation speed. Previously, Murong Wan had relied on pills from the Jia family for assistance in her training, which yielded inferior results compared to those concocted by Bai Ling brother Lu. You must exercise caution. A new assassination contract targeting you has emerged on the dark web, with an exorbitant price of 1 million dark energy units. Such a sum is alarmingly high, and it may attract the attention of fourth-tier cultivators. Lu Sun received a message from Luo Dashing 2 weeks later. On the dark web, a fresh assassination contract had been issued against him. The previous contract had also seen a price increase, rising from 30,000 to 50,000 dark energy units. The rationale behind this escalation was likely due to the lack of takers. Although dark energy was abundant, Lu Sun had remained primarily at Beta University, occasionally venturing to Qingbei Street. For a typical third-tier cultivator, acting on Qingbei Street was fraught with peril. Even if they succeeded in killing Lu Sun, they might still face dire consequences. As for fourth-tier cultivators, 50,000 dark energy units hardly justified the risk. They would not even spare at a glance. However, the new contract's price of 1 million dark energy units was extraordinarily enticing, equivalent to a full cubic meter of dark energy, starting at a valuation of 10 billion. Fourth-tier cultivators might indeed be tempted. Who could be behind this? Lu Sun's mind raced, swiftly identifying a suspect. The He family. After much contemplation, Lu Sun concluded that only the He family could be responsible. The individual who had once seized all his assets with a mere IOU could not amass such a sum. The He family, however, had the means to compel Lu Sun to leave Chu Yuqing. They had previously offered 1 million dark energy units. Following Murong Yan's unequivocal rejection, the He family appeared to have acted out of humiliation and rage, hastily offering that same sum on the dark web to hire an assassin to eliminate Lu Sun. This necessitated a departure from school. Though Lu Sun had deduced the situation, he currently possessed no viable strategy. The He family was affluent, wielding 1 million dark energy with ease. With his present strength, he was still unable to confront them. The only solution is to minimize outings from school. Even if a practitioner of the Fourth Realm were to accept that commission, they would not dare to act within the premises of Beta University. Qingbei Street is relatively safe. Yet should a Fourth Realm practitioner indeed take on the task, they might resort to desperate measures, particularly those with exceptional evasion skills. With this thought in mind, Lu Sun made his way towards the school. Hixia. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted Hixia. The latter brightened at the sight of Lu Sun. Having diligently spent a considerable amount of time to cultivate the serpent steps to the third tier, he had been waiting for Lu Sun to challenge him. Just as Hixia was about to speak, a shadow flickered, and Lu Sun had already closed the distance. Crimson Lotus Burning Heart Palm. Sensing the imminent danger, Hixia did not choose to evade. Instead, he decided to confront Lu Sun head-on. His Crimson Lotus vein had allowed him to cultivate Crimson Lotus True Qi, resulting in an exceptionally fierce attack. Previously, Lu Sun had managed to dodge his strike, delivering a heavy blow in return. This led Hixia to believe that, despite being at the 4th level of Qi Si, Lu Sun would not dare to engage him directly. Boom. The two forces collided. Puff. The sound of blood spattering echoed once more. Just moments ago, Hixia had been brimming with confidence, but under Lu Sun's strike, he was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible. Hixia was bewildered. He had practiced his movements rigorously to force Lu Sun into a direct confrontation. Now that Lu Sun had neither dodged nor evaded, but had truly faced him head-on, he found himself unable to withstand the force. This left him in disbelief. Before Hixia could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Sun was upon him, stomping on his body and unleashing a flurry of blows, leaving Hixia battered and bruised. Classmate, please refrain from fighting. It was only when the school security and teachers arrived that Lu Sun finally relented. Lu Sun, how dare you strike me? Hixia, with a bloodied face, struggled to rise, his visage resembling that of a battered pig. I struck you, but no one stated that fighting outside school is prohibited, did they? Lu Sun had cleverly exploited a loophole. This spot was conveniently just outside the school gate. Engaging in a brawl might incur disciplinary action, yet the consequences would be mild compared to the stringent regulations within the campus. The He family had audaciously placed a bounty of 1 million dark energy on the dark web to seek his demise. He could not contend with the He family, but could he not deal with its descendants? Today, it was you who would be struck. Chapter 55. Lu Sun is bullying. He has broken through again. He has grown stronger. As Lu Sun mercilessly pummeled Hixia, Lin Yan lurked behind the school gate, too frightened to peek out. He was thoroughly intimidated by Lu Sun now. Hixia had specifically enlisted him to wait here for Lu Sun's return to challenge him. But little did they know that Lu Sun would engage in such unchivalrous conduct outside the school, leaving Hixia in such a dire state. Hixia's once somewhat presentable face was now rendered unrecognizable. It seems that even my best efforts would be futile against the onslaught of the return my beautiful fist. Lu Sun, just wait. I shall not forget today's grievance. Classmate, please refrain from further violence, or we shall be compelled to take stringent measures, warned the teacher. Meanwhile, He Xiao noticed that the school security and faculty had arrived, preparing to make a stern statement to salvage some dignity. To his astonishment, Lu Sun boldly kicked him away in front of both the security guards and the teachers. He Xiao found himself unceremoniously toppled into the water basin, legs flailing in the air, leaving the passing students utterly dumbfounded. Such brutality! Lin Yan shuddered in fear. At that moment, he realized that his feet were still outside the school gate, and hurriedly retracted them, fearing that Lu Sun might notice and turn his wrath upon him as well. Extra! Extra! Lu Sun brutally assaults He Xiao. Goodness, He Xiao is utterly pitiful. He has become a sight akin to a pig's head. Just look at that image. He's practically a compass now. Before long, various images circulated across the campus network, drawing a considerable crowd. Today was a weekend, and more students were online. After their daily training, some would habitually check the internet to ensure they did not miss any significant news. What's the fuss over merely striking someone? If there are any repercussions, let them fall upon me. Do not trouble my exemplary students. The dean, Fei Taiye, appeared nonchalant. Indeed, Lu Sun has been summoned here for his transgressions. I am uncertain how he got wind of it, but he came in defense of Lu Sun. Fortunately, since the incident occurred off campus, coupled with Fei Taiye's unwavering protection, Lu Sun faced minimal consequences, merely receiving a reprimand from the school leaders. The underlying message was to maintain harmony among classmates and avoid bullying. I am a freshman, and he is a sophomore. How could I possibly bully him? It is merely his own lack of fortitude that is to blame, Lu Sun retorted defiantly, unrepentant and unwilling to amend his ways. Thus, the school leaders rated Lu Sun's response at 984 points, withholding a perfect score due to their perception of a slight misstep. He Xiao, are you not a man? If you are, step into the ring with me. He Xiao, are you this cowardly? Does your mother know? He Xiao, do you have cotton in your trousers or merely your courage? In the days that followed, a spectacle unfolded within the campus, captivating many students. Lu Sun would frequently confront He Xiao, challenging him to the ring at every opportunity. Had Lu Sun been a year above He Xiao, or even in the same year, it might have been a different matter. However, Lu Sun was a freshman and He Xiao a sophomore. Faced with Lu Sun's challenges, He Xiao dared not respond. For Lu Sun's words cut deeply, akin to blades. The recent altercation had already spread like wildfire throughout the school, and He Xiao's pride had suffered immensely. Now, enduring relentless humiliation from Lu Sun, He Xiao felt as though his entire existence had lost its vibrancy. How infuriating! I shall have my revenge. Bang, bang, bang. In the training room, He Xiao was consumed by a tempest of anger, frustration, and helplessness. Lu Sun was as elusive as a ghost whenever he ventured out. It wasn't long before he would corner his target. He would then issue a challenge, which his opponent dared not accept, resulting in public ridicule. Consequently, he found himself utterly humiliated, losing all motivation to cultivate his skills. Only heaven knows how he endured these days. He refrained from leaving the school grounds. For each time he appeared at the school gate, Lu Sun's figure would inevitably materialize in the distance. This left He Xiao feeling that if he dared step outside, Lu Sun would surely pounce and unleash a torrent of violence upon him. Despair consumed He Xiao. Oh, father, avenge me. A week later, unable to tolerate the torment any longer, He Xiao summoned his father to collect him from the school gate one weekend. He yearned to return home. Desperate to escape the confines of the school, he could no longer endure the incessant harassment from Lu Sun. It was driving him to madness. Upon seeing his father, He Xiao rushed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. What a pitiful sight He Xiao was, reduced to tears from bullying. Yet somehow, it was difficult not to chuckle at this absurdity. What grievances could warrant such torment from Lu Sun? It seemed an egregious display of bullying. Surely, there was a story behind this. Otherwise, why would Lu Sun target him specifically? This scene captured the attention of onlookers and sparked fervent discussions at Beta University. Students, reveling in the drama, remarked on its entertainment value. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. A second-year student, a prodigy with an extraordinary lineage and a Chi C at the 4th level, reduced to tears by a mere freshman, crying out for his father to rescue him. Many students expressed their delight, eager for more. Damn it, I will never provoke him again, Lin Yan resolved, vowing to maintain a 30-meter distance from Lu Sun henceforth. As He Xiao was thoroughly overwhelmed by Lu Sun, The consequences of any further confrontations were too dreadful to contemplate. Ha ha ha, brother Sun, you are truly talented. If I ever make an enemy, you must assist me in dealing with him. Li Bufan chuckled with glee. Lu Sun, I heard you made He Xiao cry. Indeed. Oh, be cautious. The He family is known for their vindictiveness, warned Chu Yaoqing, who had also caught wind of the incident. She did not inquire about the reason, merely advising Lu Sun to tread carefully. Lu Sun chose not to disclose the matter of the $1 million bounty, wishing to spare her any concern. Upon returning home, He Xiao requested an extended leave from school, seemingly prepared to abandon his studies altogether. This left Lu Sun without one source of amusement. Recently, Lu Sun had been avoiding school since Luo Dashing informed him that the bounty had escalated to 2 million and that it had already been claimed. The identity of the claimant remained a mystery, but it was undoubtedly the He family behind it. The fluctuation in the bounty amount has solidified Lu Sun's suspicions. This bounty, without a doubt, has been orchestrated by the He family. After He Xiao suffered such a severe setback at his hands, it is only natural that the He family would elevate the bounty to avenge him. Indeed, the He family possesses immense wealth, readily offering 2 million units of dark energy. In light of this, Lu Sun has adopted a more cautious demeanor. Days later, the return of 20-fold rewards manifests once more. Moron Wan's cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, and the heavenly grade elixirs provided by Bai Ling have only amplified her progress. With less than a month remaining before the official commencement of classes, she has achieved yet another breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Qi Si. Lu Sun's power begins to ascend once more, soaring from the 8th layer to the 9th, then to the 10th layer of Qi Si, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer. Upon attaining this peak, Lu Sun senses a considerable flow of heat within him, hinting at the possibility of entering the 3rd realm. Just as he contemplates a direct leap into this new stage, the internal heat continues to expand his Qi Si, propelling him to the 11th layer. To his astonishment, Lu Sun discovers that there exists an 11th layer of Qi Si, while other martial cultivators are confined to the 10th. System, why have I not broken through to the 3rd realm? Lu Sun inquires. To enter the enlightenment realm, one must unlock all 108 secret orifices throughout the body and awaken martial divine abilities. The returns from the Qi Si realm and true energy are intricately tied to the Qi Si, making it challenging to aid the host in transcending to the 3rd realm. Should the host insist on breaking through to the 3rd realm at this juncture, the probability of awakening rare martial divine abilities, such as the Eyes of Insight, the Fire Eye, or the 6-Armed Guardian, is exceedingly low. The system's voice resonates. Then, it shall remain as is, Lu Sun muses, ultimately deciding against utilizing the returns to force a breakthrough to the 3rd realm. His current rate of advancement is already commendable. There is no need to hasten unnecessarily. Establishing a solid foundation and excelling in every realm is far more beneficial. Moreover, realms are distinct from combat prowess. Even at the body refinement stage, Lu Sun can effortlessly defeat Lin Yan, who has opened 7 meridians. If he continues to ascend within the Qi Si realm, reaching the 17th or 18th layer, even formidable opponents in the 3rd realm will pose no challenge to him. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi gathering. You receive a 20-fold reward from her achievement. 2 days later, Chu Yuqing also makes a breakthrough. With the aid of the 20-fold returns, Lu Sun surges from the 6th layer of Qi gathering to the 10th layer, now merely a step away from the 3rd realm. Chapter 56, The Despairing Genius. The formless sword of 10,000 calamities. Lu Sun, I have checked the Star Moon Tower. There are no issues. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation. Chu Yuqing informs him after her breakthrough to the 2nd layer of Qi gathering. She had initially planned to invite Lu Sun for a stroll, but he declined, citing his need to cultivate. With a 1 million unit bounty now in play, Lu Sun cannot afford to let his guard down. Seeing Lu Sun so diligent, Chu Yuqing did not blame him and went to Xingyue Tower to check the situation. The circumstances at Xingyue Tower were naturally favorable, thriving under the influence of Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion, leading to an ever-increasing business. Lu Sun's activities had now shifted to Beta University. Fortunately, Beta University was vast, providing ample space to avoid any sense of monotony. Was she still cultivating? Moron Wan truly was a fervent practitioner. Since their last encounter, stimulated by the effects of the medicinal power, he had not seen Moron Wan again. It was reasonable to assume she was engrossed in her training. One could understand her fervor. Unlike the students from Qingbei, she was already 25 years old. At this age, students from Qingbei had already graduated. Had she not possessed the exquisite physique and awakened the Linglong vein, being taken as a disciple by an elder from Beidou Hall, she would not have gained admission into Qingbei. Qingbei enforced a certain age limit. To be precise, she was not studying at Qingbei. She was merely being nurtured there under the guidance of that elder from Beidou Hall. A week later, the monthly assessment arrived. The monthly examination was relatively straightforward, primarily a test of cultivation to see if there had been any improvement since the previous month. Even if one's cultivation remained unchanged, any progress would be reflected in the energy levels displayed by the testing pillar, marking a step forward. I wonder if there will be any changes to this month's newcomer rankings. Surely there would be, yet I sensed that the top position would remain unchanged. The same applied to me. In the span of a month, Morongwan and Lu Xinghe would at most reach the third level of Qi Si, making it impossible for them to catch up to Lu Sun, who still held a leading advantage. Do you think Lu Sun could reach the fifth level of Qi Si? On the day of the monthly assessment, students were buzzing with speculation regarding the changes to the newcomer rankings after this examination. The newcomer rankings shifted with each monthly assessment. Wow! Lu Xinghe had actually reached the third level of Qi Si. Wang Tingyun had reached the second level of Qi Si. Not bad at all. Du Yuqi had also reached the second level of Qi Si. She was quite a beauty. At the testing center, several students stood by, continuously reporting the situation online. Miss Morong, you can keep the dark energy. Give it to Yu Qing instead. She needs it more than I do. Alright. Outside the testing center, Lu Sun encountered Morong once more. She had arrived as well. The dark energy he intended to gift remained untransferred, as Morong refused to accept it, leaving him at an impasse. Despite their second intimate encounter, that moment had been accidental. Their current relationship hovered in a delicate and awkward state. Deep down, Morong harbored a slight fear of meeting Lu Sun. Morong had arrived. How beautiful she was. As soon as she entered the testing center, she captured everyone's attention. Approaching the testing pillar, she unleashed her full force. Beep, beep, beep. Indeed, she had reached the third level of Qi Si, her energy level surpassing that of Lu Xinghe. Impressive indeed, both beautiful and fierce. The students were in awe. Morong did not linger and left directly. Lu Sun has arrived. The students once again paid their respects. As Lu Sun entered the testing center, the students assumed he would head towards the testing area. However, he approached someone instead. You, the coward who dares not accept challenges, have finally come to school? He coldly remarked, gazing at He Xiao. Who are you calling a coward? I have already reached the fifth level of Qi Si. He Xiao, surprisingly fueled by indignation, broke through to the fifth level of Qi Si. Is that so? We shall see you on the arena shortly, Lu Sun replied indifferently. He Xiao hesitated. Although he had broken through to the fifth level, he felt little confidence facing Lu Sun in the arena. He had been frightened by Lu Sun's strength. Coward, Lu Sun disdainfully uttered before striding towards the testing pillar. He Xiao's face flushed crimson. He wanted to accept the challenge, but dared not voice it. He wished to see Lu Sun's test results first. Beep, beep, beep. Wow. Fifth level of Qi Si. I can't believe it. Within just a month of school starting, he has achieved the fifth level? The testing center erupted in excitement. How could this be? Despair flickered in He Xiao's eyes. After much effort, he had finally reached the fifth level, and now, in just 1 month, Lu Sun had surged ahead. If this continued for another month, would he not surpass him entirely? There was no way He Xiao could break through to the sixth level of Qi Si in just a month. He knew this well. Beep, beep, beep. And this was not the end. Second level of Qi gathering. Wow. The testing center erupted once more. Is this the ultimate powerhouse of Beidou University? Ha. Did you see that? I told you, my brother Lu is the only true deity. Unfortunately, he is dual cultivating in both immortal and martial arts. The students were astounded. Yet some intentionally tried to downplay the dual cultivation. This month's examination sparked considerable discussion once again. Of course, such discussions were fleeting. Once the examination concluded, students returned to their cultivation, with few wasting excessive time online. The blue star has been accelerating rapidly. The time until entering the ancient star road grows shorter by the day. All students felt a sense of urgency. Morongwan's Taya sword technique has broken through to the first tier. You have gained 20 times her achievements. You have acquired the Wanjie Wuxiang sword. A week later, unexpectedly, Lu Sun obtained the results of Morongwan's sword technique training. The Wanjie Wuxiang sword. Upon reaching Lu Sun, The Taya sword technique transformed into the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. The name changed, and its potency increased significantly. Chapter 57. The Princess's Intentions. Beta University, Cultivation Room. Lu Sun held the long sword, his brows slightly furrowed, fully concentrating as he stirred his internal energy. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the sword's edge traced an enigmatic trajectory in the air as it struck against the towering boulder before him with relentless precision. At first glance, Lu Sun's swordplay appeared chaotic, resembling the erratic flailing of a novice. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the hidden intricacies within the apparent disorder. Each strike resonated with the cosmos, encapsulating an ineffable beauty of rhythm. With a breath, Lu Sun sheathed his sword, standing resolute. The stone remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. He clapped his hands, creating a ripple through the air that initiated a chain reaction. Suddenly, a web of cracks emerged across the stone's surface, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering into hundreds of sharply defined fragments. Such a piercing sword energy. Lu Sun bent down to pick up a shard, his fingers gliding over its mirror-like surface. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The facets of these stones were exceptionally smooth, akin to a polished mirror. Undoubtedly, they had been cleaved by Lu Sun's sword energy. This energy was so remarkably sharp that even after cleaving the stone into countless pieces, it retained its integrity until Lu Sun's clap jolted it into realization, revealing its fragmented state. This demonstrated the formidable sharpness of the sword energy, indicative of a commendable sword technique. Upon its return, the Taya sword technique had transformed into the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. This formidable technique, even in its first form, rendered Lu Sun's sword energy extraordinarily acute. Another remarkable aspect of the Wanjia Wuxiang sword was its formlessness. Its movements traversed the void, resembling fleeting illusions akin to reflections on water or ethereal mists, essentially. The formless triumphs over the formed. Retreating to procure a fine sword, Lu Sun sheathed his weapon. This sword had been exchanged with dark energy at the supply center of Beta University, where one could obtain a variety of items, such as elixirs, weapons, armor, and treasures, all of commendable quality, leaning towards the superior end of the spectrum. For better equipment, one would need to invest substantial sums or achieve commendable rankings in the university's competitions and year-end assessments, which could yield rewards in these realms. The sword Lu Sun possessed was acquired for 2,000 units of dark energy, its quality rather mediocre. 2 days later, in the deep of night, Xiaobai transformed once more into Princess Barbara. She could awaken only once a month, and her duration was fleeting, lasting merely 2 to 3 minutes. I told you not to bathe me again. Upon awakening, Barbara instantly absorbed the memories of the previous month, erupting in frustration as her forepaws flailed in the air. However, this time, she refrained from launching an attack on Lu Sun. Lu Sun, lazily propping himself up in bed with one hand supporting his cheek, remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't squander time on such futile complaints." "How true that seems," she retorted. Barbara tilted her head thoughtfully, her ears twitching gently, and immediately quelled her anger. "See, I wasn't deceiving you. That incantation is indeed quite useful." With a flick of her tail, she exuded pride, her azure feline eyes shimmering with a triumphant glint. Lu Sun nodded in agreement. "It is indeed effective. Would you like to learn a second spell?" Barbara stepped closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "This is a supportive incantation that can temporarily double your combat prowess. If repeated," she paused deliberately before continuing, "your combat strength can continue to stack." "Doubling combat prowess? And it can stack?" Lu Sun raised an eyebrow, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Go on. Listen carefully. This incantation is rather lengthy." Barbara cleared her throat and earnestly recited a Bakabobocado. Under the moonlight, the whiskers of the ragdoll cat quivered softly in response to the spell. She repeated it 5 times, ensuring that Lu Sun had fully grasped the incantation. "This is my blood. Try it out, and I will see if you pronounce it correctly." She extended a drop of blood with her petite paw. Her eagerness sparked suspicion in Lu Sun. A princess is still a princess, and a little white cat is merely a little white cat, although the latter represents the instinct of Barbara's body while her consciousness lay dormant. It was precisely this instinct that proved more reliable. Once Barbara's consciousness awakened, she might attempt to play subtle games with Lu Sun. "Perhaps we should try later," he replied coolly. "The incantation is lengthy and requires a certain finesse in pronunciation, Any mispronunciation renders it ineffective. Are you sure you don't want me to teach you? Barbara blinked her eyes innocently. Why not first tell me your purpose in teaching me these spells? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Sun fixed his gaze on her eyes and inquired, what is your intention? Quite simply, I wish for your assistance in breaking the curse that binds me. For you, this task may prove challenging, so I will provide you with more support, enabling you to grow successfully, Barbara stated with earnestness. Assist you in breaking your curse? Lu Sun pondered, stroking his chin. Why choose me? If you seek help, those powerful beings from the east would be your best option. No, Barbara shook her head resolutely. Shadows of mystery cast by the moonlight in her eyes. This is a choice of fate, and it is my only opportunity for a turnaround. A choice of fate? Indeed. Barbara took a step forward, her voice barely above a whisper. After succumbing to the slumbering curse, I would have remained forever dormant until I encountered you. At this point, a glimmer of intrigue danced in her feline pupils. Your essence is extraordinary, capable of loosening the grip of the curse. Is this not fate? An extraordinary essence that could weaken Barbara's slumbering curse. Could it be due to the chaotic divine body? Lu Sun sensed the possibility. As long as I can break the threefold curse. Before Barbara could finish her thought, she found herself once again unable to speak. Then, her consciousness slipped into slumber, reverting to the form of Little White. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, her consciousness should awaken again next month. Chapter 58. The Frenzied Ascension and the Shadowless Flying Sword Technique. This incantation proved to be exceedingly challenging. After Barbara's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Lu Sun attempted to invoke it using the drop of blood from Little White's paw. The second incantation, however, posed an even greater difficulty. Despite utilizing Little White's blood and reciting the incantation correctly, he was unable to manifest it. By the time he considered another attempt, that precious drop of blood had been entirely consumed. Each drop could only be employed for a single incantation. He resolved to learn from Barbara upon her awakening next month. Lu Sun remained unconcerned and drifted back to sleep. Before dawn broke at 5 o'clock the following morning, the sky had already begun to lighten. Recently, Blue Star has been accelerating through the cosmos, propelled by the gravitational pull of the stars. The moment of entering the dark universe draws ever closer. Consequently, the alternation of day and night on Blue Star has become increasingly erratic. At Beta University, the number of students visible during the day is exceedingly sparse, as all are fervently engaged in their cultivation. Even those who would typically head to the cafeteria for meals have diminished significantly. Many students have prepared high-energy food in advance to avoid wasting time on dining. Throughout Beta University, Lu Sun remains the most leisurely individual. The two bounties concerning him on the dark web are still active. Thus, Lu Sun has never left the campus, choosing instead to recline comfortably in the school each day. It appears Chu Yuqing is exerting herself in intense cultivation. Previously, she would send Lu Sun messages almost daily. Recently, that frequency has dwindled to once a week. As for Murong Wan, she never initiates contact with Lu Sun. He only sees her during the monthly assessments. Boom. In the cultivation chamber, Lu Sun activated a spiritual talisman, causing a stone to explode into fragments. The power of the talisman was commendable, and Lu Sun was quite pleased with its efficacy. Although unable to cultivate, he often ponders various techniques while reclining, such as talismans. This belongs to the realm of immortality, which emphasizes leveraging external forces, unlike martial arts that focus on personal strength. If one does not achieve remarkable progress in cultivation, there are alternative paths to explore, such as alchemy, weapon forging, formations, talismans, and puppetry. Murong Wan has broken through to the 4th layer of Qi Si. You receive 20 times her reward. On this day, Lu Sun unexpectedly received another notification of a reward. Remarkable. Lu Sun expressed his admiration. Murong Wan's cultivation speed is astonishing. Within just half a month after opening her meridians, she advanced to the 1st layer of Qi Si. Although it took her over a month to progress from the 1st to the 2nd layer due to family matters. Once she dedicated herself to cultivation, she broke through to the 3rd layer in merely 20 days. Now, after just over 20 more days, she has surged directly to the 4th layer of Qi Si. During this interval, Murong Wan dedicated some time to honing her martial skills. The Linglong body is indeed an exceptional cultivation physique, inherently designed for the art of cultivation. It is a comfortable experience. Meanwhile, Lu Sun surged to the 13th layer of his Qi Si, which expanded significantly, resembling a vast ocean, boundless and magnificent. The intensity of his true energy was comparable to that of certain practitioners in the third realm. Moron Wan's Qianzong step has advanced to the second tier. You have gained 20-fold from her achievement. Your Wanzong step has been upgraded to the Divine Zong step. A week later, they returned once more. After Moron Wan broke through to the fourth layer of the Qi Si, she elevated her Qianzong step to the second tier. Consequently, Lu Sun's Wanzong step was also upgraded, transforming into the Divine Zong step. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the third layer of Qi gathering. You have gained 20-fold from her achievement. A few days later, Chu Yuqing too experienced a breakthrough. Lu Sun eagerly welcomed her return. She reached the peak of the 11th layer of Qi gathering. Remarkably, it seems she too advances one layer per month. Beyond the 5th layer, she is able to break through one layer each month. At this rate, she may shatter the records of Beta University. Let us not forget, she is also dual practicing in both celestial and martial arts. How is it that she cultivates with such rapidity? The monthly examination arrived once again, and Lu Sun's results garnered significant attention. Many students, though they had anticipated this, were still taken aback. Each month, Lu Sun's strength ascended by a layer, both in celestial and martial paths simultaneously. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in the annals of Beta University. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lu Sun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. If these students were aware of his true strength, their astonishment would be unfathomable. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. How proud you are now, so will be your despair in the future. He Xiao sneered. He had completely lost hope of catching up to Lu Sun. By the end of this month, Lu Sun's cultivation would surpass his own. He would require at least 3 more months to break through to the 6th layer of the Qi Si. Master He, we must leave quickly, Lin Yan urged. Noticing Lu Sun's gaze directed towards them, He Xiao's expression shifted, and he fled in a panic. Recently, he had seldom visited the school, fearing any encounter with Lu Sun. Your incantation of Abacarabecador is indeed correct, but the duration of the syllables is not right. Duration? Of course. The length of time during pronunciation must be precisely the same. It cannot be too long or too short. The first incantation has been optimized by the royal family. Otherwise, it would be an order of magnitude more difficult than this one. Days later, Barbara's consciousness awakened once more. Upon this awakening, she wasted no time and began instructing Lu Sun in incantations. The intricacies of incantations are manifold. What appears to be a simple phrase is, in truth, quite challenging to master. Lu Sun, however, had taken a shortcut. It is indeed the blood of Barbara that has been utilized. Otherwise, Lu Sun would possess no magical power within him, rendering him incapable of casting spells. Even with magical power, the execution of these spells is no simple feat, requiring considerable mastery of magic. Alas, it appears that he has not grasped the art. Perhaps he will return next month. 2 minutes later, Barbara's consciousness once again succumbed to slumber. Lu Sun still had not learned the incantation. Lu Sun, your share from Lingdan Pavilion has been credited to your card. Came a message from Chu Yuqing at the end of the month. Lu Sun had not ventured beyond the school gates for nearly 2 months. Business at Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion had flourished remarkably. She primarily concocted heavenly-grade elixirs, and somehow, word had spread online, attracting not only students from Qingbei, but also practitioners from other cultivation schools and the outside world to purchase elixirs. The monthly profits had increased significantly. Chu Yuqing insisted on sharing half of the earnings with Lu Sun, to which he reluctantly acquiesced. Currently, Chu Yuqing had no lack of dark energy, so Lu Sun decided to save it for when she might need it in the future. After more than half of the new month had passed, Moron Wan once again achieved a breakthrough, and Lu Sun concurrently advanced to the 15th layer of Qi Si. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yuqing also experienced a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Gathering Qi. The momentum of their ascension seemed unstoppable, filling Lu Sun with elation. With less than 3 months until the official start of the school term, Lu Sun had already reached the 15th layer of Qi Si and the 13th layer of Gathering Qi. The pace of his strength enhancement was astonishing. Not long after Chu Yuqing's breakthrough, she mastered the essential technique of the 2nd realm of celestial cultivation, the flying sword technique. It was likely a standard form of flying sword technique she learned, relying primarily on her cultivation and sword control skills rather than any shortcuts. After the 20-fold return to Lu Sun, it transformed into the shadowless flying sword technique, which was vastly superior to the ordinary version. Chapter 59. Bai Ling's dilemma. Has Bai Ling closed the Lingdan Pavilion? Indeed, boss. Miss Bai has been closed for a week, remaining indoors without revealing her activities. One day, Lu Sun received unexpected news. Bai Ling had shut down the Lingdan Pavilion. To describe the pavilion's business as thriving would be an understatement. Lu Sun, merely contributing half of the storefront, was entitled to 40% of the profits, a veritable windfall. With Bai Ling's alchemical prowess, her business would thrive anywhere she practiced alchemy. Now, her sudden closure raised concerns. Could she have felt that Lu Sun was receiving too large a share? It would be a grave mistake to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Moreover, the rapid advancements of Chu Yuqing and Muron Wan could be attributed, in part, to Bai Ling's elixirs. As long as Bai Ling remains, Lu Sun can take advantage of proximity to acquire elixirs from her. After some contemplation, Lu Sun resolved to visit Qingbei Street to assess the situation. Although 2 assassination contracts against him still lingered on the dark web, his current prowess was incomparable to the past. No practitioner of the Third Realm could hope to slay him. Even if he encountered an assassin from the Fourth Realm, he would be capable of exchanging a few blows. Qingbei Street lay in the heart of Qingbei, and all he needed was to stall for a while. After donning some disguises, Lu Sun stepped outside. Before long, he arrived at Xingyue Tower, only to find it closed. Standing before the tightly locked door of Lingdan Pavilion, Lu Sun furrowed his brow, noticing that even after a week of closure, many still waited outside to purchase elixirs, a testament to the exceptional efficacy of Bai Ling's concoctions. He ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Bai Ling's voice drifted from within, tinged with fatigue. She had merely closed the door, yet remained inside. "It's me, Lu Sun." "Oh, just a moment," Bai Ling replied, her voice sounding relatively normal, though the commotion inside suggested a flurry of activity. It appeared she was engrossed in alchemy rather than permanently shutting shop. Creak. After a brief interval, the door slowly opened. "Boss, it's been a while," Bai Ling appeared, managing a strained smile. "What happened to you?" Lu Sun couldn't help but inquire upon seeing her disheveled state. Bai Ling was undeniably attractive, a bona fide beauty. In contrast to the stunning Muron Wan and the innocent Chu Yuqing, Bai Ling possessed a charming vivacity. However, at present, her delicate face was smeared with dirt. A few strands of hair clung to her forehead, and her locks appeared somewhat disheveled. More distressing were the dark circles under her sparkling eyes, making her look utterly exhausted. "How long has it been since you last slept?" "I'm fine." Bai Ling rubbed her eyes and yawned. "I've been focused on alchemy, trying to concoct a 3rd-grade elixir. But I haven't succeeded yet." With that, she dejectedly slumped her shoulders. "A 3rd-grade elixir? That corresponds to the 3rd Realm practitioners. If you can successfully craft a 3rd-grade elixir, you would be recognized as a 3rd-grade alchemist. Bai Ling, capable of producing 2nd-grade heavenly elixirs, should find it relatively easy to create a standard 3rd-grade elixir." It seemed she aspired to refine a higher quality 3rd-grade elixir, which explained her current state. "I'm relieved to hear you're well. I had heard you had shut yourself away, and I was somewhat concerned, so I came to check on you." Lu Sun exhaled in relief, his tone softening. "Thank you for your concern, boss." Bai Ling beamed a sweet smile. "Boss, you are a practitioner, aren't you?" she suddenly asked. Lu Sun nodded. "Indeed." "Wow, that is wonderful. I wish I could cultivate," she expressed with envy. Lu Sun paused. "Aren't you a practitioner?" Bai Ling nodded. "Indeed, I possess no cultivation, otherwise I would surely be able to concoct 3rd-tier elixirs." "No cultivation." Lu Sun's gaze roamed over Bai Ling, filled with skepticism. How could someone without cultivation manage to refine 2nd-tier elixirs, let alone those of the celestial grade? It seemed implausible. The art of alchemy does not directly correlate with one's level of cultivation. However, lacking the requisite power renders the creation of even slightly advanced elixirs impossible. "Actually, it's not entirely accurate to say I have no cultivation," Bai Ling clarified. "I can utilize elixirs to enhance my spiritual energy and manipulate that energy for alchemy. Yet my spiritual veins are compromised, preventing me from autonomously cultivating spiritual power." Sensing Lu Sun's disbelief, she elaborated. "I see. Bai Ling cannot cultivate either. Her circumstances differ from mine. I am merely prohibited from cultivation by the system, not incapable of it. Even under restriction, I can still absorb dark energy to replenish my spiritual force and true qi. Bai Ling, however, relies solely on consuming elixirs to gain spiritual energy, which cannot sustain itself within her body for long. I wonder what affliction plagues her spiritual veins. Nevertheless, The fact that she can refine second-tier celestial elixirs solely through supplemental spiritual energy from elixirs is nothing short of remarkable. Boss, someone is looking for you, the shopkeeper approached, breaking Lu Sun's contemplation. Who is it? People from the Jia Group. The Jia Group, the one responsible for producing the Jia body refining elixir and opening veins elixir. Boss, may I request a favor? Bai Ling suddenly interjected. Lu Sun noticed her anxious demeanor, her delicate teeth biting her lip as if troubled by something. Bai Ling, speak freely. If it is within my power to assist, I shall oblige, Lu Sun replied gently. They are likely here to make a high-priced offer for your shop. Could you refuse them? I want to let you assist me without compensation. I can increase your share from Lingdan Pavilion by an additional 20%. An increase of 20%? That would amount to 60%. Good heavens, Bai Ling is personally refining the elixirs while I merely provide a venue. Yet I would receive 60%. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. What is Bai Ling's motivation to open a shop here? Very well, I agree, Lu Sun acquiesced. Thank you, boss. You are truly kind. Bai Ling sighed in relief and smiled sweetly. Lu Sun turned to leave, soon encountering the representatives from the Jia Group downstairs. There were 3 individuals, with the foremost being a sharply dressed middle-aged man exuding a formidable aura, suggesting he was at least of the third realm. Boss, would you be interested in discussing a business proposition with us? The middle-aged man inquired, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly elevated, exuding an air of authority. What sort of business? Lu Sun asked, arms crossed, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Your lease is for 3 years, is it not? For the remaining 2.5 years. We can offer you a substantial sum of 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash for your establishment. What say you? The middle-aged man proclaimed. Indeed. Bai Ling had discerned the truth. They were indeed here to acquire the shop. 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash was no trifling sum. Even with the potential profits from Lingdan Pavilion, accumulating 100,000 dark energy would not be an easy feat. It appeared that Bai Ling had instilled a sense of threat in them, prompting this high-priced offer. However, a sudden unease washed over Lu Sun. The Jia Group was a colossal entity, renowned for producing elixirs that not only flourished in Huaxia, but also garnered immense popularity in neighboring countries. Their shop on Qingbei Street was merely a minuscule fragment of their vast commercial empire. Even if Bai Ling could concoct second-tier celestial elixirs, she was but one individual. How much business could she possibly siphon away from the Jia Group? Moreover, with Bai Ling's alchemical prowess, even if Lu Sun agreed to sell the shop, she could easily establish another and attract a bustling clientele. Yet, Bai Ling seemed unwilling to relinquish 60% of the profits. As if determined to oppose the Jia Group at all costs, the Jia Group was prepared to spend a considerable amount to acquire Xingyue Building. Was there an underlying story to this? Had Lu Sun unwittingly stumbled into a web of grudges? Chapter 60, Sister and Sister, the Barrier Talisman Apologies. But I am not inclined to sell my establishment. While these thoughts whirled in his mind, Lu Sun promptly rejected the middle-aged man's offer. There is no need for such hasty refusal, dear owner. What if we add a vial of Jia's Ningyuan pill or Tongxiao pill to the deal? The middle-aged man persisted, enhancing his proposal once more. The mention of the Ningyuan pill or Tongxiao pill would quicken the breath of any peak second-tier cultivator. For those in the second realm seeking to ascend to the third, the path was fraught with challenges. Many with average talent could find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the second realm for years without breakthrough. In such moments, the aid of a Ningyuan or Tongxiao pill could significantly enhance their chances of success. The Ningyuan pill, aimed at celestial cultivators, is also known as the Foundation Establishment pill. The third realm of the celestial path, the Ningyuan realm, is pivotal. Once one breaks through, they are regarded as a figure of note among cultivators. The third realm of martial arts, known as Tongxiao, similarly eases the path to breakthrough. Both of these pills are standard third-tier elixirs, and those of decent quality command exorbitant prices. The Ningyuan or Tongxiao pill from the Jia Group fetches astronomical sums and is not easily acquired. Yet now, they were willing to part with a vial for the sake of a modest Xingyue building. This truly hinted at entanglements of animosity. Lu Sun felt increasingly certain that Bai Ling harbored some grievances with the Jia Group. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he calmly awaited Lu Sun's response, seemingly confident that Lu Sun would be swayed. After all, it was the Ningyuan and Tongxiao Dan produced by the Jia family group. I'm sorry, but this establishment does not sell such items. To his surprise, Lu Sun once again declined. 50,000 units of dark energy along with the elixir. If the owner is willing to transfer it, the dark energy can be deposited into their account today. The middle-aged man raised his offer once more. I do not wish to repeat myself. I kindly ask you to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sun firmly refused. While 50,000 units of dark energy was indeed an exorbitant sum, it held little allure for Lu Sun at this moment. Moreover, this shop was a gift from Murong Yin to Chu Yuqing, and although Chu Yuqing had granted Lu Sun full decision-making authority, he had no intention of parting with it so easily. Boss, would you not reconsider? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. Lu Sun's demeanor shifted to one of coldness as he replied flatly. It was merely a second rejection, yet the man's indignation was palpable. Who was afraid of whom? After sizing Lu Sun up for a moment, the middle-aged man snorted softly and turned to leave. He soon returned to the Jia family pharmacy across the street. Boss, thank you. I was genuinely worried you might acquiesce to them. After the man departed, Bai Ling stepped out from behind, expressing her gratitude. I have already given you my word. I will not go back on it. Focus on your alchemy, and do not overexert yourself. Bai Ling nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Jia family pharmacy, the middle-aged man had just returned to the Xingyue Tower. Third miss, the matter did not go as planned. The owner of Xingyue Tower refuses to sell. He reported reverently to a young woman in her 20s who had a delicate beauty reminiscent of a lotus blossom. Refuses to sell? The third miss slowly raised her head, her slender fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Yes, third miss, he declined despite my 2 increased offers. I never expected him to be so ungrateful. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in frustration. Even with 50,000 units of dark energy and a bottle of foundational elixir, he remains unmoved. Supervisor Lee, investigate this individual's background and find a way to contact the owner. Offer a high price to entice them to breach their contract and evict him. Understood, Mississippi. The middle-aged man departed. After he left, the third miss approached the window, gazing out at the Xingyue Tower across the street. With a rustle, the doors of the Lingdan Pavilion on the left side of the first floor of Xingyue Tower swung open. Wow, they're open. Thank goodness I've been waiting here. Those who had been waiting outside surged into the Lingdan Pavilion with excitement. Even those who had originally intended to visit the Jia family pharmacy turned around and chose the Lingdan Pavilion instead. Miss, isn't her alchemy vein supposed to be fed? Why is she still so formidable? A maid beside the third miss asked cautiously. After the advent of the high martial era, the chasm between individuals has grown ever wider. In certain esteemed families, the roles of maids and servants have once again resurfaced. No matter how skilled she is, she will never be able to concoct a third-grade elixir in her lifetime. She is merely the illegitimate child of a wild woman, unworthy of comparison to our third miss. Interjected another maid. Enough, replied third miss, silencing the 2 maids with her authoritative words. After observing the spirit elixir pavilion for a considerable time, she finally spotted a familiar figure. A smirk graced her lips, revealing a cold sneer. My dear sister, if you are intentionally here instead of hiding away, do not blame your elder sister for being merciless. Meanwhile, within the Starry Moon Tower, Lu Sun hurriedly departed upon receiving a message. The He family wishes to challenge me? Indeed, Lu Sun, it is said that He Zhao's cousin, He Chong, has just entered his 4th year. After a 6-month seclusion, he recently broke through to the 3rd realm and seeks to avenge He Zhao. The 3rd realm? How shameless can the He family be? Even in their 4th year, they remain at the 3rd realm, daring to challenge a freshman in the 2nd realm. On the phone, Li Bufan relayed the situation. At Beta University, someone has placed a bet to challenge Lu Sun, wagering a hefty sum of 100,000 dark energy. Should Lu Sun triumph, he would claim the 100,000 dark energy for himself. This matter has stirred considerable attention and discussion within the university. On campus forums, numerous students are debating whether Lu Sun will accept He Chong's challenge. Without the heavenly veins, how could he possibly have broken through to the 3rd realm so quickly? The news of He Chong's situation has also spread across campus forums. Despite his lack of access to heavenly veins, he has still managed to break through to the 3rd realm in his 4th year. Nonetheless, the disparity between realms is akin to that between heaven and earth. He Chong's strength is far beyond that of a 2nd realm cultivator. He has been quite arrogant, personally issuing a challenge on campus forums and waiting at the arena. Such behavior has attracted a considerable audience of students. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. After understanding the entire situation, Lu Xun promptly responded to the challenge beneath the announcement. Merely a third realm? If he were a genius who had accessed the heavenly veins, I might have considered it. Without even the heavenly veins, why should I fear him? To be frank, the He family is indeed thriving. He Xiao is the youngest prodigy, and He Chong is not too weak either. There is also another genius named He Huan, whom the He family once intended to marry off to Chu Yuqing, hoping to produce more offspring with spiritual roots. The He family not only boasts numerous talents, but also harbors petty minds. The younger generation is willing to bully the weak, while the elders secretly post assassination contracts on the dark web, seeking Lu Xun's life. Given this, Lu Xun will not hold back. After replying to the challenge, he swiftly made his way to the school. Let us see what He Chong is truly capable of. As the soft meows echoed, Xiao Bai's ears suddenly perked up, emitting a vigilant sound. Something was amiss. Lu Xun halted, his hands deftly moving to conjure several spirit talismans that began to orbit around him. These defensive talismans, crafted in his leisure time, possessed only a meager strength due to his limited expertise in talismanic arts. Yet, their presence was preferable to none at all. Lu Xun's gaze swept the surroundings. The once bustling voices had vanished, and the scenery around him turned nebulous, as if he had been severed from the world. A barrier. Lu Xun whispered softly. This must be a barrier. Barriers, a form of formation, are more prevalent in the West, as magic facilitates their manifestation. Many mages deploy barriers that can isolate individuals even in the midst of bustling crowds. Applause erupted. Impressive. No wonder you are the prodigy renowned at Beta University. My barrier talismans, worth millions each, are well spent on you. Accompanying the applause was an individual, unremarkably dressed, resembling an ordinary passerby. Chapter 61, Slaying the Three Realms. Brother Sun is truly a man. An assassin from the dark web? Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the newcomer, his right hand subtly resting on the hilt of his sword. The air was charged with the unmistakable aura of a dark web assassin. Are you familiar with the dark web? The assassin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Xun's composure. In a split second, as he posed the question, he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Lu Xun. Lu Xun's footwork shifted gracefully, evading like a specter, while simultaneously unsheathing his sword, its cold gleam flashing. Clang, clang, clang. In the dance of blades, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing over a dozen times. The collision of their vital energies sent ripples through the surroundings. Were it not for the barrier talisman, such a confrontation would surely have drawn the attention of formidable figures from Qingbei. However, the barrier now contained all the turbulence, rendering the outside world oblivious to even the slightest commotion. This was precisely why the dark web assassin dared to act in the streets of Qingbei. How can he be so powerful? The assassin's astonishment was palpable after their initial clash. According to his information, Lu Xun was merely at the 6th layer of Qi Si, while he himself had already reached the 4th layer of the Meridian realm, equivalent to mid-stage in the 3rd realm. The disparity was not a mere matter of layers, but akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This had given him ample confidence to easily eliminate Lu Xun. Yet now, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Lu Xun's strength was extraordinary, far beyond the 6th layer of Qi Si. In his perception, Lu Xun still resided within the Qi Si realm. Yet even a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi Si could not match the domineering vital energy and vigorous life force that Lu Xun exhibited. He could not ascertain Lu Xun's true level, but one thing was certain. Lu Xun was definitely not at the 6th layer of Qi Si. In desperation, the dark web assassin could not refrain from employing his martial arts divine abilities. The 3rd realm of martial arts is known as the realm of enlightenment, where practitioners experience a comprehensive enhancement of their abilities and may acquire various passive or active martial arts techniques. For instance, the 1st layer of the realm of enlightenment unlocks 9 eye apertures, granting skills such as enhanced vision, the ability to detect flaws, and the capacity to observe details from 100 paces away. There is also a slim chance of obtaining superior techniques like the celestial eye or the eye of illusion, although the likelihood is exceedingly rare. The 2nd layer opens 9 auditory apertures, enabling the acquisition of hearing-related techniques. The 3rd layer pertains to the nasal apertures, while the 4th corresponds to the foot apertures. The assassin from the dark web has attained the 4th layer of the realm of enlightenment, having opened numerous secret apertures, significantly enhancing his prowess and granting him the ability to traverse great distances instantaneously. His figure flickers in and out of sight, his speed multiplying several times, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield. However, Lu Xun's footsteps are equally exquisite, enabling him to evade danger just as the assassin is about to strike. The clashes between the two intensify, and as the battle progresses, Lu Xun's confidence grows. He finds himself dodging less frequently and opting for direct confrontations. The unfathomable sword of eternal calamity. What a remarkable sword technique. The dark web assassin narrowly escapes injury several times at Lu Xun's hands. Were it not for his instantaneous movement ability, he would likely have met his end. This realization fills him with dread. Upon awakening his eye apertures, a third realm martial artist can discern the weaknesses of their foes and anticipate their moves. Yet, he finds himself unable to perceive the vulnerabilities of the unfathomable sword of eternal calamity or predict its strikes. Infuriating. He can no longer afford to delay. The dark web assassin resolves to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, he prepares to strike with a lethal weapon. In a moment of peril, he senses danger and instinctively dodges. A glimmer of cold light passing through his afterimage. A flying sword. The dark web assassin is startled. As a practitioner of the third realm, he is not intimidated by ordinary flying swords, but Lu Xun's weapons possess both speed and power that pose a genuine threat to him. More flying swords rush toward him, compelling the assassin into a flurry of desperate maneuvers, leaving him no time to execute his ultimate technique. A critical danger looms once more. He swiftly sidesteps, then dodges again. The ability to traverse great distances is more effective than many martial arts techniques. Just as he believes he has evaded Lu Xun's relentless assaults and is ready to counterattack, he senses something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he discovers that only half of his body remains. In the next instant, a barrage of sword light descends upon him, with several flying swords striking simultaneously. The dark web assassin's severed body crashes to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. This powerful practitioner of the fourth layer of the third realm could never have imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere second realm cultivator. A fourth-grade Thunderfire talisman. Lu Xun retrieves the talisman from the dark web assassin, who had not yet activated it. This is an offensive spirit talisman, a fourth-grade Thunderfire talisman. The fourth grade corresponds to the fourth realm, indicating that this talisman poses a certain threat to practitioners of the fourth realm. However, it is merely a threat. The true purpose of a fourth-grade talisman is to deal with practitioners below the fourth realm. Those below the fourth realm, unless equipped with appropriate defensive measures, are certain to meet their demise upon encountering it. This dark web assassin is quite affluent. He initially isolated Lu Xun with a barrier talisman, and then prepared such a formidable weapon as the fourth-grade talisman. Little did he expect Lu Xun's extraordinary strength, which allowed him to eliminate the assassin without utilizing Barbara's incantation. Of course, one must also blame the assassin for his procrastination. Had he used the fourth-grade Thunderfire talisman right away, Lu Xun would have been in peril. Villains often fall victim to their own verbosity. Therefore, Lu Xun resolved to execute his tasks with precision in the future, avoiding unnecessary chatter. Hello, is this Yao Yaoling? I need to report an incident. Teacher Fei, I've encountered a situation. A few minutes later, when the barrier talisman lost its efficacy, Lu Xun calmly took out his phone amidst the screams of the surrounding students and reported the incident, notifying Fei Taie as well. Do you think Lu Xun will come? Probably not. Lu Xun isn't foolish. Indeed, I wouldn't either. This is the third realm, a vast difference. Only a fool would seek out suffering. Exactly. The He family has been bullying others all along. Shoo, keep your voices down. At Beta University, hundreds of students gathered around a platform. On the platform stood a man dressed in white, He Chong of the He family. After publicly challenging Lu Xun, he had been waiting there, declaring he would remain for 3 days. If Lu Xun failed to show up within those 3 days, he would publicly label Lu Xun a coward. This tactic was borrowed from Lu Xun, who had previously caused He Xiao to crumble under similar pressure. However, since He Chong was a senior and still in the third realm, few students sided with him. Oppressing the weak has long been frowned upon. Moreover, most students hailed from humble backgrounds and harbored little fondness for the illustrious He family. Young Master He, Lu Xun probably won't dare to accept. I doubt he would. At the foot of the platform, Lin Yin and He Xiao were also present. After He Chong broke through to the third realm, he rushed to avenge He Xiao upon hearing about his plight. Despite He Chong's superior strength, his status within the He family could not compare to that of He Xiao. Lu Xun is back. Lu Sun is back. Suddenly, a student made a discovery. What? Look at the challenge letter, the ID beneath it. Schrodinger's Lu is Lu Sun's account. If you want to fight, then let it be. Wow, is this an acceptance of the challenge? Impressive, brother Sun. He dares to accept? With such a disparity, can he win? Regardless of the outcome, brother Sun is undeniably a true man. The students erupted in excitement. They could never have anticipated that Lu Sun would accept the challenge. How audacious of him! Lin Yan, who also caught sight of Lu Sun's response, was utterly incredulous. Despite their long-standing enmity, he simply could not fathom why Lu Sun would dare to accept. After all, the third realm represented a qualitative leap in strength compared to the second realm practitioners. Lu Sun was at most at the 6th or 7th layer of Qi Si. How could he possibly contend with someone from the third realm? If he sought punishment, then so be it. He Xiao's eyes flickered, as if he could envision the scene of Lu Sun being brutally beaten by He Chong. Soon, news of Lu Sun accepting He Chong's challenge spread like wildfire throughout Beta University. Given that it was the weekend, the information circulated rapidly, leading to a surge in the number of students gathered at the arena, quickly surpassing 1,000. Some students, who had been engrossed in their training, abandoned their pursuits to witness the spectacle. Chapter 62. A face turned pale. Lu Sun. We have gathered sufficient information. You may leave now. Very well. On Qingbei Street, the matter of Lu Sun slaying the dark web assassin had been resolved. When the personnel from the martial government arrived, they conducted a brief investigation and concluded the matter. Although they were intrigued by Lu Sun's counterattack against a third realm assassin, due to his unique identity, the martial government refrained from delving deeper. What genius does not harbor a few secrets of their own? This scoundrel dared to attempt to kill my prized student. Lu Sun, return to school. I shall procure some treasures for you. Fei Tai's anger caused his beard to bristle. Though he maintained a laid-back demeanor, it did not imply that he undervalued Lu Sun. Once, he had even contemplated turning over a new leaf for Lu Sun's sake, only to be disheartened by a single remark from him. Is that Lu Sun? Did he not accept He Chong's challenge? Why is he still here? I heard that a third realm assassin from the dark web sought to kill him, but he managed to counterkill. What? Lu Sun killed a third realm assassin? Students passing by recognized Lu Sun, and a wave of murmurs erupted. Some gasped in astonishment. Others widened their eyes, while many regarded Lu Sun with a mix of disbelief and awe. Lu Sun, the most radiant talent of the new cohort at Beta University. Possessing dual celestial veins and excelling in both martial and mystical arts, had countered a third realm assassin. How intriguing. No wonder he declined our acquisition offer. I wonder what his relationship is with Miss Bai Ling. On the third floor of the Jia clan's apothecary, the third young mistress stood there, gazing at Lu Sun's figure from afar, her lips curling into a smile, revealing a hint of interest. Wow, Muronwan. How beautiful. The first beauty of Rong City truly lives up to her reputation. At Beta University, Muronwan's appearance near the arena captured the attention of numerous students. She stood quietly amidst the crowd, yet her presence was like a crane among chickens. Without any deliberate adornment, she exuded a breathtaking aura. While Beta University was not devoid of beauties, few matched the extraordinary allure of Muronwan. The beauty of many women is often enhanced by various factors such as status, position, and cultivation. However, Muronwan's beauty is the epitome of purity. Even in the absence of any cultivation, she was already renowned as the most beautiful woman in Rongqing. Now, with her exquisite physique and rapid progress in cultivation, she possesses the aura of a prodigy, rendering her beauty breathtakingly enchanting. And then there is Lu Xinghe, a striking figure indeed. At this moment, another individual made his appearance, Lu Xinghe, who possesses the stellar sacred body. Typically elusive, he has come to observe this battle. Upon his arrival, he captivated the attention of many young women. Indeed, Lu Xinghe is exceptionally handsome. After casting a distant glance at Muronwan, he redirected his focus onto He Chong, contemplating their potential clash. After a thorough observation lasting 3 minutes, Lu Xinghe concluded that, despite He Chong being at the third realm, he believed himself capable of engaging in combat with him. The outcome of this battle, whether victory, defeat, or a stalemate, did not concern Lu Xinghe. The true strength of the stellar sacred body lies in its combat prowess. Despite Lu Xinghe currently being at the 4th layer of Qi Si, he dismissed those at the 9th or 10th layers with ease. With the extraordinary power of the dual celestial extraordinary meridians, given their overwhelming nature, Lu Sun might not necessarily face defeat in this encounter. Unlike the majority of students who held little faith in Lu Sun, Lu Xinghe believed that he might indeed triumph. In addition to Lu Xinghe, several other talents arrived, including Wang Tingyun from the Wang family, alongside others who had unlocked extraordinary meridians. Even upperclassmen came to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, a shocking revelation ignited excitement among the students. A third realm assassin had attempted to kill Lu Sun, only to be slain by him in return. What? No way. Is that true? A classmate of mine was there. It's authentic, exclaimed one student. This is utterly unbelievable. In response, He Xiao instinctively dismissed the rumor. What nonsense. A third realm assassin could not possibly be defeated by Lu Sun. He reasoned that any assassin bold enough to act near Qingbei must possess considerable skill. They couldn't be that naive to believe such an outrageous tale. Lin Yin shook his head, though inwardly his heart raced. He couldn't shake the feeling that the rumor might hold a grain of truth. Since opposing Lu Sun, the miracles he had achieved were numerous, enough to instill a sense of doubt in Lin Yin whenever he encountered such implausible news. Lu Sun killed a third realm assassin. How could that be possible? He Chong, standing on the arena, also heard this astonishing news. Unlike many students who instinctively harbor disbelief, He Chong's heart raced with trepidation, his face paling in shock upon hearing the news. The He family's bounty on Lu Sun, disseminated discreetly on the dark web, remained a closely guarded secret. Unbeknownst even to He Xiao, in matters of secrecy, the He family is meticulous. It was only after He Chong ascended to the third realm that his father divulged this information to him. This challenge was orchestrated at his father's behest. Lu Sun had not left Beta University, making it difficult for assassins to find an opportunity. Thus, He Chong's objective was to replicate Lu Sun's previous tactics, aiming to destabilize his mental fortitude. Ideally, he hoped Lu Sun would become overwhelmed and opt to leave the school for a respite, thereby granting the assassin a chance. However, to He Chong's astonishment, Lu Sun did indeed leave the campus today and was targeted by an assassin. What he never anticipated was that a third realm assassin, bold enough to act near Qingbei, would fall victim to Lu Sun's counterattack. This revelation was exhilarating, nearly causing He Chong to lose his footing. Having just entered his senior year and swiftly breaking into the third realm, he was among the quicker students at Beta University. Yet, he was acutely aware that this achievement was due to his use of drugs. Typically, such a rapid advancement in cultivation could only be attained by those who had opened the heavenly and earthly meridians. The drawbacks of drug use were significant: an unstable foundation and somewhat diminished combat prowess. He Chong recognized his limitations. He was certainly no match for a third realm assassin. If Lu Sun could counterattack a third realm assassin, defeating him would be a matter of mere moments. This thought made He Chong's heart race uncontrollably, filling him with anxiety. Yet he feigned calm to avoid embarrassment. With Fei Tai's generosity, perhaps he had provided Lu Sun with some form of support. At that moment, a student proposed a theory. I too believe this is plausible. Although Fei Tai is somewhat laid back, he genuinely respects Lu Sun. With Fei Tai's strength, even a modest life-saving talisman or combat pill could empower Lu Sun to counterattack a third realm opponent. Other students echoed this sentiment, their words quickly resonating with more peers. It must be so. He Chong's heart steadied, and confidence began to blossom anew. The arena had explicit regulations against using external items such as talismans or combat pills. Only one's true abilities were permitted in battle. He Chong could not fathom losing to Lu Sun, who was merely in the second realm. Chapter 63. A high-stakes gamble. Easily defeated, it was Lu Sun. Word had spread that he accepted He Chong's challenge and had counterattacked a third realm assassin outside of school. Quick, let us follow him. As Lu Sun stepped back onto campus, he instantly became the focus of all gazes. Numerous students halted in their tracks, trailing behind him at a distance, whispering among themselves. Lu Sun walked with steady steps, his gaze calm, heading directly towards Beidu Square. As he progressed, the crowd behind him swelled, dense and dark, surging like a tide. Sun, you are truly remarkable. Even the formidable Sanjing cannot withstand your counterattack, leaving He Chong nearly trembling in his boots. Li Bufan, emerging from seemingly nowhere, approached Lu Sun with a beaming smile, his face alight with excitement. His own prowess had ascended rapidly, after merely 3 months of opening his meridians. Li Bufan had already reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi Si, tantalizingly close to the third layer. Lu Sun has arrived. A voice rang out. and the previously raucous crowd at Beidou Square fell into a brief silence before collectively turning their heads. The crowd parted, creating a passage several meters wide, with all eyes fixated on Lu Sun. Among the students present, most were freshmen, though there were also several upperclassmen. Many had only heard of Lu Sun's name before. Today was their first encounter with him. Wow, he is so handsome. I thought Lu Xinghe was the epitome of attractiveness. Yet here is someone even more striking. Could this be this year's Beidou's greatest prodigy? The eyes of numerous girls sparkled, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Sun's appearance was already exceptional, and coupled with the aura of a super genius, he seemed to radiate an invisible charisma that rendered him unmissable. With an expression of calm indifference, Lu Sun disregarded the surrounding clamor and strode directly toward the arena. He has come. He truly dares to show up, thinking that a few false rumors would instill fear in us. Unfortunately, your psychological warfare is futile. He Xiao observed Lu Sun with a cold gaze, a mocking smile gracing his lips. To him, the earlier rumors were clearly a smokescreen deliberately released by Lu Sun, intended to undermine He Chang's fighting spirit and secure an advantage in battle. Beside him, Lin Yan subtly stepped back, allowing He Zhao's figure to shield him from Lu Sun's sight. Who dares to challenge me? Lu Sun stood firm at the foot of the arena, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I do. On the platform, He Chang responded loudly, his broadsword thudding heavily against the ground, producing a dull echo. It seems the He family isn't entirely composed of cowards, at last. There's a man of substance among you. Lu Sun's lips curled slightly, his tone calm, but his gaze pointedly flicked toward He Xiao. He Zhao's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching unconsciously. He had always refrained from accepting Lu Sun's challenge, a fact that would haunt him as a significant blemish on his reputation. Unless he were to defeat Lu Sun in the future, this stain would remain unremovable. You are a senior, I am a freshman, you are at the third realm. I am at the second. I want to accuse you of bullying the young, but a wager of a mere 100,000 dark energy is rather insufficient. Why not raise the stakes? Do you dare? Lu Sun's tone shifted as he regarded He Chang on the platform. How much more? He Chang inquired in a low voice. That depends on what you can offer. Whatever you wager, I shall match it. Lu Sun replied nonchalantly. He Chang furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at He Xiao. I fear you may not possess such a vast amount of dark energy, He Xiao scoffed. Who says my student cannot produce dark energy? A languid voice interjected. Fei Taiye had arrived. I possess an abundance of dark energy on this card. Feel free to wager. Should Lu Sun lose, I, as his mentor, will acknowledge any amount of dark energy. Fei Taiye produced a golden card, leisurely waving it. Wow, that is a gold card from the Blue Star Alliance. It is said that only those with deposits exceeding 1 unit of dark energy can obtain such a card. 1 unit? That equates to 1,000,000 units of dark energy. A perceptive student recognized the golden card in Fei Taiye's possession. 1 unit of dark energy is valued at over 1 billion. Then let us wager 1 unit of dark energy. Before a Chang could speak, He Xiao hastily interjected. The He family was indeed wealthy, yet with numerous clan members. 1 unit of dark energy was not a trifling sum for He Xiao. He did not possess such an amount. Now that there was an opportunity to garner extra wealth, why not seize it? However, a Chang's heart began to race with uncertainty. The moment Lu Sun arrived, he raised the stakes. Rather than restraining him, Fei Taiye, the mentor, only added fuel to the fire. This left a Chang feeling increasingly insecure. 1 unit of dark energy, can you truly produce that? Lu Sun directed his gaze at He Xiao. Of course I can. I do not believe you, unless you produce it immediately. Fine, I shall. He Xiao gritted his teeth and stepped aside to make a phone call. This card contains 1 unit of dark energy. Should you win, it will be transferred to you immediately. Minutes later, He Xiao produced a card, seemingly having procured dark energy from his family. Very well, let this be the wager. Lu Sun readily accepted. Though a Chang felt somewhat flustered on the stage, he found himself with no room for retreat. In the current situation, he could not show weakness. As a distinguished third-tier genius, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by an unknown challenger. It was better to fight boldly. There was a chance he might prevail. After all, he was a third tier. 1 unit of dark energy? My, is this wager not excessively high? Excessively high. It is astronomically so. If Lu Sun were to win, it would be exhilarating. Even in defeat, the thrill would be palpable. The audience murmured, astonished by the staggering stakes. Even for students from Qingbei? 1 unit of dark energy was an astronomical figure. Such extravagant wagers were exceedingly rare at Qingbei. Students, the rules of the arena are quite simple. The use of talismans, battle pills, or other external forces is prohibited. No harm to life or foundation is allowed, and once one party concedes, they must cease immediately. After the stakes were established, an instructor responsible for maintaining order in the arena reiterated the rules. The regulations were public knowledge. Every time a student stepped onto the stage, the instructor would repeat them. The teacher, after clarifying the rules, stepped aside and activated a protective formation to shield the arena from the potential aftermath of the duel. Lu Xun and He Chong faced each other, with He Chong brandishing a broadsword, his internal power surging, his momentum escalating wildly. Meanwhile, Lu Xun casually unsheathed his sword. "You may strike first, lest you accuse me of bullying the weak." He Chong, having reached the pinnacle of his momentum, allowed Lu Xun the first move. His apparent humility was a ruse, for he excelled in the art of counterattack, utilizing stillness to counteract motion. Bullying the weak? No. This is a case of the small outmaneuvering the large. Before Lu Xun's words had fully left his lips, his figure abruptly vanished. So swift. He Chong's pupils constricted. Having just broken through to the third realm, his perceptive abilities were keen, capable of tracking even the trajectory of bullets. Yet at this moment, he could not discern Lu Xun's movements. Frenzied wind sword technique. In a state of alarm, He Chong immediately shifted to defense, wielding his broadsword in a tempestuous flurry, creating an impenetrable curtain of steel around himself. The clang of metal rang out in a succession of sharp sounds, as Lu Xun's assault, fierce as a storm, was entirely thwarted by He Chong. My turn. He Chong felt a surge of confidence and prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, several glimmers of cold light flashed. Simultaneously, Lu Xun's sword cleaved through the air once more, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy. This is bad. Golden Bell Shield. He Chong's scalp tingled as he hastily swung his sword to defend, simultaneously activating a defensive technique, the Golden Bell Shield. In a heartbeat, Lu Xun's sword energy was barely deflected, yet 2 flying swords, like phantoms, pierced through the shield, instantly impaling his shoulder and thigh. I concede. In a moment of life and death, He Chong screamed. The 3 flying swords abruptly halted, their tips mere inches from his body. Cold sweat dripped from He Chong's brow, his complexion pale, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He was bloodied, having sustained significant injuries from the 2 swords. Though they would not be fatal. Unbearable. Lu Xun waved his hand, retracting the flying swords as if they were swallows returning to their nest. He Chong's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the dark web assassin. To Lu Xun in his current state, he was utterly insignificant. He had easily defeated him without even employing his true strength. Defeated, He Chong surrendered. What other choice did he have but to risk further injury? How could the third realm fall so swiftly? The crowd erupted in astonishment, gasps echoing throughout the arena. Thousands of students exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 64. The Sensation. The protective artifact. Lu Xun wins, the teacher announced, declaring Lu Xun the victor. He Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "This is impossible." Despite the outcome laid bare before him, witnessed by thousands, He Xiao found it hard to accept. How could a distinguished genius of the He family, a figure of the third realm, be defeated by Lu Xun? The very thought was incomprehensible. How formidable he was, mastering both celestial and martial arts, displaying such prowess in battle. With one hand wielding sword energy and the other directing a flying sword, who could possibly defend against such an onslaught? How was it that he could simultaneously command both true energy and spiritual power, while I struggled to harness even one with all my might? Don't you think Lu Xun appeared exceptionally dashing during the fight? Below the arena, a throng of students buzzed with excitement, still engrossed in the recent clash, fervently discussing it. How impressive! His flying sword could pierce through the Golden Bell Shield. Among the crowd, Lu Xinghan narrowed his gaze. While the ordinary students reveled in the spectacle, he discerned the underlying principles. The realms of celestial and martial arts inherently contain a hierarchy. In the existing hierarchy of Blue Star, celestial practitioners look down upon martial cultivators, who in turn disdain Western magic. Yet, in truth, all paths lead to Rome. Any road pursued to its limit can attain unparalleled strength. The flying swords of celestial practitioners are exceptionally sharp in the earlier realms, making them nearly impossible to counter. Martial cultivators possess corresponding techniques. For instance, upon breaking through to the third realm and unlocking 9-sense apertures, one gains dynamic vision and awakens the divine abilities of the apertures, enabling them to perceive the trajectory of flying swords and respond accordingly. Moreover, defensive martial techniques like the Golden Bell Shield are formidable adversaries to flying swords. This technique can be executed from the 1st to the 6th realm and beyond, with the effects varying drastically based on one's strength. Once deployed, it creates an all-encompassing defense. He Chong, a third-realm martial artist, demonstrated the Golden Bell Shield, which a second-realm celestial practitioner would find exceedingly difficult to breach with just a flying sword. Yet Lu Sun, being adept in both celestial and martial arts, managed to penetrate He Chong's Golden Bell Shield with his flying sword. That is indeed chilling. His swordsmanship is remarkably refined. Lu Xinghe noted even more intricacies. Lu Sun's swordsmanship was so exceptional that the sword energy compelled He Chong to defend with all his strength, leaving him no energy to counter the flying sword. This implies that during the recent battle, Lu Sun was multitasking, attacking with sword energy while simultaneously manipulating the flying sword. Such skill is exceedingly rare. Lu Xinghe felt an overwhelming pressure. Although he had no direct conflict with Lu Sun, as a fellow genius of the same generation, who wouldn't he wish to measure their prowess against him? They were all at the prime of their youth. If they behaved like middle-aged or elderly individuals, shunning competition, wouldn't he that squander the vitality of their age? Has he truly become that formidable? Meanwhile, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Muron Wan's beautiful eyes. At that moment, Lu Sun glanced her way. Their eyes met. Lu Sun winked at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she hastily averted her gaze. This junior is rather intriguing. It has been a while since such a talent has emerged. So, are you also planning to challenge him? I am 3 years his senior, and my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th realm. To compete with him would surely be a source of ridicule. This battle has drawn more spectators than anticipated. On the rooftop of a teaching building, several figures stood resolutely, gazing intently at the unfolding conflict. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Fei Tai laughed heartily as he took a swig of wine and staggered towards He Xiao. I shall procure the wager for you. He feared that He Xiao might renege, for it was a substantial cubic measure of dark energy. Under Fei Tai's watchful gaze, He Xiao's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and transferred a portion of dark energy to Lu Sun. He then leapt onto the platform to assist the severely injured He Chong. As for Lin Yan, who had originally been by his side, he had already slipped away to a distance of several dozen meters from Lu Sun. This fellow was thoroughly intimidated by Lu Sun, lacking even the courage to make eye contact. He would only dare to engage in verbal sparring with Li Bufan, with whom he occasionally arranged a duel. Li Bufan's defense was formidable, though his offensive techniques were mediocre. Lin Yan gradually discerned a strategy, resulting in their encounters often ending in stalemates. Good disciple, come. Let us find a secluded place where I can bestow upon you several protective treasures. After He Xiao's transfer, Fei Tai led Lu Sun away. Thus, the challenge initiated by He Chong drew to a close. Though the challenge had ended, its reverberations lingered, spreading through Beta University like a breeze and extending to other institutions. The news was indeed true. Lu Sun had genuinely slain a third-realm assassin. Just watch the video if you don't believe it. At that moment, the earlier reports were validated by a video showing the third-realm assassin lying lifeless in the street. I knew it had to be true. Is there any doubt? Lu Sun so effortlessly defeated the third-realm He Chong. Avenging himself against a third-realm assassin is hardly a remarkable feat. The terrifying prowess of one who cultivates both martial and mystical arts raises the question, am I too late to open my spiritual veins? You might as well choose to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Beta University was once again shaken by this incident. Good disciple, with these items, you need not fear even a 4th realm opponent. But you must remain calm. The 4th realm is unlike any other. Hence, if you encounter one, it is best to use the teleportation talisman to escape. In the cultivation chamber, Fei Tai provided Lu Sun with several protective treasures in one go. Each of these items was designed to contend with 4th realm adversaries. The 4th grade Golden Bell Talisman, when activated, creates a protective barrier capable of withstanding the assaults of ordinary 4th realm cultivators for over a minute. The 4th grade teleportation talisman allows for a burst of incredible speed for 3 minutes, making it the perfect choice for escape. The 4th grade Thunder Pill, a combat elixir, can be triggered with true chi, inundating an area with lightning in a single devastating attack. Additionally, there was a set of secret silver soft armor. Even the sword intent of a fourth realm martial artist could be repelled by several strikes while donned. If one were to cultivate immortality, they could indeed withstand the slicing of an ordinary flying sword. For Lu Xun, these 4 items were true treasures, each holding immense value. Items of the 4th rank, irrespective of their quality, commanded exorbitant prices. Fei Tae had truly expended considerable resources this time. Teacher, this is far too precious. Lu Xun felt a twinge of guilt. Fei Tae had been exceptionally kind to him, which meant her, be it from Qingshu Academy or Beta University, would dedicate themselves to their students as he did. Fei Tae waved his hand, a flicker of nostalgia shimmering in his murky eyes. It seems I shall never break through to the 6th realm in this lifetime. He tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, his voice hoarse. If it weren't for meeting your master's wife back in the day, it's better left unsaid. Fei Tae's somber tone left Lu Xun at a loss for words of comfort. Just as Lu Xun was about to speak, he noticed a sudden brilliance ignite in his teacher's eyes. So, my disciple, he said, pressing firmly on Lu Xun's shoulder. Go and behold the vistas beyond the 10th realm for me. The phrase beyond the 10th realm momentarily left Lu Xun in a daze. Currently, on Blue Star, there were no publicly acknowledged experts of the 10th realm. As for what lay beyond, it was a mere legend. Some claimed it belonged to the realm of deities, a domain unattainable by humankind. Others believed that even expending all the dark energy on Blue Star would scarcely suffice to sustain the birth of a being from beyond the 10th realm. For Lu Xun at present, that seemed an insurmountable distance. There were more pressing matters at hand. Fei Tae patted Lu Xun's shoulder, drawing him back to the present. He finished the wine from his gourd in one gulp and declared loudly, "Free me." "Free you?" Lu Xun was taken aback. Isn't the teacher free now? How can one speak of freedom when one's heart is imprisoned? As the echoes of his words faded, Fei Tae's figure had vanished, leaving only a lingering scent of wine in the air. Chapter 65. The Treasure Girl. What is the He family's endgame? In the dormitory, Lu Xun's expression hardened. The bounty on him in the dark web had once again escalated, rising from 2 million units of dark energy to 4 million units, a direct doubling. This amounted to 4 cubic units of dark energy. It seemed that Lu Xun's battle with He Chong had thoroughly enraged the He family, making them feel an immense sense of threat. Thus they were intent on eliminating Lu Xun. If the bounty had been 1 or 2 cubic units of dark energy, some 4th realm cultivators might have hesitated. However, 4 cubic units of dark energy was enough to tempt some 4th realm cultivators to take risks. It is worth noting that the bounty was posted on the dark web, and those who frequented it often had complex backgrounds. When substantial interests were at stake, such 4th realm cultivators might not mind stepping into the role of an assassin. Lu Xun, I heard you were attacked by a 3rd realm assassin. I hope you weren't hurt. In the evening, Chu Yuqing's concerned voice echoed through the phone. During the day, Chu Yuqing was likely engaged in her cultivation. But now she had heard about Lu Xun's encounter with a 3rd-tier assassin. I'm fine, he reassured her. That's a relief. I was so worried. I also heard that you defeated his family's 3rd-tier prodigy. Lu Xun, you are truly remarkable. Her voice brimmed with admiration. After chatting for several hours, the night had deepened. Lu Xun accessed the campus network, discovering a plethora of information regarding his battle with He Chong. This clash had reverberated throughout Beta University and reached Qingshu Academy, as well as numerous other cultivation schools. The most fervently discussed topic among students was the combat prowess of those who practiced both celestial and martial arts. Although there had been practitioners of both disciplines before, none had exhibited the formidable strength that Lu Xun displayed. At the mid-stage of the 2nd realm, he effortlessly defeated a 3rd-tier genius. As for his counterattack against the mid-stage assassin, many students speculated that Lu Xun must have employed some hidden trump card, thus diverting attention from the specifics of the encounter. Engaging in battles beyond one's realm is a hallmark of genius. However, traversing the chasm between minor and major realms is no trivial feat moreover. Even if He Chong had not accessed the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd realm in his 4th year still marked him as a notable talent in the outside world. Remarkably, he could not withstand even half a minute against Lu Xun. Lu Xun's combat abilities were indeed astonishing. After surveying the discussions, he felt a sense of relief. At least among the students, no one had discerned his true strength. In reality, Lu Xun had not relied heavily on his excessive cultivation level during the battle. Instead, he relied on the sharpness of the Wanjie Wuxiang sword and the Wuying Feijian technique, along with the elusive Shenzong step. Otherwise, with He Chong possessing the eye aperture divine ability, it would have been challenging for Lu Xun to secure such a swift victory. He Chong's defeat was not unjust. These martial techniques and spells had undergone a 20-fold enhancement after being returned by the system, rendering them far superior to ordinary martial arts and spells. As for whether any instructors had seen through his true cultivation, Lu Xun was not overly concerned. In this era of high martial arts, which genius lacked secrets, provided they were not usurped or traitorous, various cultivation schools and the powerful of Blue Star tended to be quite lenient with prodigies. Moreover, the enigmatic nature of the chaotic divine body made it difficult for even sixth realm experts to perceive much. Lu Xun maintained a cautious demeanor, yet there was no need for excessive vigilance. As long as he did not expose the system, there should be no significant issues. Wow, it's Lu Xun. It's really him. The next day, Lu Xun confidently strode out of the school gates, heading towards Qingbei Street. Indeed, despite having narrowly escaped assassination the previous day, he ventured out once more. He was eager to see if any fourth-tier assassins would come for him. If a fourth-tier assassin truly struck, it would be a swift demise he would not even see coming, as Fei Taihe was watching from the shadows. After learning of the He family's renewed bidding last night, Lu Xun had devised this plan, using oneself as bait to draw out the assassin. If Fei Taihe can eliminate a four-realm assassin, it will undoubtedly instill fear in the others. At that time, before Lu Xun embarks on the ancient path of the starry sky, he need not exercise such caution. It also provides an opportunity for Fei Taihe to engage in something meaningful. Lu Xun harbored a dual sentiment towards his mentor, who cared for him deeply. He wished for him to regain his vigor, while simultaneously fearing that once he did, he would be overly protective during Lu Xun's training. Thus, Lu Xun arrived at the Starry Moon Tower without encountering any assassins along the way. It is likely that following the assassination attempt he had thwarted yesterday, even if a four-realm assassin accepted the bounty, they would hesitate to act today. Boss, I heard you were attacked yesterday. Are you all right? On the third floor of the Starry Moon Tower, Bai Ling greeted Lu Xun with evident delight. I'm fine, was the phrase Lu Xun had repeated most frequently over the past 2 days. Boss, I present to you this vial of elixirs. Should you encounter a fatal injury in the future, they may prove life-saving. Bai Ling handed Lu Xun a vial containing pills, each adorned with golden patterns. Undoubtedly, these were heavenly-grade elixirs. Let the cost of the elixirs be deducted from our share. I do not intend to take advantage of you, Bai Ling. No need for that. Boss, I haven't yet had the chance to thank you for rejecting their offer. Consider this vial my token of gratitude. Very well. Lu Xun accepted the elixirs. By the way, boss, I also have these spirit talismans for you. They are all second grade. I lack the spirit power for third-grade talismans, so I can only craft these. Though they are of a lower grade, their effectiveness is quite commendable. Bai Ling then presented him with several talismans. Upon inspection, Lu Xun noted that although Bai Ling's talismans were only second grade, their quality was exceptional, far surpassing his own creations. The intricate patterns alone were dozens of times more complex than those he had drawn. You can draw talismans as well? Lu Xun inquired, taken aback. Bai Ling's prowess in alchemy was impressive, yet her skills in talisman crafting were equally remarkable. Yes, my spiritual veins are damaged, preventing me from cultivating further. Hence, I have delved into these alternative methods. Besides talismans, I have also studied formations. Bai Ling replied with a hint of pride. She could even craft formations? How skilled she was. Look, boss, I have set up a defensive formation for the Starry Moon Tower. Even a three-realm cultivator would find it challenging to breach it for some time. As if anticipating Lu Xun's skepticism, Bai Ling activated the formation. This was a small-scale array capable of protecting the entire Starry Moon Tower. After testing it, Lu Xun found Bai Ling had spoken the truth. Breaking this formation would indeed require considerable time. The requirements for formations are not as demanding in terms of cultivation level, which likely explains why Bai Ling could arrange such an array. Though alchemy, talismans, and formations are often deemed secondary arts, they are far from simple, lacking the requisite talent. Even a lifetime of dedication yields only limited achievements. Mastery in any unconventional field is a rare feat. Bai Ling, however, possesses proficiency in 3 distinct areas, and she excels in all. In that moment, this vivacious and charming young lady appeared to Lu Xun as a veritable treasure. Chapter 66. Business Warfare. Affection level upgrade, if only he could bind her. System, how long will it take for me to bind a third individual? Lu Sun found himself contemplating the prospect of forming a bond with Bai Ling. At present, with Murong Wan and Chu Yuqing by his side, he no longer faced concerns regarding his cultivation. Should he successfully bind Bai Ling, his growth in other methods would also accelerate significantly. The most remarkable aspect is that although he cannot cultivate, he can certainly engage in alchemy, talisman crafting, and formation arrangement. Once his alchemical skills improve, generating income will become a straightforward endeavor. The same applies to talismans. For instance, the fourth-tier talismans given to Lu Sun by Fei Taie are worth over 100 million each. In terms of dark energy, that equates to a starting point of 100,000 units. While earning money as a formation master is slightly more challenging, it is still lucrative. Once certain cultivators attain wealth, they often seek to enhance their homes with more formidable formations to protect their families, thereby creating opportunities for formation masters to profit. Generally speaking, alchemists are the wealthiest, followed by talisman masters, and then formation masters. If he could bind Bai Ling and, with the aid of the system, resolve her spiritual vein issues, Lu Sun would be able to receive a continuous return from her. By then, possessing these three methods of generating income would enable him to address the cultivation resource needs of Murong Wan and Chu Yuqing as they develop, ensuring their training progresses swiftly. Their cultivation speed directly influences Lu Sun's own growth rate. The host can bind a third individual upon reaching the third realm. The system provided its answer. To bind Bai Ling, Lu Sun must ascend to the third realm. The binding methods remain the same as before, either through a profound connection akin to that with Murong Wan or by elevating affection to 100 with Chu Yuqing, followed by a kiss. There are hidden conditions as well. For instance, in the case of a profound connection, Lu Sun must be the first man for the other party. Women who have already been visited by other men are ineligible for binding. System, what is Bai Ling's current affection level towards me? Lu Sun inquired. 16. The answer revealed that Bai Ling's affection for Lu Sun is not insignificant, standing at 16, though it is not particularly high. This figure likely correlates with Lu Sun's decisive rejection of the Jia Group's acquisition. Otherwise, their interactions have been limited, making the presence of any affection rather puzzling. Before he breaks through to the third realm, he must find a way to elevate the affection level, and then devise a strategy for binding. Lu Sun began to strategize. He is not a fickle man. He simply desires to bind Bai Ling, and there are only these two methods available to him. The first option was exceedingly difficult. Lu Sun could not possibly coerce Bai Ling. Thus, he opted for the second course of action. Bai Ling, what affliction has befallen your spiritual vein? With a resolution in mind, Lu Sun turned his attention to Bai Ling, eager to uncover the nature of her plight. Boss, it's like this. I possess a Dan vein that was once perfectly functional, but 2 years ago, for reasons unknown, it suddenly deteriorated, and as a result, my entire spiritual wheel became obstructed, leaving me in my current state. Bai Ling recounted the circumstances of her misfortune. The Dan vein has failed? How could it simply cease to function without cause? Lu Sun instinctively sensed that there was more to this tale. I'm not certain. Perhaps it was due to my excessive alchemical endeavors, she replied. With the remarkable elixirs you concoct, is there no remedy? The celestial spiritual vein has encountered issues. It is exceedingly challenging to rectify, unless one possesses primordial energy, which is beyond my reach. Bai Ling sighed. This typically optimistic young woman rarely exhibited such despondence. If only he could bind her, the system might resolve this quandary. Lu Sun comprehended the situation, allowing a sense of relief to wash over him. Each time a new bond was forged, the system rewarded him with a binding package, which typically contained items of immense utility for the bound individual, capable of addressing their dilemmas. For instance, Murong Wan had received innate energy, and Chu Yuqing had required primordial spiritual energy. Surely, the system could also provide the primordial energy Bai Ling needed. Since I have no pressing matters today, I shall assist you, and perhaps learn a thing or two about alchemy in the process. Thank you, boss. You are truly kind, Bai Ling replied gratefully. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Lu Sun chose not to depart, but instead extended his help to Bai Ling. In the subsequent days, he consistently allocated time to aid her. While assistance was secondary, his primary aim was to enhance their rapport. This endeavor proved fruitful. Within 3 days, Bai Ling's fondness for Lu Sun surpassed 20. Throughout these 3 days, Fei Taie had been lurking in the shadows. To be precise, he was ensconced within a cloud above Qingbei Street, imbibing alcohol while awaiting an opportunity. However, no assassins had made their move against Lu Sun during this time. Fei Taiye exhibited remarkable patience. After all, he was no longer striving for advancement, content to drink away his days, irrespective of the location. Third miss. The owner of Xingyue Tower refuses to breach the contract. It appears we must seek alternative solutions. Even with a doubled offer, she remains unmoved. Indeed, third Mississippi. The owner possesses a rather unique identity, making it unlikely we can sway her. Oh, and who might she be? Fu Shui. Fu Shui, you say? Given her stature, it seems we truly cannot persuade her. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Jia's apothecary, the third miss wore a frown. Over the past few days, Manager Li had leveraged various connections and finally located the owner of Xingyue Tower. The third miss intended to offer a handsome sum to entice the owner to breach the contract, thus expelling Lu Sun and Bai Ling. However, the other party's prominence rendered cooperation impossible, and this avenue was now closed. Let the commercial war commence. We shall procure a batch of elixirs from other stores and sell all our potions at half price, while simultaneously acquiring raw materials at exorbitant rates. I am eager to see how long she can endure this. Moments later, the third young lady arrived at a resolute decision. She intended to initiate a business rivalry to demonstrate to Bai Ling the seriousness of the situation. Third young lady, for a mere Lingdan pavilion, you must cease this. Your decision is beyond reproach. Indeed, I acknowledge my error, replied her subordinate. Supervisor Li sought to offer counsel, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a maid interrupted him. He sighed inwardly. In his view, the modest quantity of products sold by Lingdan Pavilion posed no real threat to the Jia family's elixirs. Not only the Jia group, but even this Jia elixir shop on Qingbei Street dwarfed Lingdan Pavilion in comparison. It was akin to the difference between an elephant and an ant. The principal issue for Lingdan Pavilion was its insufficient supply. Regardless of the efficacy of its products, the majority of students remained unable to purchase them. They were left with no choice but to opt for Jia's elixirs. There was no necessity for the third young lady to engage in competition with Lingdan Pavilion. What? Jia's elixirs are half price? Hurry, let us seize this opportunity. The following day, news spread rapidly through Qingbei. Jia's elixir shop on Qingbei Street announced a half-price sale on all its potions. This revelation sent shockwaves through the student body of Qingbei. Jia's elixirs were renowned, yet their only drawback had been their steep prices. Now, the prospect of purchasing them at half price was nothing short of a windfall. Time was of the essence. If they did not act swiftly, when would they? Consequently, the entirety of Qingbei Street soon became congested with students clamoring to secure elixirs. Those who arrived later found themselves unable to squeeze through the throng. Why has everyone rushed to the other side? It's half price. Even if our elixirs are superior, we cannot resist the allure of such a discount. Inside Lingdan Pavilion, several staff members gazed longingly outside. Once bustling with patrons, the pavilion now stood nearly deserted, as all customers had flocked to the rival shop. The power of the half-price promotion was monumental. It was rare to find a student unmoved by such an offer. Each student's supply of dark energy for purchasing elixirs was, in truth, quite limited. The children of affluent families were but a small fraction of the student population. The majority needed to meticulously budget their dark energy, often saving for several months before making a single purchase. This directly resulted in more than half of the elixirs crafted by Bai Ling remaining unsold that day. Chapter 67. Lu Sun's Assistance, Bai Ling's Gratitude Indeed. His progress this month has been remarkable. Cultivation is ultimately the foundation. Yet Lu Sun not only possesses formidable combat prowess, but has also made significant advancements in his cultivation. At Beta University, the seasonal examinations have arrived. This time, Lu Sun revealed a bit more of his capabilities, particularly in celestial cultivation, elevating his standing by 2 levels. Once again sparking considerable discussion. Jia's elixirs at half price? Lu Sun raised an eyebrow as he turned to Li Bufan. Indeed, brother Sun, Li Bufan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Jia family's medicinal herbs had never been offered at half price before. Such a splendid opportunity to take advantage of cannot be missed. Shortly after the assessment, Li Bufan rushed to inform Lu Sun of a sensational piece of news. The Jia family's medicinal herbs were being sold at half price. This astonishing news spread like wildfire throughout Qingbei. Many students, upon completing their monthly examinations, hurried out to seize the chance to purchase the Jia family's herbs. Half price. Was this a direct challenge to Bai Ling? Lu Sun stroked his chin, deep in thought. Due to his participation in the assessment today, he had not yet ventured to Qingbei Street. What a crowd! Upon arriving at Qingbei Street, Lu Sun found it teeming with people. It was so congested that one could hardly insert a needle. Such bustling activity was a rarity for Qingbei Street, a testament to the tremendous impact of the Jia family's half-price sale. How was there still so much left? After much effort to squeeze his way into Lingdan Pavilion, Lu Sun discovered that the medicinal herbs had not yet sold out completely. This was nearly unthinkable in the past. Bai Ling's concoctions had always been snatched up the moment they were released. Observing the situation, Lu Sun made his way to the third floor. Bai Ling was intently focused on controlling the alchemical flames. Only when she heard footsteps did she lift her head, revealing a faint smile. "Boss," she greeted. Her mood seemed unaffected. "Are you all right, Bai Ling?" Lu Sun inquired softly. "I'm fine," she replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a calm demeanor. "Do you know that the Jia family's medicinal herbs are being sold at half price?" Lu Sun asked again. Bai Ling nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. "Yes. They aim to undermine my business. Not only are they selling at half price, but the raw materials for alchemy have also skyrocketed in price by several times. This must be their doing. Had the Jia group lost their sanity? What a financial blow they were willing to endure for the sake of Bai Ling's small shop." Lu Sun felt a twinge of confusion. He found himself more curious about the enmity between Bai Ling and the Jia group. What could have transpired that warranted such drastic measures from the Jia group? "What will you do?" Lu Sun asked Bai Ling. "It's all right, boss. As long as I can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, I can continue to refine elixirs, and as long as I keep refining, there remains a possibility of restoring my alchemical veins." Bai Ling maintained an optimistic attitude, displaying little concern. This was a quality that many could not easily learn. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Sun began to understand Bai Ling's intentions and plans. Her purpose for refining elixirs here was not solely to compete with the Jia family's offerings, but also to restore her alchemical veins. In her view, if she continued to refine elixirs incessantly, there was a chance for her veins to recover. Alchemy was an expensive endeavor, yet the profits were exceedingly high, which was why she had initially ceded a 30 share to persuade Lu Sun. She did not require much wealth, as long as she could maintain a balance. Allowing her to continue her alchemical work, that was sufficient. At present, the strategy employed by the Jia family's medicinal pills is precisely aimed at her. It is akin to striking a serpent at its most vulnerable point. Should this situation persist, the market for Bai Ling's elixirs will undoubtedly suffer. If her elixirs fail to sell, she will be unable to recover her funds, coupled with the rising costs of raw materials. Bai Ling's aspiration to continue her alchemical pursuits may become unattainable. Without the means to generate profit, how can she procure new raw materials? And without raw materials, how can she concoct new elixirs? Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Lu Sun pondered for a moment and said, "Bai Ling, for the time being, let us forego any profit sharing. Retain all the earnings for now. We shall endure this phase together." "Boss, you are too kind. I will surely compensate you later," Bai Ling replied, momentarily pausing in her actions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she lifted her gaze. She did not refuse, for her need was undeniable. However, even with this arrangement, the outlook remained grim. The Jia family seemed resolute in their pursuit against Bai Ling, and in the following days, they continued to sell their elixirs at half price. They also procured a substantial quantity of elixirs from other shops to cater to the students of Qingbei. The Lingdan Pavilion remained largely overlooked, with Bai Ling managing to sell only a quarter of the elixirs she crafted each day. The quality of the celestial-grade elixirs was indeed superior, yet their prices were exorbitant, limiting their accessibility to a select few cultivators. One significant reason Bai Ling chose to establish her shop on Qingbei Street was the robust purchasing power of the students, which would enable her to sustain her alchemical endeavors. In light of the Jia family's half-price strategy, a slightly slower cultivation pace posed minimal issues for some students, many of whom struggled to ensure a consistent supply of elixirs. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Bai Ling could only refine celestial-grade elixirs of the second tier. Had she been capable of producing those of the third tier or higher, the scenario would have been drastically different. Due to unsold elixirs accumulating in excess, Bai Ling found her finances dwindling. If this continued, she would soon be unable to afford the materials necessary for her craft. "Bai Ling, There is no need for you to rush. Their approach is bound to be unprofitable. They cannot sustain this for long, Lu Xun gently reassured. Observing the increasing pallor of Bai Ling's face, the tactics of the Jia family were rather straightforward. On one hand, they deliberately inflated the prices of raw materials, dissuading merchants from selling at lower rates, thus forcing Bai Ling to pay exorbitantly for her supplies. On the other hand, they undercut the prices of their elixirs, siphoning away Bai Ling's clientele. Even though the profit margins on elixirs could be substantial, the Jia family's strategy was unlikely to yield profit and might even result in losses. Lu Xun could not fathom that the Jia family could endure such losses indefinitely. No, boss, I cannot cease my work. My meridians still possess the potential for recovery, but if I halt my alchemical practices for too long, I may lose the chance for restoration altogether, Bai Ling insisted, shaking her head resolutely. Is that so? Moreover, she will not relent until I am driven away. I refuse to acquiesce to her desires. A flicker of defiance danced in Bai Ling's eyes. Who was she, after all? Lu Xun was now nearly certain that this was an undeniable web of grievances. Bai Ling, given the current prices of raw materials, can you still make a profit from the elixirs you refine? Lu Xun pondered for a moment before inquiring. If sold at the original price, I can certainly turn a profit. I am contemplating whether to offer a discount, she replied. That is reassuring. Do not concern yourself with the Jia group. Continue refining the elixirs. It matters not if they do not sell. I shall cover all expenses related to your alchemy. Boss, that seems too generous. I am not simply offering financial support. These elixirs will belong to me. In truth, I am benefiting from you as well. Thank you, boss. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. The current circumstances were exceedingly difficult for her. The elixirs she produced had no buyers. Her investments were unrecoverable. And though she had some savings, they would not last long. Lu Xun's willingness to support her was akin to a timely gift of coal in the midst of snow. However, boss, the cost of raw materials is quite high. This burden may be too great for you. Do not worry. I have ample funds. You may not be aware, but I have just won 1,000,000 units of dark energy. Boss, how impressive. Upon hearing of Lu Xun's substantial win, Bai Ling's spirits rekindled, offering her a fresh perspective on him. Initially, she saw him merely as a small employer, but now, she realized that this seemingly modest boss was not only kind and charismatic, but also possessed remarkable capabilities. Had her favorability reached 50? Lu Xun's proactive assistance yielded significant rewards. Bai Ling's admiration for him soared, surpassing the threshold of 50. Chapter 68. Miss 3. This doesn't seem right in the small training room attached to the dormitory. As Lu Xun recited the incantation, his aura began to rise. Boom. Lu Xun struck the energy tester. Indeed, his power had doubled. This transformation in his attack strength was solely attributable to Barbara's incantation. Finally, I have mastered it. Barbara squatted nearby, wearing a small red flower in her hair, appearing rather adorable. If I wish to amplify my combat power, I simply need to continue casting the incantation? Lu Xun asked. Precisely. Each time you stack it, the consumption will double. My blood is precious. You can stack it a maximum of 3 times. Do not exceed that, or your mental energy will suffer. Barbara cautioned. Casting the incantation indeed imposed some burden on mental energy. Lu Xun's clever use of Barbara's blood remained subtle, but if he continued to cast it, the pressure would become considerable. This is a formidable meditation technique. When you have the time, you should practice it to enhance your mental energy. Unbeknownst to him, Barbara had inscribed a meditation method on the floor. Meditation is an essential course for the training of a mage. For a sorcerer, 2 indicators hold paramount importance: mental strength and magical power. The initial stages of a sorcerer's cultivation revolve around the continuous enhancement of mental acuity and the accumulation of magical energy. From this perspective, it appears that the planet where Barbara resides boasts a highly developed magical system. Upon completing her meditation technique, Barbara's awakening drew to a close. Soon, her consciousness slipped back into slumber, transforming into her favored form, nestled within Lu Xun's embrace. Lu Xun took out his phone and captured an image of the meditation technique inscribed by Barbara. To his surprise, she was proficient in Chinese characters. Although not particularly astonished, after all, Barbara had conversed with him in Mandarin. He realized that her innate prowess must be formidable, with a remarkably developed cerebral capacity, allowing her to learn other scripts with relative ease. He pondered how long she had stayed on Blue Star and how she had traversed from the west to the east. The intricacies of her story would unfold in due time. The next day, Lu Sun made another visit to Qingbei Street. The street remained bustling with throngs of people, and the promotional event for Jia's medicinal pills was still in full swing. Meanwhile, the sales of Lingdan Pavilion's pills were dwindling. Fortunately, with Lu Sun's support, Bai Ling managed to maintain a steady production of pills daily, preventing the complete abandonment of her alchemical lineage. Lu Sun worried that if her alchemical lineage were to be entirely forsaken, the binding rewards from the system would become worthless. "Boss, these are the pills crafted yesterday," Bai Ling said, presenting him with the entirety of her previous day's work upon seeing him. Everything she undertook was, in truth, aimed at preserving and restoring her alchemical lineage rather than generating profit. "Bai Ling, from now on, display the newly crafted pills and return yesterday's pills to me," Lu Sun suggested. "Why, boss?" Bai Ling inquired, puzzled. "To create a sense of competition," Lu Sun replied, igniting a spark of realization in Bai Ling's eyes. "Ah." She nodded emphatically. Lu Sun lingered, continuing to assist Bai Ling, which endeared him to her. Her fondness for him increased day by day. 2 weeks had passed, and she remarkably persisted. "Lee's supervisor, no one is secretly selling raw materials to her at a lower price, are they?" A week later, in Jia's medicinal shop, the voice of the third young lady resonated. "Third young lady, absolutely not. I have contacted all the raw material merchants in the capital. They would not forego profitable sales to intentionally undercut Lingdan Pavilion," Lee's supervisor assured. "Could it be that she has found alternative sales channels?" One of the third young lady's maidservants queried. "That seems unlikely. Lingdan Pavilion only possesses pills of the second rank at most, whereas we can provide higher-grade earth and heaven-rank pills to those esteemed families. They would not risk offending our Jia group for the sake of a mere Lingdan Pavilion," Lee's supervisor expressed with ample confidence. Despite the high quality of Bai Ling's elixirs, she remains merely a second-tier alchemist, which is her Achilles heel. While the capital is home to many prestigious families, none are inclined to offend the formidable Jia clan for the sake of second-tier heavenly elixirs. The Jia clan possesses alchemists capable of producing heavenly elixirs as well, albeit with a significantly lower success rate compared to Bai Ling's nearly flawless production. Manager Lee's words alleviated the third Mrs. concerns. "Proceed with the half-price sales," he instructed. Yes, third Mississippi Manager Lee had come to terms with the situation. The third Miss was resolutely opposed to Lingdan Pavilion. Thus, there was no reason for him to provoke her further. The Jia clan, with its vast resources and substantial profits from elixirs, could absorb the recent discounts despite the soaring costs of raw materials. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had elapsed. Unbeknownst to many, the half-price promotion of Jia's elixirs had continued for a full month. This delighted the students of Qingbei, many of whom had seized the opportunity to purchase elixirs at half price, amassing quite a stockpile. For instance, Lin Yin had requested a substantial amount of dark energy from his family, accumulating a considerable collection of elixirs. Such opportunities were rare. The third Miss did not hinder the students from stockpiling. On the contrary, she welcomed it, as their purchasing power had been heavily depleted. This would ultimately prevent them from affording the elixirs crafted by Bai Ling. How could she endure for so long? Yet, as a month passed, Lingdan Pavilion remained open. Not merely operational, but also consistently refreshing its inventory with new elixirs each day. This perplexed the third Mississippi. While others may be oblivious to Bai Ling's circumstances, she was acutely aware of them. Bai Ling possessed minimal dark energy. If her elixirs failed to sell, she would soon struggle to afford the necessary materials for alchemy. According to her calculations, Bai Ling could not possibly sustain herself for an entire month. Yet, the reality was that Bai Ling had persevered for a month. If she had ceased producing elixirs and merely lounged about, it would be one thing, but Bai Ling had been diligently updating her stock daily, which left the third Miss bewildered. Something was amiss. The third Miss sensed an anomaly. "Miss, could it be that the wild girl has found a benefactor?" One mate speculated. "Her meridian channels are damaged. Where could she possibly find support? Moreover, this is a family matter for the Jia clan, one that others would shy away from." The two maids, considering themselves part of the Jia family, began to speculate. Could it be him? The image of a certain individual flashed in the third Mrs. mind, Lu Sun. Some days prior, Manager Lee had conducted an investigation into Lu Sun, and the results were quite surprising to the third Mississippi. From the information currently at hand, it appears that Lu Sun's parents passed away early, and during his youth, he faced significant upheaval. Yet, he shone brilliantly in the grand examinations, gaining admission to Beta University. Once enrolled, Lu Sun seemed to soar as if endowed with extraordinary luck. Initially, he uncovered a second celestial vein, causing a sensation at Qingbei, and subsequently advanced his cultivation at an astonishing pace, securing the top position on the newcomer leaderboard, consistently outpacing his peers in assessments. Last month, he even managed to turn the tables on a third-tier assassin and decisively defeated the third-tier prodigy, He Chong, in a duel, relying solely on his own prowess. Such a Lu Sun is undeniably radiant. More importantly, the third young lady discovered that Lu Sun had won a cubic unit of dark energy from He Chong. Given Lu Sun's cultivation and achievements, the dark energy he receives monthly from Beta University would certainly not be insignificant. If he were inclined to assist Bai Ling, he could sustain her for a considerable duration. It is highly likely that he is the one. After a moment of contemplation, the third young lady concluded that Lu Sun was most likely supporting Bai Ling. She found herself increasingly restless. Chapter 69. The Venomous Woman. Hello, Student Lu. A melodious voice interrupted. On Qingbei Street, a woman dressed in a high-end suit blocked Lu Sun's path. Her makeup was exquisite, and her chestnut hair fell in gentle waves over her shoulders, with a gemstone bracelet on her wrist refracting delicate glimmers in the sunlight. And you are? Jia Yue from the Jia Group. The woman parted her crimson lips, revealing a perfectly measured professional smile, her eyes subtly lifting. May we converse? Jia Yue? I apologize, but I believe we have little to discuss. Lu Sun replied coldly. The surname Jia, coupled with her appearance and demeanor, unmistakably indicated that she belonged to the Jia family, quite possibly a core figure within it. The recent business skirmish between the Jia's medicinal pills and the Lingdan Pavilion might very well have been orchestrated by her. With differing allegiances, what could they possibly converse about? Student Lu, this card contains a unit of dark energy. Should you agree to one request of mine, this card shall be yours. Jia Yue, in her high heels, caught up to Lu Sun, extending a card toward him. A unit? I had assumed the Jia Group was far wealthier. Is this trifling amount all you offer? Lu Sun's tone dripped with sarcasm. This remark, surprisingly, relieved Jia Yue. The fact that Lu Sun was willing to engage in dialogue was promising. The price is negotiable. If you find it insufficient, feel free to propose a figure, Student Lu. 100 units. If you provide me with 100 units of dark energy, the Xingyue Tower will be yours immediately. Lu Sun raised 2 fingers. Jia Yue's smile froze on her face. 100 units equated to 100 cubic units. 100 million units of dark energy. Calculating at a rate of 1,000 per unit, this amounted to a staggering 100 billion. Was a mere 3-year lease of the Xingyue Tower worth such an exorbitant sum? With her intelligence, it was evident that Lu Sun was deliberately making an outrageous demand to rebuff her. Indeed, she detected a hint of mockery at the corner of Lu Sun's mouth. Lu, this matter involves considerable stakes, and I would advise against your involvement. Jia Yue no longer broached the subject of acquisition, her tone laced with a warning. I apologize, but I cannot accept your counsel. A hero cherishes a beauty. I can comprehend Lu's support for her, yet he must ponder carefully. Should you continue down this path, you will find yourself in opposition to our Jia Group. Are you threatening me? Lu Sun halted, casting a piercing gaze at Jia Yue. He sensed that her strength was formidable, surpassing his own. The Jia Group was indeed a colossal entity. But what of it? Lu Sun was not easily intimidated. This is not a threat, I merely state the facts. And then, Lu Sun raised an eyebrow. Since stepping onto the ancient path of the stars from Blue Star, countless geniuses have emerged, yet few have ascended beyond the 6th realm. While Lu may currently traverse a smooth path, who can predict what the future holds? What are you trying to convey? Lu Sun's impatience began to surface. How can you be certain that you will never encounter a bottleneck? Moreover, Bai Ling can only concoct second-grade elixirs. Should you break through to the 3rd realm, Jia's elixirs would be your optimal choice. Jia Yue unveiled the implication. Should Lu Sun oppose the Jia Group, he would find himself on their blacklist, forever barred from acquiring their elixirs. Is that so? Jia's elixirs indeed enjoy a stellar reputation in the East. Yet, Lu Sun finds himself unconcerned. Even if Chu Yuqing and Muron Wan require elixirs, it bears no consequence. It is he, Lu Sun, who stands against the Jia Group, not them. Furthermore, with Bai Ling's assistance, he possesses superior alternatives. Indeed, Jia Yue held unwavering confidence in Jia's elixirs. I believe you are correct, Lu Sun conceded, a rare agreement. Before Jia Yue could bask in her moment of triumph, Lu Sun continued, however, I am quite obstinate. Once I have set my mind on something, even if I am mistaken or run into a wall, I shall not turn back. Jia Yue faltered momentarily. Today's encounter was indeed a wasted opportunity. Thank you, boss. Upon Lu Sun's return to Lingdan Pavilion, Bai Ling greeted him with heartfelt gratitude. Why do you thank me? I merely wish to express my appreciation. Bai Ling appeared genuinely delighted. From this, it seemed she had learned of Jia Yue's visit to Lu Sun. Otherwise, how could her fondness for him have notably increased in recent days? Lu Sun also intended to elevate Bai Ling's affection to 100, ensuring that once he broke through to the third realm, he could bind her at any moment. His cultivation continued to ascend. Meanwhile, Morong-wan had broken through to the 6th layer of Qi just over 20 days after surpassing the 5th layer. Chu Youqing's progress was slightly slower, yet not by much. Lu Sun found himself curious about the relationship between Bai Ling and the Jia group, pondering what entanglements lay between them. However, it appeared that Bai Ling was not particularly inclined to discuss the matter, so Lu Sun refrained from pressing her. Bai Ling's identity was undoubtedly complex. Otherwise, why would the esteemed Jia group fixate on such a minor entity as the Lingdan Pavilion? Was this woman truly so malevolent? The following day, Lu Sun unexpectedly received news from Luo Dashing. A bounty had surfaced on the dark web, targeting Bai Ling, with a substantial offer of 100,000 units of dark energy. Since the onset of this business conflict, Lu Sun had instructed Luo Dashing to monitor the dark web closely, fearing that the Jia group might resort to underhanded tactics. Indeed, his concerns were validated. After Jia Yue realized that Lu Sun could not find a breakthrough, she opted for the physical elimination of Bai Ling. By employing dark web assassins, she could effectively distance herself from any culpability, leaving no trace of her involvement. Lu Sun felt that if there were not already 2 assassination contracts targeting him on the dark web, he would not escape their notice either. Why was the bounty merely 100,000 units of dark energy? He found this perplexing. Wasn't this reward rather stingy? Jia Yue had been willing to offer 1 million units of dark energy to deal with Lu Sun. Yet the bounty on the dark web was only 100,000 units. Did Jia Yue believe that a mere 100,000 units would suffice to eliminate Bai Ling? What a treacherous woman. In Lu Sun's eyes, Jia Yue had become synonymous with wickedness. Apart from her and the Jia group, he could not conceive of anyone else who would target Bai Ling. Even if it were not her, it would likely be someone from the Jia group. This burden could only fall upon her shoulders. Contemplating this, Lu Sun took Xiao Bai and stepped outside. He intended to visit Qingbei Street to provide Bai Ling with some means of protection. Boss, are you implying that someone wishes to kill me? Yes. Be cautious in the coming days. Take these 2 talismans. Use them at the first sign of danger. At the 3rd floor of Xingyue Tower, Lu Sun handed Bai Ling the Golden Bell Talisman and the Thunderfire Talisman he had obtained from a 3rd-tier assassin. These 2 talismans, one for offense and one for defense, were sufficient to counter threats from the 4th tier. These 4th-grade talismans are far too precious. I cannot accept them. No treasure is more valuable than your life. Lu Sun insisted on pressing the 2 talismans into Bai Ling's hands. Thank you, boss. You are so kind. Bai Ling's eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Upon seeing her growing affection for him exceed 80, Lu Sun felt a sense of satisfaction. After assisting her for a while longer, he took his leave. With the array Bai Ling had set up in Xingyue Tower, combined with the talismans Lu Sun had provided, she would be well equipped to handle any 4th-tier assassins that might come her way. The likelihood of a 4th-tier attack for a bounty of 100,000 units of dark energy was minimal. Chapter 70. Jealousy Lu Sun. The following day, as Lu Sun stepped out of the school gates, Chu Yuqing was already awaiting him. The sunlight danced upon her hair, casting a delicate glow that rendered her ethereal, akin to a sprite. Upon spotting Lu Sun, she bounded towards him with the exuberance of a spirited fawn, effortlessly linking her arm with his. It was the weekend, and the previous night, Chu Yuqing had messaged Lu Sun expressing her desire to wander the streets together. She had been preoccupied with her training lately, and it had been some time since they last met. Due to the popularity of the Jia family's elixirs, the bustling streets of Qingbei were still teeming with people. Thus, Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing opted not to stroll through Qingbei Street, but instead ventured to several grand shopping malls in the capital. They meandered through the shops until the afternoon, accumulating a plethora of purchases. As evening approached, outside a lavish restaurant, Chu Yuqing excitedly waved her hand. Morong-wan, who had just alighted from her vehicle, paused momentarily upon seeing Lu Sun. It was the weekend, and Chu Yuqing had specifically invited her to gather for a meal. She had assumed it would be just the two of them. Little did she expect that Chu Yuqing would be accompanied by Lu Sun. Lu Sun, too, felt a tinge of bewilderment. He found himself wishing to peer into Chu Yuqing's mind to discern the workings of her thoughts. "Aunt, your progress is astonishing. I can barely keep up with you," she exclaimed. "Lu Sun, why are you in a daze? Is the food here not to your taste?" Chu Yuqing's voice echoed through the restaurant. Both Lu Sun and Murong were rather reserved, leaving Chu Yuqing to dominate the conversation. Were any students from Qingshu Academy present? They would undoubtedly be astonished. Was this truly the aloof campus bell? Indeed, Chu Yuqing, the bell of Rongqing No. 1 High School, had recently been voted the bell of Qingshu Academy by the freshmen. Although there were other beauties in Qingshu Academy, the previous campus bells had rarely made appearances, resulting in a diminished presence among the newcomers. The freshmen, however, were the most vocal on campus networks and forums, oblivious to the subtle dynamics of the meal. Chu Yuqing seemed entirely unaware of the intricacies at play. The relationship between Lu Sun and Murong was particularly complex. Had there been no second instance of intimacy, it might not have been so problematic. The first encounter had occurred long ago, and Murong had no intentions of pursuing further developments with Lu Sun. Her demeanor quite placid. Yet, due to the involvement of Murong Yan, Lu Sun and Murong had experienced a second moment of closeness. To be precise, it was not a second instance, but rather a second chapter. Now, as they met again at the same table with Chu Yuqing, a hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. There was little they could do. After all, Chu Yuqing was Lu Sun's girlfriend, while Murong was her aunt. The relationships were far too convoluted. "Wow, members of the Moon Clan," exclaimed Chu Yuqing as a group of singers, their skin shimmering with a soft lunar glow, began to serenade from the central performance stage of the restaurant. Instantly captivated, her eyes sparkled with delight. The melodious voices of the Moon Clan flowed like a clear spring, enveloping the entire restaurant in a serene hush. The Moon Tribe, like the Shadow Tribe, represents a distinct group of beings. Unlike the Shadow Tribe, however, the Moon Tribe is characterized by a gentler and more amiable disposition. Their planet was shattered at an ancient crossroads, leading to catastrophic destruction and the untimely demise of countless Moon Tribe members, leaving only a handful to endure the vastness of the cosmos. These remaining Moon Tribe individuals have demonstrated a spirit of camaraderie, offering assistance to the Blue Planet and helping to avert various dangers, thereby securing their opportunity to remain. In the present Blue Planet, numerous alien beings, like the Moon Tribe, have chosen to reside for various reasons. Some of these beings, closely resembling humans, have begun to integrate into society. During the government's enforced arrangement of random marriages, certain extraterrestrials are involved, and those who are less fortunate may find themselves matched with these beings, a prospect that many women find daunting, given that they are not human. Of course, there are also alien women who are assigned to human men. Some speculate that the government's intention is twofold: to unite diverse strengths and to foster unique hybrids through this method. Generally, these extraterrestrials inhabit designated areas, resulting in limited interaction with ordinary citizens. Lu Sun, you share a school with your aunt. Perhaps you could engage with her more often. Your rapid cultivation could benefit from her guidance as well. After the Moon Tribe's song concluded, Chu Yuqing, sensing a lull in the atmosphere, sought to enliven the conversation. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, completely oblivious to the slight tightening of Murong's fingers beneath the table. "All right," Lu Sun replied succinctly, naturally serving a piece of roasted goose to Chu Yuqing. "You should try this, Yuqing. Aunt, you should have some too." He then casually offered Murong a piece of the roasted goose. This unexpected gesture momentarily startled Murong, causing her fingers to unconsciously tighten around her wine glass. Lu Sun's address made her ears flush slightly. "Aunt, I toast to you." He raised his drink, his gaze steady. Murong was compelled to raise her glass in response, taking a sip while her lashes cast a delicate shadow across her cheeks. "Aunt, this is a dish introduced by the Moon Tribe. You must try it. Let me pour you some wine. Allow me to refill your tea." Lu Sun's attentiveness towards his aunt was unwavering, serving her food and drink in a relentless wave of care, leaving little room for anything else. Murong's cheeks flushed a visible shade of crimson, even her neck tinged with a soft pink hue. Chu Yuqing gradually spoke less, though Lu Sun consistently served her first before attending to Murong. Yet, his evident warmth and concern for Murong stirred a twinge of jealousy within Chu Yuqing, a sour feeling bubbling to the surface. "Aunt, I've had enough, I'm full," Moron finally declared, overwhelmed. "I'm also satisfied," Chu Yuqing added. Chu Yuqing set down her chopsticks, her voice noticeably softer than usual. Only then did Lu Sun follow suit. Observing the somewhat sullen Chu Yuqing, Lu Sun finally felt reassured that his girlfriend was indeed a normal person, at the very least. She was capable of feeling jealousy. "Lu Sun, Auntie, it was delightful to dine together today. Let us make it a monthly tradition, shall we?" Just as she contemplated this, Chu Yuqing proposed a new idea. Lu Sun silently retracted his previous thoughts. Chapter 71. The Return of Lu Mei. The name of Lu Sun at the entrance of the restaurant. The two entered hand in hand. The woman, clad in a moon-white qipao, moved gracefully, the slit revealing glimpses of her leg, drawing the attention of diners within the hall. "Lu Mei?" As Lu Sun raised his gaze, he happened to spot the familiar figure of Lu Mei. According to Li Bufan, as soon as Lu Mei arrived in the capital, she had cast aside Lin Yan. It was precisely due to this incident that Lin Yan harbored resentment towards Li Bufan, leading to their occasional confrontations. From this perspective, it appeared that after Lu Mei had discarded Lin Yan, she had taken up with the man beside her. After casting a few glances at the man, Lu Sun averted his gaze. He had long ceased to care for Lu Mei. Upon seeing her, his heart stirred not a single ripple. "Lu Sun." Lu Mei too noticed him, her pupils constricting sharply before a deliberately crafted smile graced her red lips. With her delicate fingers pointing to a seat next to Lu Sun, she sweetly exclaimed, "Changgu, let us sit there." "Very well, whatever you say," the man named Changgu obediently acquiesced. The two settled closely together. After casting a glance at Lu Sun's profile, a mocking smile curled at Lu Mei's lips as she deliberately raised her voice. "Changgu, you are remarkable, having swiftly advanced to the third realm. My dear, it is but a trifling third realm. In a few years, I shall undoubtedly break into the fourth realm." Changgu boasted, his chest puffed with pride. He relished the opportunity to showcase his prowess in such an upscale restaurant. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Mei's words left her mouth, numerous eyes turned their attention toward them. In a city teeming with experts, achieving the third realm was no small feat. After all, not everyone was a prodigy. Our Wanlu Academy is indeed formidable. The so-called geniuses from Qingbei are mostly scions of impoverished families who can hardly afford decent elixirs. Unlike you, Changgu, who feasts on earth and sky-grade concoctions as if they were mere meals. Perhaps noticing Lu Sun's lack of reaction, Lu Mei elevated her tone further. "Wow, Wanlu Academy. Students who can enter Wanlu Academy are either wealthy or noble. It is a prestigious institution, and it is said that even scions from small locales do not qualify for admission. No wonder they are so impressive. This girl must also have an extraordinary background to be admitted to Wanlu Academy." Whispers began to circulate around them. The discussions greatly gratified Lu Mei's vanity, for the threshold of Wanlu Academy surpassed even that of Qingbei. Tsinghua and Peking University maintain a relatively equitable admission policy. As long as one possesses exceptional talent, one's background becomes inconsequential. However, Wanlu Academy operates under a different paradigm. Mere genius does not suffice. It necessitates being scion of an illustrious family, ideally one of considerable affluence, boasting at least one grandmaster within their ranks. Take Lin Yan, for instance. His aspirations to attend Wanlu Academy fall short of the mark. Naturally, should one possess extraordinary talents like Chu Yuqing or Moron Wan, their lineage is of little importance, but this privilege is extended solely to females. For instance, Lu Mei leveraged her connection with a powerful individual to gain entry into Wanlu Academy, a feat that filled her with pride. She had often sought opportunities near Tsinghua and Peking University to encounter Lu Sun, eager to flaunt her achievements. Today, fate has conspired to present her with this chance. She could not let it slip away. Yet, Lu Mei miscalculated. Lu Sun remained wholly unaffected by her presence, while Chu Yuqing and Moron Wan merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before averting their eyes, with Chu Yuqing failing to even recognize her. Strong brother, having opened the celestial marvel vein and swiftly breaking through to the first realm, don't you think a celebration is in order? Lu Mei exclaimed, gripping Strong brother's arm and shaking it with a saccharine tone. Her feigned innocence masked her desire to boast about her own accomplishments in opening the celestial marvel vein and achieving a breakthrough. Celebrations were indeed warranted. Strong brother rose, clapping his hands and proclaiming, "Everyone, feel free to eat and drink to your heart's content. Today, I shall cover all expenses. Wow, strong brother is so generous. Truly befitting the heir of Wanlu Academy. His grandeur is unparalleled. A chorus of admiration erupted in the restaurant. Lu Mei scoffed to herself, thinking, what a show-off. She believed Lu Sun was merely pretending. In her estimation, he must be regretting his earlier decisions, as the current Lu Mei was beyond his reach. Waiter, please bring the bill, Lu Sun gestured. Lu Mei, feeling somewhat agitated, decided it was time to depart, having already finished her meal. Sir, all expenses today are covered by Mr. Lin Chong. You need not settle the bill, the waiter replied with a slight bow. The fact that she could name strong brother indicated his frequent patronage of the establishment. Indeed, brother, today I'm in high spirits. Feel free to leave without concern for the bill, Lin Chong declared grandly, wearing a condescending smile. Oh, isn't that Lu Sun? Lu Mei thought it imperative to confront him. Lu Sun had broken her heart and embarrassed her on numerous occasions. She felt compelled to settle the score. Wife, do you know him? Lin Chong inquired. Strong brother, this is the very one who used to bully me in Rongqing, making me endure countless hardships and ridicule. Lu Mei lamented, her voice quivering with emotion as she recounted Lu Sun's past transgressions. So it is you, Lu Mei. Chu Yuqing finally grasped the situation. How can you be so wicked? Chu Yuqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Lu Sun has brought you meals for 3 years, and you accuse him of bullying you. Who asked him to bring me meals? He only did it because he wanted to win my affection. When he realized he could not have me, he became furious. She retorted, Brother Chong, why are you just standing there? Are you going to let him treat me this way? Lu Mei, fearing that Chu Yuqing might divulge more details, hastily urged Lin Chong to take action. How dare you bully my wife? You, boy, kneel before me. Lin Chong was instantly incensed, his inner spiritual energy surging forth as he pressed down with his right hand, intending to force Lu Sun to kneel before him using the pressure of a third-tier cultivator. Humph! Lu Sun scoffed, his energy and spiritual core boiling with intensity. With a resounding hum, the aura of a martial artist and the pressure of a cultivator erupted simultaneously around Lu Sun, colliding violently with Lin Chong's spiritual pressure. With the clash of energies, Lin Yan, who had just broken through to the third tier, felt an upheaval within, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Mei gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could this be? A third-tier expert from Wanlu Academy actually spat blood. Who was that person? Such terrifying strength. The entire restaurant fell silent, everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. You've chosen death. Lin Chong roared in fury, unwilling to accept that the clash indicated his inferiority to Lu Sun. Thunderfire technique. He formed seals with his hands, preparing to launch another attack. However, Lu Sun was quicker. With a flash, he charged at Lin Chong. Boom. The sound of electricity and fire colliding echoed as Lin Chong was sent flying, crashing through a table and shattering it into pieces. Although the attack of a cultivator was formidable, engaging in close combat with a martial artist of comparable strength was foolhardy. Despite Lu Sun still being at the second tier, his power far surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier cultivator. With another spurt of blood, Lin Chong fell back. Lu Mei was left speechless. I understand now. He is Lu Sun from Beta University, the dual cultivator. Lu Sun, haven't you heard? Last month, he defeated a third-tier assassin despite being at the second tier, and even overcame a third-tier genius, his combat prowess surpassing all expectations. Is there really such a talent in this world? And he is just a freshman. At that moment, some patrons in the restaurant, who had heard of Lu Sun, finally connected the dots and recounted his remarkable feats. A wave of astonishment swept through the restaurant as everyone was awed by Lu Sun's might and extraordinary talent. Compared to Lu Sun, Lin Chong, the so-called genius of Wanlu Academy, seemed utterly insignificant. Lu Sun had only just begun his first year of university, while Lin Chong appeared to be at least in his third or fourth year. It's impossible. How could he be so formidable? Lu Mei's earlier pride evaporated. She had been preoccupied with opening her meridians and pleasing Lin Chong, remaining unaware of Lu Sun's burgeoning reputation at Beta University. She could hardly believe it, unable to fathom that Lu Sun could be so formidable. Yet, the truth lay before her, and whether she accepted it or not, she had no choice but to believe. The sharp sound of a crisp slap echoed through the air. Lu Sun, how dare you strike me? Lu Mei cried out, shielding her stinging face. Another resounding slap followed, sending Lu Mei sprawling. Her entire visage became swollen and bruised. At last, she fell silent. covering her face in terror as she gazed at Lu Sun, fearing he might strike again. I have already warned you once. Should there be a next time? Lu Sun's cold glare spoke volumes, sending a shiver down Lu Mei's spine. Chapter 72. The retreat of the Fourth Realm assassins let us depart. In the restaurant, Lu Sun ushered the two women away. Thus, the farce instigated by Lu Mei came to a close. Brother Chong, Lu Mei lamented, clutching her swollen face. Breaking down in tears. Lu Sun, I will kill you. Lin Chong, rising from the ground in a fit of rage, brandished a talisman and charged out. Meow. Just as the trio exited the restaurant, the small white cat in Lu Sun's arms suddenly let out a cry. Be careful. Lu Sun's eyelids flickered, and without hesitation, he crushed a golden bell talisman. Fei Tai had bestowed upon him not one, but 3 of these talismans. After giving one to Bai Ling, he retained 2. A brilliant golden light erupted as the immense golden bell, adorned with swirling runes, enveloped the 3 of them. Thud! Just as Lin Chong burst forth, he collided with the golden bell, being violently thrown back and crashing into Lu Mei. Both were sent sprawling to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a fierce blade of light struck the golden bell, scattering the runes. The bell trembled violently, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. Fourth Realm. Lu Sun's eyes narrowed. The assailant was a master of the Fourth Realm. Fortunately, he had the golden bell talisman. Boom, boom, boom. A figure clad in combat gear and wearing a mask emerged outside, launching an onslaught. The blade in his hand transformed into a flurry of icy light, relentlessly hacking at the precariously swaying golden bell. This was indeed the Fourth Realm master. A 4th-grade golden bell talisman could withstand a Fourth Realm expert for a limited time. This duration was not fixed. It depended on the quality of the talisman and the strength of the Fourth Realm warrior. Generally speaking, it could hold for over a minute. However, this Fourth Realm master was clearly intent on a swift resolution, his attacks exceedingly fierce. The runes on the golden bell were vanishing rapidly. It seemed unlikely that the talisman would endure for a full minute. Lu Sun clutched another golden bell talisman, poised to activate it at a moment's notice. Teacher, please do not fall asleep, he thought, casting a furtive glance upwards. Ever since he had dispatched that Third Realm assassin, no new assassins had appeared in recent days. The assassin from the Third Realm would hardly dare to attempt the assassination of Lu Sun easily. The He family has raised the bounty to 4 million units of dark energy. Thus, any incoming assassin must be of the Fourth Realm or higher. After all, there is only so long one can engage in thievery without being vigilant against thieves. Therefore, Lu Sun's decision to accompany Chu Yuqing for a shopping excursion today was also a strategic move to draw out the snake from its lair. If he could instill fear in these assailants, they would think twice before attempting to assassinate him again. Indeed, a formidable assassin of the Fourth Realm soon emerged. Lu Sun, this talisman is on the verge of breaking. I have another, Morong Wan said, extracting a spiritual talisman from her bosom. This was presumably a trump card given to her by Morong Zhan. Just a moment, Lu Sun replied with a solemn tone. Boom, boom, boom. The Fourth Realm master unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, intent on shattering the golden bell talisman. It's about to break. The golden bell talisman could barely withstand the onslaught. Just as it was on the brink of shattering, a brilliant sword light descended from the heavens like a meteor. With a swift thrust, blood erupted forth. Although the assassin narrowly evaded, he lost an arm in the process. He grimaced and decisively crushed a talisman, transforming into a streak of light as he fled towards the city outskirts. Trying to escape, Fei Tai's figure flickered as he pursued relentlessly. Before long, Fei Tai returned. Master, how did it go? Lu Sun asked as he withdrew the golden bell talisman upon seeing Fei Tai. He used a Fifth Realm escape talisman. My master was unable to catch him. I have wasted these years, Fei Tai sighed. Despite being a Fifth Realm Grandmaster, his shattered Dao heart had caused his cultivation to regress, severely diminishing his combat prowess. Fei Tai picked up the severed arm of the Fourth Realm assassin from the ground, examining it before stating, with this arm, the martial house should be able to pinpoint the target. The Fifth Realm escape talisman. This is another type of talisman meant for fleeing. This Fourth Realm assassin has quite a few trump cards. The martial house personnel arrived shortly thereafter. The time the Fourth Realm assassin was active was brief, yet the destruction wrought was significant. Although his attacks were directed at the golden giant bell, The ensuing turbulence of true energy shattered the glass of numerous buildings in the vicinity. Had these structures not been protected by arrays, collapse would not have been out of the question. Fortunately, the number of injured was minimal. The most severely affected were Lin Chong and Lu Mei, who had yet to regain consciousness. Yu Qing, refrain from attending school for a while and focus on your cultivation. Understood. An hour later, at the gates of Qingshu Academy, Lu Sun saw Chu Yuqing safely back before escorting Morong Wan back to Beta University. Throughout the journey, Morong Wan spoke little. Just before parting ways, Lu Sun forcibly placed several bottles of pills, refined from white spirit, into her hands. Miss Morong, consider it a loan from me, he insisted, leaving no room for refusal. In the past, she would likely have declined such a gesture from him. However, after Lu Sun entered the palace for the second time, her feelings towards him became increasingly complex. The assassination attempt by a master from the Four Realms today made her acutely aware of the importance of cultivation. Morong Wan pressed her lips together and ultimately accepted the situation silently. Lu Sun had set his sights on a certain Zhao Jia, a master of the Four Realms, for whom a wanted notice had already been issued by the martial arts department. This audacious individual dared to lay hands on my student. Rest assured, he shall not escape. The following day, Fei Taiye sought out Lu Sun, presenting him with several spiritual talismans. After witnessing Lu Sun's 2 consecutive assassination attempts, Fei Taiye seemed to grasp the underlying issues, yet refrained from probing further. Lu Sun contemplated for a moment, but chose not to disclose the bounty on the dark web to Fei Taiye. The He family opted for the dark web precisely because it leaves no traces of evidence. This grudge, Lu Sun would seek to avenge on his own. Boss, should I leave? The next day, within the alchemy pavilion, Bai Ling fidgeted with her fingers, her eyes slightly reddened. What's wrong, Bai Ling? Lu Sun inquired, puzzled. Could it be that Bai Ling was contemplating giving up? I heard that you were attacked again. It's all my fault, Bai Ling lamented, believing herself to be the cause of Lu Sun's troubles. Bai Ling, this is unrelated to you. Focus on your alchemy, Lu Sun chuckled softly. The promotion of Jia's medicinal pills was still ongoing, yet Jia Yue had not approached Lu Sun again. Judging from the assassination bounty against Bai Ling on the dark web, it seemed that either she or the Jia family had devised a dual strategy: to continue applying pressure through commercial warfare and to hope for an assassin to eliminate Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling seldom ventured out of the alchemy pavilion, and the recent promotion of Jia's pills had made Qingbei Street more bustling, making it harder for assassins to find an opportunity to strike. Until one day, when Bai Ling's supply of alchemical materials ran out, she went out to procure raw materials. And an unexpected event unfolded. A stealthy assassin approached her and struck fiercely. At that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light surged forth, forcing the assassin back. Just waiting for you, Lu Sun declared, the source of the sword light. With his sword in hand, Lu Sun unleashed a flurry of sword energy, employing the techniques of the wuxiang swordplay, rendering even the most adept practitioners unable to perceive his movements. Stars shift, and the universe turns. The assassin, possessing a technique to transfer damage, was met with relentless sword energy from Lu Sun, akin to a tempest, overwhelming the adversary. In no time, the assassin lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Lu Sun performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Boss, upon seeing Lu Sun, Bai Ling was filled with surprise, joy, and gratitude. Chapter 73, Binding with Bai Ling. Bai Ling, let me accompany you. After dealing with the assassin who had come for Bai Ling, Lu Sun accompanied her to procure alchemical materials. Apologies, but all our materials have been reserved. Perhaps you could check with other shops. However, a new problem arose. The two of them scoured the shops all afternoon, only to find that not a single piece of alchemical material could be purchased. Every shop's supplies had been pre-ordered, leaving Bai Ling utterly unable to procure what she needed. It must be the work of the Jia group, Lu Sun speculated. It should be her. Bai Ling felt both anger and helplessness. Acquiring the raw materials needed for alchemy is no simple task. One must either purchase them or venture outside the city to seek them out. The vastness of the outside world makes it nearly impossible to gather everything in a short time. Many spiritual herbs and medicinal plants are cultivated specifically by certain factions, with wild varieties being exceedingly rare. Bai Ling sat on the riverbank, hugging her knees, lost in thought as she gazed at the water's surface. Lu Sun settled beside her. The Jia group's scheme was indeed a devastating blow, effectively severing Bai Ling's path to alchemy. Bai Ling, Why does the Jia group target you so relentlessly? He finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. She fears I might usurp her position as heir. Bai Ling replied softly. The her you speak of refers to Jia Yue, does it not? Yes, it is she. She is the third young lady of the Jia family and the one most likely to inherit the family head's position. But you do not share the surname Bai. Lu Sun abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing that Bai Ling was in tears. It was the first time he had witnessed this ever-optimistic and resilient girl weep. He silently offered her a tissue. Thank you. Bai Ling accepted it and wiped away her tears. Years ago, the head of the Jia family took a fancy to my mother and forcefully claimed her, but his wife could not tolerate her. Bai Ling recounted the past in a low voice. The details differed slightly from Lu Sun's assumptions, yet the essence remained consistent. After being ostracized, Bai Ling's mother married a man named Bai Jianhua and subsequently gave birth to Bai Ling. Bai Ling had always believed Bai Jianhua to be her father. He passed away a few years ago due to a catastrophe, and her mother fell gravely ill as a result. On her deathbed, her mother revealed that she was of the Jia lineage and urged Bai Ling to return to the Jia family, for that was where her true stage awaited. To fulfill her mother's dying wish, Bai Ling chose to return to the Jia family. Initially, the head of the Jia family did not regard her favorably, but upon discovering Bai Ling's extraordinary talent in alchemy, he readily accepted her. Bai Ling proved herself to be quite remarkable, unveiling the 9 transformation Dan vein, a rare marvel of the world. She was a natural alchemist, capable of concocting second-tier heavenly elixirs even before reaching the first realm. Her talent being a rarity throughout all of Huaxia. The head of the Jia family began to envision her as the successor. However, this position had originally belonged to the third young lady, Jia Yue. Up to this point, Bai Ling's future appeared bright. Little did she know, after one particular alchemical endeavor, her Dan vein inexplicably faltered, rendering it useless. Her life took a drastic downturn. The head of the Jia family might not have easily abandoned her, but the disdain from the Jia family members ultimately led to her expulsion. Nevertheless, Bai Ling did not give up. She sought to restore her Dan vein through relentless practice in alchemy, and deep within her heart lay an unwavering determination to prove her worth. Thus, she hastened to Qingbei Street, directly opposite the Jia family's elixir establishment, to concoct her potions. However, she was entirely unprepared for the fact that Jia Yue, in her relentless pursuit, would personally oversee the operation and mobilize the resources of the Jia group to besiege her. Meanwhile, she resorted to underhanded tactics, issuing bounties on the dark web. Although she was a prodigy in alchemy, she had yet to mature enough to confront a colossal entity like the Jia group. Boss, thank you for your unwavering support. I have come to realize that this is my fate. Bai Ling, do not give up. Lu Sun interjected, grasping Bai Ling's hand with encouragement. We still have options. If we cannot succeed in the capital, we shall venture to other cities. I refuse to believe that the Jia group can monopolize all alchemical materials in the East. But, boss, I am so weary. Think of your mother. She would never wish for you to feel this way. As Bai Ling began to succumb to despair, Lu Sun invoked the memory of her mother. This tactic proved effective, as a flicker of light returned to Bai Ling's previously dim gaze. Your mother must have been incredibly unwilling to see you like this. She desperately hopes for your growth, to demonstrate to the Jia group just how formidable her daughter truly is. You possess the potential of an alchemist. Once your abilities are restored, none within the vast Jia group will be your equal. Lu Sun seized the moment, continuously uplifting Bai Ling's spirits. Boss, do you truly believe I can succeed? Bai Ling's eyes mirrored the desperation of a drowning person clinging to a final straw, seeking reassurance from Lu Sun. Yes, it is absolutely possible. You are not fighting alone. Lu Sun gazed earnestly into her eyes, affirming, you still have me. The mere utterance of those 4 words ignited a vibrant spark within Bai Ling's eyes. Affection for Bai Ling has reached 100. The host has defeated more than 4 third-tier cultivators, strength assessed as 3rd tier, now eligible to bind Bai Ling. At that moment, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Can I bind her now? Lu Sun was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated the necessity of ascending to the 3rd tier, but it turned out the system assessed based on strength. The criteria were straightforward: defeat more than 4 third-tier cultivators. However, even with affection at 100, binding Bai Ling still necessitated intimate contact, with a minimum requirement of a kiss. In pursuit of a higher return multiplier and the abilities Bai Ling possessed, as well as to aid her in restoring her potential, kissing Bai Ling posed no issue. The dilemma lay in how to approach it. Would he need to forcefully kiss her? At that moment, Lu Sun noticed a glimmer of allure in Bai Ling's eyes, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Indeed, he had been distracted by the system panel, and their gazes had lingered a moment too long. There is no time like the present. Lu Sun resolved to act decisively. Seizing the opportune atmosphere, he leaned in with determination. Bai Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, her body stiffening from Lu Sun's unexpected kiss. Binding conditions met. Bai Ling has been bound. Current return multiplier, 30. Note: Bai Ling's 9 revolutions Dan veins have collapsed due to injury and can be restored through primordial energy. Reminder: the host has binding rewards available for collection. Chapter 74. The man with 3 unique veins of heaven and earth. You have acquired primordial energy. As anticipated by Lu Sun, the binding reward was indeed primordial energy. While his lips still lingered on Bai Ling's, he hastily channeled the energy into her. A minute later, all the primordial energy had entered her body, and Lu Sun finally withdrew. Bai Ling remained frozen in place, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like a startled fawn, clearly rendered speechless by the sudden kiss. Lu Sun patiently waited. After several minutes, Bai Ling gently blinked. When she realized Lu Sun was so close, her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her ears tinged with an adorable pink hue. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself." Lu Sun stammered. "No, it's all right, boss," Bai Ling replied, her hands flailing in a fluster, her gaze darting, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't blame you. Please don't feel bad." What a kind-hearted girl, Lu Sun thought. Even after being kissed, she worried about his feelings. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if sensing changes within her. In the next moment, her face brightened, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. "What's the matter, Bai Ling?" "Boss, my Dan veins, they are recovering," Bai Ling exclaimed, her face alight with joy. She could distinctly feel the long-dormant veins within her revitalizing. Indeed, it worked. The primordial energy was effective. How wonderful. Bai Ling couldn't help but cheer. The Dan veins were her lifeline, more important than life itself. Without them, her spiritual wheel could not operate, and all other veins were similarly affected, leaving her unable to cultivate. Despite possessing 9 major spiritual veins and numerous minor ones, her lack of cultivation was due to this very reason. Now, her Dan veins were showing signs of recovery, pulling her from the brink of despair. "Bai Ling, focus on your recovery," Lu Sun reminded gently. "Understood, boss." Bai Ling quickly seated herself, immersing herself fully in the restoration of her Dan veins. Bai Ling's 9 revolutions Dan veins have been restored. The host gains a 30-fold reward from Bai Ling's achievements. The host acquires the creation Dan vein. The host will unlock the unique veins of heaven and earth. The extraordinary phenomena cannot be completely concealed, and some will be revealed. An hour later, the system's notification appeared. Creation Dan vein. What a remarkable discovery. Yet another unique vein of heaven and earth. Lu Sun had not anticipated that Bai Ling's meridian could indeed be restored. Now, Lu Sun had become a man possessing 3 extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. Within him, where the original chaos divine meridian resided, a new extraordinary meridian emerged, the creation meridian. Upon its appearance, it seamlessly fused with the previous 2 extraordinary meridians, becoming an integral part of the chaos divine meridian. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. The celestial clouds were rent asunder by an invisible force, as crimson gold elixir flames cascaded like a torrential downpour, transforming into ethereal images of spiritual herbs upon touching the ground, only to wither the moment they took root. This spectacle resembled the wondrous cycle of the birth and extinction of myriad medicines. Moreover, high above in the heavens, a colossal illusion of a pill furnace, woven from the elixir clouds, slowly materialized, emitting a resounding noise akin to bells and drums. Within it, pills floated and sank, coalescing into 9 resplendent stars aligned in a single line. Another phenomenon unfolded. The celestial flames blazed, and the mysterious furnace refined the 9-star meridian, signaling the emergence of a new meridian. In the skies above, some individuals noticed the spectacle. However, as this extraordinary event was triggered by Lu Sun, its scope was limited due to the system's constraints. Furthermore, given that extraordinary phenomena occurred almost daily in the capital, this particular event did not attract much attention. A few streaks of light approached from afar. By the time they drew near, the phenomenon was nearing its conclusion. This occurrence was rather harshly restricted by the system. Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The previous two celestial phenomena were manageable, but this one, triggered immediately after Bai Ling's meridian restoration, could lead to unwarranted speculation if discovered. It was better to remain discreet and thrive in silence. Little Ling, your meridian has been restored. A figure descended from the sky, seeing Bai Ling and mistakenly believing that she was the cause of the celestial phenomenon, revealing an expression of unrestrained joy. Thank you, head of the Jia family, for your concern. Bai Ling's meridian has indeed been restored. Bai Ling's expression instantly turned cold, her tone distant as if addressing a stranger. Her words momentarily stunned the approaching man. He was the head of the Jia family, the Jia group, and Bai Ling's biological father. Now that Bai Ling referred to him as the head of the Jia family and herself as Bai Ling, it was evident that she wished to sever ties with the Jia family. Little Ling, do not hold it against me. The Jia family is vast, with many elders. I cannot make decisions alone. The head of the Jia family sighed. He felt a twinge of regret. After Bai Ling's meridian was rendered useless, he had not insisted on keeping her. Yet, at that time, who could have imagined that her meridian would be restored? You jest, head of the Jia family. Bai Ling has no grounds to blame you, nor will she make things difficult for you. From now on, Bai Ling shall never set foot in the Jia family again. Bai Ling's tone was resolute, causing the head of the Jia family's complexion to change dramatically. Xiaoling, please do not act this way. I swear to the heavens. If you are willing to return with me, the position of heir shall still belong to you. The head of the Jia family raised his hand. Bai Ling shook her head. No, that family does not belong to me. After saying this, she strode towards the nearby road, preparing to hail a taxi. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, the head of the Jia family dejectedly slumped his shoulders and let out a long sigh. Young brother, you are a friend of Xiaoling, are you not? Please help me deliver this card to her. The password is her birthday. The head of the Jia family handed a card to Lu Sun. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Sun accepted it. Were he the protagonist of this matter, he would certainly decline. However, the head of the Jia family was ultimately Bai Ling's father, and Lu Sun wished to leave the choice in her hands. Has the head of the Jia family ever considered why Bai Ling's meridian is afflicted? After receiving the card, Lu Sun suddenly inquired. This question caught the head of the Jia family off guard. Young brother, do you suspect foul play? He asked hesitantly. He did harbor such suspicions, but could find no evidence. The challenge of discreetly crippling Bai Ling's meridian was immense. The head of the Jia family was well aware that earlier that morning, Bai Ling had also been the target of an assassination attempt. Lu Sun posed another question, assassination? Who was responsible? The head of the Jia family furrowed his brow, anger flaring in his eyes. I was just about to inquire, Lu Sun shrugged and, as he turned to leave, added, since the head of the Jia family is also unaware, I shall take my leave. Are you truly not returning? Lu Sun asked a few minutes later in the rideshare vehicle. No, Bai Ling replied, gazing out at the fleeting scenery, her resolve unwavering. That is for the best. It is wise not to return now, considering the multitude of individuals within the Jia family who harbor ill intentions towards you. If you were to go back now, it wouldn't be long before new issues arise. If a return is necessary, it shall be at a later time. For now, refining potions on Qingbei Street would suffice. Once her meridian is restored, she would soon be able to concoct third-grade elixirs. Progress in cultivation would similarly accelerate. The extraordinary nature of meridians lies in their ability not only to enhance alchemical prowess, but also to foster the improvement of one's cultivation through continuous practice. This means that Bai Ling need not exert herself in her training. Chapter 75. The marvelous chaotic power. Has her meridian truly been restored? Miss, it is absolutely true. How can this be? On the third floor of the Jia family's alchemy building on Qingbei Street, Jia Yue felt her body weaken, collapsing into a chair. Just moments ago, a thunderous piece of news had arrived. Bai Ling's meridian had not only recovered, but had also triggered a phenomenon in the heavens once more. As the originally designated successor of the Jia group, Jia Yue possessed commendable alchemical talent. At her young age, she had already become a fourth-grade earth-tier alchemist. However, she found it exceedingly difficult to produce heaven-tier elixirs. Even when she managed to create them, her success rate was pitifully low, often leading to the waste of a significant amount of raw materials just to yield one or two successful potions. The comparison with Bai Ling is utterly unfounded. Bai Ling's alchemical veins are akin to a royal trump card, rendering all her other advantages insignificant. Miss, it's terrible. The master has arrived. At this moment, a maid rushed in, breathless with anxiety. This is outrageous. What have you done, Jiayue? Exploiting the resources of the group to besiege your own sister was one thing, but hiring an assassin is utterly lawless. As the maid's words faded, the head of the Jia family stormed in, fuming as he shouted at Jiayue. Hiring an assassin? Jiayue's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly denied it. Father, I did not. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Who else could it be but you? The Jia family head was unconvinced. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind. The Jia family head turned, incredulous. Asian, was it you? Mother, what are you doing here? It was none other than Jiayue's mother. That wretched woman's illegitimate child. I would relish tearing her apart. So what if I hired an assassin? If you dare to let her through our doors again, I will raise the bounty to millions of dark energy. If you are so determined to choose her, then just kill me and Yue right here. The moment Jia Yue's mother appeared, she adopted a brazen demeanor that immediately quelled the Jia family head's fury. Bai Ling, take some time to rest and stabilize your alchemical veins. If the Jia family continues to block the alchemical materials, we shall find a way to enter the Alchemy Academy. Meanwhile, Lu Sun escorted Bai Ling back to Xingyue Tower. Once Bai Ling's alchemical veins were restored, her path would be clear. Should the Jia family persist in their blockade of alchemical materials, Bai Ling, with her innate alchemical talent, could certainly gain admission to the Alchemy Academy. The Alchemy Academy specializes in training alchemists. After Bai Ling's return to the Jia family, the head had decided to nurture her himself, denying her entry into the academy. Now, however, this could indeed be a viable path. By the way, this is the card your father entrusted me to give you. The password is your birthday. After a moment's thought, Lu Sun handed Bai Ling the card given by the Jia family head. Bai Ling gazed at the card for several seconds before accepting it, only to toss it directly into her box. Has the Jia family's alchemical medicine promotion ceased? The following day, the promotion for Jia family alchemical medicine was halted. Has Bai Ling's bounty for murder disappeared from the dark web? Not only that, but Luo Dashing sent news that the bounty for Bai Ling had also vanished from the dark web. It appears that the Jia family head was indeed taking action. Lu Sun surmised that this was likely related to the Jia family head. Bai Ling, let us try again. He promptly took Bai Ling to procure alchemical raw materials. This time, they succeeded smoothly in their purchase. Moreover, the prices of those alchemical raw materials had significantly decreased. At last, Bai Ling's most pressing issue was resolved. After acquiring the materials, Bai Ling dedicated herself to alchemy, intending to refine some elixirs to enhance her cultivation. With the conclusion of the promotional campaign for the Jia clan's elixirs, business at Lingdan Pavilion began to flourish once more. Lu Sun gradually released the stockpiled elixirs, recovering his costs. Thus, he found himself with idle time again, becoming the most leisurely individual once more. Not long after, Chu Yuqing achieved a breakthrough. Upon binding with Bai Ling, the return multiplier transformed into 30-fold, becoming even more formidable. Lu Sun's cultivation in the realm of immortality surged dramatically, escalating from the 13th to the 16th level of qi gathering in an instant. Not only did his spiritual energy amplify, but he also birthed a nascent consciousness. The 4th level of qi gathering signifies the mid-stage of this cultivation phase. It is at this juncture that an immortal cultivator can generate a faint consciousness. In Lu Sun's case, this faint consciousness experienced a 30-fold increase. This led Lu Sun to ponder the system's limitations. It cannot return rewards that do not exist. He had long surpassed the 4th level of qi gathering, yet Chu Yuqing had previously lacked consciousness, which explained the absence of returns in that regard until now. Is this what they call consciousness? How marvelous, Lu Sun mused, closing his eyes to perceive his surroundings with this newfound awareness. Though his consciousness was 30 times that of Chu Yuqing's, the foundational limits meant it was not exceedingly powerful, allowing him to sense only a few meters around him. However, the perception through consciousness proved to be more intuitive and detailed than mere sight. After some experimentation, Lu Sun began to introspect. His consciousness swept through the intricate channels of spiritual veins, eventually entering his dantian, which appeared as a chaotic expanse. Within this chaos lay two vast universes, one being the Qi Sea and the other the Spirit Palace. The Qi Sea was filled with turbulent, true Qi, while the Spirit Palace contained spiritual energy in a gaseous state. The third realm's spiritual energy is semi-liquid. Yet his gaseous spiritual energy was as pure as that of the third realm. Lu Xun contemplated the state of his spirit palace. The spiritual energy of the first and second realms is gaseous, while that of the third realm is semi-liquid, resembling mist, and the fourth realm is entirely liquid. Having reached the 16th level of Qi gathering, his gaseous spiritual energy was even purer than that of the semi-liquid form, yet it remained in a gaseous state. He wondered whether true Qi and spiritual energy could intertwine. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to experiment. However, this endeavor nearly led to disaster. The two distinct forms of energy, despite both belonging to him, proved incompatible. Fortunately, Lu Xun had utilized a minimal amount. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly harmed himself. This experience illuminated for Lu Xun why others were skeptical of dual cultivation in both immortality and martial arts. The conflict of powers would only intensify in the future, and if not managed judiciously, it could spell significant trouble for the cultivator. However, Lu Xun reassured himself, "Wait, I possess the chaotic divine body." Something felt amiss. Others are others, he is he. Indeed, the chaotic divine vein. Lu Xun recalled his own chaotic divine vein. During combat, he had harnessed the powers of the chaotic divine vein to simultaneously channel two distinct energies without any conflict. Thus, he drew his true energy and spiritual power into the chaotic divine vein. With a mere thought, the chaotic divine vein activated, blending the true energy and spiritual power into one. It worked. Remarkably, this time it succeeded. Under the influence of the chaotic divine vein, the two originally conflicting powers merged entirely, transforming into an entirely new force. He decided to name this newfound energy the chaotic force. What a wondrous power! After acquiring the chaotic force, Lu Xun endeavored to experiment and discovered its extraordinary nature. By utilizing the chaotic force, he could not only perform martial techniques, but also cast spells. Its potency surpassed that of employing true energy or spiritual power independently. Consequently, his combat prowess significantly increased. Chapter 76. The Terrifying Alchemical Mastery. This is the Dispel spell. Should you fall victim to a curse, you now possess a means of counteraction. Can it break the curses upon you? Unfortunately, I cannot. The 3 curses I bear are formidable, and my blood is ineffective against them. For the time being, do not hold your breath. As a new month dawned, Princess Barbara awakened once more and imparted a new spell to Lu Xun, the Dispel spell. This particular incantation was rather intricate, and Lu Xun was unable to master it in a single attempt. Once matters concerning Bai Ling were settled, Lu Xun's life returned to tranquility, allowing him to indulge in his leisurely repose once again. Occasionally, Lu Xun would visit the Spirit Pill Pavilion to assess the situation. Recently, the business at the pavilion had flourished. Previously unsold elixirs began to experience a surge in sales. The clientele predominantly consisted of external cultivators rather than students from Qingbei. As the Blue Star prepared to enter the ancient starry path, many cultivators felt a sense of urgency. And those who had previously hesitated to purchase heavenly-grade elixirs were now willing to make the investment. Bai Ling's alchemical mastery has surpassed the 3rd tier, Earth grade, and you have received 30-fold of Bai Ling's gains. Bai Ling's cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level of Qi gathering, and you have received 30-fold of Bai Ling's gains. A week later, Lu Xun unexpectedly received a new return. This return came from Bai Ling. She had successfully refined a 3rd-tier elixir, thus elevating herself to the rank of 3rd-tier alchemist. As her alchemical proficiency advanced, Bai Ling's cultivation also experienced a simultaneous enhancement. This is the remarkable aspect of the alchemical vein. Alchemists possessing the alchemical vein need not practice. By simply continuously refining elixirs, they can elevate their cultivation. The returns of both alchemical mastery and cultivation arrived concurrently. First, a surge of warmth flowed into Lu Xun's body, enhancing his cultivation. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This information constituted the returns of his alchemical mastery, encompassing knowledge and experience. Though it was knowledge and experience, upon their return, they allowed Lu Xun to naturally acquire skills as if he were inherently gifted. His alchemical proficiency was initially non-existent. Yet, with a 30-fold return, Lu Xun's expertise in alchemy continually ascended. From an alchemical apprentice, he swiftly advanced to a 1st-grade alchemist, followed by further elevation in rank. He transcended the realms from the yellow to the Xian, the earth, and ultimately soared to the celestial level. Upon reaching the celestial tier, the journey did not conclude. He surged into a brand new echelon, the saint level. Was the celestial level not the pinnacle? Lu Xun's horizons expanded. Finally, upon attaining the saint tier, he gathered momentum and ascended to the second grade. Thus, Lu Xun became a second-grade alchemist. Yet the ascent did not culminate there. His alchemical prowess continued to rise. Before long, Lu Xun emerged as a second-grade saint alchemist, his prowess surpassing that of the previous Bai Ling. Subsequently, his alchemical mastery broke into the third grade, earning him the title of third-grade alchemist. And still, the journey was not at an end. Remarkably, he reached the fourth grade. An hour later, the return of alchemical proficiency concluded. At this moment, Lu Xun had become a fourth-grade earth alchemist, meaning he could concoct fourth-grade earth-level elixirs. Fourth-grade alchemists capable of producing earth-tier quality elixirs were scarce throughout the East. Lu Xun effortlessly achieved this feat through a single return from Bai Ling. If other alchemists were to discover this, jealousy would surely ensue. Lu Xun mused that had he not ascended to the saint level, purely in terms of alchemical rank, he could have potentially reached the fifth grade and become a fifth-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, rank merely signifies the realm of elixirs one can produce. For an alchemist, the most crucial aspect remains the tier or quality. For instance, a fifth-grade yellow tier elixir pales in efficacy compared to those of fourth-grade earth tier or higher. Surely, my saint level must be unparalleled, Lu Xun contemplated. Bai Ling's ability to concoct celestial elixirs was already remarkable. He, however, was now capable of producing saint-level elixirs. A test would reveal the truth. With a sense of eagerness, Lu Xun cradled Xiao Bai and ventured out towards Baichao Street in the capital, a marketplace dedicated to alchemical materials, intending to procure supplies for his crafting endeavors. Upon arriving at Baichao Street, Lu Xun realized he required numerous items for his alchemical pursuits. First and foremost was the alchemical furnace. Once secured, he would also need to acquire the appropriate fire. To produce high-quality elixirs, a superior furnace and fire were indispensable. Alchemical furnaces are categorized into the four tiers of heaven, earth, xian, and yellow. Beneath the yellow tier lies a substandard furnace, priced modestly at several thousand to tens of thousands of huaxia coins. In contrast, a yellow tier furnace is considerably more expensive, such as the black iron cauldron, red copper furnace, or white stone alchemical cauldron, which can cost several tens or even hundreds of thousands of huaxia coins. Xian-tier furnaces are even pricier and can only be acquired using dark energy. The most prestigious alchemical furnace on this street is merely of the earth rank, priced at 100,000 units of dark energy. It is known as the yin-yang dual birth furnace. Its interior is divided into two levels, the upper level for purification and the lower level for condensing elixirs, boasting remarkable efficiency, yet its operation is quite complex, making it difficult for most alchemists to master. In addition to the furnace, the flames utilized are not inexpensive, and most are single-use, meaning they can be employed only once. For instance, a type of earth fire pill, once ignited, can provide several hours of earth fire. Different elixirs necessitate different types of flames, which are classified by rank as well. Using ordinary flames to concoct high-tier elixirs will unnecessarily elevate the failure rate. To refine sacred-grade elixirs, even the earth-ranked furnace proves insufficient. One might as well seek the favor of Bai Ling. After contemplating this, Lu Xun decided to postpone purchasing a furnace and flames, opting instead to utilize Bai Ling's resources. It seemed that Bai Ling's furnace was of high quality. Thus, after procuring a substantial amount of spiritual herbs, Lu Xun made his way to the Star Moon Tower. Boss, are you also refining elixirs? Yes. You may use it first. I will ponder over the spiritual talismans. Bai Ling relinquished the furnace to Lu Xun. To his astonishment, Lu Xun discovered that Bai Ling's furnace was, in fact, of the celestial rank. No wonder her success rate for crafting celestial-grade elixirs was so remarkably high. Beside the furnace lay several earth fire pills. Lu Xun selected one and tossed it into the furnace. The flames erupted vigorously, and he then retrieved the materials to commence his alchemical endeavor. This was Lu Xun's first attempt at alchemy, yet his movements were strikingly adept, akin to a seasoned veteran who had performed this many times before. Just over an hour later, all the materials had been introduced into the furnace. He skillfully employed a series of alchemical seals to regulate the flames within. After another half hour, Lu Xun executed a sealing seal and abruptly lifted the furnace lid. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma that invigorated the senses and alleviated ailments. "Wow, boss, it smells wonderful," Bai Ling exclaimed as she approached. only to be taken aback. Around the furnace, a phenomenon known as danxiao appeared, and faint celestial melodies could be heard. What grade of elixir is this? Bai Ling was momentarily stunned. Typically, only celestial-grade elixirs produce danxia, and they do not usually emit celestial sounds. Furthermore, the danxia from celestial-grade elixirs does not extend over such a vast area. Rise. Lu Xun gestured, and one by one, elixirs soared from the furnace, landing gracefully in a jade vial. In total, there were 12, perfectly constituting a batch of elixirs. On his first attempt at alchemy, he achieved a success rate of 100%. Boss, may I see your elixirs? Bai Ling could hardly contain her excitement. Intuitively, she sensed that Lu Xun's recent creation was bound to be extraordinary. Here you go. Lu Xun handed over the jade vial. Bai Ling, upon seeing it, widened her already adorable and naive big eyes even further, reminiscent of a Disney princess paused in time. Her reaction stemmed from the fact that the elixir crafted by Lu Xun bore not one, but a remarkable 3 golden patterns. The patterns of elixirs are categorized as follows: yellow for the lowest tier, white for the profound tier, silver for the earthly tier, and gold for the heavenly tier. Bai Ling's heavenly elixir typically featured a single golden pattern, and it was unheard of to possess 3. At that moment, this prodigious girl, endowed with the pulse of alchemy, was profoundly astonished. Chapter 77, Utterly Enchanting Boss, you are truly remarkable. After a while, Bai Ling finally tore her gaze away from the tri-patterned elixirs and expressed her admiration for Lu Xun. Observing Bai Ling's astonishment, Lu Xun felt compelled to respond, "No, it is you who is extraordinary." His prowess was largely a result of Bai Ling's remarkable progress in alchemy. The tri-patterned elixir stirred a sense of accomplishment within Lu Xun. This batch, to be precise, was not yet a sacred tier elixir, but rather existed between the heavenly and sacred tiers. A true sacred tier elixir showcases colorful patterns, not merely golden ones. Given that this was his first practical endeavor, it was unrealistic to expect the creation of a sacred tier elixir immediately. The threefold golden patterns were a result of his unique alchemical pulse. This extraordinary pulse, a marvel of nature, holds numerous benefits. For instance, it allows alchemists to cultivate their skills effortlessly through the act of refining elixirs. Additionally, it enhances the success rate and quality of the elixirs produced. Bai Ling's 9 revolutions pulse, for instance, enabled her to achieve an almost perfect success rate, while also significantly improving quality. Hence, all the second-tier elixirs she produced were classified as heavenly tier. Lu Xun's alchemical pulse was even more formidable, elevating the quality of the elixirs by 2 tiers and imbuing them with greater mystique. The transformation from a single golden pattern to threefold resulted in elixirs with enhanced efficacy, reduced side effects, and minimal toxicity. Bai Ling, would you like to create elixirs surpassing the heavenly tier? An idea suddenly sparked in Lu Xun's mind. He wished to exploit a loophole. Bai Ling nodded eagerly. Come, I shall teach you. Lu Xun's intention was to share his alchemical insights with Bai Ling, enabling her to advance her expertise more swiftly. The goal was for her to craft elixirs that transcended the heavenly tier. Bai Ling's progress would, in turn, reflect back on Lu Xun, further enhancing his own alchemical skills. Each advancement in alchemical mastery requires considerable time for consolidation. Although Bai Ling ascended from second tier to third tier with remarkable speed, it was the result of her diligent practice during the period when her pulse was dormant, akin to a spring that bursts forth after a long accumulation. Otherwise, even with the Dan vein, it would take Bai Ling several months, if not longer, to ascend from the second rank to the third. Thus, over the next few days, Lu Xun imparted his insights to Bai Ling while occasionally refining a batch of elixirs. He aimed to concoct a true sacred tier elixir. As for the grade of the elixirs, Lu Xun was currently producing only second-rank elixirs. The Dan vein could enhance one's cultivation. However, unless Lu Xun broke through his realm through alchemy, it would not be considered true self-cultivation. Therefore, he would simply halt once he sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Success. A week later, Lu Xun successfully crafted his first sacred tier elixir. Some elixirs could be refined in batches of 12, while others, particularly rarer ones, could only be produced one at a time. The elixir he refined this time was indeed quite rare. Wow, the colorful patterns. Boss, you are incredible, Bai Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Xun had produced a patterned elixir with triple-colored designs. It goes without saying that the additional 2 patterns were a testament to the prowess of the Dan vein. This was likely a unique elixir pattern that only Lu Sun could create, rendering it one of a kind. Unless someone else possessed a similar Dan vein, which was highly improbable. Bai Ling, continue your attempts. I shall return shortly. All right. Lu Sun left Qingbei Street with the sacred tier elixir in hand. Lu Sun, I haven't even finished the qi gathering elixirs you gave me earlier. Do you have any other elixirs? At the entrance of the Qingshu Academy, Chu Yuqing was called out by Lu Sun. Yuqing, try this qi recovery elixir. It can enhance your cultivation for 3 months at a time. Lu Sun handed her the sacred tier elixir. Qi recovery elixir? Chu Yuqing shook her head repeatedly. Lu Sun, my mentor forbids me from using elixirs that directly enhance cultivation. Even heavenly tier elixirs can carry risks. I understand, but this one is more than just heavenly tier, Lu Sun replied. Elixirs that directly elevate cultivation indeed pose significant risks. Especially as one's growth reaches a certain level, they can often become detrimental and may easily cap one's potential. Hence, true prodigies typically avoid such elixirs, opting instead for supportive ones that can accelerate their training pace. The cultivation earned through personal effort is the most substantial. More than just heavenly tier? Chu Yuqing curiously accepted it and exclaimed in astonishment, Lu Sun, why does this elixir have colorful patterns? It was understandable that she was unaware of sacred tier elixirs, as currently, in Blue Star's classification of elixirs, heavenly tier was the highest. Despite her ignorance, upon seeing the elixir, Chu Yuqing felt its extraordinary nature, especially the colorful patterns, which seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, growing more captivating with each glance. Yuqing, if you trust me, consume it. Rest assured, taking 1 per year will pose no danger, Lu Sun gently urged as he placed the elixir into her hands. All right, Lu Sun, I trust you. Chu Yuqing tucked away the elixir. Indeed, slowly explaining things to a woman pales in comparison to appealing to emotions. Why are you keeping accounts again? This is what I owe you. It must be recorded. Chu Yuqing pulled out her little notebook and began jotting it down. Very well, Lu Sun acquiesced. Chu Yuqing returned to Qingshu Academy. Lu Sun had not deceived her. This replenishing elixir posed no danger to Chu Yuqing, being a sacred tier elixir. Even those that directly enhance one's cultivation carry minimal risk. Moreover, after being amplified through the creation pill vein, this was a sacred tier elixir with triple inscriptions. However, moderation is essential. One may consume at most 1 per year. Otherwise, even with minimal risk, it could lead to a precarious cultivation state, leaving one vulnerable to inner demons. After distributing the sacred tier elixir, Lu Sun returned to Qingbei Street, intending to concoct a direct cultivation-enhancing elixir for Murong 1 as well. With the Blue Star on the brink of entering the ancient starry path, a robust cultivation base would undoubtedly be advantageous. Host possesses the creation pill vein. Please refrain from excessive alchemy, as this could precipitate an autonomous cultivation breakthrough, thereby revealing heavenly secrets and endangering the host. The host must regulate the frequency of alchemy. Each return gained allows for a limited number of elixirs to be refined post-breakthrough. Just as Lu Sun was preparing to refine elixirs, a reminder from the system emerged. Is this a joke? It won't even let me refine elixirs? Lu Sun was speechless. After reviewing the notification, he understood the system's rationale for restricting excessive alchemy. Possessing a pill vein, refining elixirs could enhance his cultivation. Should he produce too many elixirs leading to a breakthrough, it would be akin to self-training, inevitably resulting in the exposure of his chaotic divine body and chaotic divine vein. Once the Blue Star stepped into the ancient starry path, Lu Sun feared he would face catastrophic peril. Fortunately, he was not entirely barred from refining. So be it. It was perhaps for the best. Having lounged around for so long, the thought of daily elixir refinement would indeed become tiresome. He merely needed to occasionally produce the elixirs required by Chu Yuqing and Murong 1. If time permitted, he could also concoct a few elixirs for sale. Thus, Lu Sun ceased his elixir refinement and awaited his cultivation breakthrough. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the 5th level of qi gathering. You receive 30-fold of Chu Yuqing's gains. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the 6th level of qi gathering. You receive 30-fold of Chu Yuqing's gains. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the 7th level of qi gathering. 2 days later, within the span of just 1 day, Lu Sun unexpectedly received 3 returns. Chu Yuqing had consecutively ascended 3 levels. It goes without saying, She must have utilized the sacred tear replenishing elixir Lu Sun provided her. The sacred tear replenishing elixir directly enhances 3 months of cultivation. The effects vary among individuals. Some may only experience a single level increase, as their capacity allows for a maximum of 1 level enhancement every 3 months. Chu Yuqing is extraordinary, having ascended 3 levels, advancing directly from the mid-stage of qi gathering to the late stage. Lu Sun's returns have also been remarkably fierce. His cultivation soared dramatically, escalating from the 16th layer of qi gathering to an unprecedented 27th layer, achieving an impressive 11-layer advancement. Consequently, his divine consciousness has grown significantly stronger, with its perception range expanding from a mere few meters to 100 meters in all directions. It is utterly exhilarating. Lu Sun feels an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Chapter 78. The Power of the Saint Rank. Lu Sun, where did you obtain that elixir? My mentor inquires if there are any more available. She is willing to pay a handsome price for one. The day after Chu Yuqing's breakthrough, she unexpectedly messaged Lu Sun. Her mentor wishes to purchase? After exchanging a few words, Lu Sun grasped the situation. When Chu Yuqing was preparing to consume the Saint Rank energy replenishing elixir, her mentor, Qin Ruolin, discovered her. Initially, Qin Ruolin had forbidden Chu Yuqing from consuming any elixirs that would directly enhance her cultivation. However, upon witnessing the tricolored patterns of the heavenly grade elixir, her breath quickened. Qin Ruolin had heard tales of Saint Rank elixirs within a civilizational tombstone, but had never encountered one. Sensing the possibility that this elixir was indeed a Saint Rank potion, she decided to allow Chu Yuqing to try it. The results were astonishingly effective, and she detected no significant side effects. This piqued Qin Ruolin's interest. She wished to procure one for a relative's child, to assist them in breaking through to the third realm before entering the starry ancient path. Once I have it, I will inform you. Lu Sun did not decline. With his cultivation now having broken through, he could also refine elixirs. So he decided to first prepare one for Muronwan. Boss, please use it. I trust your judgment. Upon arriving at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, Bai Ling promptly yielded the elixir furnace to him. He planned to purchase another heavenly grade elixir furnace later. It felt inappropriate to continually rely on Bai Ling's generosity. Within just half a day, Lu Sun successfully refined his second Saint Rank elixir, intended for Muronwan, named the Qi Cultivation Elixir, which could elevate the cultivation of Qi Sea Realm practitioners by 3 months. After completing this, Lu Sun proceeded to concoct additional elixirs to enhance the speed of cultivation. The elixirs he produced surpassed Bai Ling's in efficacy, enabling Chu Yuqing and Muronwan to cultivate at an even swifter pace. With these elixirs, Lu Sun felt confident that, by the end of the first semester, at least one of Chu Yuqing or Muronwan would likely break through to the third realm. Having refined a considerable number of elixirs, Lu Sun sensed that if he continued, his cultivation would autonomously break through as well. The alchemical vein was extraordinarily potent. As he refined elixirs, his cultivation advanced. Thus, Lu Sun decided to halt his efforts. Miss Muron. 2 days later, Lu Sun finally managed to arrange a meeting with Muronwan. Her captivating eyes gazed at him, silently awaiting his next words. I have some elixirs here. Even better than the previous ones. They should expedite your journey to the third realm. After speaking, Lu Sun, amidst Muronwan's astonished gaze, firmly grasped her hand and unceremoniously placed the elixir into her palm. Muronwan's cheeks instantly flushed. Ever since Lu Sun's second visit to the palace, he had grown increasingly audacious during their recent encounters. This particular pill promised to enhance her cultivation by 3 months. Young Qing had consumed a similar one just a few days prior. Rest assured, this is a sacred grade elixir, superior to the heavenly grade, and it is safe to take one annually without any adverse effects. Lu Sun took a moment to elaborate on the sacred grade Qi cultivation pill. It seemed that Muronwan was unfamiliar with such elixirs, but the 3-tiered colorful patterns on the pill were unmistakably extraordinary. She was somewhat taken aback, pondering where Lu Sun had acquired it. Thank you, this card contains. Muronwan finally spoke, producing a card. What do we need to discuss about money? I have already assured you that I will treat you well. Lu Sun pressed the card back into her hand, setting aside the unique nature of their relationship. He was unbothered by the expense, as his own martial prowess had flourished thanks to Muronwan's influence. Muronwan's face deepened in color. She chose not to elaborate further, pocketing the elixir and quietly turning to leave. Her silence was not due to a natural reticence. but rather a reflection of her inner turmoil in facing Lu Xun after their second intimate encounter. Was she truly keeping tabs on their interactions? After Murong departed, Lu Xun pulled out his phone and began jotting down notes. Let her keep track. What mattered was that she accepted the elixir. Lu Xun remained uncertain whether Murong would consume the sacred grade Qi cultivation pill. Even if she chose not to, possessing the sacred grade Qi Si pill would undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation speed. Murong has broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi Si. You gain 30-fold from her achievement. Murong has broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi Si. Murong has broken through to the 9th layer of the Qi Si. Remarkably, just a day later, Murong had surpassed 3 layers. Clearly, she had taken the sacred grade Qi cultivation pill. Her gains from these 3 layers were far more substantial than those of Chu Yangqing. In the late stages of the second realm, each ascent required significantly more time and effort. Lu Xun, too, experienced a momentous surge, advancing to the 30th layer of the Qi Si. Was he nearing his limit? Lu Xun sensed that the 30th layer was approaching the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. The purity of his true energy had reached a caliber that could rival the late-stage prodigies who had unlocked the wonders of the heavenly veins. In terms of pure energy purity, he might already be comparable to the true energy of a 4th realm master. However, in terms of combat prowess, he could not yet match them. The strength of a 4th realm master was multifaceted, particularly bolstered by their understanding of true intent, which rendered their attacks exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, should Lu Xun break through to the 3rd realm, even at the initial stages, he would likely possess the strength to contend with a 4th realm master. His combat capabilities exceeded those of any ordinary genius. With Murong's breakthroughs, Lu Xun was now ready to refine more elixirs. In fact, he has taken advantage of the interval created by Murong's breakthrough today to concoct a considerable number of elixirs. As night fell, Lu Xun departed with a bounty of potions. 5 days later, the grandest auction house in the capital was teeming with people. Look, it's the 5th realm grandmaster. Wang Yangming, exclaimed one onlooker. And there are so many alchemists, including the head of the Jia family from the Jia group. Even he has arrived. It was rumored that today's auction featured elixirs above the heavenly tier, undoubtedly drawing the attention of these alchemists. No wonder so many distinguished figures have gathered. The staff at the auction house were astonished by the sheer scale of the event. Although the Shenzhou auction house consistently thrived, it was exceedingly rare for an auction to attract such a plethora of luminaries. The reason for this remarkable turnout was the auction of elixirs above the heavenly tier. Even though they were merely of the 2nd or 3rd grade, they still rendered many formidable alchemists restless. Notably, the head of the illustrious Jia group had also graced the event with his presence. Besides him, numerous members of prominent families were in attendance, all eager to catch a glimpse of what elixirs above the heavenly tier truly looked like. Boss, you are truly remarkable for coming up with such a scheme, came a voice filled with deep admiration from Bai Ling in the auction house's backstage. This auction event was indeed the brainchild of Lu Xun. He aimed to maximize the benefits of the sacred tier elixirs while delaying the revelation that he was the one who had concocted them. Otherwise, it would be rather intimidating, and he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. A 19-year-old first-year student, adept in both martial and mystical arts, progressing so swiftly in cultivation was already astonishing. Now, he had even produced unprecedented sacred tier elixirs. One could only imagine how many eyes would be fixated on Lu Xun. Therefore, he brought Bai Ling to the Shenzhou auction house to sell the sacred tier elixirs he had refined. The Shenzhou auction house, known for its utmost adherence to regulations, would not disclose the seller's information. With Bai Ling by his side, should anyone discover the truth, Lu Xun could easily shift the blame onto her. Now, Bai Ling held Lu Xun in high regard and was willing to cooperate wholeheartedly. Wow, the colorful patterns are indeed above the heavenly tier. Sacred tier. This is a sacred tier elixir. How can there be 3 layers of colorful patterns? At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from outside. The first sacred tier elixir was presented by the auctioneer, a 2nd grade gathering energy pill. Given the cultivation levels of those present, even from a distance, the elixir was clearly visible. The colorful pill patterns opened the eyes of all, inciting continuous exclamations of wonder. Some alchemists stared in awe, yearning to pounce and seize the sacred tier elixir, cradling it in their hands for thorough examination. Particularly, those capable of refining heavenly tier elixirs were immensely eager to advance further. 100,000 units of dark energy. 200,000. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. Immediately, the auction commenced. The starting bid for the second-grade sacred level elixir was a mere 5,000 units of dark energy. Yet, within just a few rounds, the price soared to 200,000 units of dark energy. The increments were not modest. Bids were doubling with each call. It is noteworthy that typically, a second-grade chi gathering pill, even of heavenly grade, fetches only a few hundred units of dark energy. Those capable of directly enhancing cultivation, albeit with certain risks, command a slightly higher price, usually selling for several thousand units. After all, it is merely a second-grade pill. Yet, this particular sacred level elixir, which only accelerates cultivation speed, astonishingly reached 200,000 units of dark energy. 500,000. 200,000 was not the limit. Someone boldly shouted an offer of 500,000 units of dark energy, equivalent to 0.5 cubic units of dark energy, valued at over 500 million. Such an exorbitant price, merely to procure a second-grade elixir. Chapter 79. A surge of wealth who does not revel in riches? For cultivators, dark energy constitutes true currency. The money employed by ordinary individuals is merely worthless paper. It is fiat currency. Dark energy, on the other hand, retains intrinsic value, regardless of credit collapse. 50,000 once. 50,000 twice. 50,000 thrice. Ultimately, the first second-grade sacred-level elixir was acquired by an alchemist clad in an exquisite alchemical robe for 500,000 units of dark energy. His robe bore 5 silver leaves, signifying his status as a 5th-tier Earth-grade alchemist. "Boss, you've struck gold," Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment. The cost to refine a batch of second-grade sacred chi gathering pills is merely a few 100,000 huaxia coins. Lu Sun's success rate in pill refinement is a perfect 100, yielding a full 12 pills per batch. When the costs are distributed, each pill amounts to several thousand huaxia coins, translating to just a few dozen units of dark energy. Yet, it sold for an astronomical price of 500,000 units of dark energy. This underscores the significance of craftsmanship. With the same quantity of raw materials, other alchemists might only manage to produce mystic or earth-grade pills, which are hardly valued. Of course, rarity plays a role as well. As the sacred-level elixir made its debut, everyone was eager to witness its marvel, thus willing to spend extravagantly. The price of the second elixir would likely diminish, Lu Sun speculated. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Indeed, the bidding for the second chi gathering pill was not as fervent, ultimately concluding at 300,000 units of dark energy. The auctioneer at the Shenzhou auction house skillfully kept the total number of elixirs a secret, which incited a frenzy for the first one, while the second still attracted considerable interest. As the auction progressed to the third and fourth elixirs, prices further declined to the range of several tens of thousands of dark energy. The fourth elixir was secured by the head of the Jia family, accompanied by Lu Sun and by Ling's acquaintance, Jia Yue. Is there more? The fifth elixir was revealed. People began to realize that there was likely a substantial quantity of sacred-level elixirs up for auction this time. Despite this, many individuals are eager to witness the appearance of the sacred-grade elixir. Moreover, the majority of attendees are affluent, indifferent to trivial expenses. Thus, even as the sacred-grade elixirs are continuously released, their prices remain resolute, never falling below 100,000. It was not until the second and third vials of the second-tier sacred-grade chi gathering pill were auctioned that prices began to dip, descending below 100,000. For Lu Sun, this was still quite favorable. With the cost established, any price reduction would still yield substantial profits. Currently, the auction features the second-tier sacred-grade Chi Si pill. Following the sale of the Chi gathering pill, the auction transitions to the Chi Si pill, beneficial for martial artists. Having learned from prior experiences, the initial Chi Si pill did not fetch an outrageous price, selling for merely over 100,000 dark energy. The price then steadily declined until the 12th pill, when it surged back up to 100,000 dark energy. The auctioneer then commenced the bidding for another type of sacred-grade elixir. Is it gone? I should have seized one. Some attendees lamented. However, their regrets quickly transformed into fervor as the next item on the auction block was the second-tier sacred-grade Chi recovery pill, capable of enhancing cultivation for 3 months without any significant risks. The auctioneer explicitly stated, only one available. 200,000. 500,000. 800,000. 1,000,000. This singular sacred-grade chi recovery pill ignited fierce competition, particularly among alchemists, who bid frantically. The price soared dramatically, reaching an astonishing 1,000,000 dark energy. Their fervor stemmed from the high demand for chi recovery pills, known for their direct enhancement of cultivation, despite the associated risks. If they could concoct a sacred-grade chi recovery pill with minimal hazards, the dark energy expended now would be negligible. 2,000,000. A voice suddenly silenced the crowd. It was Jia Yue, who boldly raised the bid to 2,000,000 units of dark energy, a declaration that extinguished the competitive spirit of others. This price was exorbitant, 2 cubic units of dark energy, valued at over 2 billion, for merely a second-tier elixir. Such a statement would leave many astounded. 2,000,000 once. 2,000,000 twice. 2,000,000 thrice. Ultimately, this second-tier chi recovery pill was secured by Jia Yue. One can only imagine her expression if she were to discover that Lu Sun was the one who crafted this elixir. The auction continued. Following the sale of the chi recovery pill, the auctioneer resumed bidding for the second-tier chi si pill, reigniting competition. Next up was the second-tier cultivation pill, which directly enhances martial cultivation. The names of these elixirs bear similarity, but the attendees discerned them clearly. Jia Yue acquired the second-tier cultivation pill as well. Now, the auction shifts to the third-tier elixirs. The main event is upon us. Third-tier elixirs. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Lu Sun presented 4 pieces of third-grade elixirs this time, 2 that enhanced cultivation speed and 2 that directly elevated cultivation levels. The auctioneer promptly announced that there were only 4 elixirs available, 1 of each type. Upon hearing that there was only 1 of each, many attendees became restless. 100,000. 1,000,000. As the auction commenced, the bidding escalated with remarkable fervor. While one person called out 100,000, another immediately jumped to 1,000,000. 3,000,000. Some seasoned bidders soared to 3,000,000, attempting to intimidate others. Lu Sun reveled in this excitement. He suddenly felt that the system's restrictions on his alchemical pursuits were, in fact, a blessing. The rarity of these elixirs added to their value. Had he been like a workhorse, laboring tirelessly for hours each day to produce an abundance of sacred-grade elixirs, their worth would have diminished significantly. 4,000,000. 5,000,000. No one was deterred. The bidding continued unabated. The 2 elixirs that directly boosted cultivation, namely the third-grade Qi supplementing pill and the third-grade Qi cultivating pill, incited intense competition. The Jia family encountered formidable rivals in the form of the president of the Alchemist Association and another prominent family. Other esteemed families observed the unfolding drama with great interest. The debut of sacred-grade elixirs held immense value for alchemists and these alchemical groups, as they sought to conduct research. If the elixirs were merely for cultivation, expending such vast amounts of dark energy would not be economically viable. After all, even with remarkable effects, they only provided an additional 3 months of cultivation. Boss, you're striking it rich. Bai Ling was taken aback by the fervor. Lu Sun was on the verge of a financial windfall. Chapter 80. Buy. Indeed, riches were at hand. Ultimately, after all the elixirs were auctioned, Lu Sun calculated that he had sold over 20,000,000 units of dark energy. Even after deducting the auction house's fees, he still had nearly 20,000,000 units remaining. This was equivalent to almost 20 cubic meters of dark energy. The auction had truly maximized the benefits of the sacred-grade elixirs. There was no way such high prices could have been achieved without the auction. Monsieur, at that moment, someone suddenly stood up. What insights does President Liu have? The auctioneer was a strikingly beautiful woman. In fact, she was the head of the Shenzhou auction house, named Xie Yuyan, and she personally presided over this significant auction. I am willing to offer 1,000,000 units of dark energy. Merely seeking an audience with the consignor of this auction, President Liu declared. He was the president of the Alchemist Association in the capital and a highly skilled alchemist, capable of producing elixirs of the 6th grade and above. However, he was unable to concoct sacred-grade elixirs, not even the 1st or 2nd grade. The Jia Group is willing to offer 1,000,000 units of dark energy, seeking the presence of the client. The head of the Jia family also stood up and declared loudly, our Jushin Group will add another 1,000,000. Another individual rose to contribute. Jushin Group, a potion refining enterprise, may not rival the Jia Group in scale domestically, yet it boasts extensive operations in neighboring countries. Their strategy diverges from the high-end market, opting instead for a more economical approach, catering primarily to ordinary cultivators rather than prodigies. Consequently, their establishments are absent from Qingbei Street. Nevertheless, in recent years, Juxin Group has ventured into the high-end market, and this holy-grade elixir undoubtedly represents a pivotal opportunity for them. What a remarkable scenario! Simply making an appearance could yield 3 million units of dark energy. Potion masters truly reap significant rewards. This is a holy-grade elixir, and only a holy-grade alchemist could concoct such a potion. There is likely only one in the entire world, and 3 million for a mere meeting is hardly excessive. Whispers of discussion arose in the auction house. 3 million dark energy is not an insignificant sum for esteemed families. It is exceedingly rare across Blue Star for 3 individuals to each pledge 1 million dark energy for the sake of a mere introduction. Boss, are you going out? Bai Ling inquired curiously from backstage at the auction house. 3 million dark energy. Even as a heavenly-grade alchemist, it would take considerable time to amass such wealth. To simply make an appearance and acquire this much dark energy seems quite advantageous to me. Lu Sun pondered for a moment before responding. What if you were to go instead? He was not inclined to reveal himself at this moment, as it would likely alarm others and draw unwanted attention. Bai Ling had been prepared as his shield from the very beginning. I still cannot refine holy-grade elixirs. Perhaps it is best to refrain from it, boss. Bai Ling shook her head, apprehensive about potential exposure. Then strive to refine one swiftly. With your capabilities, it shouldn't take long. At that time, let the Jia family see just how formidable you truly are. Lu Sun encouraged her. Indeed, Bai Ling nodded earnestly. Ultimately, the attendees at the auction did not witness the client's emergence. Truly, a holy-grade alchemist could not be swayed by 3 million dark energy. The individual was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse, reluctant to reveal themselves. Perhaps they hadn't even attended, merely placing the elixir for auction. Speculation abounded among the crowd. Mr. Liu, for this auction, a total of 24 million units of dark energy have been sold. After deducting a 10% service fee and 5% tax, there remain 20,040,000 units of dark energy, all transferred to your account. Only a 10% service fee? Indeed, Mr. Liu. This is a special concession I arranged for you. My gratitude, Miss Xie. Over an hour later, backstage at the auction, Xie Yuyin and Lu Sun concluded their settlement. After deducting the service fee and tax, Lu Sun was left with just over 20 million units of dark energy. Converted, it amounts to an equivalent of 20 cubic meters of dark energy. When converted to volume, the dark energy exceeding 20 cubic meters is valued at over 2 billion huaxia coins. Such an immense quantity of dark energy is something families like the Murong clan, which boasts 4 boundary masters, would struggle to procure, even to the extent of selling their possessions. In this instance, Lu Sun has indeed struck gold. With this singular achievement, he has transcended social classes in terms of wealth, accomplishing what many prominent families could only amass over generations. Lu Sun has instantaneously transformed into a person of affluence, surpassing his previous wealth gained from defeating He Chong, which was merely 1 cubic meter of dark energy. Now he possesses a staggering 20 cubic meters, an entirely different magnitude. Henceforth, Lu Sun could confidently declare himself a member of the elite. What should one do upon acquiring wealth? Naturally, the answer is to indulge in purchases. In the ensuing days, Lu Sun entered a phase of extravagant spending. His first acquisition was a celestial-grade alchemy furnace, known as the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, costing over 1 million units of dark energy. This price is considered steep even among celestial-grade furnaces. However, its advantage lies in its ability to refine any type of elixir, regardless of attribute or quality. Subsequently, Lu Sun replaced his entire set of equipment. He first procured a piece of the radiant armor, which requires no cleaning, remains perpetually pristine, and offers commendable defensive capabilities. Next came the weapons, which were a more intricate matter. Martial cultivators have their own grading standards, while weapons for celestial cultivators are termed treasures, each with its own classification. Lu Sun initially purchased a 4th-grade celestial longsword, intended for martial cultivators. He then acquired a complete set of flying swords, designed for celestial cultivators, of superior spiritual weapon quality. The levels of celestial treasures include various categories: magical tools, spiritual tools, precious tools, and Dao tools. For celestial cultivators in the first 4 realms, magical tools suffice. Lu Sun, with his newfound wealth, opted for the higher tier of spiritual tools, specifically those of superior quality. After securing the flying swords, Lu Xun also invested in several defensive treasures. Martial cultivators typically do not prioritize defense, as their bodies are robust and their speed and reflexes are swift. Even carrying a shield may detract from their combat effectiveness. Thus, martial cultivators often favor armor. In contrast, celestial cultivators must ensure their defenses, as their physiques are relatively weaker, rendering them vulnerable without protective measures. After purchasing for himself, Lu Xun also acquired various weapons and armor for Chu Yuqing and Murong Wan. By now, he had expended a significant portion of his dark energy. Upon completing his purchases, Lu Xun realized he had indeed spent a considerable amount. The expense was primarily due to the fact that quality weapons are significantly more costly than elixirs. Elixirs are consumables, whereas weapons can be utilized continuously. Wow, Lu Xun, where did you procure such exquisite flying swords and the Crimson Shield? They must have cost a fortune. At Qingshu Academy, when Lu Xun presented the treasures to Chu Yuqing, she was somewhat astonished. With her discerning eye, she could immediately recognize the extraordinary quality of both items, particularly the Crimson Armor Shield, which is merely the size of a palm. Once activated with spiritual energy, manifests a circle of flames enveloping the crimson armor. This armor possesses fire attributes, providing not only defense but also a degree of offensive capability, incinerating any foes who dare approach. It aligns perfectly with Chu Yuqing's needs. One can easily surmise the exorbitant price it commands. In her household, there exists no one who utilizes treasures of such caliber. Fortunately, Teacher Fei had connections that afforded me a discount. Lu Xun refrained from disclosing the grades of the flying sword and the crimson armor shield to avoid dissuading Chu Yuqing from accepting them. Very well, I shall jot it down for now. After presenting the items to Chu Yuqing, Lu Xun attempted to reach Murong Wan. Yet she did not answer the call nor respond to the messages. It appears she is in seclusion. Perhaps I shall reach out to her later. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to postpone contacting Murong Wan. Her seclusion is indeed a positive development. Murong Wan has already reached the 9th layer of her Qi Si and is on the verge of breaking through to the 10th layer. Once she achieves this milestone, she will be poised to challenge the 3rd realm. With the formidable capabilities of her exquisite physique, the 3rd realm will be well within her grasp. At that juncture, Lu Xun's own cultivation can ascend rapidly. Chapter 81. Campus Joint Examination. Consecutive breakthroughs following a spree of purchases. Lu Xun's life returned to a state of tranquility. He resumed his previous languid lifestyle, occasionally visiting Qingbei Street to check on Bai Ling and offer guidance. Bai Ling's alchemical skills have reached the 3rd tier of the Earth grade. After Lu Xun imparted his knowledge, she continued to strive, aspiring to concoct elixirs of the Saint grade. Meanwhile, Lu Xun endeavored to create new potions. There exists a plethora of elixir types, those that enhance cultivation speed, directly elevate cultivation levels, heal injuries, improve physical constitution, augment spiritual awareness, increase vitality, and even assist in combat or promote longevity and beauty, among others. Advancing in alchemical proficiency does not guarantee the simultaneous creation of all elixirs. Even among potions of the same grade, some possess greater difficulty in their formulation. Secret Realm Assessment? Aren't we merely freshmen? Alas, we had the misfortune of encountering the starry ancient path during our first year. There is no need for concern. Since the higher-ups have mandated our participation in the assessment, it is certain that no life-threatening dangers await us. It remains to be seen what results we shall achieve. On this day, news swept across the campus of Beta University. The final assessment, scheduled for a month and a half hence, would transform into a secret realm assessment. The so-called secret realms are unique spaces that emerged following the elevation of Blue Star, cultivated within. These realms are predominantly under human control, serving as venues for trials for cultivators and assessments for students. Within, opportunities abound, yet they harbor considerable dangers as well. For instance, in many secret realms, human experts deliberately introduce extraterrestrial anomalies and hostile alien beings. These foreign beings, inherently ferocious, now harbor a profound enmity towards humanity after being confined by them. It is not difficult to envision how frenzied they would become should a human venture inside. Typically, first-year students would refrain from participating in the secret realm assessment due to their comparatively low strength. However, this year, the assessment has unexpectedly been open to first-year students. The evaluation will take the form of a campus-wide examination, involving not only prestigious institutions like Qingbei, but also several other cultivation schools. Such a collaborative examination often yields substantial rewards. The Celestial Talisman. Do not indulge in fantasies. Within the secret realm, no methods are restricted, and this talisman is destined to be claimed by those affluent heirs. Indeed, even Lu Sun may find himself at a disadvantage, as others can easily acquire the Celestial Talisman through monetary means. How infuriating it is, truly. One's lineage is the greatest dividing line in life. Following the announcement of the examination rewards, students were filled with envy. The assessment results are categorized by grade, with each year's performance calculated separately, regardless of the grade. The student achieving the highest score in the assessment will receive a Celestial Talisman. The Celestial Talisman, once utilized, allows its bearer to create a mini rainbow bridge back to Blue Star, as long as they are not in a dire situation along the Ancient Star Road. In the nodes of the Ancient Star Road, this item can be a lifesaver. Obtaining a Celestial Talisman is exceedingly challenging, something the average person would scarcely dream of. Unexpectedly, for this examination, Celestial Talismans have been made available. Lu Sun, your opportunity has arrived. With such an artifact, traversing the Ancient Star Road will be significantly safer in the future. Li Bufan promptly messaged Lu Sun, having not been in contact for quite some time as he had been diligently training. However, he urged Lu Sun to exert himself. For his greatest rivals were not students from Qingbei, but rather those from Wanlu Academy. Even if their cultivation was lacking, their wealth could yield astonishing results. Soon after, Li Bufan felt a twinge of concern. The secret realm assessment could be deemed fair or unfair. Its lack of restrictions on methods creates a disparity. Wealthy heirs, armed with spirit talismans and battle elixirs, can achieve impressive scores, outfitted with superior weapons and gear compared to ordinary students, leading to a sense of injustice among the latter. Nonetheless, many students argue that this is indeed fair. On the battlefield, would an enemy show mercy simply because you hail from a humble background? The path of cultivation is itself a test of comprehensive strength. What use is talent without connections, resources, or wealth? Consequently, in past secret realm assessments, it has often been the case that the most outstanding results came from students of Wanlu Academy, renowned for their affluence. Take, for instance, Lin Chong, who is associated with Lu Mei. His family is among the elite. The students of Tsinghua and Peking University are not devoid of brilliance, yet on the whole, they appear somewhat less impressive. Moreover, as the academic year progresses, the brilliance of these students tends to increase, for the more advanced students have matured into exceptional talents, diminishing the advantage of wealth that the students from Wanjing Academy possess. On this particular day, the students of Beta University engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter. Time indeed flies swiftly, and Lu Sun found himself reflecting on the imminent conclusion of the first semester of his freshman year. Murong Wan has broken through the 10th layer of Qi Si, and you have gained 30-fold from her achievement. A week later, unexpectedly, Murong Wan attained a breakthrough to the 10th layer of Qi Si. This allowed Lu Sun to ascend to the 32nd layer of Qi Si. Before the final assessments, it seemed likely that Murong Wan would achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd realm. Lu Sun felt a surge of excitement. In truth, he could have broken through to the 3rd realm at any time. Had the system permitted him to cultivate freely, he would have done so without hesitation. Even if the system restricted his cultivation, Lu Sun could still prepare for the 3rd realm with the resources he had, albeit the efficacy of such a breakthrough would be significantly diminished, making the awakening of formidable martial arts techniques rather challenging. Thus, Lu Sun now placed his hopes on Murong Wan's breakthrough to the 3rd realm. The energy-enhancing pill he possessed was highly effective, saving Murong Wan 3 months of effort. Coupled with the Saint-grade Qi Si pill, which further expedited her cultivation, it seemed she might indeed shatter the records of Beta University. In just half a semester, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd realm was within her grasp. Lu Sun believed he could also benefit from her success, potentially surpassing her in strength. Once he amassed more dark energy, he would ensure she received superior equipment. Lu Sun mused on the matter. Given Murong Wan's diligent training, he felt compelled to reward her, at the very least by providing her with adequate weapons and medicinal pills. Chu Yuqing has broken through to the 8th layer of Qi Gathering, and you have gained 30-fold from her achievement. Another week passed, and Chu Yuqing also made a breakthrough, albeit at a slower pace. Considering this, it appeared that achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd realm within the first semester posed a challenge for her. Perhaps during the holidays, she might manage to reach the 3rd realm. Boss, am I really foolish? Not at all. Saint-grade medicinal pills are inherently challenging to comprehend, Your rapid understanding indicates remarkable intelligence. Meanwhile, Bai Ling continued her attempts at refining sync-grade pills. Over the course of more than half a month, despite Lu Sun's guidance, she had made little progress, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Naturally, Lu Sun offered her comfort, remarking that if she were to consider herself foolish, then few intelligent individuals would remain in this world. Lu Sun's exceptional alchemical skills were largely attributable to her influence. Under Lu Sun's encouragement and hands-on teaching, Bai Ling made significant strides. Bai Ling's alchemical proficiency has reached the sync grade, first tier, and you have gained 30-fold from her achievement. Bai Ling's cultivation has broken through to the third layer of qi gathering, and you have gained 30-fold from her achievement. A week has passed, and at long last, Bai Ling has successfully concocted a sacred grade elixir. This is a first-tier sacred grade pill, specifically a meridian opening pill, which cultivators can utilize to assist in their meridian opening process. Though it is a first-tier elixir, the difficulty of its refinement is considerable, and its price often exceeds that of many second-tier pills. Bai Ling's ability to produce it so swiftly signifies her extraordinary talent in alchemy, a gift that is indeed rare among her peers. I have only managed to create a single colored pattern, while the master excels with 3. Bai Ling, having produced a sacred grade elixir, remains in awe of Lu Sun, for she is unable to replicate his 3 colored patterns, a feat attributable to the divine alchemical lineage. Her own 9-turn alchemical pulse primarily enhances her success rate to nearly 100. Chapter 83. The enchanting twins. When it comes to matters of the heart, solutions are often straightforward. One can either sever ties completely or accept the situation with grace. For one does not cultivate an emotionless path that demands a heart devoid of desire. You can handle it, I trust, advised Fuyu. However, Murong found it impossible to convey the complexities of her relationship with Lu Sun to Fuyu. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether the turmoil she experienced was indeed a manifestation of inner demons. Although her relationship with Lu Sun was tangled and intricate, deep within her heart, she remained largely unaffected. The initial borrowing was a reluctant necessity, and the second instance was instigated by her sister, Murong Yin, administering a drug. Nonetheless, she had no intention of pursuing a deeper connection with Lu Sun, as he was the boyfriend of Chu Yuqing. After much contemplation, she surmised that the influence of the celestial demon Qi was at play. This essence was a potent weapon of the Dark Demon clan, and her first encounter with it naturally led to the emergence of her inner demons. That is promising. If you can break through to the third realm before the upcoming final assessment, you should achieve commendable results. Such rapid progress in cultivation is exceedingly rare in the history of Blue Star. Fuyu expressed confidence in Murong. After imparting a few more words of guidance, she opened the door to the training chamber and stepped outside. As she emerged, Fuyu encountered a strikingly handsome young man approaching her. Upon noticing her, he displayed a look of surprise. Teacher Fu, what brings you here? Do you know me? Fuyu had seldom made public appearances over the years, and had it not been for taking Murong as her disciple, she would not have visited Beidou University. Aren't you Teacher Fu Shui? Lu Sun inquired, somewhat puzzled. He had been unable to reach Murong and was concerned that if she achieved a breakthrough to the third realm, his secret elixir would be rendered useless. Thus, after some inquiries, he found his way to this training chamber, only to unexpectedly encounter Fu Shui. Yet, Fu Shui appeared not to recognize him, leaving him bewildered. I am not Fu Shui. I am her sister, Fuyu, she clarified, understanding the reason behind Lu Sun's earlier demeanor. She and Fu Shui, being identical twins, were often mistaken for each other. It was my mistake. Good day, Teacher Fuyu. Lu Sun exhaled in relief. Fu Shui had expressed a desire to be his mentor, which made him somewhat apprehensive about meeting her. Are you here to see Murong? Fuyu inquired, her gaze sweeping over Lu Sun, a spark of curiosity igniting within her. Yes, Teacher Fuyu, he replied. She is inside. You may enter. Very well, Lu Sun said as he passed by Fuyu and headed toward the cultivation chamber. Wait, Fuyu suddenly called out. Teacher Fuyu, is there something else? Lu Sun turned back. Are you named Lu Sun? Fuyu asked. Yes, teacher, I am Lu Sun, he answered. Fuyu's expression took on a profound significance. Dual cultivation in both martial and celestial arts, and you possess such remarkable prowess. It's no wonder Fu Shui wishes to take you as her apprentice. Did she perceive it? Upon meeting Fuyu's gaze, Lu Sun sensed that she might discern his true level of cultivation. The system had stated that one needed to be 5 major realms above him to recognize his actual strength. 7 realms. Indeed. Fu Yu must be a formidable being of the 7th realm. Goodness, this pair of twin sisters was truly exceptional. The elder sister, Fu Yu, was at the 7th realm, while the younger, Fu Shui, was at the 6th realm, poised to break through to the 7th. Both sisters were extraordinarily powerful. In their youth, they were likely renowned prodigies. Here, youth refers to age, not appearance. Regardless of whether it was Fu Shui or Fu Yu, their formidable strength made them appear no older than their 20s, with no signs of aging. However, what Fu Yu perceived was probably not the entirety of Lu Xun's capabilities. She likely assumed that his martial and celestial arts had reached the 2nd level, 10th tier. Otherwise, she would not have been so composed. Even if she were a being of the 7th realm, discovering that Lu Xun had surpassed limits in both martial and celestial arts, achieving an astonishing 30 tiers or more, would surely elicit a reaction. Teacher Fu Yu, you jest. My meager abilities cannot compare to yours, Lu Xun humbly responded. Although Fu Yu had seen through him, since she chose not to expose him, Lu Xun remained composed. You need not be modest. I certainly was not as formidable in my youth. Recently, the Dark Demon Clan has been secretly releasing celestial demon chi, which can easily give rise to inner demons, so you must exercise caution, Fu Yu advised, her gaze returning to its serene demeanor. Celestial demon chi? What is that? As for inner demons, Lu Xun was aware of them, yet he felt no concern. He was not required to cultivate himself. The system would facilitate his growth, so what fear did he have of inner demons? Thank you for the warning, teacher. Even so, Lu Xun expressed his gratitude. A being of the 7th realm, encountering an ordinary 2nd realm novice, would consider it a privilege to even glance his way. Yet she offered such friendly advice. Lu Xun could not disregard the decorum. Very well, you may go find Mu Rongwan. Understood, teacher. Lu Xun arrived before the training room and knocked on the door. In less than half a year, this Lu Xun had already broken through to the 10th level. Shrouded in many secrets. Amidst murmurs, Fu Yu's figure quietly vanished. What brings you here, Lu Xun? The door opened to reveal Mu Rongwan, her face adorned with surprise. I have brought you something. Shall we discuss it inside? Lu Xun glanced back, noticing Fu Yu's absence. However, even a powerful being of the 7th realm could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Entering the training room would activate a formation, preventing any external disturbances or eavesdropping. As Lu Xun stepped into the training room, Mu Rongwan had no choice but to let him in. Is Fu Yu your master? Yes. When I awakened my Linglong treasure body, she happened to learn of it and came to take me as her disciple. Inside the training room, Lu Xun and Mu Rongwan engaged in conversation. Although they had shared much physical interaction before, verbal exchanges had been scarce. This time, after Lu Xun sought out Mu Rongwan, she was finally willing to converse with him. Their topic revolved around Fu Yu. Wait, let me think. She just mentioned. No wonder Fu Shui wanted to take me as her disciple. I seem to understand now. A spark of realization illuminated Lu Xun's mind. Curiosity flickered across Mu Rongwan's stunning visage. Fu Shui must have seen Fu Yu take you as her disciple, hence her desire for a talented apprentice. I had always wondered why Fu Shui, who is perfectly fine, insisted on taking a disciple. It turns out to be this. Lu Xun analyzed earnestly. However, this analysis left Mu Rongwan somewhat perplexed. Noticing her confusion, Lu Xun clarified. You see, twins not only share a telepathic connection but also tend to mimic each other. Particularly the younger sister. She desires to possess what her elder sister has. Fu Shui is trying to compete with Fu Yu. Is that so? This explanation intrigued Mu Rongwan. Fu Shui, a renowned figure of the 6th realm, was typically aloof, yet she possessed such a side. Chapter 84. Oh no, it's the feeling of heartthrob. Oh, I almost forgot the main matter. This is a secret elixir I specifically sought out for you. It should prove beneficial. After indulging in gossip, Lu Xun finally produced the elixir and handed it to Mu Rongwan. A rich fragrance emanated from the elixir, uplifting the spirit, even causing the sea of qi to subtly stir, as if rejoicing. One could easily imagine the immense value of such a potion. Having just encountered a potential heart demon related to Lu Xun, Mu Rongwan felt somewhat at a loss when he presented her with such a precious elixir. Her emotions instantly became complex, and naturally, she hesitated to reach out for it. Take it, Lu Xun insisted, placing it firmly into her hands. Lu Xun, no buts. This is not a gift without strings attached. I will keep a record, and when you grow stronger, you shall repay me double. Lu Sun interrupted her decisively. Regardless of whether it is Murong Wan or Chu Yuqing, neither are individuals who demand excessively. If it were any other man, even if he were to present gifts, Murong Wan would not spare them a glance, let alone accept them. Thus, Lu Sun must provide Murong Wan with a rationale for receiving his offerings, namely, that they are merely borrowed. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly struggle with her own internal reservations. Should he bestow too many gifts, it might inadvertently lead her to harbor negative sentiments, thereby affecting her emotional state and, subsequently, her growth. With an air of assertiveness, Lu Sun effectively silenced the words that Murong Wan had intended to express. The hand she originally prepared to return the elixir instinctively hesitated. At that moment, Lu Sun unfastened a delicate pouch from his waist and placed it into her hands. The pouch was exquisitely crafted, resembling a fragrant sachet, and upon seeing it, Murong Wan's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. She presumed Lu Sun intended to present her with a token of affection. This is a spatial pouch, Lu Sun explained, containing 10 cubic units of storage space, along with a long sword and some treasures I have prepared for you, which should prove useful. The mention of a spatial pouch left Murong Wan astonished, simultaneously clarifying her earlier misconceptions. Her cheeks grew even warmer. After a moment's contemplation, she reached for her card, but Lu Sun swiftly halted her. These items are still borrowed. Take them and strive for an excellent result in the upcoming joint examination. If they must be returned, it can wait until you have matured. Their playful tug-of-war saw their hands intertwined. Had it been anyone else, Murong Wan would have long since severed ties. However, their close relationship had already endured many such moments. They seemed accustomed to merely holding hands, yet Murong Wan's face had reddened down to her neck. "Let go of me," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I shall release you only if you agree to accept these items," Lu Sun teased. Murong Wan remained silent, as she recognized the extraordinary value of his gifts. The spatial pouch alone constituted a precious possession, undoubtedly containing even greater treasures. How could she accept such generosity? Yet, Lu Sun refused to relinquish his grip. In resignation, Murong Wan finally acquiesced with a gentle, albeit reluctant, sound. She felt utterly helpless against Lu Sun, for their relationship was inextricably tangled. "Then I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your training and aim to break through to the third realm soon," Lu Sun remarked, releasing her upon her acceptance of the items. After leaving those parting words, he exited the training room, concerned that Murong Wan might reconsider and reject the gifts. The items he had bestowed upon her were substantial, costing nearly 4 million units of dark energy, equivalent to 4 cubic units. Even the Murong family would struggle to procure such a vast amount of dark energy to equip Murong Wan. Why are there so many fourth-grade spiritual symbols? After Lu Sun departed, Murong Wan opened her spatial pouch and was immediately enveloped by a profound astonishment in her beautiful eyes. The items Lu Sun had bestowed upon her were exceedingly precious. Merely the sword alone was of considerable worth, being a fourth-grade longsword of at least earth-grade quality. While others might fail to recognize its value, Murong Wan, with her father being a fourth realm master, possessed the discernment to appreciate its quality. Furthermore, Lu Sun had gifted her several fourth-grade spiritual symbols, including those for defense, evasion, offense, and even those that activated automatically in the face of danger. In addition, the pouch contained a substantial amount of dark energy, not in the form of currency, but sealed within numerous 10-centimeter cubic blocks. Each of these cubes had a volume of 1,000 cubic centimeters, equating to 1,000 units of dark energy. When combined, 1,000 cubes formed a larger cube with a side length of 1 meter, signifying a total of 1 million units of dark energy. Coupled with the secret elixir adorned with colorful Dan patterns, she could scarcely fathom the monetary value Lu Sun had expended this time. Unbeknownst to her, the colorful Dan patterns indicated a sacred rank, which would have left her even more astounded had she known. In her heart, Lu Sun began to take on an air of mystery. Due to her acquaintance with Chu Yuqing, she was aware of Lu Sun's background. Yet she found it perplexing how he could amass such wealth. After a rough estimation of the total value of the items, Murong Wan's expression grew complicated. Although they were not in a romantic relationship, Lu Sun had been remarkably generous towards her. While he claimed it was a loan, she couldn't help but question the sincerity of that assertion. Moreover, Lu Sun's domineering nature made it impossible for her to refuse his gifts. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Moron-1 let out a soft sigh and stowed away all the items. Even if she wished to return them, it seemed improbable. Given that Lu Xun had insisted she accept them, her attempt to give them back might only provoke him to be even more overbearing and obstinate. Their relationship had already progressed to a substantial level, and Lu Xun's playful obstinacy had taken on a rather unrestrained quality. Following Lu Xun's intervention, for reasons unknown, Moron-1 suddenly realized that her so-called inner demons had dissipated. Even when his image occasionally surfaced in her mind during her training, or when memories of their intimate moments arose, she no longer felt the same resistance. On the contrary, at times she would even smile faintly and accept these thoughts with equanimity. Unbeknownst to her, the crisis posed by the demonic energy had quietly resolved itself in a manner she had never anticipated. However, Moron-1 gradually discovered that her feelings towards Lu Xun were becoming slightly askew. Oh no, it felt akin to the stirrings of the heart. Upon realizing this, she found herself unable to dispel such emotions. Thus, she chose to let things unfold naturally. Now, she gradually entered a state of focus, embarking on a vigorous sprint towards the third realm. The secret elixir pill bestowed upon her by Lu Xun instilled her with greater confidence, enabling her to unlock multiple secret channels simultaneously. The efficacy of this unlocking would also significantly improve. Under this intense exertion of body and mind, Moron-1 swiftly adjusted herself to her peak condition. Just as she was poised to break through the secret channels, she suddenly realized that, thanks to the extraordinary nature of her exquisite body, she might be able to ascend even further within the Qi realm. Thus, Moron-1 successfully broke through to the 11th layer of the Qi. Upon entering the 11th layer, her entire being radiated light, as if her exquisite body rejoiced in its breakthrough of limitations. At this moment, the true marvel of the exquisite body revealed itself. Moron-1 felt her Qi being compressed, and her body experienced an intense thirst. Exquisite 9 turns. Moron-1 became aware of what was transpiring within her. This was a remarkably rare ability possessed by the exquisite body, known as exquisite 9 turns. After reaching the pinnacle of each realm, there was a chance for the exquisite body to trigger exquisite 9 turns, aiding her in surpassing her limits, while simultaneously allowing her cultivation to soar rapidly in a short span of time. During her initial realm, Moron-1 had utilized exquisite 9 turns to break through to the 12th layer of body refinement. However, at that time, she was unaware of exquisite 9 turns and had not prepared adequately, resulting in her failure to fully leverage its potential. Recognizing the opportunity, Moron-1 drew forth dark energy and began to absorb it. In the state of exquisite 9 turns, the conversion of this dark energy occurred at an astonishing rate. Within just 2 days, she had completely depleted the dark energy she had prepared. It was then that she realized her preparations had been insufficient. Suddenly, she recalled the cubic meter of dark energy that Lu Xun had given her. Initially, she had no intention of using it, as it was far too much. Yet now, with no other options, Moron-1 opened her spatial pouch and swiftly began to absorb it. Buzz, under the compression of her exquisite body, her Qi forcefully broke through its limits once again, reaching the 12th layer of the Qi. This was not the end. 4 exquisite 9 turns was still in effect. The dark energy was being consumed at an incredible pace. After another 2 days, Moron-1's Qi underwent a qualitative transformation, unexpectedly breaking through to the 13th layer. What on earth was happening? In the training room of the dormitory, Lu Xun, who had been refining pills, halted his activities. The system's rewards had returned once more. In recent days, Moron-1 had astonishingly ascended 3 layers, granting him 3 substantial rewards. Chapter 85, Against the Heavens. Even the children were startled. Remarkably, it seemed she had even brought forth card realms. After receiving 3 consecutive rewards from Moron-1, Lu Xun found himself somewhat speechless. Currently, he remained stagnant at the 33rd layer of the Qi. While remaining stationary within the Qi realm was one thing, the system had also not allowed him to break through to the 3rd realm. The explanation provided by the system reveals that with Lu Xun's current constitution, his Qi has reached its utmost limit at 33 layers. Any further advancement could potentially inflict harm upon his body. The Qi within his dantian is indeed extraordinarily vast, and should he continue to push beyond, there exists a significant risk of rupturing his dantian. The reason for not breaking through to the 3rd realm lies in the peculiar nature of martial cultivation. Even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, the effects of awakening martial divine abilities would prove unsatisfactory. Thus, the system has opted to store the returns, to be released in conjunction with Muron 1's ascension to the third realm. Given the current momentum, it shall not be long. System, should you persist in this manner, do not blame me for encountering bugs. Consequently, Lu Xun found himself ensnared in a glitch. Since his cultivation would not surpass the 33 layers of the Qi Si, he devoted the ensuing days to fervently refining pills. His alchemical talent was no ordinary feat. Crafting a plethora of saint-grade pills could elevate his cultivation level. And should this lead to a realm breakthrough, it would be akin to self-cultivation. This necessitated that Lu Xun meticulously regulate his actions during each alchemical endeavor. Now at the limit, Lu Xun merrily embraced the glitch. Please refrain from excessive pill refinement, as your alchemical vein belongs to the spiritual veins. Your alchemy will only augment your celestial cultivation. Should you continue to escalate, a breakthrough to the third realm may occur. Lu Xun reveled in the glitch when the system issued a prompt. What? System, are you implying that my celestial cultivation can directly transcend to the third realm? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xun grasped the distinction. Celestial cultivation diverges from martial cultivation. The second, third, and fourth realms of martial arts encompass entirely disparate elements. The second realm primarily involves true energy and Qi Si, while the third realm engages secret passages, and the fourth realm embodies true intent. Thus, the returns from the second realm of martial arts would scarcely facilitate Lu Xun's transition to the third realm. Conversely, celestial cultivation is fundamentally rooted in spiritual energy during the earlier realms. This energy remains pivotal in subsequent realms, albeit supplemented by the primordial spirit. Therefore, once martial cultivation reached the pinnacle of 33 layers of the Qi Si, even with additional returns, the system merely opted to retain them without enabling Lu Xun to break through, as the outcomes would be suboptimal. However, should celestial cultivation reach its limit, subsequent returns could indeed catalyze a breakthrough. This realization invigorated Lu Xun's spirit. It dawned upon him that whether through Chu Yuqing or by Ling, another return would allow his celestial cultivation to ascend to the third realm. Muron 1 has broken through to the 14th layer of the Qi Si. You have received 30 times her gains. And thus it came again. 2 days later, Muron 1 achieved yet another layer of breakthrough. Though her pace may not rival that of Lu Xun, it was nonetheless astonishingly swift. Is this the prowess of the Linglong divine body? After extensive research, Lu Xun finally discerned that this remarkable ability must be an innate power of the Linglong divine body, Linglong 9 transformations. This ability allows for only 9 opportunities, each corresponding to a different realm. First, the monthly examination must be completed. The following day marks the last monthly assessment of the semester. After this month's exam, there remain approximately 20 days until the final secret realm evaluation. In recent monthly tests, Lu Xun has adeptly managed to conceal his cultivation level, revealing only the first layer of the first realm, occasionally reaching the second layer. Now, he has successfully harmonized both his celestial and martial cultivation at the 10th layer. Thus, a breakthrough to the third realm in the future seems almost inevitable. Brother Sun. At the testing center, Lu Xun encounters Li Bufan. Upon seeing him, Lu Xun notices that the young man's strength has ascended rapidly, now at the 4th layer of the Qi Si. Li Bufan possesses considerable talent. It is noteworthy that he has achieved this despite being deliberately raised in poverty. If this trend continues, by the end of their first year, Li Bufan should reach the 7th layer of the Qi Si and may even attain the 8th layer. In comparison, He Xiao from the He family appears utterly incompetent, having taken a whole year to reach only the 4th layer. Brother Sun, everyone has been participating in the arena battles lately. You should showcase your skills as well, allowing them to witness the prowess of the number 1 genius. Li Bufan cheerfully encourages. The arena? Lu Xun inquires and soon understands. As the final month approaches, the freshmen believe that significant progress in their cultivation is unlikely, so they prefer to practice martial skills and combat techniques to enhance their battle experience. Consequently, many students have been engaging in daily sparring. The number of students in the arena has also increased, with enthusiastic individuals even organizing competitions and securing sponsorship from outside. Is that truly a dual 10th layer? How on earth did you cultivate to that level? Unbelievable. Do you think Lu Xun will break through to the 3rd realm in just 1 semester? Calm down. There are already numerous cultivators who have fallen to Lu Xun. Even if he were to break through now, it would not faze me. Moments later, the testing center is filled with gasps of astonishment. Despite Lu Sun having controlled the pace of revealing his cultivation level in recent months, many students are still taken aback upon witnessing his dual testing results indicating a 10th layer in the second realm. The testing center, which previously had few students, is now bustling with activity, as students have emerged to engage in practice, revitalizing the campus of Beidou University. After completing the monthly exam, Lu Sun and Li Bufan head to Beidou Square, eager to discover the happenings of the arena competition. Why are there so many arenas? Upon arrival, Lu Sun observes an extraordinary number of arenas set up in Beidou Square. Numerous sponsors have contributed, and Li Bufan points excitedly to the largest arena. Brother Sun, why not try that arena? It's sponsored by the Jia clan's medicinal herbs. The rules are simple. Each time you successfully defend your title, the prize doubles. Anyone who defeats you can claim the current prize. Seeing the Jia clan's banners adorning the arena, Lu Sun's interest is piqued. Let us go take a look. According to the rules of this arena, if someone consistently dominates it, won't the Jia family business face bankruptcy? Sun, stop pondering. Although this arena is primarily for first-year students, every 5 rounds, the restrictions are lifted, allowing upperclassmen to challenge. Should the defender fail, the prize money is forfeited. Li Bufan remarked. I see. The Jia family indeed possesses considerable cunning. Boom. As the two approached the arena, a figure was hurled from the platform, crashing down. Who else dares? A brazen voice echoed from the arena. Humph, merely defending 3 times, and yet so arrogant. What is so impressive about being at the 3rd level of Qi Si? The students murmured in indignation. The student on the platform, Lu Fei, was at the 3rd level of Qi Si, wielding the formidable Insha Thunder Underworld Meridian, showcasing immense combat prowess. Despite their discontent, none of the students dared to step forward. I will. At that moment, a voice rang out. The speaker was Lu Sun. Initially, he had no intention of joining the fray, but with the Jia family's intriguing rules in play, he was curious to see if they would resort to trickery. Lu Sun. Wow, it's Lu Sun. He's done for now? The crowd of students gasped in astonishment as they turned to look. What? Lu Sun is coming. How unfortunate can I be? On the platform, Lu Fei, who had been exuding arrogance, felt his legs weaken upon seeing Lu Sun, nearly losing his balance. Ha ha. It's still my brother's son. He scared the kids to the point of nearly wetting themselves. The students erupted in laughter.